Chapter 1: The Trial That Must Not Fail. Today marks the first anniversary of Typhoon Crimson, a cataclysmic super typhoon spawned from the failure of the Forbidden Land trial. Since its landfall, nearly 500,000 homes have been devastated across the southeastern provinces, with the disaster zone exceeding 1 million square kilometers, leading to a complete paralysis of power and transportation. The statistics from the second round of the Forbidden Land trial have been released, revealing that 14 nations with surviving lords have collectively acquired trillions in mineral resources and breakthroughs in nearly 100 new material technologies. International relations experts comment that the Forbidden Land trial will have a decisive impact on the global landscape. The third round of the Forbidden Land trial is imminent, with military statistics showing that 600 million citizens in our nation have undergone specialized survival training for the Forbidden Land. The number of talents equipped with expertise in survival and trained in lordly consciousness has reached tens of millions. The military urges the populace to engage in Forbidden Land studies, as our nation can no longer endure apocalyptic disasters. Despite our warnings, the land of the rising sun has repeatedly trespassed into our territorial waters. Su Yang shut off the morning news and pressed his temples. Though he had traversed into this world for a week, many reports still left him in a daze. Cataclysmic disasters, extraterrestrial forbidden zones, and the struggle of lords. Terms that once existed solely in the realm of games now manifested in stark reality. After several days of acclimatization and digestion, Su Yang began to unravel the origins of these phenomena. Years prior, the world known as Blue Star was invaded by a mysterious cosmic force. Periodically, this force selects lords randomly from various nations to participate in the Forbidden Land trial. Those who survive and acquire resources within the Forbidden Land will see them manifested 100-fold in their respective nations. Conversely, those who perish bring about catastrophic retribution upon their homeland. Before Su Yang's arrival, the nation of Longwa had already suffered 2 failures in the Forbidden Land trials, incurring 2 catastrophic disasters. Once, a super earthquake crumbled half of the central plateau, displacing millions. The other time, a super typhoon devastated the southeastern provinces, leaving hundreds of millions homeless. Should such a disaster strike again, Longwa might cease to exist. Through meticulous study of the 2 previous trials, Su Yang discerned the key to Longwa's failures. Upon entering the trial, lords could select a civilization template from their nation's history. This choice was crucial, as it determined the types of troops and future development paths. Regrettably, Longwa's historical records had suffered severe damage during a world war. The great dynasties of Huaxia were reduced to mere fragments of documentation, leading to an incomplete understanding of history and erroneous selections. In their first attempt, they chose the late Qing dynasty, mistakenly believing it represented a prosperous and powerful era because of its record of waging war against all foreign powers. The outcome was predictably disastrous, resulting in a swift defeat. On their second attempt, they randomly selected the Western Jin, with an even grimmer fate. Learning of these choices left Su Yang nearly speechless with anger. These 2 periods were among the most humiliating in Huaxia's history. The glorious Han, the prosperous Tang, the robust Ming. Why did they choose precisely these 2? Even as a traveler with little connection to this world, Su Yang could not bear to witness the suffering of Longwa's citizens. Upon grasping the pivotal factors behind the failures, he endeavored to raise awareness online. Yet, as the third round of trials approached, the nation was in a state of emergency, and no one heeded his voice. There was but one way to alter the course of events. Become a lord. Only by being chosen as a lord could he save Longwa and his compatriots who shared his blood. But with hundreds of millions in Longwa, what were the odds he would be selected? It seemed impossible, far too difficult. Shaking his head, Su Yang drew back the curtains. The first rays of morning light pierced his eyes. Buzz. Alongside the sunlight came an emotionless mechanical voice and a series of subtitles. Experimental Domain Blue Star, the third round of the Forbidden Land trial is about to commence. Forbidden Zone ID N0.517314C. Remaining countries on Blue Star, 68. Participating lords in the Forbidden Land trial, 68. Notice the Forbidden Land trial will be live-streamed in real-time across all domains. Citizens may view the corresponding lords trial for 1 hour each day. National leaders may communicate with their respective lords once a week, with no restrictions on content. Every 7 days, the resources of each lord will be tallied, manifested 100-fold in their respective nations. Should a lord perish, their bound nation will suffer a natural disaster as punishment, with the disaster level correlated to the lord's survival duration. The 7 days prior to entering the Forbidden Land constitute a protection period, during which attacks will not occur within the safe zone. The trial lasts for 1 year. Should all lords perish, the trial will conclude prematurely. The Forbidden Lands notifications were sent to all. Beneath the universally received message, Su Yang noticed a flashing cursor. What is this? He willed it to click. The subtitles before him caused his pupils to constrict. Trialist Su Yang, you have been selected as a lord. Please continue to develop your territory within the Forbidden Land and strive to survive. Good luck. In the central military headquarters, the high-ranking officials of Longwa gathered in a conference room. After reading the Forbidden Land notification, their expressions dimmed. None of them had been chosen as lords. As leaders of Longwa, they all longed to rush into the Forbidden Land to fight for their nation. Who will be chosen this time? I hope it is one of our trained military talents, said the general seated at the center of the table. The hope is substantial. After our last failure, we trained nearly 10 million people systematically. Besides the military, 600 million civilians have undergone basic Forbidden Land education. If survival is our only goal, we have a significant chance of succeeding this time. Indeed, nodded the military leader. Above all, we must not perish in the Forbidden Land. We cannot endure another natural disaster. Who is it? Who has been chosen this time? Please let it be a soldier or a senior scholar. I cannot bear another apocalypse. The odds of selecting a high-caliber talent are slim. I only hope they are not elderly, weak, or ill. Heaven bless Longwa, grant us a reliable candidate. The announcement of the Forbidden Lands opening sparked a tremendous discussion online. Everyone speculated who the chosen one would be. This individual would represent Longwa, a matter of great significance for the nation's fate. Naturally, they attracted the attention and discourse of the entire populace. After 2 failures, the people no longer harbored high hopes for the selection of a capable individual. They sought not a prodigy to seize resources and save Longwa. They merely wished for the chosen one to survive until the end, sparing the nation from disaster. After a brief wait, the screen before them lit up once more. The selected individual's information appeared before their eyes. Longway contestant, Su Yang profession, student height, 182 centimeters weight. He has appeared. He has appeared. Everyone was instantly captivated by the information displayed before them. They scrutinized Su Yang's details, striving to uncover any special attributes within his profile. After a considerable effort, they gave up. No matter how they looked at it, Su Yang's information revealed nothing extraordinary. He seemed an ordinary person. Although they had not held out much hope, seeing the results still left many feeling disheartened. After a brief moment of disappointment, someone stepped forward to offer encouragement. It's not so bad, at least he's a healthy young man. If they had picked me, it would have been a disaster. Exactly. Our young man is a university student. He must be quite clever. Everyone, do not lose heart. This is our contestant from Longwa. We must support him wholeheartedly. Let's rally together and cheer for our young comrade. I believe he can feel our encouragement. Heaven bless Longwa, go Su Yang. Chapter 2, The Qin Template. In the central military headquarters, numerous officers engaged in a meticulous analysis of Su Yang's profile. Graduated from the Great Xia Academy with no extraordinary skills or background, an utterly ordinary individual. The key point is that he took a month off due to illness, missing our foundational training on the Forbidden Grounds. An ordinary person lacking knowledge of the Forbidden Grounds? We have cultivated millions of elites and implemented foundational training for billions. Why did we choose someone like him? Is it that fate offers us not a single chance? Following the review of the information, a profound silence enveloped the conference room, as if Su Yang had plunged their hearts into the depths of despair. Minutes later, with a soft sigh, the chief of the military headquarters slowly began to speak. The candidate has been decided. Our task is singular, to assist him to the best of our abilities. In 10 minutes, reduce the Forbidden Grounds training materials to under 1,000 words. Gather all expert groups to devise the optimal development strategy based on Su Yang's personality traits. Speed is of the essence. We must connect with him the moment he enters the Forbidden Grounds. It is imperative that he adheres to our directives without fail. The fate of the Dragon Nation rests in your hands. We must act swiftly. Yes. Upon issuing these commands, the once quiet conference room echoed with a resounding affirmation. The entire military apparatus sprang into action like a finely tuned machine. 1, 2, 3, commence. Welcome to the official live broadcast of the Dragon Nation. I am your host, Xiao Shui, and here are experts from various fields. As the trials of the Forbidden Grounds approached, the official livestream commenced punctually. From the onset of the first round of trials, the authorities established a broadcasting platform. This livestream attracted a diverse array of individuals, primarily aimed at providing professional commentary and soothing public sentiment. As the broadcast began, countless citizens of the Dragon Nation flocked to the channel. Go, Su Yang, go! Rise, Dragon Nation! The screen was inundated with encouraging comments. Shortly after the host concluded her opening remarks, a low hum resonated from the large screen behind her. The citizens, having experienced this twice before, recognized the imminent commencement of the trials. With a buzz, the screen flickered to life. The previously dark screen was now awash with dark purple and pale yellow hues. Clad in casual white attire, Su Yang appeared at the center of the screen, calmly surveying his surroundings. Here it comes. The third trial of the Dragon Nation. Go! Go! Su Yang seems remarkably composed. That bodes well. However, why is everything so suffused with purple? It does not resemble a typical forest. Indeed, this spawn point is rather bizarre. Amidst the damp air and soft humus, Su Yang pondered, have I been born in some primordial forest? He inhaled deeply to steady himself. Experiencing an unfathomable power for the first time, his emotions inevitably fluctuated. He quickly scanned his surroundings to ascertain his situation. He found himself encircled by peculiar flora, unlike any on Earth. They resembled dark purple crystalline formations, mushroom-like in shape, with what appeared to be pulsating vascular patterns on their surfaces. Surrounding these plants were various pale yellow luminescent insects flitting about. The ground was thickly layered with humus, sticky and unyielding underfoot. This was not an earthly environment. Su Yang swiftly deduced that the Forbidden Grounds harbored not only terrestrial ecosystems but also numerous extraterrestrial organisms and environments. The alien flora posed a greater threat, and the conditions were far more challenging for survival. The onset was far from auspicious. Furrowing his brow, Su Yang adapted to the viscous air before raising his hand to unveil the panel. As a designated lord, he possessed a unique panel visible solely to himself, containing all relevant commands. As the panel unfolded, a series of pale blue subtitles materialized. Detecting bloodline, detecting civilization affiliation, civilization template generation in progress. After a brief pause, an emotionless electronic voice resonated once more. Welcome, Lord Su Yang. Please select your civilization template. The civilization template can only be chosen once selected, no changes can be made. Choose wisely. Civilization affiliation, Huaxia civilization. Civilization templates, Shang dynasty, Western Zhou, Eastern Zhou, Qin. Gazing at the array of civilization templates, Su Yang's thoughts surged. Suddenly, a notification chimed. A message had entered the panel. Only the official authorities of the Dragon Nation could send him a message at this juncture. They had utilized their weekly communication opportunity right at the beginning. Su Yang opened the message, revealing a condensed version of the Forbidden Grounds materials. Following this, guidance on template selection and developmental direction was provided. Comrade Su Yang, for the sake of the entire Dragon Nation, please adhere to our recommendations. You are situated in the heart of the insect nest, the most challenging spawn point known within the Forbidden Grounds. A slight misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. For your starting template, please select the late Qing dynasty. After marking the isolation policy, refrain from further development. The lower your economy and status, the lesser the chance of attracting enemy attention. By doing so, as long as you survive until the conclusion of the Forbidden Grounds, you and your fellow citizens of the Dragon Nation can remain unscathed. The official directive proposed a strategy of evasion. Su Yang's gaze shifted, contemplating the panel once more. At this moment, the official letter was also displayed in the livestream. While the official recommendations appeared rather timid, the audience understood that this was indeed the most prudent strategy. For the Dragon Nation could not endure any further risks. Failure would spell annihilation. A military expert in the livestream spoke up. This strategy is the best option available. By employing low-level, low-impact mechanisms, we can evade enemy assaults. If Su Yang follows the official plan step by step, success is assured. Indeed, the heart of the insect nest is the most challenging spawn point. Any progress could provoke a swarm attack. The Dragon Nation cannot afford any risks. Surviving until the end is the wisest course. The other experts nodded in agreement, all endorsing the official strategy. The audience, watching the expert discussions, found a glimmer of hope. When I heard Su Yang had landed in the most difficult spawn point, my heart nearly stopped. Thankfully, the officials found a solution. Truly remarkable, our great Dragon Nation, for devising such a mechanism. A true gentleman knows when to yield and when to act. Let us play it safe for now. Amidst the discussions, someone noticed Su Yang had not made an immediate selection after reading the message but was instead contemplating the templates. Why is Su Yang hesitating? Could he be considering other options? Surely not. Students of that caliber are typically obedient. They wouldn't dare defy the official orders. This choice bears the weight of the Dragon Nation's destiny. He must not make a foolish mistake. Hurry and select the late Qing template. What more is there to ponder? As the crowd buzzed with chatter, a notification chimed, indicating Su Yang's response to the official message. The staff opened the message, revealing a bold line of characters on the screen. Our nation and our 5,000-year-old civilization shall never perish due to a mere trifling forbidden ground. What does this mean? Before anyone could comprehend, Su Yang decisively selected the Qin dynasty template. Template selection successful. Huaxia civilization, Qin dynasty. A grand character for Qin materialized on the large screen. Chapter 3, A Feeble Dynasty? How dare he? How dare he? This concerns the destiny of our dragon nation. He audaciously made such reckless choices. The military officers in the conference hall were infuriated. No one could have anticipated that such an ordinary student would defy the directives of the nation's upper echelons. Instead of selecting the late Qing dynasty, he opted for an obscure dynasty that no one recognized. The historians in the meeting room hastily sifted through their materials, struggling to unearth fragments of information about the Qin dynasty. According to the scant records, the Qin dynasty was several millennia old, and its technological prowess was likely appallingly primitive. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the generals in the conference room turned grave. Not only had he disregarded the orders, but he had also chosen an ancient dynasty. The initial military units within the Forbidden Zone would be determined by the technological level of the chosen civilization, while technology would eventually catch up. A weak initial technology would render survival in the early stages nearly impossible. Most nations would strive to balance technological advancement and developmental potential, selecting the most suitable templates. For instance, England would opt for the Victorian era, while France would choose the Napoleonic era, both renowned periods of history. Although their early technologies were somewhat lacking, their potential for development was robust. In stark contrast, Su Yang's choice of the Qin dynasty, which belonged to the cold weapon era thousands of years ago, rendered its initial combat capabilities exceedingly feeble. Coupled with the starting point being the heart of the insect nest, facing the formidable early-stage insect race, the officers could hardly bear to contemplate Su Yang's selection. It seemed that the Dragon Nation was on the brink of annihilation. In the official live broadcast, historians analyzed the remaining data and concluded that the military-industrial capabilities of the Qin dynasty were still rooted in the Bronze Age. Iron tools had not yet been widely adopted, making its initial combat strength inferior even to the previously selected Western Qin dynasty. The analysis ignited a frenzy in the live chat. What had he chosen? Su Yang was a historical sinner, attempting to drag them all down with him. The Bronze Age? Surely, I did not hear that incorrectly. How could they contend with the most powerful insect race of the early stages? A bronze sword could hardly penetrate their armor. It was over, it was over. I should have left the Dragon Nation with my cousin, who would want to be a citizen of the Dragon Nation now. How could this happen? Would this experience be even quicker to demise than the last selection of the Western Qin? The catastrophic consequences would surely obliterate the Dragon Nation. Su Yang's choice seemed like a bomb dropped into the crowd. The public's discontent swelled, and despair permeated throughout the Dragon Nation. In stark contrast to the reactions of the masses, Su Yang, within the Forbidden Zone, remained exceptionally composed and brimming with confidence. The reason was simple: he had chosen the Qin dynasty as his template. Apart from his admiration for that ancient emperor and the dawn of myriad dynasties, Su Yang's decision was rooted in his own reflections and analyses. To him, the trial in the Forbidden Zone, which involved developing a civilization from scratch, bore striking similarities to a real-time strategy game. As a top-tier strategist with nearly 20,000 hours of experience in such games, Su Yang understood the significance of initial military units and had considered the potential weaknesses of ancient armies. However, when selecting his template, he meticulously analyzed the passive traits of various dynasties. The Qin dynasty's characteristics resonated most profoundly with him. Civilization template, Qin dynasty, initial civilization trait, Qin heavy industry. This civilization possesses exceptional craftsmanship, all manufactured items will reach the pinnacle of current technological standards. This manufacturing prowess encompassed not only weaponry but also infrastructure. Anything crafted by human hands would be of the highest caliber. This implied that once swords were unlocked, the produced swords would be the sharpest. Once firearms were unlocked, they would possess the longest range and greatest power. Even mining facilities and processing machinery would operate with superior efficiency. Whatever was created would be the best. For a civilization that pursued technological advancement, this was undoubtedly an extraordinarily powerful trait. Historically, the Qin dynasty implemented policies that emphasized skilled labor and indeed possessed remarkable manufacturing techniques. Coupled with their ambitious infrastructure projects, their capabilities in this regard were formidable. The Qin artisans lived up to their reputation. With such an innate talent, even with only Bronze Age technology initially, Su Yang believed their combat capabilities would not be overly deficient. Furthermore, once they surpassed the early stages, the potential of the Qin dynasty would surely be unstoppable. The first emperor had united the realms after 6 generations of effort, establishing the first great unified dynasty in Chinese history within 15 years. Su Yang vowed that during this year's cycle in the Forbidden Zone, he would enable the world to rediscover the greatness of that illustrious dynasty of Chinese civilization. Territory panel, territory, Qin, Lord, Su Yang, affiliation, Dragon Nation, main base level, level 1 Lord's Mansion, territory buildings, 0, combat units, 0, resources, 0, command value, 1000, like a game. Everything began anew. Su Yang opened the construction tab and found only one building available for creation. The origin of all things, akin to the main base. Main base, Lord's Mansion, the core structure of the territory. If the Lord dies or the main base is destroyed, it will be deemed a failure by the Forbidden Zone. Please ensure the protection of your main base. With a flash of thought, Su Yang retrieved the mansion blueprint, located a clear area amidst the dense forest, and placed it down. As soon as the blueprint was laid, a soft blue light enveloped the area. A series of mechanical sounds echoed as parts began to move. Su Yang's expression turned quizzical. Logically, the buildings of the Qin dynasty should have been wooden structures. Why was there a mechanical whirring sound during construction? As the clattering subsided, the Lord's Mansion materialized before Su Yang. Upon seeing the finished product, his eyes widened in astonishment. The Lord's Mansion bore no resemblance to the wooden houses from his memories of antiquity. The entire structure rested upon a base of bluish-gray metal. Ascending the smoothly polished stone steps led to a grand yellow metal door, adorned with intricate gears. The walls were constructed of a yellowish-green metal, appearing exceedingly sturdy. Surrounding the house, 8 colossal, polished pillars supported a roof made entirely of metal. The roofing tiles, eaves, and brackets were all crafted from a special metal. Although not vast in size, it emanated an overwhelmingly grand and solemn aura. This was no mere mansion, it was a fortress. Su Yang was profoundly taken aback. The initial technological level of the Qin dynasty seemed to exceed his expectations. Based on its appearance, he surmised that the primary structure was likely composed of various bronze alloys. Coupled with the territorial talent of the Qin dynasty, Su Yang recognized that this was a manifestation of their unparalleled bronze craftsmanship. By adjusting the ratios of copper and other metals according to the requirements of different architectural elements, they ensured the structural integrity while meeting construction specifications. In addition to the exceptional bronze craftsmanship, Su Yang was surprised by the intricate mechanisms on the door. Composed of variously sized bronze gears, the structure was exquisitely designed. What was its purpose? As Su Yang ascended the stone steps, they emitted a crisp sound beneath his feet. With a hiss, steam burst forth, and the bronze gears on the door began to rotate. Amidst a rhythmic clanking, the heavy metal door slowly opened before him. What is this? He widened his eyes slightly. Was it a mechanical structure controlled by steam technology? Had the Qin dynasty mastered steam technology? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Su Yang quickly opened his panel. After completing the construction of the Lord's Mansion, he unlocked a new building, the barracks. He was eager to discover what soldiers the Qin dynasty, with its advanced bronze craftsmanship and even mastery of steam technology, would produce. He had a premonition that the early strength of the Qin dynasty might not be weak at all. Chapter 4: The Armored Warriors of the Great Qin. Is this the initial base? A wave of astonished voices erupted from the conference room. The structure depicted on the screen, crafted from metal and replete with intricate mechanisms, left the officers in disbelief. The last initial base chosen from the Western Qin was merely an antiquated wooden building. In stark contrast, this initial base resembled a fortress that could only be unlocked at a mid-stage of development. The officers, who had just moments ago expressed their ire over Su Yang's choice of the Qin dynasty, now widened their eyes in utter shock. To think that one could construct buildings from metal, a feat associated with a dynasty thousands of years ago. The mechanical lock on the grand entrance likely rivals our modern technology. The lock operates on steam power, a technology typically associated with the steam age in England. What is happening? Is the technological level of the Qin dynasty not indicative of the Bronze Age? The expert panel swiftly began analyzing Su Yang's construction, their expressions gradually brightening. The initial base was composed of varying concentrations of bronze. Indeed, the Qin dynasty existed during the Bronze Age. But their understanding and application of bronze materials had reached unparalleled heights. As for steam technology, ancient civilizations had long harnessed the power of water. Steam propulsion indicates they had also excelled in this area. How could a dynasty from thousands of years ago be so advanced? Every officer felt a jolt of surprise. Although it was likely that territorial bonuses contributed to this advancement, such bonuses are determined by the characteristics of the dynasty. This implies that the historical Qin dynasty also possessed technological capabilities that surpassed those of the world. Does this mean our start is looking promising? The chief of the military inquired. The experts slowly shook their heads. Despite the remarkable craftsmanship of the Qin dynasty, it ultimately remained at the level of the Bronze Age. The skills of artisans do not equate to combat proficiency, the initial soldier types are what truly matter. However, it is probable that the initial soldier types are constrained by the limitations of their era. Weapons from the Bronze Age would not possess high combat effectiveness. While there is cause for optimism, our situation remains perilous. Evading confrontation is still the optimal strategy. The expert's remarks brought a sense of calm to the officers. Unfortunately, the era is still too distant, we are too weak in the early stages. In the official live broadcast room. Oh wow! What is this? A doomsday fortress? How dazzling! Am I seeing things? It's rather impressive. It far surpasses the little wooden house from the second round. Inside the live room, the expert panel engaged in a fervent discussion around the large screen. Although the craftsmanship is exceptional, the technological level remains firmly in the Bronze Age. Just as water cannot exceed its boiling point, no matter how refined Bronze Age craftsmanship may be, it cannot escape the shackles of technology. Their troops will consist solely of soldiers wielding bronze swords, inevitably limiting their combat prowess. The experts unanimously concluded that Su Yang remains in grave danger in the early stages. Though their assessment was not optimistic, the public sentiment had improved considerably compared to before. This is already quite good, at least it's not a little wooden house. This is much better than we imagined. With such strong architectural capabilities, the military-industrial level must be decent as well. I believe in Su Yang. Yes. Let us not give up, everyone, hope still exists. Su Yang opened the soldier panel, and suddenly a prompt echoed in his mind. Detection of Baroque construction. Triggering the characteristics of Great Qin Heavy Industries. Baroque, armored camp, soldier, Great Qin armored infantry, the armored camp, Great Qin armored infantry. The characteristics of Great Qin Heavy Industries have been activated, resulting in an upgrade. Su Yang's eyes gleamed, these two names sounded extraordinary. Could the initial soldiers truly bring him a surprise? He retrieved the blueprint and established the armored camp beside his residence. Click. Click. The harmonious sound of interlocking components ceased. The soldier construction armored camp stood proudly against the wind. Like the Lord's residence, the armored camp was primarily composed of bronze metal. Smaller in scale, yet still exuding an imposing presence. Moreover, due to its functional design, it lacked some of the decorative elements found in the residence. The entire armored camp emanated an air of solemnity. Su Yang nodded, a sense of anticipation swelling within him. Entering the armored camp panel. Armored camp, command value, 1000, soldier list, soldier, Great Qin armored infantry, soldier type, melee infantry, command value required for summoning, 100, summoning time, 5 seconds, soldiers are the most vital source of combat power for a lord. Whether in the early stages of exploration or later on in warfare, soldier units are absolutely central. A significant factor in Su Yang's choice of the Qin dynasty was its soldiers. The reputation of the Qin's elite special forces, the armored infantry, was known far and wide. Under the military meritocracy, the Qin armored infantry could almost be considered the strongest infantry of the cold weapon era. Now, with the technological advantages of Great Qin Heavy Industries, their combat effectiveness would surely ascend to new heights. Summoning a soldier requires 100 command points, and his current command value is 1,000. This means he can summon a maximum of 10 armored infantry in the early stages. Command value is a unique resource that exists independently of other natural resources in the Forbidden Lands. Similar to points in a game, command value can only be obtained through slaying enemies, expanding territory, or completing specific tasks or achievements. In addition to summoning soldiers, unlocking talents, technologies, and upgrading the main base all require command value. Thus, command value is an absolutely core resource. How to allocate command value wisely is a fundamental lesson for all lords. Su Yang decided to summon a soldier first. He wanted to gauge the combat strength of the initial unit. With a thought, he initiated the summoning. Command value -100, whoosh. Steam erupted from the top of the armored camp, followed by the sound of mechanical operations. Clang! A crisp collision reverberated, and the mechanical sounds gradually ceased. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Click! Click! The mechanical components of the armored camp's grand entrance spun rapidly, and the metal doors began to open slowly. As the doors parted, a burst of scalding steam poured forth, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. Su Yang fixed his gaze on the thick, white mist, holding his breath in anticipation. Boom! The first sight to emerge from the steam was a foot clad in the square-toed, round-headed footwear of the Qin dynasty. Upon closer inspection, beneath the footwear lay a square metal plate. Connecting components on either side linked the plate to the metal knee guards and mechanisms via a bluish-gray bronze power shaft. Su Yang's mouth slightly agape. Could the term armored imply bronze battle armor? Boom! Boom! The armored infantry stepped forth from the dense white steam, fully revealing themselves before Su Yang. The soldier donned a streamlined Qin dynasty attire, complemented by a complete set of bronze exoskeleton armor. Thick, bluish-gray metal plates adorned the vital areas of the body. The armor pieces were interconnected through metal shafts, gears, and various connecting devices. Behind the soldier, a cylindrical mechanical disc was affixed. With each step, the internal mechanical components of the disc whirred to life, expelling jets of high-temperature steam from the upper vents. This was not merely an exoskeleton, it was a steam-powered battlesuit. Great Qin armored infantry. Moreover, from the exterior, this exoskeleton armor appeared remarkably advanced. The heavy metal ensured protection while the intricate machinery preserved the armor's agility. Su Yang stood in a state of stunned amazement. He had anticipated surprises, but never to this extent. Even modern technology has yet to fully master exoskeleton technology, yet here stood a Qin dynasty soldier already utilizing it in practical applications. Is this what Great Qin Heavy Industries embodies? Whoosh! The armored infantry came to a halt before Su Yang, removed their helmet, and bowed in salute, accompanied by a hiss of steam. Your Majesty, please take note. Chapter 5, The Unpredictable Lord Your Majesty. Upon hearing this weighty title, Su Yang pondered for a moment before nodding in response. Although he was not yet qualified to bear such a title, ambition and aspiration were essential for a leader. Without the ambition to become the first emperor or even to surpass him, how could one command such a grand empire? Regaining his composure, Su Yang's gaze fell upon the sword at the side of the armored warrior. It was a pale blue bronze sword. Markedly different from the bronze swords he had known, this blade was broad, nearly twice the size of a primitive bronze sword. The edge glimmered with a silvery sheen, suggesting unparalleled sharpness. The blade was intricately engraved with elaborate markings, exuding elegance and grandeur. Most intriguingly, a square mechanical device was affixed to one side of the hilt. Judging by its appearance, it was a compact steam apparatus, likely capable of emitting steam during slashing or thrusting to enhance its power. This was undoubtedly a set of equipment designed for slaughter. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Su Yang as he envisioned the scene of the armored warrior in battle. It would surely be a breathtaking spectacle. However, he reminded himself that warfare was no mere game for brutes. Every move required meticulous planning. Su Yang needed to swiftly assess his circumstances and determine his first target. Command value -100, he expended his command value to summon another armored warrior. Tasked with surveying the safety zone. Su Yang issued the order, and the two warriors promptly responded, turning to depart. Meanwhile, he opened the panel to review all the buildings he had unlocked. There were 3 resource types: steam-powered mining machines, high-pressure steam pumps, and liquid compressors. 2 storage types were available: solid resource warehouses and liquid resource warehouses. These were essential devices for acquiring natural resources in the early stages. Additionally, there was a barrack compatible with the armored unit, providing treatment, maintenance, and rest for the armored warriors. Each summoned armored warrior granted 1 unit of barrack capacity. Establishing a barrack required no resources, but utilizing it did. Repairing armor damage consumed 1 unit of copper ore, while replenishing the warrior's power necessitated 1 unit of concentrated water and 1 unit of fuel. If the armored warriors remained in motion without engaging in combat, their power could last approximately 6 hours. However, should they enter combat or move at high speed, that duration would diminish rapidly. Once the power was depleted, the warrior's combat effectiveness and mobility would be significantly affected. Currently, Su Yang's stock of resources stood at 0. Not only did the armored warriors require power, but the devices for acquiring natural resources did as well. The technological advancements of the Qin through steam power brought substantial enhancements but also led to immense energy consumption. If he could not resolve the energy issue within a limited time frame, he would find himself in dire straits. Compared to other civilizations, Su Yang's early situation was undoubtedly more pressing. The energy problem was his foremost adversary. Su Yang opened the information on the heart of the nest sent by the officials and quickly began his analysis. The energy he required was comprised of 2 components: concentrated water and fuel resources. Firstly, concerning water. The official data and surrounding environment indicated that the water resources in the nesting forest were quite abundant. However, most of these resources existed in the form of underground rivers. Thus, he needed to locate areas with higher humidity and establish a pump. He already had a high-pressure steam pump and simply needed to find a suitable area, which should not pose much difficulty. The second component, fuel resources, presented a far greater challenge. The nesting forest did not possess the woody plants typically found in ordinary forests, which could be felled for fuel. Instead, it was filled with crystalline mushroom-like plants, which Su Yang doubted could be used for burning. Without trees, he had to seek mineral resources. According to the data, coal resources were present in the nesting forest. If coal resources existed within the safety zone, that would simplify matters. If not, the last resource needed was food. The animal resources within the nesting forest were relatively plentiful. Notably, the insect race was carnivorous, meaning hunting could lead to encounters with them. However, food was less of a concern. Enduring hunger for a short period would be manageable. The pressing issue was the mineral resources. Failing to locate them would spell serious trouble. Footsteps echoed as the 2 patrolling armored warriors returned to Su Yang's side. After their reconnaissance, the good news was that the safety zone contained abundant water resources and signs of biological activity. The bad news, however, was the complete absence of mineral resources. Is this exoskeletal armor? This technology surpasses modern advancements. Incredible, utterly astonishing. In the military conference room, several military experts gazed intently at the armored warriors displayed on the large screen. They were eager to rush into the restricted area and study the armor on the warriors. It ensured both defense and agility, powered by steam, perfectly adapting to the wearer's movements. The exoskeletal technology had undoubtedly evolved far beyond contemporary science. It was almost unfathomable. The experts hastily took out paper and pens, eagerly sketching the armor's structure like wolves eyeing prey. The mood among the officers was equally buoyant. The exoskeletal armor would significantly enhance the combat capability of initial soldiers, greatly alleviating the early combat weaknesses of the Qin dynasty. It must be said,
Su Yang's choice of the Qin dynasty had once again brought them a delightful surprise.
After thorough analysis, the experts quickly deduced the armor's strength. Based on the soldiers' walking speed, this armor enhanced their physical capabilities by at least 80. If they could establish a numerical advantage, they would stand a good chance against the early insect race. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the early troops of other civilizations only needed sustenance, while their armor required fuel to operate. The nesting heart was resource poor, and it was quite possible that no fuel existed within the safety zone. If Su Yang did not swiftly realize this and conserve energy, the armor would not last until the end of the 7-day novice period when the insect race would invade. On the screen, the two armored warriors swiftly patrolled the territory within the safety zone. Each puff of emitted steam signaled energy consumption. It was clear that Su Yang was not conserving energy as the experts had hoped. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, with rising concerns. There were a full 7 days in the safety period. Reconnaissance could easily be conducted at a more leisurely pace. Why squander precious energy on exploration? If this consumption continued, it would become a grave issue whether the soldiers could withstand the impending insect tide once their armor's power was depleted. The chief of the military bore a solemn expression. The weekly communication opportunity had already been utilized. They had no means to influence Su Yang's decisions. All they could do was leave it to fate. In the official livestream, Su Yang had already installed the steam-powered pump, marking the establishment of their first resource acquisition device. The host, Xiao Shui, exclaimed with enthusiasm, striving to invigorate the atmosphere of the livestream.
How magnificent! The mechanical craftsmanship is truly awe-inspiring. Steam power is eternal. I wish to possess an armored suit of the warriors. Our great dragon nation shall not fear the insect race with such soldiers in just 7 days. In stark contrast to the excitement of the public, the experts in the livestream had fallen into a prolonged silence. They found no fuel resources within the safe zone, which indicated that Su Yang was merely squandering the energy of the armored soldiers. The optimal course of action would have been to cease all consumption of the soldiers' energy, to navigate through the 7-day novice protection period smoothly, and then summon them all at once to resist the tide of insects. However, Su Yang was completely oblivious to this fact. He was, astonishingly, directing the soldiers to move about aimlessly, wasting energy. Before long, the audience in the livestream began to notice the irregularities. They felt that Su Yang's actions were illogical. He should not be depleting energy in such a manner. Indeed, there was no fuel within the safe zone, and this was nothing but a waste of resources. They hoped Su Yang would quickly recognize the issue and refrain from any further reckless actions. Suddenly, the armored camp began to stir. He had summoned soldiers once again. On the large screen of the livestream, the armored camp started to rumble as one armored soldier after another emerged from the gates. What was happening? Was he out of his mind? With the novice protection in place, why waste resources summoning soldiers? What was the purpose of summoning so many troops within the safe zone? Did he believe that there were foreign species lurking there? As the crowd looked on in astonishment, Su Yang led his troops directly out of the protective zone. Warning, Dragon Kingdom contestant has exited the safe zone. The 7-day novice protection period has ended. Warning, Dragon Kingdom contestant has exited the safe zone. The 7-day novice protection period has ended. Chapter 6, The Swarm Approaches. Warning, 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 the Dragon Kingdom contestant has exited the safe zone. The 7-day novice protection period has ended. The Dragon Kingdom contestant has exited the safe zone. The 7-day novice protection period has ended. As the flashing warnings on the screen concluded, the live broadcast abruptly ceased. The daily hour of live reporting had come to an end. Gazing at the darkened screen, the populace erupted in chaos. Madness. 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 Was it truly their intent to lead us to our doom on the very first day by leaving the safe zone? Why would they do this? Are we all to perish alongside him? I do not wish to die, I refuse to die. The despair among the people reached a boiling point. All previous hopes dissipated with Su Yang's departure from the safe zone. Host Xiao Shui struggled for explanations, endeavoring to regain control over the frenzied crowd. Meanwhile, the experts wore ashen faces, utterly unable to find any comforting words for the public. Viewed from any angle, abandoning the 7-day safety period was an exceedingly foolish and self-destructive choice. Typically, individuals would strive to make the most of the novice protection period, aiming to fortify defenses within those 7 days in anticipation of the first wave of attacks. Even if certain resources were lacking within the safe zone, few would relinquish the 7-day protection, for that period at least offered safety. Usually, any abandonment of the protection would occur only after 5 or 6 days, when defensive structures had been established. Su Yang's audacious breach of the novice protection, with barely any footing gained, was unprecedented. At each moment, he now faced the necessity of guarding against the swarm's onslaught, allowing no room for error. Within the military conference room, some officers seethed with anger, while others remained enveloped in a heavy silence, not uttering a word. A few despondent experts had already begun to pray. The commander sat in his seat, his gaze darkened. "Calm yourselves," he bellowed. The room gradually quieted. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, the commander slowly spoke. "Relay my orders. The nation shall enter a Level 2 disaster emergency response state. Departing the safe zone will result in the loss of novice protection. Departing the safe zone will result in the loss of novice protection." Ignoring the incessant warnings flashing on the panel, Su Yang resolutely advanced toward the area beyond the safe zone. After establishing a steam pump within the safe zone, he immediately selected a path for exploration outside its confines. This was an exceedingly perilous choice, yet high risks often yield high rewards. Remaining within the safe zone posed no immediate threat to life, but it also offered no mineral resources. Thus, he would merely survive for 7 days, squandering a crucial early development opportunity. Conversely, venturing outside the safe zone, while facing the threat of the swarm, could potentially lead to the discovery of mineral resources. Should he unearth such resources to resolve the energy dilemma, subsequent construction would proceed unimpeded. The anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. Su Yang could comprehend the government's cautious strategy, yet he placed greater faith in his own judgment. Hiss, hiss, the steam warriors behind him continuously released scalding steam. The hive's dense forest was composed of countless peculiar and bizarre plants, towering approximately 3 stories high, densely clustered together. The chaotic hues and unique scents conjured an eerie atmosphere. Without the 2 steam warriors accompanying him, Su Yang felt he lacked the confidence to delve deeper. The moniker of Killer of Novices truly held merit. Since departing the safe zone, he had been exploring for nearly an hour. This hour had not been a straightforward advance, rather, he had coordinated with the other steam warriors to conduct a thorough search. Besides the 2 accompanying steam warriors, he had summoned 5 others to explore different directions, primarily around the periphery of the safe zone. Early resource structures should not be too distant from the main base, as this would enhance defensive capabilities. Excluding the 7 steam warriors out on exploration, 3 remained at home for defense. In essence, Su Yang had wagered all his commanding points on summoning steam warriors. If he failed to locate a mine before their energy was depleted, the game would come to an end. 76. The first summoned steam warrior was down to 76 steam power. The energy consumption was swifter than anticipated. Su Yang closed the panel, directing his gaze ahead. The dense vegetation severely restricted visibility to a mere 5 meters. If there were mineral veins, he would need to approach them closely to identify them. This significantly hampered their resource-finding speed and efficiency. Additionally, there were no promising developments in other directions, as 2 paths had already been obstructed by cliffs, leaving the rest devoid of discoveries. They needed to accelerate their efforts. A flicker of urgency gripped Su Yang's heart. Behind him lay the entire Dragon Kingdom and over 1 billion citizens. Failure was simply not an option. Swish, swish, the sound of rapid movement reverberated through the dense forest, as grotesque and corpulent plants swayed incessantly. Swish, swish, the noise grew nearer, shifting from a singular source to multiple directions. Su Yang instantly became vigilant. Something was swiftly approaching and encircling them. Hiss, a powerful surge of steam erupted. The 2 steam warriors drew their bronze swords, positioned protectively in front of Su Yang. Crack, 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 the cylindrical devices on their backs pulsated, as if gathering strength. The gears beside the sword hilt spun slightly, poised for action. This marked Su Yang's first encounter with the combat state of the steam warriors. The sense of security they exuded was unparalleled. Even with only 2 warriors, they radiated the authority of an entire army.
Swish, swish, the sound halted at a distance, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment.
Su Yang now confirmed they were under attack.
Only the native species of the hive, the Tyranid swarm, could execute such an organized assault. According to official data, early-stage Tyranid swarm teams typically comprised 2 to 3 members.
Yet,
from the sound, this swarm consisted of at least 5 creatures. The disparity in numbers was staggering.
Su Yang dared not delay. He promptly issued commands for the nearest steam warriors to rush to aid.
All he could do now was wait for reinforcements to arrive in time and pray that the enemy would not dare to strike recklessly. Suddenly, a section of vegetation to the side was swiftly severed.
3 towering Tyranid creatures surged forth with incredible speed.
Equipped with 6 razor-sharp legs and a pair of mantis-like blades, their heads formed inverted triangles adorned with 3 pairs of protruding eyes. Their bodies were cloaked in black and brown patterns, moving with astonishing velocity.
Tyranid stingers.
In the blink of an eye, the 3 creatures lunged at Su Yang. Hiss! A burst of high-temperature steam erupted.
The waiting steam warriors charged into action.
With jets positioned on their legs and torsos, they expelled high-pressure steam, tripling their speed. As they charged forward, the bronze sword swung fiercely. At the instant of contact with the enemy's limbs, high-pressure steam erupted from the sword hilts. Hiss! A flash of silver light. The Tyranid fell, spewing yellow-green blood. Kill level 1 Tyranid Stinger, commanding points 20, achieved global first kill, unlocked achievement first blood.
Commanding points 1000, chapter 7, global first kill.
With a swift motion, before the enemy could even react, the second sword sliced through the dense mist, precisely targeting the torso. In the blink of an eye, 2 strikes rendered the second Tyrant Stinger incapacitated.
At that moment,
a shadow loomed over Su Yang's face as the third Stinger's twin blades were poised above his head. Alarmed, Su Yang's pupils constricted. These creatures understood who commanded them. He leaped backward with all his might. Although he had retreated, his speed was insufficient.
The 2 razor-sharp insect blades struck with lightning speed, unavoidable.
The sharp clang of metal rang out as the well-trained armored warrior swiftly intervened, his arms spread wide, shielding Su Yang. He absorbed the attack with his bronze-plated armor. The clash of insect blades against iron armor sent countless sparks flying. As the sparks rained down, the armored warrior retaliated, thrusting his sword upward with immense force. With a blast of high-pressure steam propelling him, he executed a rising diagonal strike. The stinger emitted a shrill buzz as blood gushed forth, its limbs scattered across the ground. Kill level 1 Tyrant Stinger, domination value 20, Su Yang fixed his gaze on the stinger, his chest heaving with exertion. The previous moment had felt precariously close to death. Thankfully, the combat prowess of the armored warrior was surprisingly formidable, otherwise, a stab from that blade would have ensured immediate demise or a slow, painful end. In the midst of catching his breath, Su Yang suddenly recalled something: there should have been 5 enemies. He swiftly turned around and saw the other 2 stingers collapsing to the ground, reduced to mere remnants.
Kill level 1 Tyrant Stinger.
Domination value 20, kill level 1 Tyrant Stinger, domination value 20. Grateful for the presence of 2 armored warriors, Su Yang felt a surge of emotion. Just as he believed the battle had concluded, a cacophony erupted from the dense forest. The sound was not approaching but receding rapidly.
Pursue! Su Yang commanded without hesitation.
The armored warrior behind him sprang into action, its steam-driven apparatus roaring to life, thick vapor blasting forth.
In ordinary mode,
the armor could enhance a warrior's physical capabilities nearly twofold. In combat mode, the enhancement would reach approximately 3 times.
When entering sprint mode, which prioritized speed,
it could amplify the warrior's velocity by 5 times. The armored warrior shot forward like an arrow, tearing through the vegetation, quickly locating the fleeing insect. Unlike the attacking stingers, this one was smaller and lacked offensive blades. Instead, its leaf-like back was densely covered with antennae. Sensing the armored warrior's approach, it tensed. Its antennae vibrating at a high frequency, seemingly conveying a message. The armored warrior offered no opportunity for escape. In a charging state, it hurled its bronze sword forward. The combined speed and steam acceleration propelling it through the foliage, piercing the insect's body and pinning it to a massive rock. Kill level 2 Tyrant Brain Bug. Domination value 100, the brain bug's demise resulted in a fragment of tissue enveloped in white light emerging from its corpse. The armored warrior retrieved the glimmering fragment and presented it to Su Yang.
As he reached out to touch it, the fragments seamlessly entered his backpack. Acquired ordinary E-class loot. Biological signal fragment, a special material for synthesizing a biological radar, event triggered, reward for the brave, ordinary E-class loot upgraded to rare E-class loot, upon synthesizing the biological radar. Detection range will expand. To Su Yang's surprise, an incentive event had been triggered. Incentive events are random occurrences within the forbidden zone. Surviving dire situations or overcoming overwhelming odds could potentially activate such events. These events can yield both positive and negative outcomes. In this instance, Su Yang had evidently encountered a beneficial one. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that all 5 Tyran stingers and 1 Tyran brainbug lay dead. It seemed that the Tyran insect race was not as terrifying as he had anticipated. Su Yang's thoughts raced as he analyzed the battle's dynamics. The conclusion he reached was not that the insect race was weak, but rather that the armored warriors were exceptionally strong. As a native species, the insects exhibited remarkable mobility and could leverage the forest's cover to approach undetected. Only high-mobility units like the armored warriors, equipped with battle armor, could counter them so effortlessly. In contrast, had other early-game troops been deployed, even with superior firepower, they would have merely been flesh-and-blood soldiers. If the insects closed the distance, their intense firepower would become ineffective, leaving them vulnerable. Truly, the product of Qin Heavy Industries, the armored warriors possessed nearly otherworldly strength. After analyzing the combat capabilities of both sides, Su Yang began to assess his gains. The rewards from this battle far exceeded his expectations, almost too bountiful to describe. Firstly, the substantial domination value gained from killing the Tyran insects was remarkable. As the native species of the heart of the insect nest, their formidable combat capabilities were evident from their anatomical structure. 6 sharp appendages allowed them to traverse the soft humus of the forest floor with remarkable speed. Their vividly colored exoskeletons provided concealment within the foliage, and they could organize for combat from the onset. Such powerful traits are rare among other native species in different regions. This explains why the heart of the insect nest is often regarded as the most challenging starting point, a graveyard for newcomers. However, with high difficulty comes equally valuable rewards. The average domination value drop for level 1 creatures is around 5 points, whereas the lowest stinger yields 20 points, not to mention the brain bug, which commands a full 100 points. Every situation possesses duality. While the Tyran insects present significant challenges, they also offer substantial rewards. Beyond the kills, the unexpected one. 000 domination value from the first kill achievement was particularly astonishing. The official records of the Dragon Kingdom merely mentioned the first kill achievement without specifying the 1,000 domination value reward. This discrepancy might stem from their conservative approach. The first 2 rounds of first kill rewards were claimed by the United States and the Eastern Isles, both of whom managed to endure until the end of the Forbidden Zone. The high domination value provided by the first kill reward undoubtedly played a role in their success. With the 6 Tyran insects and the first kill achievement reward combined, Su Yang's domination value surged to 1,200 points. Starting with an additional 1,000 points placed him a full doubling ahead of other lords. This advantage meant he could unlock technologies and develop more rapidly, bearing immense strategic significance. Lastly, he acquired a rare-grade biological signal fragment, which could be utilized in various detection device syntheses. Detection equipment is crucial in the complex environment of the forest. Its creation could significantly mitigate the risk of insect ambushes. Moreover, due to the triggered event, the item's grade was elevated to rare, making it a rare find in the early game. E-class denotes the loot's level, ranging from low to high as E, D, C, B, A, and S. Early trials typically yield only E-class loot. Conversely, rare signifies the quality of the loot, categorized from low to high as ordinary, quality, rare, expert, and legendary. The higher the quality, the better the overall effects. As item levels increase, the disparity between high and low quality becomes even more pronounced. Satisfied, Su Yang stored the loot and opened the Armored Warrior S panel. The remaining steam power of the 2 armored warriors stood at 55 and 57. In a battle lasting less than a minute, this 2-to-5 encounter had consumed nearly 20 of their fuel reserves. The energy expenditure was astonishing. However, Su Yang understood the necessity of such incredible energy consumption. It was already remarkable that steam power could animate the weighty bronze armor. Pursuing further enhancements in endurance would indeed be an insatiable desire.
Experiencing such significant energy consumption from the Imperial armor, Su Yang felt an increasing urgency to seek out carbon ore resources. Fortunately, the recent unlocking of achievements had granted him 1,200 points of dominion value, theoretically allowing for the support of an additional 12 soldiers as reserve forces. This alleviated much of Su Yang's pressure and bolstered his confidence in the search for carbon ore.
In addition to the carbon ore, there is another noteworthy point.
Although the swarms suffered a defeat of 5-2 against the Imperial warriors,
this does not imply that they are weak in combat capabilities. The blow absorbed by the Imperial warriors penetrated deep into the bronze chest armor,
depleting 32 of its protective value. The swarm traditionally triumphs through sheer numbers. Should their ranks increase, the outcome of future battles may very well change. The location of this skirmish was not far from the base, and considering the swarm's tendency to remain close to their nest during daylight hours, it is likely that the mother nest producing this particular swarm squad is in close proximity. Chapter 8, The Nest of Insects and the Release of Lord Information. Su Yang could not permit the existence of an insect nest in proximity to the base. As night descended, the activity of the swarm intensified, posing a potential threat to the base. Both the main base and the previously established steam pump required copper for repairs.
Should damage occur, Su Yang's current resources would be utterly insufficient.
Therefore, the search for carbon mine resources and the insect nest became his utmost priority.
To expedite the search,
he retained only 500 dominion points as reserves, investing the remaining 700 points into the armored troops to summon soldiers once more.
Dominion points minus 700. This is the advantage of acquiring additional dominion points in the early stages, allowing for more efficient task execution.
Under Su Yang's command, aside from the 3 armored sentries guarding the home front, all other soldiers were deployed for a thorough search in the vicinity of the base and the site of the skirmish. The objectives of the search expanded to encompass both the carbon mine resources and the insect nest.
Shortly after Su Yang set off again, a panel emerged, revealing information about the lords from 68 participating nations.
This was a customary practice of the Forbidden Zone. Once all lords had established their main bases,
the Forbidden Zone would unveil their information to the public.
This information was crucial for all lords, as aside from extraterrestrial species, the greatest threats emanated from the lords of other nations.
In theory, the Forbidden Zone did not restrict lords' actions. Alliances and confrontations were freely chosen. However, due to certain mechanisms,
eliminating opponents within the Forbidden Zone often yielded more rewards than forming alliances.
Slaying other lords or annihilating territories would grant the victor all resources of the defeated, along with dominion point rewards issued by the Forbidden Zone.
When an individual acquired advanced items or achieved significant milestones, bounties would be placed upon them by the Forbidden Zone. Thus, eliminating the target not only secured their resources but also garnered substantial rewards from the Forbidden Zone. Furthermore, periodically, the Forbidden Zone would rank nations based on their performances, distributing relevant items accordingly. The higher the rank, the more powerful the items received. Under such mechanisms, lords from various nations naturally found themselves in a state of hostility. To survive longer, one must understand their adversaries. As he followed the armored sentries in exploration, Su Yang meticulously examined the information of the lords from various nations. These individuals could very well become the adversaries he would face in the future. Country, United States, Lord, MacArthur, selected civilization, Cold War era United States. The first name that caught Su Yang's attention was one of his most formidable future opponents, the United States. Although the historical eras available for selection were limited, their strength was undeniable. Coupled with excellent development potential, they had successfully passed through the Forbidden Zone trial twice. This time, the selected lord for the trial was the renowned hawkish general of the United States, MacArthur. While Su Yang was not particularly familiar with him, he recognized him as a figure of the radical faction. A powerful opponent, posing a significant threat, Su Yang categorized the United States as a top-tier adversary.
He continued to peruse through a multitude of nations. Countries such as Russia, the British Empire, and the French Empire were similarly classified into the top tier by Su Yang.
These nations presented impeccable lords and civilizations. The remaining nations were ranked in the second and third tiers, exhibiting lesser threats, though still deserving of caution. As Su Yang swiftly skimmed through the remaining nations, his gaze abruptly halted at an alarming name: Japan. Country: Japan. Lord: Tojo Hideki. Selected civilization: World War II militaristic Japan. Japan: Tojo Hideki. World War II militarism. The sight of these three words sharpened Su Yang's gaze. Japan, during the militaristic era of World War II, adopted an aggressively expansionist development trajectory. In the second round of the Forbidden Zone trial, they eliminated 19 lords, ranking first in the kill count. They were a fearsome presence within the Forbidden Zone trials. Moreover, the lord representing Japan was none other than the former prime minister, Tojo Hideki, an ardent proponent of extreme militarism and a fervent war fanatic. The combination of these two elements was synonymous with slaughter. Within Su Yang's heart, anger and anticipation intertwined. The anger stemmed from witnessing the resurgence of this historically culpable civilization, while anticipation arose from the prospect of enacting revenge with his own hands. Without a doubt, Su Yang placed Japan at the forefront of his targets for elimination, ranking them at the top of his kill list. Upon reviewing the information of the lords from various nations, Su Yang realized that this round of the Forbidden Zone trial was the most intense to date. Achieving victory against these individuals, who wielded actual power in the real world, would prove to be an unimaginably daunting task. Nevertheless, in the face of these adversaries, Su Yang's confidence remained unshaken. He was backed by the nation of Qin, the pinnacle of the Huaxia civilization. However, to replicate the glories of the Qin dynasty, he could not afford any missteps. Currently, he had unlocked achievements ahead of others, starting with double the dominion points compared to the other lords. He needed to leverage this initial advantage to accomplish more, thereby widening the gap. Closing the panel, Su Yang directed the armored sentries to advance further. The immediate task was to swiftly resolve the energy dilemma and establish a robust defense system for the base. Only with a stable base could rapid development be achieved, allowing the technological superiority of the Qin dynasty to shine. Outside the Forbidden Zone, the information regarding the lords of various nations sparked a tremendous uproar. The broadcasts within the Forbidden Zone were not shared among nations and could not be transmitted in any form. The public could only glean insights into other lords' information through announcements from the Forbidden Zone or secondary reports from the media. As the Forbidden Zone released data on each lord, the media swiftly compiled the information and predicted the probability of success in the trials. On the leaderboard, the United States topped the chart with a predicted success probability of 86.31. Japan followed closely with a high success probability of 73.12. The top 6 nations boasted high prediction rates of over 60. Following them were nations with probabilities hovering in the 40 to 50 range. In this round of the Forbidden Zone trial, there was a significant number of nations in the intermediate range. As the trials progressed to the third round, nations had accumulated a wealth of experience. As long as the chosen civilization and lord were sound, and official strategies were employed for construction, the predicted success rates would not be particularly low. This round of the Forbidden Zone trial saw the intermediate range surpass the low range, becoming the segment with the most nations represented. Consequently, the media assessed this trial as the highest quality and most competitive trial to date. Following the intermediate range, the low range consisted of nations with predicted success rates below 30, indicating significant issues. Notably, Su Yang's Qin was labeled by various media outlets as the nation with the lowest predicted success rate in this round of the Forbidden Zone trials. Chapter 9: The Dread of the First Kill, the Fuel Crisis. The media across various nations reported a dismal 4.33 success rate for the Dragon Kingdom in this latest trial, excluding the supportive bias from its own media. It is evident that no one on the entire Blue Star believes the Dragon Kingdom can succeed. The commentary from global media described the Dragon Kingdom as having mediocre leadership, an antiquated era, and foolish decision-making. These 3 points unequivocally positioned the Dragon Kingdom at the bottom of the rankings with a mere 4.33 probability. Some media outlets even audaciously predicted that Su Yang would perish on the first day, and the Dragon Kingdom would face the most horrific natural disaster in history. Arrogance or ignorance? Breaking the newbie protection on the first day. Ridiculous. The Continental Lord appears to be mentally unstable, breaking the newbie protection to seek death. Countdown to annihilation.
The Dragon Kingdom may become the first major nation to face total obliteration.
Below the news reports about the Dragon Kingdom, netizens from various countries left mocking comments. The Dragon Kingdom's demise seemed imminent, and it was time for our Goryeo to take the stage. I declare that the Great Eastern Empire shall henceforth be the master of this land. The land of Tianzhu will take in the women of the Dragon Kingdom free of charge, both the young and the old. Faced with an overwhelming tide of ridicule, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, who initially held a strong sense of pride, found themselves at a loss for words. Even they believed Su Yang's actions were excessively reckless, and the entire nation was engulfed in panic. Any attempt to retaliate would be futile and would only serve to further excite the mockers. The populace of the Dragon Kingdom was simultaneously shrouded in the fear of impending disaster and infuriated by the derisive comments from other nations. Just as the people of the Dragon Kingdom were filled with anger and fear, a global announcement rang out. The Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Yang, has achieved the first kill in the entire realm, unlocking the achievement, First Blood. The announcement of Su Yang's first kill resonated throughout Blue Star. Everyone, regardless of their current state, received the notification. When this announcement appeared, all the foreign mockers were left dumbfounded. They had anticipated the downfall of the Dragon Kingdom, expecting to witness its disgrace. Who could have foreseen that the news would be about a first kill? In the previous 2 rounds, the first kill achievement was not accomplished until the 4th day at the earliest. Yet, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Yang, had shattered the record by achieving it on the very first day. Fake news. How could a civilization from the Bronze Age achieve the first kill the fastest? In the previous 2 rounds, first kills were only achieved by civilizations from the medieval Canon era. How could a civilization from thousands of years ago possibly accomplish this? Baka Yoru. Our Great Eastern Empire's 1,000 points of dominion. While Su Yang's first kill shocked nations worldwide, it also provided a sense of reassurance to the anxious citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a global first kill achievement. Seizing upon the surprise of the foreigners, the people of the Dragon Kingdom finally found their voice online. You small-minded spectators, the Dragon Kingdom shall not perish. I believe Su Yang possesses his own wisdom, his actions do not require your judgment. Though the Qin dynasty is ancient, our technology is by no means inferior. Our soldiers are equipped with exoskeleton armor. In response to the Dragon Kingdom's retorts, the citizens of other nations remained unconvinced. They believed that the Dragon Kingdom's ability to achieve the first kill was purely due to luck. Exoskeleton technology from the Bronze Age? Do you even believe that yourself? They must have had a favorable starting point, their enemies were undoubtedly incompetent. It was merely a stroke of luck that they stumbled upon it. If only that 1,000 points of dominion could be ours in the Great Eastern Empire. Although Su Yang's first kill allowed the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to vent their frustrations, they were acutely aware that the crisis was far from over. This was merely the first wave of encounters with the insect race. Without protection, Su Yang would face countless subsequent assaults. If he were to fail in defending against them, they would still suffer calamities. In the military headquarters of the Eastern Empire, Baka Yoru, those damned Dragon Kingdom people, even on the brink of death, had to steal the first kill achievement. The generals of the Eastern Empire slammed their fists on the table in fury. Their plan was to surpass the United States and claim the first position in the trial. Even though the Eastern Empire's national strength had risen to second in the world, they were still unsatisfied. The people of the Eastern Empire could not tolerate any power overshadowing their own. To surpass the United States, they needed to execute every step flawlessly, especially securing those initial 1,000 points of dominion. They had originally intended to break the newbie protection by the 3rd day to strive for the first kill achievement. However, they did not expect the Dragon Kingdom to break the protection on the very first day. Do we have intelligence on the initial troops of the Dragon Kingdom? What is this Qin dynasty all about? The Eastern general inquired. The technical staff quickly sifted through the data and reported nervously. The Qin dynasty is indeed an ancient nation from 1,000 years ago, and it seems there may be some connections with our ancestors, but specific information requires further investigation. The intelligence regarding the initial troops of the Dragon Kingdom is quite mixed, with some mentioning technologies such as exoskeleton armor. Creating exoskeleton armor from thousands of years ago? Using bronze? The Eastern general scoffed in disdain.
I would rather believe that the lad possessed innate strength than killed an insect creature himself. Don't try to fool me with false intelligence next time.
The Eastern general unfurled a military map, gradually regaining composure. Although the Eastern Empire had not secured the Dominion points, neither had the United States, which was a small consolation. Let us not stoop to the level of those doomed individuals. Order the entire army to stand by. Once the Dragon Kingdom is destroyed, we must land at the earliest opportunity and seize the territory. Capturing the lands of the Dragon Kingdom is our first step towards dominance. In the Forbidden Zone, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the sky gradually darkened. The search within the dense forest had yet to conclude. Su Yang tirelessly led the soldiers through the thicket. Fortunately, the night did not complicate their search. The bizarre flora in the forest emitted various bioluminescent hues at night. The vibrant lights illuminated every area of the woodland, with some spots even clearer than during the day. Su Yang struggled to push aside a patch of grass glowing with an orange-yellow hue. No surprises awaited him, behind the grass was merely more grass. A sense of fatigue washed over him. He had been searching for several hours alongside his soldiers. Opening the panel, he noted that the fuel for the first batch of armored soldiers was critically low, averaging between 30 to 40. The fuel reserves for the 2 armored soldiers protecting Su Yang had already dropped below 20. This was still a result of Su Yang's conscious effort to conserve fuel. In a few hours, the first batch of armored soldiers would completely lose their power. From Su Yang's observations, the armored soldiers could only pierce the insect shells effectively when utilizing steam power in conjunction with their bronze swords. Soldiers without armored power would find it difficult to contend with the insect race. If the first batch of armored soldiers lost their power, they would have to summon a new batch of warriors. Though reinforcements were available, Su Yang still felt a weight of pressure. He had not anticipated that searching for carbon or resources would prove so challenging. He resolved to unlock mining technology as soon as possible, otherwise, they would waste an inordinate amount of time seeking resources. As he pondered, a peculiar wave of sensation emerged within Su Yang's mind. It resembled Morse code or some encrypted signal, presenting itself in rhythmic sequences. Su Yang opened his backpack and swiftly located the source of the anomaly. It was the biological data fragment dropped by the brain insect. Upon removing it from his backpack, the fragment emitted a blue glow in Su Yang's hand, pulsating in synchronization with the signal waves. Was this receiving signals from the insect swarm? Chapter 10, Discovery of the Carbon Mine. The first battle. Su Yang gazed at the pulsating biological fragments in his hand, his mind rapidly sifting through the data transmitted from the military headquarters. The Tyrannid swarm, much like many insect species, possessed a highly differentiated social structure. Each swarm was governed by a Tyrannid queen, who typically resided within the depths of the hive and rarely moved. Having lost all capabilities aside from reproduction and signal transmission, these queens served solely as instruments of their species. They continuously produced various larvae and differentiated them according to specific needs. For instance, the rippers they had encountered were designated as predators, executing their roles without a brain, their actions dictated solely by the queen or the neurothrope. The neurothrope, having relinquished aggression, specialized in command and signal transmission. At this moment, the biological signal fragments in Su Yang's grasp were likely the organs through which the neurothrope received and transmitted signals. The pulsation of these organs indicated active signal reception, suggesting they had entered the coverage area of the queen's signals. Su Yang's eyes brightened as his thoughts raced. Theoretically, by tracing these signal fluctuations, he could locate the hive in proximity to their base. He quickly circled the area while holding the fragments. By observing the intensity of the fluctuations and luminescence, he swiftly discerned a clear direction. If all went well, this would lead him to the hive's entrance. The Tyrannid swarm exhibited territorial instincts. Within a designated area, only one swarm could exist. By eliminating their nest, they could substantially mitigate the dangers surrounding the base for an extended period, greatly aiding its stable development. In addition to the benefits for the base's growth, Su Yang also feared that the night would pose risks to their search operations. During the search, the armored soldiers were dispersed, and such fragmentation could be perilous when faced with the swarm, making them vulnerable to being picked off one by one. Only by eradicating the hive could Su Yang confidently allow his soldiers to continue their quest for the carbon mine.
It was imperative to consolidate their forces and take the initiative. With his thoughts racing, Su Yang issued orders to the entire army. Upon receiving the command, the dispersed armored soldiers swiftly regrouped at his location. While awaiting the assembly, Su Yang dispatched 2 soldiers towards the signal's origin as a reconnaissance unit. Approximately 10 minutes later, the soldiers returned, bringing not only the location of the hive but also unexpected news: the carbon mine. They had discovered that the hive was situated beneath a substantial carbon deposit. Hearing this, Su Yang was elated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After hours of searching and with the energy of the first group of soldiers nearly depleted, the carbon resources had finally manifested, coinciding with the hive's discovery. By eliminating the hive, they could simultaneously resolve both the security crisis of the base and the energy supply dilemma. The dawn of resolution was at hand. And Su Yang steeled himself to meticulously analyze the intelligence brought back by his soldiers. They had identified a single entrance to the hive, guarded by a squad of 5 Tyranids. The focus of this engagement would be at the hive's entrance. Given the uncertainty regarding the number of enemies within, surrounding the entrance for a decisive strike was the optimal strategy. If the Tyranids were allowed to position themselves on the surface, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. The first step was to discreetly eliminate the squad of 5. Following that, they would swiftly encircle the hive's entrance and seize the advantageous terrain. The plan was set. Once the army was assembled, Su Yang turned his gaze towards the hive's direction. It was time to advance. Within the dappled shadows of the dense forest, the armored soldiers adjusted their steam-powered devices to the lowest setting and proceeded with caution. Although this would slow their pace, it maximized their stealth. As they moved forward, the soft, decayed layer of the ground began to fade, indicating a significant change beneath. They had entered the mining area. Su Yang commanded the team to halt and dispatch 2 soldiers for further reconnaissance. The report confirmed that only 1 squad of Tyranids remained on the surface. Fortunately, there had been no increase in their numbers, which would have elevated the danger. The remaining soldiers split into 2 teams of 8 and 6. Upon engagement, the 6-member team would first deal with the surface Tyranids, while the 8-member squad would charge directly at the hive's entrance. As they pushed through the last layers of luminescent vegetation, a vast expanse of exposed carbon ore came into view. Energy and abundance of it lay before Su Yang. His gaze flickered with excitement, the vein was within reach. However, to claim this bounty, they must first overcome the final hurdle. Above the carbon mine, a neurothrope commanded 4 rippers, emitting a low hum. A short distance away, the hive's entrance descended into the earth. The success or failure of their mission hinged on this moment. Now! Su Yang called out sharply. With a resounding thud, the steam devices roared to life, enveloping the area in billowing white mist. 14 armored soldiers surged forward from the forest like arrows released from a bow. Upon hearing the commotion, the Tyranids immediately heightened their alertness. The neurothrope's low-frequency hum transformed into a piercing sound as it transmitted signals for reinforcements, while the rippers encircled it for protection. Yet, it was all in vain. The armored soldiers descended upon them, and their defenses crumbled instantly. Against the steam-powered bronze swords, the exoskeletons of the Tyranids proved as fragile as paper. Kill level 1 Tyranid Ripper, command value 20, kill level 1 Tyranid Ripper, command value 20, with their defenses shattered. The neurothrope exposed itself from its hiding place. The frontline soldiers, having completed their kill task, shifted slightly to the side. A main attacker from the rear executed a steam boost, thrusting his bronze sword forward. With a piercing sound, the sword pierced the entire body of the neurothrope, silencing its cries. Meanwhile, the 8 soldiers reached the hive's entrance and immediately formed a defensive perimeter around the opening. Su Yang held his breath, positioning himself and his soldiers at an optimal distance. As the neurothrope emitted its shrill cries, the interior of the hive was thrown into disarray. A flurry of sounds emerged from the depths of the entrance, accompanied by the rising chorus of insect noises. The swarm was closing in rapidly. The armored soldiers gripped their swords tightly, bracing for the impending confrontation. Suddenly, 2 insect blades burst forth from the darkness of the entrance. Before Su Yang could fully comprehend the appearance of the Tyranids, the poised soldiers struck with precision. The first ripper was cleaved in 2, its ichor spilling forth. Chapter 11, The Gaze of the Abyss in swift succession following the emergence of the first thorn bug, the second and third soon followed.
The armored warriors took turns unleashing their blades at the cave's entrance, steam billowing forth as each strike claimed a life.
The notifications of kills nearly overwhelmed Su Yang's interface.
Killed level 1 Tyrant Thorn Bug, Dominion points 20, killed level 1 Tyrant Thorn Bug, Dominion points 20, killed level 1 Tyrant Thorn Bug, Dominion points 20. The strategy proved effective. Due to the narrow confines of the cave entrance, the swarm could only launch attacks with a maximum of 2 bugs at a time,
rendering their numerical advantage moot.
After a period of encirclement, a 6-member team arrived at the cave's mouth. Su Yang began to rotate the warriors based on their energy reserves, ensuring each warrior maintained a sufficient supply for unforeseen events.
The onslaught continued unabated, the swarm charging like deathless soldiers, desperate to breach the entrance. Yet,
no matter how fervently they screeched, they could not prevail.
The notifications of kills persisted, climbing to an astounding total of 19.
One might hardly believe that the slaughtered were the Tyrant Swarm, the strongest faction in the early stages.
The count ceased at 22.
The swarm no longer pressed the attack, and the sound of bodies tumbling echoed from within the cave.
Had it come to an end? Su Yang raised his hand, signaling the armored warriors to hold their position.
He refrained from rushing in until the situation was fully assessed. Just as he was about to send in soldiers for a closer inspection,
2 half-meter-long bug spines shot forth from the darkened entrance.
Whoosh, whoosh, the speed was so swift that an ordinary person could scarcely react. The warrior stationed at the entrance swiftly parried one spine with his sword, while the other struck his chest armor, the tremendous force propelling him backward nearly half a meter. He sustained a loss of nearly 43 of his armor's integrity.
A ranged attack. Su Yang's eyes narrowed as he immediately ordered the armored warriors to retreat from the cave's mouth.
Although the strategic significance of the entrance was monumental, he had no desire to see his warriors harmed.
At this stage, lacking copper alloy resources, they could not repair their armor.
Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, dozens of bug spines shot forth in rapid succession, covering the entire entrance. Fortunately, they had retreated in time, otherwise, more warriors would have suffered armor damage.
Su Yang's mind raced with thoughts.
Soon, he commanded the warriors to split into 2 teams, one to distance themselves from the entrance and prepare to confront the swarm, while the other stood guard at the rear of the entrance, targeting the newly emerged bugs capable of ranged attacks.
Not long after their withdrawal,
hurried movement echoed from within the cave. Rustle, rustle, dozens of thorn bugs poured forth from the entrance, forming a small swarm. They brandished their dual blades, emitting a shrill screech that seemed to express their fury. Following closely behind were 2 brain bugs accompanied by 4 newly emerged bug types. These creatures, intermediate in size between the thorn bugs and brain bugs, bore dark brown patterns and possessed short, double-edged blades. Curved, scorpion-like spines extended upwards from their posterior. These were the units capable of ranged attack. Upon sighting them, Su Yang ordered a full assault. This time, they would annihilate them. Bang! Bang! The sound of steam jets erupted as the frontline armored warriors and those lying in ambush surged forward simultaneously. The swarm posed no challenge to the armored warriors, and the rear's ranged units, devoid of their distance advantage, became mere prey. Killed level 1 Tyrant Thorn Bug, Dominion points 20, killed level 2 Tyrant Brain Bug. Dominion points 100, killed level 2 Tyrant Spitting Worm, Dominion points 50, killed level 1 Tyrant Thorn Bug, Dominion points 20. With the continuous clashing of swords, the swarm's final wave of assault was utterly dismantled. After a period of waiting to ensure the cave remained quiet, Su Yang led the armored warriors deeper into the bug nest. Before entering, they illuminated the area with several bioluminescent plants. Within the glow, the internal structure of the nest revealed itself to Su Yang. The nest was not large, approximately 5 meters deep and the size of a basketball court. Its structure was simple. Upon entering the cave, a vast space unfolded, likely designed to shelter from the sweltering heat of the day. On one side of this expansive area was a passage leading to another space. As Su Yang and the armored warriors entered, they discovered it to be the dwelling of the queen bug. This was a dark, vast cavern, reeking of dampness. The walls were embedded with countless glowing mosses, providing a faint illumination. The armored warriors raised the bioluminescent plants to light their way, revealing a massive, 5-meter-high flesh mound suspended from the cavern's ceiling. The translucent flesh was filled with a murky liquid, and beneath it lay a large bug brain adorned with numerous tentacles, the Tyrant Queen bug, the progenitor of the swarm. Devoid of offensive capabilities, she was merely a reproductive machine. As she sensed an approach, the tentacles atop her brain thrashed wildly.
A cry for help? Alas! No one was there to answer.
Coldly, Su Yang gazed at the queen bug, raising his hand to command. 4 armored warriors stepped forward,
slowly inserting a bronze sword into the brain.
As the blade penetrated deeper, the queen bug emitted a piercing scream, the flesh mound quivering behind her.
After a time,
the scream diminished, and the notification of a kill resonated. Killed level 3 Tyrant Queen bug, Dominion points 200, thus, the battle to cleanse the nest concluded. Under Su Yang's command, the armored warriors suffered only minor damage to their armor. They had slain 36 thorn bugs, 3 brain bugs, 4 spitting worms, and 1 queen bug.
Although unexpected circumstances arose during the battle, Su Yang swiftly devised countermeasures. However, the principal reason for achieving a casualty-free victory lay in the overwhelming combat prowess of the armored warriors. Their high mobility and combat strength granted them a significant advantage even in 1 versus many scenarios. The only shortcoming was their excessive energy consumption. After a day of searching and 2 battles, the initial 7 armored warriors had nearly exhausted their power reserves, dwindling below single digits and barely maintaining basic mobility. It was evident that the armored warriors' weakness lay in prolonged engagements. Had the swarm been larger, the outcome could have been drastically different. Fortunately,
the issue of energy shortages was alleviated with the acquisition of carbon or resources.
The primary dilemma had been resolved. Now,
the focus shifted to the vigorous development of their base. Closing the interface, Su Yang noticed a dull yellow drop materializing from the corpse of the queen bug. He reached out to touch it and stowed it in his backpack.
Acquired common E-rank drop.
Heart of the nest, can be used to accelerate technological research, achievement unlocked, bug exterminator. Dominion points 500, event triggered, the gaze of the abyss, you have been marked by the tyrant swarm, the frequency of attacks on your territory will increase. Chapter 12, Unraveling the Energy Crisis, Journey to the New Base. Accelerating the pace of technological research and development is invariably a beneficial endeavor.
The interconnection between technological advancement, territorial expansion, and military enhancement is profound.
A higher level of technology often translates to superior development and enhanced combat prowess.
Thus, technological research is of paramount importance at every stage of territorial growth.
However, research requires not only a certain level of dominion value but also a significant investment of time. Expediting the research process effectively shortens this time frame, thereby accelerating territorial development.
After collecting the heart of the swarm, Su Yang turned his attention to the event triggered this time.
Unlike the previous incentivizing event, this one was evidently a negative occurrence.
The abyssal gaze signifies that the insectoid species would increase their assault frequency on his territory.
Nonetheless, it cannot be entirely deemed a disastrous event.
Although inadequate defenses would invite catastrophic consequences, if defenses are adequately reinforced, the increased frequency of insectoid attacks would merely yield additional dominion value.
From this point forward, fortifying the base's defenses must be prioritized. Apart from the heart of the swarm, the most significant reward from this battle was the dominion value acquired.
A total of
420 dominion points were obtained, along with a 500-point reward for achieving the Pest Extermination Expert accolade, culminating in a grand total of 920 dominion points, almost 2,000.
With this dominion value, Su Yang could significantly enhance the pace of base development.
Typically, an initial setup yields around 1,000 dominion points.
Yet Su Yang's current total has already surpassed 4,000.
This opportunity must be seized to gain an advantage over other lords.
After reviewing the spoils of battle,
Su Yang returned to the surface, where the primary treasure of this conflict awaited him, the carbon mine. Observing the dark, exposed carbon deposits on the ground, he felt no aversion. Instead, his eyes sparkled with the allure of treasure. In his former life, he might have overlooked such resources, but now they represented a lifeline. As Su Yang traversed the vein, he occasionally pressed his foot down to gauge the compactness of the carbon layer. With only 2 mining machines at his disposal, he needed to select the site with utmost precision.
After a period of exploration, Su Yang identified a section of land distanced from the insect hive. He then retrieved the blueprint and set down the first mining machine. Upon detecting the mining facility, the unique characteristics of the Qin Heavy Industry were triggered. Mining machine, steam-powered mining machine. The activation of this characteristic left Su Yang astounded. What effects might this steam-powered mining machine possess? The sound of mechanical gears clashing resonated as the garage-sized power mining machine was completed. Like other upgraded structures within his territory, the power mining machine was constructed with a bronze framework, powered by steam. With a resounding thud, the mechanical arm struck into the vein and commenced its operation. Successfully constructed steam-powered mining machine, base production value, 30 units of coal resources day, environmental bonus, surrounding carbon resources are abundant. Increasing daily output by 5 units, civilization bonus, Qin craftsmanship allows for efficient operation of the mining machine. Adding 15 units to daily output, post-bonus production value, 50 units of coal resources day, Su Yang gazed at the mining machine's panel with delight. True to the Qin. The craftsmanship alone augmented the production by 15 units, which is half of the base value. Additionally, the mining machine benefited from environmental bonuses, bringing the total daily output to 50 units. Most importantly, the power mining machine operates autonomously, requiring no laborers. In contrast, nearly all other civilizations' early mining operations necessitate manual labor. This capability would save Su Yang a significant amount of manpower in the early stages. The armored soldiers require 1 unit of fuel and 1 unit of concentrated water to replenish their energy. A high-pressure water pump has been established, yielding a daily output of 100 units of water. 2 units of water can be compressed into 1 unit of concentrated water within the liquid compressor, translating to a daily output of 50 units of concentrated water. If the armored soldiers maintain mobility, their energy reserves will last for 6 hours. Combat and high-speed maneuvers will hasten this consumption. Currently, Su Yang commands 17 armored soldiers. The 50 units of reserves can sustain his entire army for 3 rounds of energy replenishment. If the insectoids launch a relentless assault, energy concerns will be the least of his worries. Of course, barring any extraordinary circumstances, the soldiers can operate efficiently with ample energy reserves. Watching the mining machine operate with a thunderous rhythm, Su Yang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He then positioned a second steam-powered mining machine on the exposed ground not far from the carbon deposit. This machine was primarily designed for extracting stone resources, which are crucial for constructing walls and various defensive structures in the early stages. After accounting for various bonuses, the stone mining machine's output reached 100 units of stone resources per day. Based on Su Yang's knowledge, this extraction rate is notably swift, comparable to that of some modern civilizations. The primary contributor to this efficiency is the Qin civilization's unique characteristics. The exceptional craftsmanship enhances all facilities, granting them efficiency beyond the norm. Surrounding the carbon and stone mines, Su Yang also established solid resource warehouses. Thus, a mining site equipped with both production and storage facilities was completed, effectively resolving the most pressing energy concerns of the early stages. The next step was to ensure the base's development proceeded on the right track. For any base, production capacity and technological level are paramount. However, given Su Yang's current circumstances, enhancing base defenses must take precedence. Firstly, he had prematurely dispelled the novice protection, preventing him from leisurely developing for a week like other lords. Moreover, he had been marked, indicating that the insectoid assaults might come quicker and more ferociously than anticipated. Therefore, before embarking on significant development, he must meticulously plan a series of defensive measures for the base. When discussing defense, the distance between the main base and the mining site emerges as a critical issue. It takes the armored soldiers approximately 10 minutes to traverse this distance, which can be reduced to 4 minutes at full speed. While this duration is not excessively long, it would be insufficient for timely reinforcements during an attack. Additionally, dividing defenses early on would consume considerable resources. Thus, Su Yang opted for relocation. The main base and facilities like the armored camp can be retracted into his inventory and redeployed. He intends to move the Lord's residence and the previously established structures to the mining area for a comprehensive redesign. The site selection is inherently significant.
as many lords choose to relocate after the novice protection period concludes, seeking territories more suited to their civilizations. Su Yang's early dispelling of novice protection permits him to select a territory ahead of others, thus providing him a competitive edge. Once the relocation is complete, the focus will shift to establishing defensive structures for the new base. At present, the only defensive structures Su Yang can construct are walls and watchtowers. The walls are made of stone, each segment standing 3 meters tall and 1 meter long, requiring 1 unit of stone resources to build. The watchtowers serve to extend the reconnaissance range for the guards and necessitate 5 units of stone resources for construction. Based on the current stone production capacity, he could erect 100 meters of walls in a day, enclosing a square area of 25 by 25 meters. After estimating the total area occupied by the existing structures, Su Yang decided to build a square enclosure measuring 50 by 50 meters, with 4 watchtowers at each corner for reconnaissance and defense. Thus, the stone resources produced over just a little more than 2 days would suffice to complete the wall. After a brief wait at the mining site, Su Yang left 4 soldiers behind and led the remaining troops back to the residence for the relocation task. By the following morning, as the sunlight dispersed the luminescent glow within the dense forest, Su Yang successfully completed the transfer to the new base. Chapter 13: The Mozi Qianji Tower. Establishment of the new base. As the new base was being planned, Su Yang divided it into 2 distinct zones, the Lord's area and the production area. In the Lord's area, a grand mansion was erected, surrounded as usual by the armored camp and military barracks, with ample space left for future expansion. An additional city wall was intended to separate the Lord's area from the production area, effectively insulating the noise from mining machines and the dust generated by excavation activities. The production area was equipped with 2 steam-powered mining machines and a relocated high-pressure water pump, along with solid liquid resource warehouses and a liquid compressor. In summary, all installations were related to production and storage. The preliminary plan for the base had thus been successfully outlined. Once the city walls were completed, the first base of the Great Qin would come into existence. After finalizing the intricate planning and relocation tasks, Su Yang accessed the panel and navigated to the technology section. There lay the core building for technological production, the research station. Every lord possessed such a technological edifice, as it was the sole structure for upgrading and unlocking technologies. Scientific advancement is the foremost productive force, and the level of technology largely determines the strength of a civilization. The quicker one ascends the technology tree, the greater the advantages one can secure over others. This is precisely why Su Yang prioritized establishing the technological core immediately after planning the base. Upon detecting the establishment of the research center, Great Qin Heavy Industries was triggered. Research Station, Mozi Qianji Tower. The industrial characteristics of heavy industries activated once more. Upgrading the research station into the Mozi Qianji Tower. Su Yang swiftly opened the research panel to examine the details. Technology building, Mozi Qianji Tower. Construction cost, none. Maintenance cost, 5 units of fuel resources day. 5 units of concentrated water resources day. The name Mozi Qianji Tower truly resonates with the cultural essence of the Great Qin. Mozi was a renowned thinker, scientist, and military strategist from the pre-Qin era. As the founder of the Mechs school, he established a comprehensive scientific theory centered on universal love, achieving remarkable success in geometry, physics, and optics. Naming the technological core after the Mozi Qianji technique is indeed fitting. Su Yang laid down the blueprint and commenced the construction of the Mozi Qianji Tower on the previously designated open space in the Lord's area. As the blueprint was positioned, segments of metal rods and gears interlinked, gradually forming the territory's first technological edifice. This tower, approximately 5 meters high, featured a broad and robust base, with a metallic device resembling a globe continuously revolving at its pinnacle. The tower's body, constructed from green paulownia, shimmered with a bluish-gray hue, like the armored elite. The Qianji Tower was also powered by steam, necessitating a substantial amount of fuel resources. Thus, Su Yang did not rush its construction in the early stages, knowing that without fuel, the Qianji Tower would be rendered ineffective. However, with the recent unlocking of carbon ore resources yielding a high output of 50 units per day, the tower's requirement of 5 units per day was easily met. Once construction was completed, Su Yang accessed the Qianji Tower panel.
Aside from the foundational buildings and technologies provided initially, all future technologies and constructions would need to be unlocked within the Qianji Tower to be obtained and utilized. The central axis of the panel, representing the main technology tree, was the level of the main base. All building levels would be subject to the limitations of the main base level. Currently, his main base, the Lord's Mansion, was at level 1, having exhausted all possible constructions. To upgrade existing buildings or unlock new ones, he must first elevate the main base level. Beneath the central axis, 5 subsidiary axes extended, corresponding to resources, defense, troop types, technology, and heroes. The first 4 options related to corresponding buildings or facilities. Resources pertain to all mining machines and resource production facilities. Defense corresponded to city walls and lookout towers. Troop types involved the construction and upgrading of various soldier units, and technology encompassed a spectrum of scientific advancements, such as radar detection and electrical engineering. The final hero branch remained grayed out, unlockable only upon reaching level 3 of the main base. Once the hero option was unlocked, it would enable the summoning of notable heroes from the respective civilization, significantly impacting the late-game progression, which Su Yang eagerly anticipated. The Huaxia civilization has always been a cradle of talent, and having the assistance of such distinguished figures would undoubtedly facilitate a smoother path to dominance. Currently, the level 1 main base offered very few upgrade options. The technology tree was largely gray, with only troop types and technology showing promise. Upon exploring the troop types, he discovered that the level 1 armored camp could upgrade its soldiers. However, this required the unlocking of a prerequisite technology efficient converter. Technology efficient converter enhances the energy conversion efficiency of steam devices, reducing energy loss. Dominion points 500, time 5 hours. Troop types were the sole source of combat strength in the early stages, making their upgrade essential. Su Yang promptly invested 500 Dominion points to commence research on the efficient converter. Nevertheless, beyond the Dominion points, the research would also consume 5 hours of time. Given the preciousness of time in the early game, Su Yang was neither inclined nor able to wait. With a flicker of thought, he utilized the previously acquired heart of the insect nest. Using the item heart of the insect nest, research time reduced by 5 hours. Upon using the item, the efficient converter was instantaneously completed. He revisited the troop panel, now ready to upgrade his soldiers. Troop type, Great Qin Armored Elite, level 1-2, effect, increases steam conversion efficiency by 50. Enhances mobility of the Armored Elite by 50, Dominion points, 300, a 50 increase in steam conversion efficiency translates to a 50 reduction in energy consumption. This means that the elite soldiers could extend their operational duration from 6 hours to 9 hours while enhancing their mobility and combat capabilities. Although the magnitude of improvement was significant, the Dominion points required for such upgrades were considerable, necessitating careful selection of upgrade candidates. Su Yang chose the first 2 summoned armored elites, bestowing them names in recognition of their service, Zhenwu and Zhao Zhang. With a mere thought, both armored elites underwent their respective upgrades. With the upgrades complete, Su Yang redirected his focus back to the main axis. To further advance his territory, the Lord's Mansion must be upgraded. Main base, Lord's Mansion, level 1-2, unlocks level 2 resource devices, level 2 defensive facilities, level 2 armored camp. And additional technology branches. Upgrade requirements, Dominion points, 1000, time, 1 day, having exhausted all level 1 base options. Upgrading the base was the only path to the next developmental stage. Without hesitation, Su Yang chose to upgrade, consuming another 1000 Dominion points. The total expenditure for upgrading the base and troops amounted to 2,100 Dominion points, leaving him with 320 points. It is noteworthy that the initial Dominion points for a lord is only 1,000, and typically, base upgrades occur after the new player protection period of 1 week. Yet, Su Yang completed the level 1 technology tree by the next day and initiated the base upgrade, a feat unimaginable to other lords. Shortly after commencing the base upgrade, an electronic voice resonated. The Lord's Hall has been opened, within a specified time. Lords may communicate with one another in the hall. Chapter 14, The Terrifying Heart of the Insect Nest. On the second day of the trials, the Lord's Hall opened. A customary practice within the Forbidden Zone. The Lord's Hall essentially serves as a communal chat room, allowing various lords to freely exchange information. Su Yang swiftly entered the Lord's Hall, eager to glean any pertinent insights. The interface of the Lord's Hall is remarkably straightforward. featuring a large chat box at the top and a message input area below.
Notably, participants can choose to remain anonymous or disclose their identities when sending messages. Should one feel that certain announcements might reveal their personal information, anonymity is permitted without restriction by the Forbidden Zone. The chat box currently displays a real-time online count of 68 individuals, however, since his entry, not a single message has been posted.
Su Yang nodded slightly,
recognizing that everyone seems to have grasped the wisdom of discretion. During the previous 2 rounds of trials, it was common for participants to engage in verbose discussions within the Lord's Hall. If a discerning individual were to take note, one could easily become a target. The Lord's Hall is far from the harmonious facade it presents. All present are, in truth, hunters. It is imperative to avoid disclosing personal and territorial information during resource exchanges, unless one has decided to forfeit this round of the game. Lord of Spain, I hereby declare my withdrawal from this trial, relinquishing all resources and exiting all conflicts. I hope a nation can provide me with humanitarian aid.
The first message is a public declaration of withdrawal from the competition?
Su Yang pondered the reasons behind the Lord of Spain's decision. Generally, it is uncommon for anyone to abandon the trials of the Forbidden Zone,
especially considering the potential for resource acquisition.
Even if one were to withdraw from the competition, there is no guarantee of refuge until the end of the Forbidden Zone. Retaining a foreign lord poses a risk regardless.
Lord of Spain, if I am safely extracted from my current location, I can offer all my dominion points. Anonymous, which area are you in? Someone seems intrigued.
The Lord of Spain paused for a moment before responding.
Lord of Spain, heart of the insect nest. The heart of the insect nest? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. This individual hails from the same region as he does. Lord of America, accursed place. No wonder you wish to withdraw. Anonymous, is 1,000 dominion points worth the risk of venturing into the heart of the insect nest?
Upon revealing the location of the heart of the insect nest, the interest of the other lords swiftly waned. Only Su Yang felt a flicker of surprise, recalling the details he had seen on the Lord's panel. The Lord of Spain had chosen the Renaissance period, which should feature firearms. Why would a civilization equipped with such advanced weaponry be so fearful of the insect race?
Lord of England, may I inquire about your initial troop type?
Lord of Spain, line infantry, armed with flintlock guns, each soldier worth 25 dominion points.
Lord of England, set aside other considerations. Allocate all dominion points to summon soldiers.
If you construct walls during the protection period, 40 soldiers should survive the first wave of the insect tide. Remember to allow the insect tide to approach within 50 meters before firing, and ensure that the vegetation outside the walls is cleared to prevent it from obstructing bullets.
Lord of Spain, are you truly speaking the truth? Our nation cannot afford another defeat. Lord of England, by the name of the Queen. My words are entirely sincere.
However, the real challenge lies not in defending against the first wave of the insect tide, but rather in escaping the dense insect nest afterward. I suggest you determine your escape route during the protection period and relocate your base immediately after fending off the insect tide. No one in the history of the Forbidden Zone has successfully exited the insect nest. I sincerely hope you will be the first. Lord of Spain, your character is commendable, thank you. After observing the exchange between these two lords,
Su Yang turned to gaze at the distant entrance of the insect nest.
Presumably, the corpse of the mother insect within has begun to dissolve.
Could it be that the insects he encountered were merely minions?
Su Yang felt a twinge of doubt. Although he understood that the heart of the insect nest was a graveyard for newcomers, his prior encounters had not instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure. He began to suspect that the reason the heart of the insect nest had earned its grim reputation was due to the weakness of the first 2 batches of lords born here, thus bestowing a fearsome reputation upon the insect race.
Truly formidable nations ought not to fear the insects. However, after witnessing the communication between the lords of England and Spain, he realized that even these once glorious civilizations approached the insect race with considerable trepidation. Even if they could withstand the assault, their immediate choice was to escape the heart of the insect nest. Why did his perceptions diverge so significantly from theirs? After much reflection, Su Yang arrived at a conclusion. It seems that the formidable nature of the Qin's initial troop types must bear some blame. In his first encounter, he had effortlessly triumphed 2 against 5, annihilating a squad of insects. In the second battle, he had even razed their lair. Were it not for the terrifying combat prowess of the armored sharp soldiers, other troop types would likely have perished numerous times while executing such an aggressive strategy. In hindsight, Su Yang recognized how audacious his earlier decisions had been. It would not be an exaggeration to label them reckless. He hoped the audience watching the livestream had not been unduly alarmed by his actions. He resolved to exercise greater caution in future encounters with the insect race, adopting a strategy of contempt for the enemy while maintaining tactical respect. Additionally, aside from this cautionary realization, Su Yang gleaned some information. It is conservatively estimated that the combat effectiveness of the Qin's elite soldiers ranks among the highest tiers. This revelation was undoubtedly good news for Su Yang. Initially, he believed that the Qin dynasty's advantages would only manifest gradually through technological advancements. Now, he discovered that the Qin's early capabilities were equally formidable, with even greater potential for development to come. Following the Lord of Spain's announcement, the hall buzzed with lords engaging in trivial discussions. The lords of nations like America, whom Su Yang had classified as among the elite, rarely spoke. Only the Lord of England was ever willing to respond to inquiries, addressing the concerns of fellow lords with meticulous detail. As Su Yang perused the information on the lords, he discovered that the Lord of England was none other than the legitimate princess of the English royal family, Elizabeth VI, a mere 16 years of age. No wonder, he thought, as he grasped her identity and youth, her actions became clear. Being of royal lineage implied she had received an excellent education and possessed a wealth of knowledge, which enabled her to offer sound advice. At the same time, her tender age rendered her somewhat naive, harboring overly idealistic views about human nature in the world. The Forbidden Zone would soon impart some lessons upon her. Just as Su Yang was about to exit the Lord's Hall, feeling that no valuable information had emerged, a message caught his attention directly. Anonymous, did the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom not achieve the first kill? Why has the Great One not uttered a single word? Anonymous, I wish to know where the Dragon Kingdom was born. Daring to break the novice protection on the first day seems rather audacious. Anonymous, Su Yang must be a remarkably charming man. Would it be possible to engage in a private conversation for deeper exchanges? Chapter 15. The strong fear not targeting the discussion in the Lord's Hall shifted to Su Yang, who offered no response. In the absence of necessity, he refrained from speaking. Anonymous, his starting point should be quite safe. Even cold weapon soldiers dare to breach the novice protection. Anonymous, certainly. Would a group wielding knives dare to attack stone golems and insectoid creatures? Anonymous, that lad is indeed fortunate. However, one wonders how long his luck will last. Observing the speculations and disdain of the lords in the hall, Su Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. The more they underestimated him, the more opportunities and time he would have for development. If he were to shine too brightly from the outset, he would inevitably become a target, making his journey exceedingly difficult. American Lord, while breaking the novice protection is perilous, it allows for greater resource acquisition and accelerated development. Since the Dragon Kingdom has not perished, their development, bolstered by Dominion value rewards, likely surpasses that of all others. Japanese Lord, Lord Su Yang is a clever individual, let us not underestimate him. With the remarks of the American and Japanese lords, the previously mocking atmosphere in the hall shifted. The lords cast aside their prior disdain for the Dragon Kingdom and began to analyze the situation with seriousness. Su Yang's gaze flickered coldly as he scrutinized the speeches of the American and Japanese lords. Their intentions were not to commend him or promote the Dragon Kingdom, but rather to mitigate the threat he posed to their dominion. Having achieved the first kill, Su Yang undoubtedly stood as the front-runner among all lords. To stifle any burgeoning threats in their infancy, the American and Japanese lords swiftly altered the direction of the hall's discourse. Should Su Yang display any further prowess, he would easily be perceived as a menace by the other lords. Those two cunning old foxes. Su Yang silently mused, before closing the Lord's Hall. He knew he was no match for these seasoned tacticians in their own arena. Yet, development was the ultimate truth. Dignity lay only upon the edge of a blade, and truth resided within the range of cannons. As long as he developed at an unprecedented pace, possessing capabilities beyond his era, what did it matter if all the lords united against him? The 6 nations had repeatedly allied to resist the Qin. Yet they still could not withstand the iron hooves of the Great Qin. true strength is unperturbed by targeting.
With a hiss, the steam-powered doors of the barracks creaked open, and 20 replenished armored soldiers emerged. He allocated the remaining 300 Dominion points to summon additional troops, bringing his total to 20 armored soldiers. Among them, his personal guards. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang had upgraded to level 2 armored soldiers. Su Yang decided to assign 3 armored soldiers to guard the territory, while the remaining soldiers would venture out in groups of 3 to search for resources. Today's quest focused on food and copper ore. Food was an essential resource for development, and hunting remained the sole means of acquisition until agricultural facilities were unlocked. Copper ore, meanwhile, was a requisite for upgrading the Lord's residence to level 2, as all level 2 constructions would necessitate it. Ideally, they would locate copper ore before the residence completed its upgrade the following day. With no superfluous words, Su Yang led Chen, Zhang, and Zhao out of the territory. To confront future threats, he must perpetually advance. In a certain part of the insect nest forest, the beleaguered Spanish lord, Don Quixote, commanded numerous soldiers through the dense underbrush. After receiving counsel from the English lord, he regained the courage to confront the insect horde. His initial soldiers were the Spanish line infantry, valued at 25 Dominion points. It is worth noting that the mightiest soldiers from the Second World War, the American Bear soldiers, held merely 40 Dominion points. His line infantry could now rank among the most formidable units in the early game. Yet, despite the strength of his troops, the defensive facilities proved to be a source of great distress. He was advised to construct walls and clear the surrounding forest. Building walls required quarrying stone, which necessitated manual labor in the absence of automated mining machines. 20 soldiers could extract approximately 30 units of stone per day, meaning it would take about 5 days to complete the walls. Meanwhile, another 20 soldiers were tasked with clearing the forest to expand their firing range. This endeavor was considerably more challenging. The flora in the insect-tied forest was not composed of ordinary vegetation. The branches were robust, containing a viscous substance within. Striking with a large blade rendered much of the impact ineffective due to the liquid S resistance, resulting in a painfully slow progress. Initially, he had dispatched 5 men to cut down trees, but he had to increase the number to 20. Still, the pace was far from satisfactory. With a furious swing, Don Quixote struck at a mushroom-like plant. His blade became lodged, and the viscous liquid splattered across his face. Oh, dear God! This accursed forest! Why can others emerge from their territories on the first day to achieve their first kill while I am left to hack at this wretched mushroom? Oh God! Grant me a starting point as simple as that of the Dragon Kingdom. With a swift slice, the bronze sword severed the mushroom-like plant in two. The luminescent exterior lost its color, and the internal liquid gushed forth. Chen Wu forged ahead, while Zhao Zhang safeguarded the rear. Su Yang followed closely behind the two. The interior of the plants in the forest contained a glue-like liquid, making them incredibly challenging to cut through. Each of Chen Wu's strikes required steam-powered assistance to cleave through effectively. In the past, when encountering such dense regions, Su Yang would opt to circumvent them to conserve energy. However, now that he had unlocked carbon ore and possessed backup energy, he could afford to expend some energy to save time. After several hours of exploration, a team had already replenished their supplies, and another team had encountered 3 stingers. With energy reserves nearing half, Su Yang instructed the other teams to return home for resupply while he continued deeper into the forest with Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang. Post-upgrade, the mobility and steam conversion efficiency of the armored soldiers had improved, granting them superior endurance and movement capabilities compared to other level 1 armored soldiers. In the same time frame, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang had led Su Yang further than any others, consuming far less energy in the process. This made Su Yang feel that although the upgrade cost 300 Dominion points, it was indeed worthwhile. Endurance was an integral aspect of combat capability. Battles would inevitably extend over time. Soldiers could not simply retreat midway to refuel. Thus, upgrades were essential, and as soon as he amassed enough Dominion points, he would gradually enhance his forces. My lord, Chen Wu suddenly halted in his tracks, parting the foliage before him to grant Su Yang a clear view. Before them lay a path, 2 meters wide, trampled by some creature. Chapter 16, The Ominous Signs, Discovery of the Insect Swarm Pasture. Before him lay a multitude of marching footprints, causing Su Yang's gaze to sharpen.
What is this? An insect race? The stings and brain insects observed thus far bore sharp triangular shapes.
It was inconceivable that such footprints could result from them.
Wild animals?
The creatures within the insect-infested forest were typically scattered. It was improbable for them to form such a systematic path.
What could this be? Is there another species within the insect nest? Su Yang suddenly signaled to Chen Wu, and the trio retraced their steps into the dense foliage. Altering their course,
they advanced cautiously along the path. Faced with this sudden emergence of the unknown, Su Yang deemed it imperative to uncover the truth. They moved stealthily, traversing a considerable distance. The surrounding vegetation gradually thinned, and distant, eerie cries began to echo. Approaching the source of the sound, Su Yang discerned that it was remarkably dense and rhythmic, indicating an abundance of the creatures producing it.
Should they proceed?
A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Yang's mind. If these numbers belonged to a hostile force,
the two adept warriors, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, would surely be inadequate for confrontation. In the midst of his contemplation, Su Yang suddenly noticed sharp triangular footprints beneath his feet. Insect tracks.
These traces were aligned closely along the path, moving in parallel. Initially concealed by dense foliage, the footprints had only revealed themselves as the vegetation diminished.
Why would the insect tracks be so near to those of other creatures? Wasn't the insect race a predator of all living things? Su Yang's thoughts raced as he analyzed the scene before him.
This resembles herding. In the center lay the tracks of a flock, flanked by those of herding dogs guiding them forward.
Could it be that the insect race also practiced herding?
The notion startled Su Yang.
Was the intelligence of these insects truly so advanced?
With his doubts lingering, he directed Chen Wu and Zhao Zhan to continue onward. As the cries of the unknown creatures grew louder, they edged closer to the enigmatic domain. Finally, they halted before the last of the vegetation parted. Clearing away the final layer of plants, the end of the path revealed itself. Before them lay a vast pit, its surroundings stripped bare of all flora. The pit was approximately 2 meters deep, with a gentle slope leading down. It was teeming with creatures possessing 4 eyes and 2 horns. A squad of insects patrolled the perimeter, while brain insects lounged beneath the rocky overhang. Not far from the pit, another entrance loomed. Similar in shape to the one encountered the previous night, albeit larger.
This truly was an insect pasture. Su Yang's expression shifted, and he slowly retreated. The low vegetation surrounding the area posed a risk of detection if he lingered too long. He found it hard to believe. The level of intelligence exhibited by the insect race surpassed all expectations. While he was still strategizing the hunting of animals, the insects had already adopted a sustainable approach by domesticating creatures. No wonder he had encountered no wild animals along the way, they had all been taken by the insects. As he marveled, a thought surged forth. This pasture must be seized. After a lengthy day of hunting, the soldiers had yielded little. Out of 6 teams dispatched, only 2 had encountered wild animals, barely gathering enough sustenance for a day. The unpredictability of hunting, coupled with the dwindling wildlife around the base, foretold an impending food crisis. A day or 2 without sustenance could be endured by the adept warriors, yet prolonged deprivation would diminish their physical capabilities. Adequate nourishment invigorates both spirit and vitality, ultimately influencing a soldier's combat prowess. In the absence of agricultural skills, a stable food source was crucial. The insect pasture provided a solution, domesticating animals rather than exterminating them. This strategy would yield a variety of resources while ensuring food reserves. However, capturing animals, taming them, and awaiting their reproduction would take time. One must plant trees for future generations to enjoy. If the insect nest could be subdued, they could transport the animals back to the base, thus establishing their own pasture. The well-fed sheep would soon belong to him. How fortunate! Gratitude welled within Su Yang for these seemingly benevolent neighbors. Yet, capturing the insect nest was not feasible at present. He was accompanied only by Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, and an entire swarm awaited within the cave. Reckless action could spell disaster. Just as he contemplated summoning reinforcements, a crucial realization struck him. This location was far too distant from the base.
After their upgrades, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang had only 40 of their energy reserves left.
Should other soldiers venture this far, their reserves would likely dwindle to less than 20. Such energy was woefully insufficient to conquer an insect nest. To seize this pasture, he would require at least a 10-member team of level 2 adept warriors. Upgrading 8 adept warriors demanded a staggering 2,400 dominion points. It appeared he would need to accumulate more resources. Though temptation stirred within him, Su Yang understood that now was not the time for action. The pasture would remain where it was, he could return in a few days to take it. He gestured to Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, signaling a retreat. Delving deeper into enemy territory was perilous, and they needed to withdraw swiftly. Suddenly, without warning, an eye emerged from the left foliage. As it spotted the trio, more eyes gradually ascended into view, a multitude of them, all connected to slithering, viscous tentacles. A brain insect, previously hidden among the vegetation, had been resting. They had arrived without detection. Su Yang's lips twitched, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Hello. The brain insect's tentacles snapped taut in an instant, quivering violently. A piercing, explosive sound erupted. Run! Su Yang shouted. Chen Wu drew his bronze sword, steam billowing forth. With a single stroke, he pierced the brain insect and turned to carve a path through the layers of vegetation. Behind him, Zhao Zhang seized Su Yang, activating full steam power as they charged forward. The trio fled through the forest with utmost haste. In their wake, the insect swarm responded frantically. The brain insect's tentacles trembled wildly, emitting a cacophonous signal. One by one, the brown-striped stingers burst forth from the cave, racing after the unwelcome intruders. The startled flock emitted frantic cries, huddling into corners. Mud and leaves flew as the vegetation swayed in the frenzy. The once silent forest had come alive. Chapter 17, Upgrading the Main Base, Abundant Gains. A stinging insect burst forth from the dense forest. Zhao Zhang swiftly turned and struck with his sword, utilizing the creature's momentum to pierce through it. After crossing a river, the number of pursuing stinging insects noticeably diminished. Many of their senses had severely regressed due to evolutionary demands. They primarily relied on pheromones transmitted by brain insects to track their prey. And the river effectively obstructed these signals. After dispatching the last insect on their tail, the team finally paused to rest. Su Yang, disregarding the sticky residue of the crystalline plants, leaned against one and gasped for breath. The intense exertion left him feeling oxygen deprived, as though he had a rusted iron block lodged in his mouth. Although Zhao Zhang provided assistance, this arduous trek had nearly taken half his life. As an ordinary university student, he was in no position to compare himself to the relentless insect swarm or the valiant soldiers of the Qin. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang positioned themselves at the front, swords drawn in defense, wary of any remaining stinging insects. They occasionally cast worried glances back at Su Yang, fearful that he might falter in his struggle for breath. Damn it, I need to acquire a set of armor as well. Despite nearing the brink of collapse, Su Yang's mind remained active. As a lord, he ought to exercise more caution, however, lacking reconnaissance units. The fastest way to gain a detailed understanding of his surroundings was to accompany the troops on their explorations. Driven by a sense of urgency and trust in the soldier's combat prowess, he made a daring decision. Nevertheless, this risk bore fruit, had he not come. He might never have discovered this insect pasture. After a chase, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang had slain numerous insects, thus replenishing some of their dominion value. Yet, it was evident that the level of these insects was markedly higher than those encountered near home. As Su Yang panted, he opened his panel to review the kill notifications. Killed level 4 tyrannical brain insect, dominion value 150, killed level 2 tyrannical stinging insect, dominion value 30, killed level 2 tyrannical stinging insect. Dominion value 30, the increase from level 1 or 2 did not significantly manifest in combat capability. However, for an insect nest, higher levels typically indicated greater numbers. Upgrading required time, and the longer the wait, the more offspring the queen could produce. Thus, Su Yan surmised that this pasture's insect nest would surpass previous encounters in both quantity and level. To seize this territory without risk, the previously estimated 10 level 2 armored soldiers would likely prove insufficient. Dominion value was a pressing issue, it was an ever-insufficient resource, regardless of its application.
After resting for several minutes, Su Yang regained awareness of his limbs. The trio resumed their journey and, after a few hours, returned to the main base.
Inside,
only 3 armored soldiers were present for defense. The remaining soldiers had already embarked on their second exploration of the day after resupplying.
Following nearly a day's worth of mining, the territory's stone resources had reached 93 units. As constructing the city walls required a one-time effort, Su Yang decided to wait until they amassed 200 units before proceeding. The Lord's Manor was undergoing an upgrade, and the construction of the city walls required time. The insect pasture could not be addressed in the short term. For now, waiting was all he could do.
Exhausted, Su Yang resolved to sleep while waiting. He was utterly fatigued. Having only napped for 2 hours the previous day, coupled with experiencing a life-threatening chase, weariness washed over him like a tide. After directing Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang to replenish their energy for further exploration,
Su Yang collapsed into slumber within the Lord's Manor.
Welcome to the official live broadcast of the Forbidden Trial of the Dragon Kingdom.
In the studio, the vibrant host, Xiao Shui, enthusiastically begins her introduction.
Surely, like Xiao Shui, everyone is eager to learn how Su Yang achieved the first kill reward yesterday. To uncover the true strength of the initial troops of the Qin dynasty, and to grasp the current developments of the base.
Fear not,
as all these burning questions will be answered as today's live broadcast commences.
The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were equally thrilled. After Su Yang secured the first kill reward ahead of all other lords, their confidence was reignited.
With the Dominion value reward from the first kill,
our territory will undoubtedly develop faster than others.
Perhaps this time we will truly soar and claim the title of Trial Champion.
Regardless of anything else,
I want to see the Qin soldiers in battle. Their armor is simply magnificent. The screen flickered as the live broadcast was about to begin. Anticipation among the audience reached its peak, hoping Su Yang would once again astonish them. As the broadcast commenced, they welcomed their great hero, Su Yang.
The scene flashed,
revealing Su Yang sprawled on his bed in a completely relaxed position.
Oh dear. Xiao Shui's face twitched. Is he meditating?
Experts rushed to the screen,
meticulously analyzing Su Yang's condition.
After a brief analysis, their expressions turned to astonishment. Typically, broadcasts from the Forbidden Zone occurred during daylight,
which is also the safest phase within the zone. Lords generally seize daylight to focus on development.
This was the first time they had witnessed someone sleeping during the day in the Forbidden Zone.
Unbelievable.
Based on our analysis, it appears Su Yang has entered
deep sleep.
The experts cautiously reached this conclusion, while the live chat erupted in chaos.
What are you analyzing?
I can hear him snoring.
How can he sleep during the day? Is he on vacation? Someone wake him up.
At the Central Military Command, all high-ranking military officers of the Dragon Kingdom, along with experts and engineers from various fields, were on high alert.
Following Su Yang's acquisition of the first kill reward,
the official Dragon Kingdom had new expectations regarding the combat capabilities of the Qin dynasty's initial troops. Today, they gathered all available experts to analyze the situation of the Qin dynasty. They hoped to dissect the civilization's characteristics thoroughly,
as it might provide crucial assistance to Su Yang at a pivotal moment.
The screen began to flicker, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. The scene switched,
and a collective tension enveloped the room.
Only the sound of snoring echoed, creating an eerie silence.
Su Yang awoke at dusk,
having enjoyed a remarkably refreshing sleep. All the armored soldiers had returned to the main base.
With the current reserves of carbon ore, they could not support any further explorations.
It appeared that the output of the mining machines required enhancement.
Su Yang surveyed the territory to increase exploration frequency or troop numbers.
The efficiency of the mining machines must first be improved.
Each mine could accommodate only one mining machine,
until new deposits were discovered.
Enhancing the mining machine's output was the sole means to increase productivity.
The main base would complete its upgrade tomorrow, perhaps there would be a solution then. Approaching the front of the barracks, the soldiers were busy processing the day's bounty. Chen Wu had already organized the day's harvest and approached Su Yang to report.
Listening to the report, Su Yang's eyes brightened.
He had not anticipated such significant gains today.
Chapter 18, Night Assault, The Frenzied Swarm. After a day of exploration,
the rewards were quite substantial.
Firstly, in terms of food resources, the meat obtained from 2 rounds of exploration could provide 3 meals. If consumed judiciously,
it would sustain them for 3 days, otherwise, it could last for 2. Although the insect swarm ranch remained temporarily unassailable, the food supply could still endure for a while longer.
Aside from food, there was the accumulation of dominion points. Throughout the day,
encounters with the insect race resulted in 5 skirmishes. Including the previous battle led by Su Yang, all conflicts were resolved without injuries. This was precisely why Su Yang had organized a trio team. Typically, insect squads comprised 5 to 6 entities. Engaging with 2 armored warriors could lead to potential injuries and damage to their armor. A trio of armored warriors, however, could effectively resolve conflicts without sustaining harm. While deploying 4 armored warriors would enhance risk management, it would diminish the squad's numbers and limit exploration range. Thus, the 3-person team was a well-considered decision by Su Yang,
representing the most efficient grouping.
After observing the day's events, the effectiveness of this grouping was indeed commendable.
The battles against the insect race yielded a total of
120 dominion points, combined with the previous 20 points, resulting in a grand total of 150 points. Evidently, without achievement rewards or large-scale battles.
Accumulating dominion points through skirmishes was rather meager.
Although the yield of dominion points was not substantial, Su Yang had gleaned valuable intelligence regarding the insect nests through these engagements. Insect squads did not appear spontaneously, they were all spawned by the mother nest.
The presence of insect squads indicated the existence of nearby nests. Based on the frequency of skirmishes, Su Yang estimated that there were 2 additional insect nests in the vicinity of the base. Moreover, by analyzing the locations of the encounters,
he had roughly determined the directions of these 2 nests.
Relying solely on skirmishes would not facilitate rapid accumulation of dominion points. To swiftly establish a level 2 warrior unit, it was imperative to destroy the nests.
Armed with this intelligence, Su Yang decided to lead an assault on the nests at dawn. Chen Wu's report was far from over.
In addition to food and dominion points, another noteworthy discovery was made.
A squad had stumbled upon a cave that was not an insect nest, adorned with numerous murals. Upon hearing this, Su Yang immediately recognized they had encountered a relic. Within the forbidden zones existed peculiar locations, and relics were among them. These sites lacked a defined distribution pattern and were typically encountered by chance. When a lord personally entered a relic, it would trigger a relic mission, and upon completion,
they could obtain artifacts. These artifacts could yield a variety of items, including weapons, supplies, and high-level blueprints. However,
Su Yang's enthusiasm for this particular relic was somewhat muted for 2 reasons. The types of relic missions varied, and their difficulty was generally high.
Furthermore, the rewards from artifacts bore no correlation to the mission's difficulty. Some lords exerted tremendous effort to complete a mission, only to receive lackluster rewards.
Though the allure of opening treasure chests was enticing, the returns were too uncertain. At least until the base was firmly established. Su Yang had no intention of engaging with this relic. Upon concluding Chen Wu's report, Su Yang felt quite satisfied with the day's gains, food and dominion points, as well as 2 unique locations, a ranch and a relic. While not abundant, these were accomplishments that lords still within the protection zone could scarcely fathom. The sole regret was the lack of clues regarding copper mine resources. Future upgrades would hinge on copper resources, and without them, development would be hindered.
Currently,
the exploration range was still too limited, as the energy reserves of the armored warriors constrained their maximum distance of exploration.
Moreover, the armored warriors were primarily combat units, rendering them less suitable for exploration.
If reconnaissance units could be unlocked, it would significantly alleviate this issue, accelerating the pace of resource exploration. It remained uncertain whether reconnaissance units existed in the early Qin dynasty. If not, they would still have to rely on armored warriors for exploration. As Su Yang's thoughts began to drift, the enticing aroma of roasted meat brought him back to the present. The warriors had efficiently processed the livestock and had already commenced roasting the meat.
Gazing at the chunks sizzling over the charcoal, Su Yang's eyes gleamed.
Having gone nearly 2 days without food, his stomach had begun to protest.
"Your Majesty,"
Su Yang turned to see Chen Wu presenting a piece of thigh meat from an unknown creature. The outer layer was crisp while the interior remained tender, sizzling with oil, and sprinkled with some fragrant herb leaves.
They had managed to find aromatic leaves in this bizarre forest? Su Yang marveled silently.
Indeed, in the eyes of my lineage,
nothing is inedible.
If something is deemed inedible, it surely stems from improper preparation. Su Yang accepted the thigh, disregarding the exaggerated appearance of the animal's 4 eyes,
and began devouring it heartily. The insect race should be grateful that this forest harbored edible wildlife. Otherwise, the combat prowess of the Qin warriors against the insects would surely escalate to an alarming degree. As night deepened, the bioluminescence of the forest illuminated the surroundings of the territory.
Su Yang had stationed 6 armored warriors on duty for the night while the others returned to the barracks to recuperate. The quietude of the forest at night was unsettling, punctuated only by the incessant thudding of the steam mining machines. Inside the Lord's residence, Su Yang was sketching a rudimentary map on the table. Having taken a nap during the day, he was not yet overly fatigued. The map indicated the approximate locations of various resources surrounding the base, alongside some unexplored areas. He planned to head in that direction first thing in the morning. Su Yang traced a route on the tabletop. As he marked the second point, suddenly, a piercing alarm blared in his mind. It was the soldiers signaling an alert. What was happening? Su Yang sprang from his chair and rushed outside the residence. As the metallic door swung open, a cacophony of shrill cries invaded his ears. Insects, countless insects. Stinging insects frantically darted around the base, assaulting the stationed armored warriors. In the distance, spitting worms lined up, unleashing ranged attacks. The armored warriors brandished their swords, embroiled in chaos. An onslaught of insects. All personnel, stand ready. All personnel, stand ready. Su Yang's thoughts raced as he activated all barracks. The legion of armored warriors gradually stirred awake. Prioritize the protection of the mine, Su Yang commanded urgently. In the midst of the turmoil, 2 stinging insects targeted Su Yang, hurtling towards the Lord's residence. Damn it! Su Yang cursed, swiftly retreating into the courtyard. He struggled to pull the lever, and the metal door began to close slowly. Unfortunately, 1 stinging insect burst through, jamming the door. Su Yang quickly withdrew, distancing himself from the entrance. Just then, a second stinging insect squeezed through the gap. It raised its dual blades, screeching at Su Yang, its sharp mandibles dripping with viscous fluid. Under the moonlight, the insect blades glimmered with a cold, silvery sheen. Chapter 19, Life and Death at Stake Cursed. As he gazed upon the twin-edged blade held aloft, capable of severing his head in a single strike, Su Yang's heart raced, cold sweat pouring down his brow. The frenzied secretion of adrenaline propelled his mind into overdrive. Experience from 2 lives warned him against the folly of turning to flee in the face of a ferocious beast. Whether one could outrun it was another matter, failing to do so would provoke an immediate attack. In such dire moments, the optimal choice lay not in retreat but in intimidation. He aimed to mislead the creature regarding his prowess, rendering it hesitant to strike. With a determined expression, Su Yang bent his knees, drawing energy deep into his core, adopting the classic posture to frighten off dogs from his past life. Ah! How dare you come to end my life? Suddenly, the creature emitted a deafening roar and charged forward. Su Yang instinctively turned to flee. Although his prediction of the threat's effect had proven erroneous, he was correct in his assessment that escape was futile. A mere few meters was but a breath for the creature, yet for Su Yang, it represented a vast chasm between life and death. The distinct, damp, and decayed scent of the creature was already wafting towards him. Was this the end? Boom! A thunderous blast of steam erupted beside him. With a swift motion, Chen Wu, clad in bronze armor, leaped down from the courtyard wall, positioning himself between Su Yang and the now lifeless creature. He bent down to retrieve his broad-bladed bronze sword, embedded deep within the creature's carcass. With a graceful leap back onto the wall, he had successfully shot down the creature from a distance. With a metallic sound, Chen Wu sheathed his sword and turned to kneel in respect. Forgive me for my late arrival to your aid. Su Yang swallowed hard, his palms clammy with sweat. No worries, a mere insect poses no significant threat. Across the courtyard, Zhao Zhang dispatched the creature stuck in the doorcrack and proceeded to reopen the metallic gate. After calming his nerves, Su Yang clapped his hands and shouted at the two men.
The mining machine. Prioritize its defense.
Understood. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang dashed out of the residence, racing towards the mine. In this territory, all facilities could be halted. But the mining machine must never cease its operations. The mineral resources were vital for the warriors' fuel.
Any downtime of the mining machine would mean a loss of combat capability for the soldiers.
Additionally, repairing the machine required copper resources, which were unattainable under the current circumstances. Failing to protect the mining machine would plunge the territory into a dire predicament. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stingers of the jetworms launched their remote attacks like a torrential downpour, causing significant distress to the defending armored warriors.
In an offensive stance, a level 1 armored warrior could eliminate 2 creatures without sustaining injury. However, when encircled by a greater number of insects, the only option for evasion was to adopt a defensive posture, which could withstand assaults from no more than 4 creatures at once. The 6 defending armored warriors found themselves besieged by at least 5 insects, with some facing as many as 6. Meanwhile,
countless jetworms lurking in the dense forest were taking potshots at them during intervals of attack, inflicting varying degrees of damage on the defenders' armor. Some were already on the brink of collapse. Whoosh! Whoosh!
As steam-powered doors swung open, a resupplied squad of armored warriors surged into the battlefield.
As before, they operated in teams of 3, totaling 4 squads. 2 squads swiftly supported their beleaguered comrades, while the other 2 made a beeline for the mine to bolster its defenses. The squads that entered the fray quickly eliminated a few of the insect horde,
only to find themselves immediately encircled by the swarm.
In the face of the overwhelming nighttime assault, the current combat strength within the territory proved inadequate for a direct breakthrough. After a brief skirmish, a delicate balance settled over the battlefield, with neither side able to penetrate the other's defenses. Although the arrival of new warriors alleviated some pressure on the defenders, the sheer number of insect foes remained an advantage, compounded by the lurking jetworms in the forest,
ready to shoot at any moment. If Su Yang commanded the warriors to adopt an offensive stance in search of a breakthrough,
they would undoubtedly suffer extensive damage to their armor. Absent the ability to repair the armor without copper resources, sustaining injuries in exchange for injuries was an untenable strategy.
The clang of metal reverberated throughout the territory.
The armored warriors wielded their bronze swords, exerting every ounce of strength to defend against attacks from all directions.
The jetworms,
concealed within the dense foliage, exploited every gap in their defenses to launch their stingers.
Lacking ranged capabilities, the squad found themselves without any means of counterattack. How could they turn the tide? Su Yang's gaze flickered with determination.
The answer lay within the glint of his sword.
Ah! The anguished cries of the jetworms shattered the battlefield's equilibrium.
With a resounding blast, one after another, the jetworms fell, along with the crystalline vegetation. You have slain a level 2 tyrant jetworm, dominance value 50. You have slain a level 2 tyrant jetworm, dominance value 50. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang had arrived. Observing the kill notifications on the panel, Su Yang recognized the success of his strategy.
In the depths of the forest,
Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang unleashed their full power, pouncing upon the jetworms hiding in various locations like ravenous wolves.
Anticipating a stalemate on the front lines shortly after the new warriors joined the fray, Su Yang understood the necessity of neutralizing the enemy's ranged units to find a breakthrough.
Thus, he refrained from sending the only 2 level 2 warriors into the fray but instead instructed them to navigate through the forest to ambush the enemy's rear ranks. While the dense forest offered cover for the jetworms, it simultaneously provided an excellent cloak for Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang.
Utilizing the foliage,
they could disregard the jetworms' ranged assaults and approach them without pressure to secure their kills. Swish, swish. The sound of swords slicing through the air mingled with the cries of the fallen. The brainworms emitted a sharp wail,
commanding some of the insects to return and defend their rear lines.
As the insects on the front lines withdrew even slightly, the precarious balance was disrupted.
Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang tightened the enemy's ranks in disarray and issued a full offensive order. In an instant, all power devices roared to life. A thick plume of white steam erupted above the territory. The counterattack commenced.
The armored warrior swords, empowered by steam, plunged into the bodies of the insect horde. The insect army crumbled, collapsing in heaps, cleaved into fragments. This was the terrifying extermination capability of the armored warriors. I can afford countless mistakes, while you can afford none. Chapter 20, The Bargain in the Lord's Hall, defeated level 1 Tyrant Stinger, Dominion points 20, defeated level 2 Tyrant Brainbug, Dominion points 100, defeated level 2 Tyrant Spitter.
Dominion points 50, defeated level 1 Tyrant Stinger, Dominion points 20. Both fronts of the battlefield surged into action simultaneously. A cascade of kill notifications flickered across Su Yang's interface, his Dominion points skyrocketing. In less than 10 minutes, the previously disadvantaged situation was entirely reversed by the armored soldiers. As the battle approached its conclusion, a crisp notification echoed in Su Yang's mind. Successfully repelled the Zerg attack, achievement unlocked, as strong as Fort Knox. Dominion points 500, with the achievement unlocked and the sounds of battle ceasing within the territory, Su Yang did not let his guard down. He dispatched soldiers to meticulously scour the dense forest surrounding the base, ensuring no Zerg ambushes remained before stepping out of the Lord's residence. Gazing at the extensive remnants of the Zerg, a chill ran through him. This truly was a dire situation, had it been the initial forces of any other Lord. They would likely have succumbed under the first wave of assault. With the kill notifications in mind, Su Yang assessed the scale of the Zerg incursion. The total number of defeated Zerg was 76, comprising 57 level 1 Stingers, 15 level 2 Spitters, and 4 level 2 Brainbugs. The Dominion points accrued from vanquishing the Zerg totaled 290. Coupled with the achievement rewards, he amassed a remarkable 790 Dominion points this time. This near 3,000 point drop far exceeded the total garnered from previous battles. Though the Zerg's sudden onslaught posed a significant threat, it also yielded a substantial bounty of Dominion points, which would undoubtedly bolster his forces and advance the development of his territory. However, alongside this windfall, Su Yang recognized the vulnerabilities in his realm. The foremost issue was the defense of the base. The construction of walls was imperative. It was precisely the absence of fortifications that allowed the Zerg's initial wave to breach, plunging the territory into crisis. Had there been walls, even with a Zerg ambush, time could have been bought for reinforcements to arrive. The stockpile of stone would meet the requirements for wall construction by noon tomorrow. Su Yang resolved to prioritize the erection of walls to avert any future surprise attacks. Beyond base defenses, another pressing concern was the current lack of ranged offensive capabilities within his troops. Not every battle could afford the luxury of allowing Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang to flank the enemy. If he could not swiftly unlock ranged attacks, he would inevitably encounter insurmountable challenges in the future. This would depend on the units available upon upgrading the barracks. Su Yang was not overly anxious about this aspect, confident that the Qin troops would prove satisfactory. After reviewing his gains, Su Yang proceeded to the mine to assess the damage. The mining area, being somewhat distant from the barracks, suffered the most severe losses. Though the mining machines had not completely ceased operation, their efficiency was compromised. The coal mine's productivity had plummeted by 40, yielding only 30 units per day. The stone mine's efficiency was down by 50, producing merely 50 units daily. Repairs for both required 4 and 5 units of copper ore, respectively. While the copper ore demand was minimal, Su Yang found himself unable to meet this requirement at present, especially since other areas also needed copper. 6 armored soldiers had sustained significant damage, each requiring 1 unit of copper ore for repairs. Should the armor remain unrepaired, any further attacks could result in total destruction. It was imperative to acquire copper ore swiftly. After a flurry of thoughts, Su Yang devised a feasible solution: trading through the Lord's Hall. The Lord's Hall not only facilitated communication among lords but also featured a trading and bounty system. Once both parties agreed on the trade terms, resource exchange could commence. Given the moderate demand and pressing timeline, trading emerged as the optimal choice. Dominion points served as the currency in these transactions. Su Yang currently possessed 440 Dominion points, which he believed would suffice to procure whatever he desired at this stage. Furthermore, the Lord's residence would upgrade to level 2 tomorrow, allowing these Dominion points to be utilized both for trading and for upgrading structures. Thus, he opted not to expend his Dominion points on soldier upgrades immediately but to wait until tomorrow to determine the best course of action. Having endured a surprise attack, Su Yang found his fatigue dissipated. The long night was best spent alongside his soldiers, clearing the remnants of battle from the territory. The Lord's Hall is now open. During the designated time, lords may engage in discussions within the hall. At dawn, Su Yang timed his entrance into the Lord's Hall impeccably, arriving punctually as it opened. To avoid appearing overly eager, he waited for other lords to converse for a while before initiating his trade. Trade, required item, copper ore. Trade item, Dominion points, trade initiator, Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Once the trade information was released, it immediately captured the attention of other lords. They were intrigued by this mysterious lord who had secured the first kill achievement and remained silent. Anonymous, oh, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom finally shows his face. I thought he wasn't in the hall. Anonymous, is it too aloof to initiate a trade without a word? Anonymous, copper ore, what use is that? Anonymous, do you think everyone can make use of iron? He is still in the Bronze Age. Su Yang disregarded the jests, calmly awaiting interested parties to approach. Clearly, their focus lay not on the trade itself but on his persona. On one hand, copper ore was indeed rarely mined. Most lord civilizations had advanced beyond the Industrial Revolution. High-yield, robust steel had long since supplanted copper alloys. Even if they sought mining opportunities, they would not pursue copper, resulting in a lack of trade. On the other hand, rather than trading, they were more eager to probe into Su Yang's current development status, hoping to ascertain whether he posed a future threat to their standing. American Lord, it seems our brother Su Yang is a bit hasty with this trade. Could it be that technology has him in a bind? Eastern Lord, those with copper ore can strike it rich now. Lord Su Yang possesses the most dominion points among us. Indian Lord, I have copper ore in my territory. Wouldn't mining it now be quite profitable? Su Yang coldly observed the chat panel. His eyes filled with disdain. Clearly, trading within the Lord's Hall was unfeasible. He needed to seek alternative avenues. Just as he was about to exit the Lord's Hall, a message illuminated the panel. English Lord, I can trade you copper ore. Chapter 21, Are you really that wealthy? The Lord of England, Elizabeth VI. Previously, Su Yang had questioned her readiness to assist anyone in the hall, but now he found himself to be the one in need of her aid. Lord of England, my territory has copper mines, but they are currently unexploited. If you can wait, I will activate the mines and conduct trade according to your needs in a few hours. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, certainly, let us converse privately. Su Yang acquiesced. His demand was not extensive, and a few hours should suffice for England to extract the copper. This was far more pragmatic than sending his team out to gamble on the chance of finding copper mines. Upon witnessing the transaction between the two nations, the other lords in the hall immediately erupted in commotion. The most precious resource for lords in the early stages was minerals, and the most scarce commodity was time. To construct a base capable of withstanding the impending assault in 7 days, they needed to channel resources into the mining machinery and establish defenses with utmost urgency. Yet, the Lord of England was willing to divert all mining efforts toward an unproductive copper resource. Sacrificing valuable development time for a trade with a territory still entrenched in the Bronze Age, a territory that, to the eyes of the other lords, hardly warranted such diplomatic engagement. Anonymous, the Lord of England is foolish. This is simply a waste of time. Anonymous, although the initial dominion value is limited, it is still sufficient. The construction of the base cannot be neglected. Anonymous, Lord of England, think twice. The Dragon Kingdom is still in the Bronze Age, there is little investment worth pursuing. Due to Elizabeth's unwavering willingness to assist others in the hall, her reputation soared. Now, many of those she had previously aided urged her to reconsider, deeming the investment of time in the Dragon Kingdom unworthy. Diverting production resources from the mines would significantly hinder the progress of their bases. Su Yang paid no heed to their comments. He opened a private chat panel to message the Lord of England. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, shall we proceed with the transaction? Lord of England, yes, how many units of copper do you require? Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, 100 units. Su Yang inputted a request for 100 units of copper. 50 units would be allocated to repair his armored troops in various facilities, while the remaining 50 would be reserved for potential new constructions following the upgrade of his estate. Lord of England, I will adjust the positions of the mining machines, it will take approximately half a day. If you are in a hurry, we can conduct the trade in 2 batches, once at noon and again in the evening. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, that works, what is the price? Lord of England, 500 dominion points. If you lack sufficient dominion points, I can accept a promissory note. Accepting a promissory note? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. This individual seemed rather naive. As a transient ally, Su Yang felt compelled to interject. Such innocence was not advantageous in the realm of the forbidden trials. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, are you not concerned that I may default? The system permits all forms of deception. Lord of England, I believe in the inherent goodness of humanity, and I trust in the character of the Dragon Kingdom's people. Su Yang found himself momentarily speechless upon reading her response. What more could he say? With a thought, he entered 600 dominion points into the transaction box. The 500 dominion points were for the 100 units of copper, while the additional 100 served as an expression of goodwill toward establishing diplomatic relations. The assistance from England had alleviated his urgent needs. The extra 100 dominion points were neither excessive nor insufficient, serving as a gesture of goodwill without veering into obsequiousness. In a certain territory of the Forbidden Land, a vast industrial age mine was rumbling into operation. Clad in a beige gown, Elizabeth, with her golden locks, was directing workers to alter the minerals being excavated. England's greatest advantage in the early stages lay in the immense productivity of its industrial age mines. For her, acquiring 100 units of copper would require merely half a day's labor. Establishing a positive relationship with the Dragon Kingdom in that time frame, in her view, was worthwhile. Although the Dragon Kingdom was still entrenched in the Bronze Age, lagging far behind, she believed that achieving the first kill achievement would reveal the formidable aspects of this new civilization known as the Qin dynasty. Lord of England, I believe in the inherent goodness of humanity, and I trust in the character of the Dragon Kingdom's people. Elizabeth typed this sentiment into the screen. While the latter half was perhaps mere flattery, the image of the Dragon Kingdom in her mind was indeed one of integrity. Furthermore, her willingness to allow Su Yang to incur debt stemmed from the significant nature of the 500 dominion points at this early stage. Each lord commenced with only 1,000 dominion points, and even if Su Yang achieved the first kill, he would only possess 2,000 points. Should he eliminate some aberrations in the coming days? He might garner additional dominion points, but collectively, these would still not amount to much. 500 points constituted a substantial portion. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom was still in the Bronze Age, necessitating development more than any other nation. Thus, Elizabeth proposed the option of debt, wishing not to hinder the Dragon Kingdom's growth. What she sought was a living ally and long-term benefits. Ding! The transaction notification chimed. Elizabeth opened the panel, and upon seeing the information, her eyes widened in astonishment. The Lord of the Dragon Kingdom has completed the delivery, 600 dominion points. 600 dominion points. Was this an input error? Her thoughts raced, and she immediately sent a private message. Lord of England, did you make a mistake? It shows you delivered 600 dominion points. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, this is what you are owed. Remember to deliver the copper on time. The private chat channel closed, and the system indicated that the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom had exited the Lord's Hall. What? Elizabeth was taken aback. In this critical early stage, he had provided 600 dominion points. Did his territory not need development? Why did it seem as though the 600 dominion points was merely a trivial sum to him? This represented half the dominion points of an ordinary lord at the outset. In the Lord's Hall, the transaction between the Dragon Kingdom and England has been completed. As the lords witnessed the completion of the trade, waves of disdainful voices surged forth. The majority criticized Elizabeth for her poor decision-making, claiming she had chosen an unworthy investment target. A territory still dependent on copper was hardly deserving of such an investment. However, as some lamented, others rejoiced. Those lords who had received assistance from Elizabeth felt she was undervalued. Meanwhile, certain nations privately reveled in the outcome. Lord of America, the first transaction has been completed. This is a positive development, and all should be pleased. Lord of the East, I wonder how many dominion points Su Yang spent. I hope he is not too stingy and maintains our grand East Asian decorum. Behind the panels, the Lords of America and the East beamed with joy. If all went as anticipated, the Dragon Kingdom and England would be able to eliminate their competitors. by altering the direction of mining resources for the sake of trade. England would undoubtedly face significant developmental setbacks.
Moreover, given Elizabeth's character, she would pose little threat to them in the future. The Dragon Kingdom, needless to say, was in a precarious position. Their advantage lay in the additional dominion points gained from breaking the novice protection. Purchasing minerals indicated their failure to locate the necessary copper for early development. With insufficient essential resources and having squandered their unique advantage of dominion points, coupled with the impending threat of aberrant attacks resulting from breaking novice protection, the Dragon Kingdom's development would undoubtedly be the slowest, with potential stagnation looming on the horizon.
Ding! A global announcement resonated. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom first unlocked the Level 2 base. Achieving the milestone, the dawn of civilization, Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom first unlocked the Level 2 base, achieving the milestone, the dawn of civilization. Chapter 22, Level 2 Main Base, Dawn of Civilization.
Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Nation has unlocked the Level 2 base. Achieving the milestone, Dawn of Civilization, Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Nation has unlocked the Level 2 base, achieving the milestone, Dawn of Civilization. What on earth? The American lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the announcement before him. A nation he had just condemned to death had, against all odds, been the first to unlock the Level 2 base. How could this be possible? If the first kill achievement could be attributed to sheer luck, then unlocking the base first was a definitive testament to strength. Unlike the Spanish lord, who began in the heart of the insect nest and spent all his dominion points merely constructing walls and summoning soldiers, not even able to upgrade his base, let alone other technological buildings. Even other lords who did not start in such a harsh environment could not possibly unlock a Level 2 base this early. Unlocking a base signified that the territory possessed additional dominion points and could fend off the onslaught of aberrant creatures. But how could this be? That was merely a cursed Bronze Age civilization. Even the mightiest of nations, like the Americans, were diligently fortifying their walls. How dared they be the first to upgrade to a Level 2 base? Surely, the Qin dynasty's initial troops could not all be mere martial arts masters.
Damn it!
The Eastern Lord knelt, slicing through the nearby screen with his sword in a fit of rage. Veins bulged on his forehead, muscles tensed, and a murderous aura emanated from him. Not only had they snatched the first kill achievement, but they had also stolen the milestone of unlocking the base. The Dragon Nation had claimed the two most critical achievements of the early game. These were originally intended for their eastern plans. There was no time to waste. T.J. Qin slowly rose, brandishing his blade. For the sake of His Majesty the Emperor, he would breach the novice protection.
This. Elizabeth stared in shock at the global announcement.
Still reeling from Su Yang's extravagant expenditure of dominion points, she was once again stunned by the news.
The Dragon Nation. First to achieve a Level 2 building? A territory that had just been trading basic copper resources with her had somehow unlocked a Level 2 base ahead of everyone else?
She had worried that the requirement of 500 dominion points would hinder the Dragon Nation's progress.
Yet, it appeared their advancement had surpassed all territories. She had indeed made a wise bet by selecting such a promising ally. However, amidst her joy for Su Yang, Elizabeth astutely recognized the potential pitfalls in the Dragon Nation's development.
Having already unlocked a Level 2 base, they had yet to discover even the most basic copper mine resources.
This indicated that Su Yang's starting location was in an area severely lacking in resources. Scarcity of resources would inevitably lead to stagnation in future development. It remained to be seen how Su Yang would address this issue. There were not many resource-scarce areas in the Forbidden Lands, with the most notorious being the heart of the insect nest. However, the Dragon Nation would certainly not begin in such a treacherous place as the Spanish, where resources were limited and the insect threats were formidable. The Dragon Nation's Bronze Age troops would be ill-equipped to confront those insect forces. So where would the Dragon Nation's starting point be? As the announcement reverberated, the Lord's Hall erupted into chaos. Anonymous, how is this possible? Am I seeing things? Anonymous, damn it, why does the Dragon Nation get all the good fortune? I refuse to accept this. Anonymous, is their starting point devoid of aberrant creatures? Can they fend them off with cold weapons? Indian Lord, Su Yang, my dear friend, you know our bond. The copper mine in my territory is prepared just for you. Spanish Lord, oh God, I wish I could go to the Dragon Nation's starting point. These wretched insects and plants are driving me mad.
The uproar in the Lord's Hall continued, but Su Yang had no time to engage with them. He was lost in the joy of upgrading his new base. The Lord's residence had been elevated by an entire floor following the upgrade,
now appearing even more grand and imposing.
Yet, appearance was secondary, the rewards from the upgrade were paramount. First and foremost was the achievement of unlocking the level 2 base. The Dawn of Civilization achievement was even more remarkable than the first kill, bestowing a staggering 2,000 dominion points.
This was far beyond Su Yang's expectations.
When he initially upgraded the base, he had no idea that this would also unlock an achievement. The influx of 2,000 dominion points directly offset the expenses incurred in purchasing copper mines, leaving him with an additional 1,400 points.
Following the dominion point reward were the new buildings and facilities brought about by the base upgrade.
He received 2 additional steam mining machines and a steam water pump, significantly enhancing the territory's resource acquisition speed.
Next was the new defensive structure, the crossbow turret. Equipped with heavy crossbows, the turret could not only scout but also engage in long-range attacks. A level 2 base could construct up to 4 crossbow turrets. Following that were the technological advancements.
The upgrade unlocked a series of new technologies, including mining machine upgrades, wall enhancements, and metal detection.
Finally, regarding troop types,
the level 2 base could elevate the armored camp to level 2, unlocking the most urgently needed ranged unit, the Qin armored crossbowman. This was the most exhilarating aspect for Su Yang, as unlocking the crossbowman directly compensated for the current deficiency in his forces. This would greatly enhance both base defense and combat capabilities.
Truly, the main base upgrade brought forth such a wealth of new enhancements.
Suppressing his excitement, Su Yang meticulously analyzed the current situation. There were numerous upgrade options available, yet resources were limited in the short term.
Thus, he had to judiciously select improvements based on immediate needs.
First, regarding external circumstances, there were 2 known insect nests that needed to be dealt with today,
along with a more distant insect ranch and a ruin.
The 2 insect nests would have to wait until the copper from England arrived and the armored units were repaired before launching an assault. As they had already mobilized a large force to attack the territory last night, today's resistance should not be too fierce. Therefore,
Su Yang planned to split his forces and eliminate both insect nests simultaneously.
The insect ranch required at least 10 level 2 armored elite soldiers.
But that was not an immediate concern. He also did not intend to explore the ruins anytime soon.
Next was the copper mine. Almost all upgrades required copper resources.
England could only provide a temporary solution, and substantial effort would need to be devoted to searching for copper mines. In this regard,
Su Yang discovered a new technology related to this, metal detectors. This would be the technology he prioritized for unlocking.
Lastly, regarding base defense, the stone resource would meet the requirements by afternoon, allowing for the construction of walls. Upgrading walls and defensive towers was not urgent at the moment.
Given the combat strength of the Qin elite soldiers, basic walls should suffice for some time.
After methodically analyzing the situation, Su Yang opened the Lord's panel to review the attributes of his upgraded territory.
Chapter 23, The Qin's 1,000-mile scouts and metal detection technology, Territory Panel, Territory, Qin, Lord, Su Yang, Affiliation, Dragon Nation, Main Base Level, Level 2 Lord's Mansion, Territory Buildings, Resource Type 2 Level 1 Steam-powered mining machines. 1 Level 1 Steam high-pressure water pump, 1 Solid Resource Warehouse, 1 Liquid Resource Warehouse, Territory Buildings, Combat Type 1 Level 1 Armored Camp. 20 Level 1 Barracks, Combat Units, 18 Level 1 Qin Armored Elite Soldiers, 2 Level 2 Qin Armored Elite Soldiers, Resources, Water Resources, 332 units, Stoner Resources, 176 units. Coal Resources, 26 units, Domination Value, 4440. Su Yang surveyed the panel, noting that the data was no longer as sparse as when he first entered the Forbidden Land. The Level 2 Lord's Mansion had been unlocked, heralding a significant advancement for the territory. Although the progress was substantial, decisions could not be made recklessly. Every upgrade demanded the consumption of existing resources. To maintain the current lead, every step must be executed with precision. Upgrading to the Level 2 machine tower required 30 units of copper ore, with a subsequent daily consumption increase to 10 units of coal. Unlocking metal detection technology necessitated 1,000 points of domination value and a time investment of 6 hours. Following that, production facilities would require upgrades, with both the high-pressure water pump and steam mining machines needing 10 units of copper ore.
Upon upgrading, the resource production rate would increase by 50.
The Level 2 armored camp upgrade demanded a total of 50 units of copper ore, unlocking the Qin armored crossbowman upon completion.
Summoning the crossbowman would cost 200 domination points, with a daily fuel consumption of 1 unit.
In the event of combat, an additional unit of copper ore would be required for replenishing bolts. After reviewing the upgrade requirements of essential structures and considering previously analyzed external factors, Su Yang's mind raced as he contemplated the current development path.
First and foremost,
the territory's most scarce resource was copper ore. The initial step must be to upgrade the Mosey machine tower and unlock the metal detection technology. Relying on the armored elite soldiers to search was proving too slow, acquiring copper ore swiftly was imperative. Although the exact functioning of this technology remained unclear, it was the sole method for locating ore veins. Secondly, the pivotal aspect of territory upgrades lay in the armored camp and troop enhancements. The Level 2 armored camp would introduce the new crossbowman unit, enabling long-range attacks.
Once the machine tower technology was completed, the armored camp would be upgraded immediately to equip the team with crossbowmen. In addition to unlocking the crossbowmen, it was essential to elevate all Level 1 armored elite soldiers to Level 2. A preliminary target was set, to upgrade all armored elite soldiers to Level 2 and unlock an additional 20 crossbowmen. This segment of upgrades would consume a considerable amount of domination value and require an extended duration. Next was the production speed. As the number of soldiers increased, the consumption of maintenance resources would also rise.
Upgrading the mining machines to enhance production speed was crucial to meet the growing resource demands of the territory.
Finally,
matters concerning the defense of the base could proceed gradually as the base developed. There was no urgency here.
The development plan was now clear, but it hinged on acquiring copper resources from England to commence.
At noon, Su Yang received 50 units of copper ore in his backpack, marking a significant milestone. Containing his excitement, he prepared to initiate the upgrades. Although the copper ore obtained from England was modest, it was a vital resource for launching further advancements. Without this 100 units of copper ore, even elevating to a Level 2 main base would be unfeasible. Thus, the value of this 100 units of copper ore far surpassed 600 domination points. Before commencing upgrades, Su Yang first allocated 6 units of copper ore to restore the armor of 6 severely damaged armored elite soldiers. Subsequently, he dispatched Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, each leading a squad of 6, towards the predicted location of the insect nest.
The insect swarm must pay the price for their transgressions the previous night.
After the team set off, Su Yang began repairing the damaged mining machines.
In total,
he expended 18 units of copper ore to restore all facilities for the soldiers within the territory.
All production units resumed full operational capacity.
Afterwards, Su Yang accessed the panel and allocated 30 units of copper ore for the machine tower upgrade. As the blueprints were laid down, the sounds of gears meshing and rods moving filled the air.
The machine tower rose higher from its original foundation, its metallic surface shimmering with a bluish-white glow.
Upon completing the upgrade, Su Yang opened the technology panel and selected the newly unlocked metal detection section.
Technology, metal detection, unlocks Qin exploration technology.
Utilizing geomancy and geological knowledge to analyze and locate shallow mineral veins, domination value, 1000 points, time, 6 hours. To his astonishment, it was ancient exploration technology.
Su Yang's eyes sparkled with understanding.
The contours of mountains, geological anomalies, and the unique flora surrounding mineral veins.
Before modern exploration techniques emerged,
ancient peoples summarized the distribution patterns of mineral veins through a series of natural indicators.
One could always trust the wisdom of ancestors. Without hesitation, Su Yang expended 1000 points of domination value.
Domination value -1000, technology, metal detection research in progress.
Detected prerequisite technology research, unlocking special unit, Qin 1000-mile scouts? Ancient reconnaissance soldiers. He had unlocked a special unit.
Su Yang swiftly accessed the armored camp panel. Beside the armored elite soldiers, a new unit option appeared. Unit, Qin 1000-mile scouts, unit type, reconnaissance infantry, production requirement, level 2 armored camp, description, a reconnaissance unit equipped with lightweight armor. Capable of conducting a series of extensive reconnaissance activities, unlocking metal detection technology enhances the scout's exploration knowledge. Enabling a range of known mineral exploration activities, domination value required for summoning, 300 points, base consumption, 2 units of fuel day. 2 units of concentrated water day, maintenance consumption, 1 unit of copper instance, loading consumption, 1 unit of copper instance. He had indeed unlocked the reconnaissance soldiers. And Su Yang gazed at the panel with exhilaration. Now, all the foundational units required for the army had been assembled. He had previously thought he would need to scour for or with some instrument. Now, with scouts capable of extensive reconnaissance combined with specialized exploration knowledge, discovering copper or resources was merely a matter of time. To acquire the scouts, the level 2 armored camp must be unlocked. Upgrading the armored camp would require 50 units of copper ore. By the afternoon, once the second batch of copper ore from England arrived, the upgrade could commence. The 100 units of copper ore were neither excessive nor insufficient, they were precisely what was needed to upgrade the most urgent building. Just past noon. The necessary stone ore resources for constructing the walls were also collected. Su Yang's eyes glimmered as he opened the defense panel. After 2 days of waiting, he could finally begin the construction of the walls. With the walls in place, the direct incursions by the insect swarm would become a thing of the past. Chapter 24, The Characteristics of Civilization, the Great Wall. In a flash of inspiration, Su Yang swiftly laid out the blueprint for the city walls around the base. Segments of 3-meter-high stone walls rose from the ground. Fortunately, during the cleanup of the alien insect corpses yesterday, he also cleared the surrounding vegetation, allowing Su Yang to construct the walls without hindrance. After a period of installation, he gazed at the completed sections, lost in contemplation. While the walls were indeed erected, their height was somewhat surprising. Initially, the stone walls stood at a mere 3 meters, equivalent to the height of a single story. This appeared quite rudimentary, casting doubts on their defensive capabilities. The average height of the stinging insects was around 2 meters, making it unlikely that these 3-meter walls would effectively deter them. The wall was the sole defensive structure universally recognized across all civilizations. Regardless of the era, the initial walls were always constructed to a height of 3 meters. While this might suffice for lords hailing from other regions, for Su Yang, born at the heart of the insect nest and facing fully leveled, mobile insect foes, 3 meters seemed insufficient. With the technological prowess of the Qin dynasty, how could only such primitive walls be constructed? Shaking his head, Su Yang continued placing the blueprints. As the final segment of the wall was laid down, a system notification resonated in his mind. Construction of the walls completed. Triggering civilization characteristic, the Great Wall. This civilization boasts exceptional architectural skills, enhancing the height and defensive attributes of constructed walls by 100. Indeed. At the instant he beheld the message, Su Yang was overwhelmed with excitement. The Great Wall, a marvel of Huaxia civilization. As the characteristic was triggered, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the territory. The already constructed walls surged upward, their original 3-meter height doubling to 6. The stones used in the wall became significantly larger, arranged in a more orderly fashion. The previously rough and rudimentary surface instantly transformed into something formidable and robust. As the walls rose, so did Su Yang's sense of security. One cannot doubt the foundational engineering of their ancestors. A 6-meter wall is an entirely different concept than a 3-meter one. The former allowed one to see the external vegetation, while now it could only be described as impenetrable. Moreover, the upgrades brought forth by the civilization characteristic encompassed more than mere height. Ascending the path to the top of the wall, Su Yang found the apex to be a splendid embodiment of Qin craftsmanship. The top was once narrow and rudimentary, with only a few stone parapets at the edges. Now, the width expanded to 2 meters, flanked by parapets tall enough to provide cover. The parapets were equipped with various firing ports for counterattacks. Even the corners of the walls had been upgraded to dedicated watchtowers for reconnaissance. Although the panel indicated that the height and defensive capabilities had merely doubled, the overall enhancement rendered the wall's defenses far superior to that of a standard wall. Gazing at the walls, a profound sense of pride surged within Su Yang. Majestic and imposing, these were the walls of the Qin. He reminisced about Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who bore the name of tyrant, yet persevered in constructing the Great Wall. Regardless of how ludicrous or tyrannical he was deemed, his sins may lie in the present,
but his merits shall echo through the ages.
Bearing the scorn of an era, he built a legacy for countless generations.
Emperor Qin was indeed worthy of his ancestors and of Huaxia. Calming his emotions, Su Yong turned inward to survey the landscape of his territory.
According to his plans, the total length of the walls was set at 200 meters, encompassing a total area of 2,500 square meters.
The towering walls divided the territory into two main zones, the Lord's area and the production area.
Walls separated these two zones, connected by gates. In the center of the Lord's area, a level 2 Lord's mansion stood proudly, facing south with its grand halls reaching towards the heavens.
Flanking the Lord's mansion stood the Mosey 1000 Machines Tower and the Imperial Armor Camp. 20 barracks were evenly distributed across the territory's corners, facilitating the swift deployment of the Imperial armored soldiers.
The production area, located to the west of the Lord's zone, occupied a quarter of the total territory. At the coal mine, various production facilities operated at full capacity, providing a continuous flow of energy for the territory's development.
Currently, there was still ample vacant land,
and it was anticipated that once the main base reached level 3, there would be no need for additional wall construction. The completion of the walls and watchtowers marked the conclusion of the initial infrastructural projects within the territory. From this day forth, the Qin would embark on a formal path of development.
Having finished the wall construction, Su Yong reopened the panel.
There were still 2 unfinished production buildings, 2 mining machines and a high-pressure water pump. Constructing these facilities required no resources, but the corresponding mineral veins had to be located. Presently, there was only 1 coal mine within the base, allowing for the establishment of only 1 mining machine per vein. New mining machines could only be constructed upon discovering additional mineral veins. Regarding the mineral veins outside the territory, a noteworthy new technology must be mentioned. Technology, shallow mineral vein relocation, unlocks the ability to relocate discovered mineral veins to any location within the territory. Dominion points, 1500, time, 2 hours. This technology was granted by the system when the main base reached level 2. Aiming to alleviate the early defensive pressures on the Lord. Once this technology was unlocked, any future discovery of mineral veins outside the territory could be relocated back to the main base, eliminating the need for external mining operations.
For now, this upgrade would be postponed until copper veins were found.
Next, he awaited the arrival of the additional 50 units of copper from England.
Once the copper arrived,
he would proceed with upgrading the Imperial armor camp to unlock the crossbowmen and scout units.
As Su Yong pondered, a series of kill notifications popped up on the panel.
Kill level 1 Tyrant Stinging Insect, Dominion points 20, kill level 1 Tyrant Stinging Insect, Dominion points 20, kill level 2 Tyrant Brain Insect.
Dominion points 100, kill level 2 Tyrant Jet Insect, Dominion points 50. The dispatch team had encountered enemies.
Given the number of kills reported,
they had undoubtedly entered the insect nest. Su Yong calmly reviewed the kill records, harboring no concerns about the elite soldiers entering the nest.
Last night's battle had already depleted a significant portion of their forces, and it was likely that only the mother insect and a few defending aliens remained within the nest. With Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang leading the team, there was no cause for alarm. Even if complications arose, they should be able to withdraw smoothly.
Having successfully escaped once before. Detected level 3 Tyrant Mother Insect, do you wish to kill? A message entered Su Yang's mind.
Drawing from his previous experience, he understood that killing the mother insect would incur the Abyssal Gaze debuff. However, leaving it alive served no purpose at this juncture. With the walls completed and new units soon to be unlocked, they could slay as many insects as needed in the face of such fortifications.
Even negative buffs could be transformed into positive ones. Kill! Su Yong commanded, and the mother insects of both nests were eradicated. Kill level 3 Tyrant Mother Insect X2. Dominion points 400, received ordinary E-level loot, Heart of the Nest X2, can be used to accelerate technology research, achievement unlocked, Insect Exterminator, level 2.
Dominion points 1000, event triggered, Abyssal Gaze, level 2, your actions have provoked the wrath of the insect race, leading to a broader array of tyrant insect swarms launching an assault against you.
Chapter 25 The Protection of Our Ancestors. The situation has escalated. The Abyssal Gaze has risen from level 1 to level 2.
The territory will now be exposed to the sight of more swarms.
How can one stir two nests and not become anxious? It is entirely normal for foreign tribes to intensify their attacks as the territory grows stronger. Su Yang is not particularly surprised by this, however. One aspect of this enhancement has captured his attention. A larger variety of insectoids will join the assault. As a highly intelligent race with a social structure, the variety within the insectoid species must be extensive. Thus far, he has only encountered two types of attackers, the stingers and the spitting worms. The spitting worms caused considerable trouble upon their first appearance. In the future, as the enemy's strength increases, a myriad of insect types will undoubtedly emerge. To survive the onslaught of the insectoids, continuous development and expansion of one's own forces are imperative. Nevertheless, these matters are for the future. Development must be approached step by step. By this afternoon, after upgrading to level 2, the armored camp will unlock crossbowmen and scouts. With crossbowmen and the upgraded city walls, the insectoids at this stage would merely be marching to their demise. If possible, Su Yang even hopes for more insectoid troops to come, allowing him to quickly accumulate dominion value and embark on the path of expeditions. In the military assembly hall of the Dragon Kingdom, the excitement on the faces of the officers is palpable as they witness the Dragon Kingdom being the first among all nations to upgrade to level 2. Who would have thought that this young man could achieve 2 successive milestones? It is simply astonishing. If Su Yang had heeded our advice and chosen the late Qing dynasty, he would still be quarrying stones by now. The Qin dynasty is indeed powerful. It is hard to imagine what a prosperous civilization it must have been 2,000 years ago. As the officers reflect, a member of the expert team steps forward to speak. Generals, in my view, being the first to upgrade is not necessarily a good thing. Based on our observations from the past few days, Su Yang has thus far focused solely on outward exploration. He seems to have paid little attention to his territory and base defenses. The construction of city walls is an immense undertaking, typically requiring 3 to 4 days to complete. Given the productivity of such an ancient dynasty as the Qin, it is nearly impossible to have the walls finished today. Moreover, upgrading to a level 2 main base increases the territory's influence, and consequently, the likelihood of insectoid attacks will rise. If all goes as anticipated, Su Yang may very well face an assault from the swarms tonight without the protection of city walls. As the expert finishes speaking, the previously rare atmosphere of ease in the assembly hall vanishes. The officers exchange glances, contemplating the expert's words. Although the statement is quite disheartening, this is precisely the purpose of having experts. Their duty is to identify any potential hazards within the territory. After a brief pause, the chief general speaks slowly. I believe your perspective is overly pessimistic. Although the Great Qin is an ancient civilization, its displayed strength has already provided us with ample surprises. I believe the technological level and military capabilities of the Great Qin can at least be likened to those of medieval civilizations. Given their productivity, the city walls are likely already completed. Su Yang may appear reckless, but in truth, his thinking is clear. The chief general's arguments are sound, and the others nod in agreement. Having come this far, their trust in Su Yang and the Great Qin has surpassed their doubts. However, even if the walls are finished, there are still issues. Another member of the expert team, specializing in city construction, interjects. The wall facilities are primitive, constructed entirely of stone, and stand at a mere 3 meters in height, which is quite inadequate against the insectoids, especially considering the intensifying assaults. The assembly hall falls silent. The strength of a level 1 wall is indeed far too weak. Su Yang has only just upgraded the main base today, and it is impossible for him to have completed level 2 walls by nightfall. Without level 2 walls, as the officers remain in silence, the large screen begins to flicker. The live broadcast is about to commence, and all eyes are drawn to it. Everything discussed in the assembly hall is mere speculation. Only by witnessing the real situation can they grasp the actual development of the territory. What is the true state of development within the territory? Has Su Yang considered the impending insectoid assault? What of the level 1 walls? The screen flickers and then illuminates. Upon seeing the scene displayed, the officer's eyes widen with astonishment. There are walls. Su Yang has indeed constructed walls. He is truly not a reckless individual. But wait, is this a level 1 wall? Why is it so extravagant? Given its height and design, it cannot possibly be an ordinary wall. Level 2 walls are made of metal. This can only be a level 1 wall, yet it must have undergone some form of enhancement. The construction expert adjusts his glasses, his eyes glinting with excitement. Civilization traits. Su Yang has triggered the civilization traits of the Great Qin. If the chosen civilization has made outstanding contributions in certain aspects, when the territory reaches the corresponding stage, the civilization trait is activated, granting various bonuses. The design of the walls in the territory mirrors the ancient Great Wall, which collapsed during our wars. As the crowd hears this, waves of emotion surge within them. If not for the efforts of their ancestors in constructing the walls, they would not be experiencing such powerful civilization traits today. We have failed to preserve the wealth of our forebears. But today Su Yang has restored the fruits of their labor. With walls of such defensive strength, the insectoids will not dare to set foot in our territory. In the official live broadcast room, after hearing the expert's analysis of the high-level walls within the territory, the emotions of the populace are ignited. The Dragon Kingdom is formidable. The glory of Huaxia is magnificent. How awe-inspiring. It is unimaginable how much toil our ancestors invested. The walls built by our forebears a millennium ago still protect us today. Their contributions benefit the present and will echo through the ages. We are grateful for the sacrifices of our ancestors. The Great Qin is not an ancient, backward dynasty. It is a great era in which our ancestors lived. With our forebears watching over us, the Dragon Kingdom shall not perish. Chapter 26, New Troop Type. Fully staffed forces. The sound of mechanical interlocking resonated like a symphony as the Level 2 armored camp underwent its upgrade. As evening fell, the timely arrival of 50 units of copper ore from England was noted. Without hesitation, Su Yang initiated the enhancement of the Level 2 armored camp. During the upgrade, 2 squads of armored elite returned to the territory. The afternoon battle yielded a total of 850 command points, which, combined with the 1,000 from unlocking achievements, amounted to 1850 points. Adding this to the current command points resulted in a total of 5,290 points. There were no immediate needs for command points elsewhere in the territory. Thus, theoretically, all 5,290 points could be allocated to military development. If he wished, every last bit could be invested in building the army. With a hiss, steam erupted as the Level 2 armored camp was completed. The mechanical structure became increasingly intricate and sophisticated. Numerous vertical grooves and etchings adorned the exterior, reminiscent of arrows. The Level 2 armored camp was poised to transform the military. Calming his excitement, Su Yang opened the troop panel. Initially, he could only view the panel for the Qin Armored Elite. Now, 3 types of soldiers were available for selection: Qin Armored Elite, Qin Armored Crossbowmen, and Qin Thousand-Mile Scouts. Su Yang first clicked on the Qin Armored Crossbowmen. As a ranged unit, they would not only compensate for the current shortcomings of the forces but also provide a qualitative enhancement to base defense. Their allocation should be prioritized. Unit, Qin Armored Crossbowman. Unit type, ranged unit. Production requirement, Level 2 armored camp. Description: a long-range attack unit equipped with heavy crossbows, capable of conducting remote assaults. Unlocking crossbow technology will upgrade their crossbows, increasing their ranged attack power. Command points required for summoning, 200. Consumption, 1 unit of fuel day. 1 unit of concentrated water day. Loading consumption, 1 unit of copper or resource instance. The 200 command points, fuel, and concentrated water consumption mirrored that of the armored elite. The only distinction was that the crossbowmen were currently the sole troop requiring copper or resources. Su Yang speculated that this was due to the metal construction of their crossbow bolts, necessitating copper for ammunition replenishment. Although there were no copper resources available for resupplying the crossbowmen, the summoned soldiers would be fully equipped with ammunition, ensuring they could endure the night without issue. The matter of ammunition resupply could wait until copper ore was located. Tonight, the priority was securing the defense. Without further ado, Su Yang invested 4,000 command points into the armored camp. Command points minus 4,000, summoning Qin Armored Crossbowman 20, the armored camp whirred to life, releasing torrents of steam. As the metallic gates swung open, one after another, the armored crossbowmen emerged. Just like the armored elite, they were entirely encased in bronze exoskeleton armor. However, unlike their counterparts, their disc-shaped steam power units were positioned at their hips, rather than on their backs. Replacing the power source was a half-man-height heavy crossbow. The crossbow arms and mechanism were exquisitely crafted from bronze. The bow itself was made from a special material, resembling a crescent moon. The firing mechanism featured 3 specially designed bowstrings and an optical sight. Behind the crossbow mechanism was a small steam-powered device. Much like the bronze swords of the armored elite, the crossbow wielded by the crossbowman also benefited from steam propulsion. Below the heavy crossbow, a cylindrical metal quiver rested at their lower back, filled with bronze crossbow bolts adorned with distinctive fletching, glimmering with a cold, white light. It was evident that the power of this crossbow was of a devastating caliber. With a thundering sound, the march of the armored crossbowmen ceased, and 20 Qin armored crossbowmen stood in formation before Su Yang. An aura of lethal intent emanated from them. This was the spirit of the Qin soldiers. Gazing at the neatly arranged marksmen, Su Yang felt an overwhelming sense of security. With such formidable soldiers at his disposal, he felt capable of facing any foe, even the insectoid menace. Su Yang opened the soldier panel for the crossbowmen to review their detailed statistics. The steam energy reserves of the crossbowmen were identical to those of the armored elite. However, their armor coverage was less than that of the elite. As shooting necessitated the removal of defensive features from their chests and other areas, leaving only the exoskeleton for mobility assistance. This meant that the crossbowman's armor value was significantly lower than that of the elite. Nevertheless, due to the reduced armor coverage, the operational duration of their armor was extended. At level 1, they possessed the same marching distance as level 2 armored elite. Next was their combat duration, closely linked to the amount of ammunition available. If their crossbow bolts were expended, even an abundance of energy would prove useless. Additionally, while the crossbowmen were equipped with short bronze swords, Su Yang would avoid engaging them in close combat unless absolutely necessary. Finally, the most impressive aspect, the effective killing range of the crossbowmen reached an astonishing 800 to 1,000 meters, rivaling that of modern sniper rifles. Was this the prowess of the Qin craftsman? Bridging ancient techniques with modern technology. After thoroughly examining the crossbowman's panel, Su Yang could not help but marvel. Although there were limitations in armor and ammunition capacity, these flaws did not overshadow their strengths. The armored crossbowmen stood as a formidable force among early ranged units. Dividing the 20 armored crossbowmen into 4 groups of 5, Su Yang stationed 1 squad at each of the 4 city walls for defense. Subsequently, he spent 600 command points to upgrade 2 armored elite to level 2, ensuring that each wall would be manned by a level 2 armored elite. Lastly, he expended the remaining 600 command points to summon 2 Qin 1,000-mile scouts. Unlike the crossbowmen and elite, the scouts had diminished combat attributes but enhanced reconnaissance capabilities. All defensive armor was sacrificed, and even the upper body's power exoskeleton was removed. The steam power was solely allocated to their waist and legs, resulting in an extraordinary enhancement in mobility and endurance. Even at level 1, the scouts surpassed the level 2 armored elite in speed and distance. In addition to their leg power units, the scouts were equipped with bronze daggers and bronze rods for soil testing. With metal detection technology unlocked, the scouts possessed a comprehensive suite of ancient exploration techniques. By observing terrain, water patterns, and vegetation distribution, along with soil analysis, they could predict mineral distributions within several kilometers. With specialized scouts, the efficiency of exploration would undoubtedly increase exponentially. As the 2 scouts emerged from the armored camp, Su Yang promptly ordered them to search for copper mines. With their speed, they would not fear an insectoid assault, even under the veil of night. Upon concluding the troop summoning, Su Yang was left with a mere 90 command points. The consumption of command points had resulted in a qualitative leap in military strength. He ascended the city walls, positioning all soldiers accordingly: 16 level 1 Qin armored elite, 4 level 2 Qin armored elite, and 20 Qin armored crossbowmen. With such a formidable force in place, the alien creatures would find no return this night. Chapter 27, Annihilation of the Swarm. The nocturnal forest teems with vitality, far more so than in daylight. Strange flora emit brilliant luminescence, casting an ethereal glow akin to fleeting dreams. Yet, beneath this enchanting facade lies an unpredictable abyss. In the territory of the Great Qin, Su Yang stood at the city gate, gazing into the distance. The vibrant forest sprawled across the land, merging with the encroaching darkness at the horizon, where night seemed to engulf all radiance.
A chilling evening breeze swept from the depths of the forest, carrying with it not just the sound of the wind, but also the intermittent whir of machinery. Under his command, 40 armored soldiers were evenly stationed atop the city walls, poised for action. The walls of the territory were of equal length, with watchtowers rising 10 meters high at each corner. Due to the unpredictable direction of the insectoid assault, Su Yang had stationed soldiers at every wall. Each side was manned by 4 soldiers, 2 armored warriors and 2 crossbowmen, forming a steadfast defense that would remain unchanged despite the tide of battle. The 4 watchtowers each housed 6 soldiers, 3 crossbowmen and 3 armored warriors, serving as a mobile defense to swiftly support the most critical areas of conflict. This strategic arrangement significantly reduced response time and ensured that every wall was fortified. A sudden gust of wind rustled the luminescent plants in the forest, resembling a river of stars. Under this breathtaking nocturne, Su Yang's mind sharpened with tension. They were coming. The crossbowman stationed at the southeast watchtower was the first to detect the presence of the insect horde, showcasing remarkable skill to spot them against the backdrop of overwhelming light pollution from a kilometer away. Su Yang's thoughts raced as he quickly organized his troops. The mobile units in the southwest and northeast watchtowers immediately set out to defend the southern and eastern walls. The sound of scuttling grew louder, the insects advancing with increasing fervor. The crossbowmen readied their bolts, awaiting Su Yang's command. Considering the plant's potential interference with their shots, he refrained from ordering an attack too soon. He was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The insect footsteps quickened, drawing nearer, accompanied by the piercing cries of brain bugs. Fire! With a resounding command, the crossbowman unleashed a volley. The thunderous sound of crossbows firing echoed in the night, accompanied by a chorus of buzzing. The bolts, as thin as a finger, sliced through the air with lethal speed, undetectable to the naked eye. In an instant, the plants in the distance shattered and collapsed. Almost simultaneously, 10 kill notifications flashed on Su Yang's panel. Kill level 1 Tyrant Stinger Bug, Dominion value 20, kill level 2 Tyrant Stinger Bug. Dominion value 30, kill level 1 Tyrant Stinger Bug, Dominion value 20, kill level 2 Tyrant Stinger Bug, Dominion value 30. A swift execution. Such was the might of the heavy-duty crossbow. The synchronized assault shattered the silence of the night, sending the insect swarm into a frenzy as they surged towards the city walls. The gears of the crossbow mechanism slowly rotated, the 3 specialized strings being reloaded with formidable mechanical force. The crossbowmen retrieved new bolts from their backs, reloaded, aimed, and fired once more. Another barrage erupted. This time, Su Yang witnessed the moment the crossbow bolts obliterated the insects. The bronze bolts spiraled toward the stinger bugs' bodies, penetrating and dismembering all in their path, embedding themselves into the soil behind. The struck stinger bugs collapsed as if marionettes with severed strings, their forms disintegrating into remains. The first wave of stinger bugs that burst from the forest was swiftly reduced to remnants. Another series of kill notifications appeared in orderly succession. Kill level 2 Tyrant Stinger Bug, Dominion value 30, kill level 2 Tyrant Stinger Bug, Dominion value 30, kill level 2 Tyrant Stinger Bug, Dominion value 30. The crossbowmen reloaded their weapons as more swarms erupted from the forest, surging forth like a relentless tide. In an instant, the insect horde reached the foot of the walls. Unlike their previous attempt to breach the base, the towering walls of the Great Qin now stood as a formidable barrier. They howled as they leaped upward, attempting to claw at the walls with their insect blades. Their efforts were in vain, leaving only scratches upon the stone. With their crossbows reloaded, another wave of fire was unleashed. The stinger bugs at the base were torn apart by the bolts, collapsing en masse. As the next wave approached, the brain bugs in the forest emitted sharp cries, signaling their realization. The stinger bugs ceased their futile assault on the walls, beginning to trample over one another in a desperate bid to scale the barrier. They utilized their fallen brethren as stepping stones, attempting to stack themselves higher. The brain bugs had identified the only means to breach the walls by overcoming them. Yet these walls were not easily surmountable. As the crossbowmen reloaded, the armored warriors stepped forward to the edge of the walls, swords in hand, their steam-powered mechanisms charging in readiness. As the stinger bugs prepared to ascend, the armored warriors swung their bronze swords, shattering their hopes. With the walls in place, the armored warriors merely awaited the stinger bugs' charge.
ready to send them to their demise one by one.
As the number of stinger bugs swelled at the wall's base, so too did the quantity attempting to scale the walls. Faced with increasing pressure on their defenses, the crossbowmen finished reloading and unleashed another volley downward. This time, due to the stinger bug's stacked formation, each bolt pierced through multiple targets. A deafening explosion echoed as the newly formed assault of insects was instantly dismantled. Chitin, blood, and limbs scattered across the ground, painting a gruesome tableau.
Countless kill notifications flooded Su Yang's panel. Chapter 28, A Frantic Harvest, Everyone Upgraded. The screen before Su Yang was flooded with kill notifications. Each line highlighted the terrifying lethality of the crossbowmen. After a single volley, the majority of the swarm at the foot of the city walls was annihilated. Just one more round, and the insectoid assault would be entirely dismantled. Suddenly, the sound of piercing insect projectiles filled the air. The long-range units of the swarm had completed their deployment. A squad of spitting line worms lurked in the dense forest, launching their attack towards the city walls. "Conceal yourselves," Su Yang ordered without hesitation. The armored troops immediately crouched down, taking refuge behind the battlements. The insect projectiles were formidable. Yet upon colliding with the solid, thick walls, they could only embed slightly or be deflected. Crouching behind the battlements, Su Yang felt the projectiles whiz past him. Fortunately, the civilizational trait had upgraded the walls, and the ordinary level 1 walls offered no cover. Had they encountered this scenario earlier, they would have surely been at a disadvantage. The relentless rain of insect projectiles continued to bombard the walls without pause. The spitting line worms seemed to have divided into 3 squads, as one finished firing and reloaded. Another would follow up to maintain a constant barrage, ensuring the enemy had no opportunity to retaliate. This tactic proved highly effective, demonstrating the intelligence of the insectoid race capable of executing such maneuvers. However, as Su Yang pondered, he began to gauge the attack frequency of the spitting line worms.
Their adversaries were the Qin forces, equipped with crossbow units.
Prior to this night, the armored troops could only passively endure the onslaught.
But now, with the crossbowmen's addition, they would no longer fear long-range units.
"Fire!" Su Yang commanded, seizing the enemy's exceedingly brief attack interval to counterattack. The crossbowmen did not rise to shoot, instead, they retaliated directly through the arrow slits in the walls. A torrential downpour of arrows surged forth, instantly decimating a significant portion of the forest directly facing the walls. With the anguished cries of the spitting lineworms, a second wave of insect projectiles struck. Meanwhile, the crossbowmen had turned around to reload their crossbows. The insectoid assault had completely missed its mark. The arrow slits not only shielded against much of the incoming fire but also allowed the crossbowmen to fire more rapidly. Thanks to these openings, Su Yang was able to orchestrate a counterattack without incurring any losses. It could be said that every brick and tile of these walls embodied the wisdom of their ancestors. After this round of retaliation, the swarm's long-range firepower was halved. The repeated assaults from the frontline insectoids were also thwarted by the armored elite. From this point onward, the insectoids could no longer mount an effective offensive. The battle was entering its concluding phase. Su Yang commanded the gates to be opened, allowing Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, each leading a small squad, to exit the city and eliminate the remaining aberrant insects. With the last brainworm dispatched, the conflict came to an end. This had been the largest insect tide encountered since their arrival in the Forbidden Land. Eagerly, Su Yang opened his panel to assess the evening's bounty. The number of aberrant insects was no less than 150. How much dominion value could he possibly accrue? Upon seeing the final figure, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. Dominion value, 6780. A single defense had yielded an astonishing 6,000 plus dominion value. It was noteworthy that most lords currently possessed only around 1,000 dominion value. His gains for the night surpassed theirs by 6-fold. The second-level main base, coupled with the effects of the second-level abyssal gaze, proved to be exceedingly fruitful. Indeed, as long as the defensive level kept pace, the abyssal gaze was a pure boon. The stronger the effects of the abyssal gaze, the larger the scale of the insect swarm, and consequently, the greater the dominion value harvested. With the new influx of dominion value, Su Yang promptly initiated an upgrade. First on the agenda was the technology section, the shallow or vein relocation technology.
This would allow the discovered ore veins outside the territory to be transported back to the base. This technology was particularly suited for the concentrated defense phase in the early stages. Just in time, having completed the research tonight, if scouts discovered ore veins tomorrow,
they could be relocated immediately. Dominion value -1,500, researching shallow ore vein relocation technology.
After concluding the technology upgrades, the next step was to enhance the troop types. With the addition of the crossbowmen, the food consumption within the territory had surged. Should they fail to capture the insect swarm pasture tomorrow, the soldiers would face starvation.
The first-level armored elite could not reach the insect swarm pasture.
All must be upgraded to the second level. With a thought, Su Yang commanded all remaining first-level armored elites to undergo upgrades.
Dominion value -4,800, upgrading first-level armored elites.
A series of mechanical clanking sounds resonated as all armored elites within the territory ascended to the second level.
What a thrill!
Compared to upgrading one or two at a time earlier, this large-scale upgrade felt like a lavish expenditure.
The two upgrades consumed 6,300 Dominion value,
depleting the recently acquired Dominion value entirely. However, it resulted in a significantly more powerful force.
With 20 armored elites now at level 2.
Alongside 20 crossbowmen and 2 scouts stationed outside, this troop could almost dominate the insect-tide forest before stronger varieties of the insectoids appeared.
Yet,
as the strength of the troops increased, another issue became apparent: insufficient backup supplies.
The territory currently possessed only one coal mine machine,
producing a maximum of 50 units of fuel resources daily. The current consumption of the troops had already surpassed production capacity. The armored elite troops consumed 2 units of fuel daily, while the crossbowmen required 1 unit.
Excluding the scouts, the daily fuel requirement for the troops stood at a minimum of 60 units.
This was under the least favorable conditions. Any combat would exponentially increase consumption. Following the recent battle, 2/3 of the armored elites and crossbowmen faced dwindling fuel supplies.
Furthermore, the crossbowmen stationed in the south and east for defense had run out of bolts.
Currently, there were no copper resources within the territory to replenish them.
Resources are the most crucial factor in the development of a base.
Now, all eyes were on the scouts' capabilities. It was hoped they would discover newer veins before the assault on the insect swarm pasture tomorrow.
Chapter 29, Lord Rankings, Intensifying Competition. The Lord Hall has been opened,
allowing lords to communicate with one another within a specified time frame. Early the next morning, Su Yang entered the Lord Hall punctually. Although he was not fond of idle chatter, the hall occasionally revealed valuable information worth his time. After some mundane exchanges, a piece of news ignited the Lord Hall.
Lord Afohin, I bring good news. We have discovered an oil field and preparations for extraction are underway. Anonymous, my heavens! What luck! Anonymous, is this for real? An oil field discovered so quickly. American Lord, friend, please share your location. Anonymous, this will change everything. All non-modern civilizations are doomed.
Indian Lord, you know our relationship has always been good. I wish to form an alliance with you.
Upon seeing the news, Su Yang's eyebrows furrowed,
and his expression turned grave.
Oil, one of the most intricate organic compounds in the world, is the lifeblood of modern industry. For many nations that began with modern civilization,
oil resources are of paramount importance. Choosing a modern civilization typically does not pose problems in the early stages of military strength.
The greatest challenge lies in securing resources for subsequent development.
Unlike the coal and copper required in the early stages, these nations must acquire higher-tier resources such as steel and oil to advance. Thus, in the initial exploration phase with limited resources, most of these nations would find themselves constrained, leading to sluggish development. This serves as a balancing mechanism within the forbidden zones. Should they gain access to advanced resources too easily, their developmental pace would become terrifyingly unrestrained. Lord Afohin's announcement in the hall was akin to dropping a heavy bombshell. As a real-world oil powerhouse, Afohin possessed the civilization trait of oil tycoon within the forbidden zone, enabling him to construct oil rigs at an early stage and boasting significant oil production capacity.
Due to this trait, Afohin had been the most sought-after ally in the previous 2 trials.
Now, having discovered an oil field during the novice protection period, He was bound to drive all players into a frenzy. Unlocking oil resources at such an early stage was tantamount to having no restrictions, propelling them directly into advancement. This development was decidedly unfavorable for Su Yang, as the Qin dynasty would not require oil in its early stages. The acquisition of oil by other nations would significantly heighten the pressure on his own development. As expected, upon the announcement, all modern civilization nations flocked to him. Anonymous, Lord of Fohan, I was born in a goblin mine. If you are interested, please contact me privately. Anonymous, should an alliance be possible? I am willing to offer half of my future dominion value. English Lord, I can provide iron or resources necessary for early development. Interested parties may contact me privately. Bear Country Lord, I hope you choose wisely. I do not wish to see unnecessary bloodshed. Lords from various nations extended olive branches to Lord of Fohan, while a small faction resorted to pressure and threats. The underlying principle was clear: if they could not have it, then neither should anyone else. Lord of Fohan, this time, the 6 Middle Eastern nations will form an alliance, refusing to ally with any other nations. Oil resources will only be exchanged through trade. Once Lord of Fohan made this declaration, silence enveloped the hall. Not allying with any nation implied avoiding enmity with all. Each nation would have to obtain oil resources fairly through trade. Any breach of this fairness would infringe upon the interests of others. Su Yang observed the hushed hall, his eyes glinting. If oil were to flow out as a traded resource, it would mean that all modern nations could swiftly transcend their limitations. The overall pace of development during this trial would accelerate exponentially compared to before. The strength of these nations, starting with modern civilization, would rise rapidly. He must develop relentlessly. Otherwise, he would soon be surpassed or left behind by others. A sense of urgency quietly arose within Su Yang. The hall remained silent, yet beneath the surface, tension mounted. All nations were likely engaged in private discussions with Lord of Fohan. Though they publicly stated they would not form alliances, the true motivations remained obscured. Led by a Fohan, the 6 Middle Eastern nations would not be formidable in later stages. They would undoubtedly seek to align themselves with nations of considerable strength. After waiting for a while, and confirming that no further news would come, Su Yang prepared to close the hall panel. This was one of the rare instances where he had not become the subject of discussion among other lords. After all, the discovery of an oil field was a momentous event. If these nations managed to secure oil early on and lift their restrictions, then his civilization, rooted in the Bronze Age, would no longer stand a chance in their eyes. Just before closing the Lord Hall, a notification message appeared. 3 days remain until the night of arrival. On the night of arrival, the novice protection will disappear, and the otherworldly tide will launch attacks on all territories. Lords who successfully survive the onslaught will earn the opportunity to participate in the second week's territorial rankings. This ranking will be divided into 2 parts, one for territorial development ranking. The system will analyze a series of conditions, including territory position, resources, troop types, defenses, technology, and ally relationships, to derive a territorial development index. A higher development index indicates stronger current developmental capacity. The system will present the top 3 lords based on development index for the week. The top 3 lords will receive dominion value rewards, with the first place receiving 2 resource mining machines and the authority to manifest resources. The second part of the ranking pertains to newly added exploration rankings for this trial. The system will analyze factors such as dominion value gained from defeating enemies in exploration range. After analysis, the system will rank the top 3 lords based on the exploration index. The top 3 lords will receive dominion value rewards, with the first place additionally receiving a special system item, a deciphering card. The lord rankings have emerged. A weekly ranking offers substantial rewards for those who rank high. This is a critical mechanism within the Forbidden Zone trials, compelling lords into fierce competition. Su Yang swiftly reviewed the notification, his objectives firmly set. He must exert every effort to secure both first positions in the rankings. Achieving the top rank in development not only grants limited but precious mining machines in the early stages but also allows for the immediate manifestation of current territorial resources, eliminating the need to wait for the trial's conclusion. The Dragon Kingdom, having endured 2 calamities, sees much of its populace in dire straits. The ability to manifest resources in advance would save a portion of its people from suffering. This was precisely his purpose for participating in the Forbidden Zone trials. The exploration ranking, a new addition to this trial, holds critical importance. The deciphering card can unlock tasks and rewards associated with ruins and various special locations. Securing a deciphering card would enable the early resolution of hidden ruin tasks. The resources found within these ruins are exceptionally rich, potentially propelling territorial development to a transformative leap. Development, he must stay ahead of everyone else. As the notification chimed in his ears, Su Yang closed the Lord Hall. Scouting unit has discovered a vein of ore. In the land of the East, Tojo Incan, after reviewing the system announcement, reopened the panel to enter the private chat channel. The Lord of the East, this trial has introduced exploration rankings. You should be aware of the formidable strength of our Eastern warriors in the early stages. While I cannot guarantee our development ranking, I assure you that the top position in exploration will undoubtedly belong to the Great Eastern Empire. Should you choose to ally with me, I am willing to generously offer system items without charge. Lord Afahan, we can consider this. But our Eastern Federation will not ally solely with the East. The Lord of the East, have you already formed an alliance with the United States? Lord Afahan, no comment. The Lord of the East, I am indifferent to the United States. We have but one stipulation: we must never ally with the Dragon Kingdom. Nor shall we sell any oil resources to them in any form. Chapter 30, Discovery of Copper Mines? The covetous gaze of nations Tojo Incan's mind swirled with thoughts as he closed the panel in the hall. It was virtually impossible for a Fohan to abandon the idea of allying with the United States. However, leveraging their own pressure to prevent the sale of oil to the Dragon Kingdom was a straightforward task. If the Dragon Kingdom were to endure another natural disaster, it would inevitably collapse. At that juncture, the East would be poised to acquire vast territories, thus impeding the Dragon Kingdom, eliminating its lords, and orchestrating calamity upon it were the primary objectives of this trial for the East. What was initially perceived as a simple mission had now encountered unexpected variables. This lad named Su Yang first chose the Qin dynasty, then breached the novice protection. Subsequently, he achieved two pivotal milestones in succession. Although these developments would not alter the ultimate outcome, Tojo Incan was averse to witnessing further fluctuations. Restricting oil would hinder their pace in unlocking modern industry. Regardless of how swiftly they progressed initially, they would ultimately face a dead end. Tojo Incan's gaze flickered, a smile gracing his lips. After being vexed by Su Yang a few days prior, the successful alliance with the Fohan had alleviated his spirits somewhat. Continue the battle, he commanded, waving his hand to the soldier who had just reported. Hi! The infantry of the East, armed with Type 99 rifles from the Second World War, swiftly exited the tents. Under his command, a team that had just concluded a skirmish regrouped and set forth beyond their territory. Their expressions were electrified, each one invigorated as if imbued with the spirit of a battle-hungry warrior. The Bushido spirit epitomized the essence of Eastern civilization. The soldiers in the trial were not mere machines, they required rest and sustenance. Thus, factors such as combat, marching, and food would invariably influence their state. To ensure the soldiers' combat efficacy, it was imperative to provide them with ample rest and favorable living conditions. This held true for the majority of nations, but was entirely different for the East. The soldiers of the East during World War II embodied the principles of Bushido and extreme devotion. Their demands for living conditions were minimal, and even in the harshest circumstances, they could maintain peak combat effectiveness. Rapid marching was akin to walking for them, while slow marching equated to rest. From the moment they shattered the novice defenses yesterday, Tojo Incan's forces had not paused for a moment. It was precisely because of the Bushido characteristics that the East had emerged as one of the strongest nations in the early stages. This was also the reason Tojo Incan possessed absolute confidence in claiming the top rank in exploration. What of breaking through defenses on the first day? In terms of slaying foes in exploration, none could rival my formidable forces of the East. In the territories of the United States. MacArthur puffed on the cigar in his mouth. Prior to entering the Forbidden Zone, he had brought along a box of cigars for celebration. Today marked his first smoke. 3 days hence, he would indulge in the second. A Fohan's discovery of oil would yield immense profits for the United States. It was common knowledge that the United States was a Fohan's unequivocal elder brother. As soon as a Fohan extracted the oil, their military factories would be poised to commence production immediately. The characteristics of the American civilization had allowed them to unlock military factories early on. The production efficiency and quality of these factories far surpassed those of other nations, enabling the American military's equipment to lead significantly ahead. This had been the crux of their success in the previous two trials. However, the military factories required oil resources to operate. Before the discovery of oil and the activation of the armaments factory, the strength of the American military was not particularly formidable. Yet this time was different. Afohan had remarkably uncovered oil in the early stages. Once their oil supply was secured and the military factories were set in motion, MacArthur was confident in seizing the top two rankings in 7 days. Once the armaments factory is operational, our true game shall begin. MacArthur chuckled heartily. His cigar clenched between his teeth, envisioning the Dragon Kingdom being eliminated from the threat list. The unlocking of oil resources had removed the sole developmental limitation for their modern civilization in the early stages. In this trial, all nations opting for non-modern civilizations had already declared themselves out of the running. Upon exiting the Lord's Hall, Su Yang's mood quickly settled. Within the forbidden trial, many elements were random and incidental. The number of uncontrollable factors was too vast to predict. The only aspect he could master was the rhythm of his own development. Regardless of any sudden occurrences, it was vital not to lose one's tempo. Moreover, he had chosen the Qin dynasty, whose potential for growth was undeniably on par with any nation. What if they gained a head start? If the adversaries were too feeble, the trial would lack intrigue. With his mood pacified, Su Yang eagerly opened the panel. Scouting units have detected a vein of minerals. Had copper mines already been discovered? The speed was astonishing. Mineral, coal, reserves, good. Scouting units have detected another vein of minerals. Mineral, coal, reserves, abundant, 2 coal mines, yet no copper mines. Su Yang's expression dimmed slightly. Discovering coal mines in such a brief period was commendable nonetheless. At the very least, it validated that the presence of scouts had indeed accelerated the exploration speed compared to before. It was worth noting that they had only located one mineral vein in the first 3 days. Upon discovering the mineral veins, Su Yang did not hesitate. He immediately activated the already researched mineral relocation technology, transferring the abundant carbon mine to the production area of his territory. In the early stages, shallow mineral veins were categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary, good, and abundant. The existing mine within the territory was merely of good reserves. Now, this newly acquired one was a tier higher. The reserves of a mine not only indicated the quantity of minerals but also enhanced the efficiency of the mining machinery. Mines with higher reserves could provide greater production efficiency for the machinery. After relocating the mine to the production area, Su Yang placed a mining machine upon it. The current fuel resources in the territory were insufficient, and this machine would perfectly fill the gap. Successfully constructed a steam-powered mining machine. Base output of the mining machine, 30 units of coal resources per day. Environmental bonus, surrounding coal resources are abundant, increasing daily output by 15 units. Civilization characteristic bonus, Qin craftsmanship enables efficient operation of the mining machine, increases daily output by 15 units. Output after machine bonuses, 60 units of coal resources per day. Not bad, this output exceeded the previous machines by 10 units per day. Su Yang gazed at the mining machine panel, his spirits lifting slightly. The territory's production capacity could now adequately meet its consumption. As long as battles were not triggered frequently, the fuel output might even yield a surplus. Alongside the mining machine, Su Yang also installed a second steam-powered water pump. Both fuel and concentrated water were essential resources for steam-powered operations. Once the mining machine was in place, Su Yang examined the positions of the 2 scouts. They had ventured far into 2 directions. The distance covered overnight was double that of Su Yang's previous explorations. Such a vast distance without discovering copper mines? Chapter 31, The Dragon Kingdom in Distress. How could there be no discovery of copper mines at such a distance? A sense of unease welled up within Su Yang. The heart of the insect tide was already resource poor, and copper was a mineral with limited reserves. The combination of these factors made the search for copper exceedingly challenging. If fortune did not favor them, it was possible that the entire insect hive forest would yield no copper at all.
Should relocation not be undertaken, the base's development would stagnate. No more thoughts on that. Su Yang cleared his mind.
It was unwise to speculate on events that had yet to unfold.
Focusing on the present was the prudent course of action. He switched to the barracks interface.
The most pressing matter at hand was to secure the insect herd pasture and resolve the food crisis. With the recent addition of troops, the food reserves had been swiftly depleted. If the insect herd pasture was not captured today, their territory would plunge into a food scarcity crisis. Securing the pasture would alleviate concerns regarding food for an extended period. All the armored warriors had reached level 2, and a new contingent of crossbowmen had been added. The army designated for the assault on the insect herd pasture was fully equipped. The only remaining issue was energy. Last night's battle had drained their fuel resources.
Currently, half of the soldiers required power replenishment.
In the past, this would have taken considerable time, but now 2 mining machines were operational simultaneously. It was anticipated that by noon, all soldiers would have their energy restored.
Additionally, there was the issue of ammunition for the crossbowmen. Half of the crossbowmen had exhausted their bolts, while only a portion of the remaining soldiers had sufficient supplies. This issue could not be resolved until a copper mine was located. Su Yang could only opt to distribute the crossbow bolts evenly among the soldiers before embarking. 10 crossbowmen would accompany the expedition and be outfitted with ample bolts, while those remaining to defend the base would receive a lesser share.
This strategy should ensure the capture of the insect herd pasture.
However,
the ammunition situation post-capture would pose a challenge.
Without bolts, defending at night would become exponentially more difficult. Should he inquire with England about purchasing copper?
But now that oil resources had been unlocked, she would undoubtedly strive to ally with Afghanistan. It was unrealistic to expect her to divert factories for copper production.
What about seeking other nations?
Other countries were also afflicted.
Ding! As Su Yang's thoughts swirled, an alert chimed. Recon unit has discovered a mineral vein, another coal mine?
The heart of the insect tide has quite an abundance of coal.
Su Yang casually opened the message. Recon unit has discovered a mineral vein, mineral, copper, reserves, abundant, copper. At the official headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiangdong Province was experiencing widespread mudslides,
causing several newly constructed roads to collapse and blocking rescue convoys. Due to resource transportation issues, multiple power stations in Donghai Province were shut down, resulting in extensive power outages. Food reserves were critically low, and the typhoon had adversely affected agricultural production nationwide. Air transport methods had been employed to deliver supplies to the 4 southeastern provinces. A barrage of urgent messages from across the nation converged here. Personnel from various departments were working tirelessly, mobilizing national resources to address the disaster. Even though a year had passed since the last devastating typhoon, the effects of these 2 catastrophic natural disasters on the Dragon Kingdom were persistent and irreversible. The calamity had obliterated nearly 40% of the nation's farmland, impacting over half the population. The Midwestern Plateau had completely vanished, and the 4 southeastern provinces had seen minimal success in their recovery efforts over the past year.
Landslides, mudflows, torrential rains,
and a series of disasters had made rescue operations in the eastern provinces exceedingly challenging.
After 2 painful failures,
the Dragon Kingdom had succumbed to despair regarding the trials of the Forbidden Land. This time, they sought not to extract resources but merely to endure until the end, hoping to evade further natural disasters.
However, Su Yang's emergence altered the collective mindset, instilling a glimmer of hope among the populace. The almost divine manifestation of resources proved far more effective than human efforts. Should Su Yang achieve victory in the trials of the Forbidden Land? It might just liberate the Dragon Kingdom from its dire straits. How long until the trial broadcast?
The chief general rubbed his temples wearily. The deluge of bad news had left him utterly drained.
It will commence shortly, General.
The chief general let out a heavy sigh and retrieved a red-headed document from nearby. The naval fleet of the Eastern Isles has gathered along our southeastern coast. This document had been submitted a month prior. The intentions of the Eastern Islanders were abundantly clear. They were waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to suffer calamity.
Once disaster struck, the kingdom would collapse entirely, allowing them to land without resistance and seize vast territories. In times past, the the Dragon Kingdom would never have tolerated such affronts. Yet, given the current circumstances, the kingdom was powerless to wage war. The military could only endure in silence, feigning ignorance of the Eastern Islanders' maneuvers. Alas! The chief general sighed deeply, placing the document back in its rightful place. Everyone, assemble in the conference room, all matters will be addressed after the broadcast. As the broadcast drew near, the conference room quickly filled with personnel. For everyone present, the live broadcast offered a rare moment of respite. The stream illuminated, presenting the territorial panorama before their eyes. The most striking feature was the newly unlocked unit, the Qin armored crossbowman. Upon the emergence of the steam-assisted heavy crossbow, the eyes of the experts lit up, and the room erupted in applause. Resource production specialists noted that 4 mining machines were now operational within the territory. This indicated that territorial development had finally gained momentum. It appears we withstood last night's onslaught from the insect horde. With the unlocking of the ranged unit and the ancestral walls, we would surely endure. In 3 days, the night of descent would bring the largest insect tide. We must hold our ground. Not merely hold our ground. We must also strive for favorable rankings in the territorial standings and reclaim a few positions. The rankings announcement was a global notification, reaching people across the world. Although the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom dared not harbor extravagant hopes, a flicker of anticipation remained in their hearts. With Su Yang's current momentum, perhaps he could indeed secure a place among the ranks? Let us not seek first place, merely achieving a rank would significantly benefit the future. Go for it, lad. The chief general gazed intently at the broadcast. Within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Yang's reaction upon discovering the copper mine could only be described as ecstatic. Were it not for the presence of soldiers, he would have undoubtedly engaged in some wild display of joy. With the long-awaited copper resource now revealed, all the challenges hampering territorial development would be swiftly resolved. Chapter 32, Expedition to the Swarm Pasture, successfully constructed a steam-powered mining machine, base output value, 30 units of copper ore per day, environmental bonus, abundant copper ore resources nearby. Increasing daily output by 5 units, civilization characteristic bonus, the craftsmanship of the Qin dynasty enables efficient operation of the mining machine. Increasing daily output by 15 units, output value after bonuses, 50 units of copper ore per day, with various enhancements. The rich copper vein yields an impressive daily output of 50 units of copper. Although this is lower than the output of coal mines of the same grade, 50 units per day is still sufficient. Most importantly, this marks a significant breakthrough from nothing to something. With the ability to produce copper, the ammunition for crossbowmen and upgrades for various facilities are now secured. As the first piece of metal copper was excavated and placed into Su Yang's backpack, the system notification sounded. Detected metal copper output. Unlocking a new branch of the technology tree, Sonic Detector, a reconnaissance defense device composed of a radio apparatus and biological signal fragments, refined mechanism structure, and improved firing mechanism for crossbows. Allowing crossbowmen to load 2 bolts simultaneously for continuous fire. Terrain mapping, unlocks knowledge of terrain mapping. Enabling scouts to detail maps of areas and architectural structures. The ability to produce copper not only unlocked new research avenues but also 3 new technologies. Much like the previous unlocking of metal detection technology that granted the scout unit, the technology displayed on the tree is not exhaustive. With the Lord's exploration and encounters with various situations, new technologies may be triggered for unlocking. This time, 3 technologies were directly unlocked within the 1000 machine tower, 1 for defense and 2 for unit upgrades. The Sonic Detector can now utilize the rare E-grade organizational fragments obtained earlier. It allows for the monitoring of sound wave signals within its range, thus facilitating reconnaissance of surveillance activities. With the Sonic Detector, it becomes possible to detect swarm creatures from a greater distance, enabling preemptive defensive preparations. The 2 other technologies pertain to upgrades for crossbowmen and scouts. The upgrade for crossbowmen particularly excites Su Yang. From the previous night's battle, it was evident that the crossbows possess immense power in long range. The only limitation to their output capability is the reloading time. After each shot, the crossbow must be reloaded, creating a brief period of inactivity. However, with the new technology unlocked, crossbowmen can load 2 bolts at once, allowing for rapid-fire capabilities. This will significantly enhance the output potential of the crossbow unit. The final technology unlocks the scout's ability to map territories. Currently, Su Yang only has a vague impression of the area surrounding his domain. A detailed map would provide a macro perspective, enabling him to better understand the territorial conditions and plan developments. Furthermore, if scouts encounter a swarm nest, having the ability to map it would allow for a clearer understanding of the nest's intelligence. All three new technologies promise substantial improvements. As Su Yang currently lacks dominion points, he cannot determine which research to pursue. He decides to take a step-by-step approach, opting to choose research based on emerging needs. As time passes and copper is gradually produced, Su Yang finally fills the ammunition for all the crossbowmen by afternoon. Without hesitation, he leads a formidable force composed of 15 armored warriors and 15 armored crossbowmen towards the swarm pasture. The swarm pasture differs from ordinary nests. It is a crucial strategic point for the swarm. Given that the previous reconnaissance was discovered, the situation at the pasture is likely to be even more complex. Only by personally deploying and arranging tactics can Su Yang feel assured. With the assistance of Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, Su Yang and the troops swiftly advance towards the swarm pasture. The departure occurs in the afternoon, and they must return to base for defense before nightfall. Launching an expedition with nearly all forces in the afternoon is an exceedingly perilous gamble. Should any errors occur, the remaining 10 soldiers at the base would be utterly incapable of withstanding a swarm tide. Had it not been for the upcoming ranking notifications, Su Yang might have chosen to play it safe and embark on the expedition the following day. However, the newly introduced exploration ranking, which is determined through defeating enemies and exploring maps, adds urgency. Although he has theoretically gained an advantage by breaking the novice protection early, other nations, upon learning of the territorial rankings, will undoubtedly also break their protections to compete. Nations with strong early game forces may quickly surpass him. To secure the first place in the exploration ranking, continuous exploration and combat are essential. The lord who claims the top position will receive a special system item, a deciphering card, which is of utmost importance. This card can unlock tasks and rewards associated with ruins and other special locations. Previously, soldiers had discovered and marked a ruin, but Su Yang refrained from engaging due to uncertainty about the tasks it might trigger. Ruin tasks are notoriously challenging, and the rewards are often unpredictable. Rashly attempting to conquer them could lead to complete collapse. However, with a deciphering card, the tasks and rewards can be known in advance, significantly reducing risks. If the ruins are likened to food vouchers, then the deciphering card offers the ability to see through the coding. Securing rewards from the ruins early on could dramatically accelerate the development of his territory. As oil resources are exploited, other territories will soon enter a phase of rapid growth. Maintaining steady development risks being surpassed. To continue leading, it is imperative to incorporate special methods such as ruins. The trials of the Forbidden Lands are a game where strength and luck coexist. To emerge victorious, one must advance relentlessly, disregarding all else. By the time the troops reached the swarm pasture, dusk was approaching. Dusk marks the boundary between day and night, as well as the separation between life and death. This sentiment is vividly illustrated within the depths of the swarm's forest. The light from the sun dissipates, and the glow of the plants has yet to illuminate the surroundings. This renders dusk the darkest moment within the swarm's forest. The entire world appears to be shrouded in a murky yellow, akin to sinking into a quagmire. Visibility is astonishingly poor. The sounds of the armored units operating and steam surging alternate rhythmically. The troops proceed cautiously through the dense forest, slowing their pace as they near the pasture. Su Yang divides the team into 5 small squads of 6. Each squad consists of 3 armored warriors and 3 armored crossbowmen. The 5 squads disperse, gradually advancing towards the pasture in an arc formation. Prior to the advance of the squads, Su Yang had already dispatched a scout to the pasture. When 2 scouts returned to the territory for resupply in the afternoon, Su Yang brought along one of them. As a specialized reconnaissance unit, scouts possess formidable reconnaissance capabilities, allowing them to gather information on the pasture's conditions in a remarkably short time. Upon receiving the scout's report, Su Yang's brow furrowed. The situation appeared peculiar. Despite the previous incident, the defenses of the pasture had not been strengthened in the slightest.
Chapter 33 Crisis, the new breed of Zerg to his astonishment.
There was no enhancement whatsoever. Su Yang felt a twinge of unease, sensing something amiss.
He had anticipated that after their reconnaissance had been discovered, the Zerg would surely take action. Yet, it appeared that only a single defensive squad remained around the ranch. Thus, he resolved to employ the same strategy as during the initial assault on the Zerg nest: first annihilate the ground squad of Zerg, then secure the entrance to eliminate the aberrant creatures within the nest. Despite his reservations, Su Yang commanded his troops to continue executing orders. After all, having traversed such a considerable distance, they could not return empty-handed. Moreover, the strength of the Qin armored soldiers was more than sufficient to handle any unforeseen circumstances. One could not catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Before launching a full-scale offensive, Su Yang instructed the scouts to conduct a secondary reconnaissance, this time extending their search to the vicinity of the Zerg nest, aiming to ascertain whether any ambushes awaited them. After a thorough sweep, the scouts reported no findings. The ranch resembled an unguarded vault, allowing free entry and exit. As dusk approached, Su Yang ceased his deliberations and ordered the troops to take action. He dispatched a 6-man team to eliminate the ground Zerg squad while merging the remaining 4 teams into one larger unit. 12 armored soldiers surrounded the entrance, while another 12 crossbowmen provided support from the rear. If the ranch was indeed as tranquil as it appeared, victory in this battle would be assured. Kill! Su Yang commanded, leading his troops into the dimly lit ranch. The steam-powered devices operated at peak efficiency, producing a thunderous roar. The armored soldiers surged forth from the dense forest like ferocious beasts, swiftly dividing into 2 teams. One team charged directly towards the ground Zerg squad, while the other advanced toward the entrance of the nest. Upon detecting the enemy's intrusion, the brain bug was instantly roused, rapidly twitching its antennae and emitting high-frequency sound waves. The surrounding stingers screeched in response to the armored squad. Although these stingers were no longer the most rudimentary of their kind, they stood no chance against the armored soldiers. The crossbowmen fired their bolts with remarkable precision, sending 3 arrows cleanly through the bodies of the stingers, with 7 stingers remaining before the armored soldiers. The first-level soldiers could engage 2 without sustaining injury. However, upon reaching the second level, they could confront at least 3 without harm. Faced with 7 stingers, the situation was no different than facing none for the now second-level armored soldiers. The broad-edged bronze swords pierced the gloom, glimmering with silver light. In under 10 seconds, the stinger squad was reduced to mere fragments, scattered across the ground. The brain bug that followed met a similar fate. Kill level 4 Tyran brain bug. Dominion value 150, kill level 2 Tyran stinger, dominion value 30, kill level 2 Tyran stinger, dominion value 30, with the brain bug's demise. The piercing shrieks of the Zerg ceased. The forest returned to a deceptive calm. Yet, this tranquility was the greatest sign of unrest. The brain bug had signaled, yet there was no response from within the nest. Su Yang's brow furrowed as he gazed intently at the inky entrance of the nest. Based on the previous assault on the nest, a signal from the brain bug would typically elicit an immediate response from within. This time, however, the interior remained eerily silent, akin to a stagnant pool. Where were the aberrant creatures? Could they have participated in an attack yesterday and perished outside the base? The likelihood seemed slim. The distance from the territory was too great for the second-level Abyss Watcher to draw Zerg from such a distance. After a prolonged wait with no signs of movement from the nest, Su Yang promptly summoned the scouts, preparing to send them deep into the nest for reconnaissance. Something was amiss, they needed to ascertain the situation before entering. Just as he pondered his strategy, Su Yang suddenly felt his body undulating. It was as though he were standing upon an inflatable castle, his form rising and falling with the cushions. What was happening? Low blood sugar from lack of food? He looked down at the ground beneath him, only to witness the moist, decayed earth undulating like waves. What in the world? Your Majesty! Chen Wu bellowed, lunging to push Su Yang away. In that fleeting moment, Su Yang caught sight of the ground where he had just stood suddenly bulging upward. The once flat terrain had transformed into a small hillock. Something lurked beneath. Su Yang felt as though struck by lightning, his pupils constricting. With a thunderous roar, a colossal, pitch-black aberrant creature burst forth from the earth. Its length approached 5 meters, with a 3-meter-long spiked appendage protruding from its head. Its corpulent body was supported by 4 robust limbs, resembling a lizard-like amphibian rather than a stinger, which was an arthropod. Below this emerging lizard creature lay a 2-meter-wide opening it had just excavated. Rustle, rustle. In an instant, the sound of Zerg marching echoed forth. Roars erupted simultaneously from both openings. The lizard creature had directly tunneled into the heart of the battlefield, allowing stingers to surge forth from the center, circumventing the soldiers' blockade at the entrance. Indeed, the Zerg had not been unresponsive, rather, they had laid a trap based on Su Yang's tactics for assaulting the nest. The entrance was merely bait, and once their forces had fully encircled it, the lizard creature would breach from behind, creating a pincer movement with the nest. So this is the Zerg. Su Yang's mind raced with thoughts, continuously predicting the Zerg's next moves. The priority was to eliminate that creature. He commanded. And 15 heavy crossbows discharged simultaneously. The bolts whistled towards the monstrous beast. The lizard creature, lying flat against the ground, shielded its body with its spiked appendage. Clang, clang, clang. As if striking stone, the bolts lost all momentum upon hitting the spiked appendage. Taking advantage of the crossbowman's momentary lapse, the lizard creature let out a shriek and fiercely burrowed into the earth. It aimed to excavate further, sealing off all directions from the troops. Retreat! Su Yang urgently ordered, instructing the troops to abandon the entrance. Even if they had to engage in combat on the surface, it was safer than being encircled. Especially since the crossbowman had low armor, encirclement would surely result in casualties. However, once caught in a Zerg trap, retreat was no simple task. Screech! Stingers surged like a tidal wave from both front and rear openings. They screeched and roared, vowing to tear the intruders to shreds. Chapter 34, Elite Unit. Tyrannosaurus beetle. As the tide of stinging insects surged forth, Su Yang immediately realized that retreat was no longer an option. Form a double line and secure the entrance, he commanded, and the armored soldiers sprang into action. A portion of the soldiers at the forefront swiftly moved towards the rear entrance to protect the crossbowmen. The forces split into 2 arc-shaped formations around Su Yang, with the crossbowmen positioned on the inner side and the armored warriors on the outer side for defense. The incoming tide of insects crashed against their ranks. Thanks to Su Yang's prompt response, the crossbowmen avoided direct confrontation with the stinging insects. The outer armored warriors unleashed their full power, steam billowing across the battlefield. Their bronze swords danced like a tempest, repeatedly repelling the insect horde. Su Yang meticulously observed the battlefield dynamics, rapidly contemplating all possible variables. Despite the unexpected tactics of the insect race, the disparity in hard power between both sides remained significant. If they could just hold on until the crossbowmen finished reloading, they could turn the tide of battle. However, the greatest variable was the enormous reptilian creature. Its emergence would undoubtedly exert tremendous pressure on their defenses. Boom! No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the lizard-like monster erupted from the ground. A cloud of dust rose on the right flank as the third entrance appeared. A swarm of stinging insects was poised to launch an assault from the right. Su Yang's expression darkened as his gaze fixed intently on the colossal beast. With the arrival of the third wave of insects, their forces would become even more dispersed. The sheer number of insects was overwhelming. If this continued, their situation would worsen. The foremost variable on the battlefield had to be eliminated. Chen Wu, Zhao Zhang. Su Yang commanded, and they led a small team forward. Their task was to intercept the monster. Whoosh! The crossbowmen completed their loading, and 15 bolts whistled through the air. Half were aimed at the reptilian creature, while the other half supported the flanks. Sensing danger, the lizard-like monster lowered its body to shield itself with its head. Its skull was remarkably smooth and hard. After impact, only a few bolts managed to pierce its surface, while the majority were deflected ineffectively. Yet, this volley was not intended to kill but rather to delay. Su Yang knew that the bolts could not penetrate the monster's defenses. He was merely using its instinct to evade the bolts to buy time for the sniper team. Hiss! As the monster dodged the bolts, it rose instantly. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, accompanied by 4 armored warriors, charged towards it. The 4 warriors quickly crouched down and thrust their broad blades into the earth beneath the monster's head, utilizing their mechanical strength to prevent it from burrowing underground.
Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang leapt onto the creature's massive head, advancing rapidly. Its vulnerability lay in the body it had been shielding with its head. Feeling the approach of death, the lizard monster unleashed its tremendous power. It abruptly raised its head and shook violently. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang were flung away. And the 4 armored warriors were also sent tumbling by the shockwave. The creature's strength was immense, even the armored warriors could do little against it. Buzz! With a piercing roar, it turned and dove towards the ground, attempting to burrow away once more. If it escaped, the situation would become dire. Block its path! Su Yang shouted furiously. At the moment the lizard's massive head crashed into the earth, the 4 armored warriors leapt forward. They positioned themselves at the impact site, forming a barrier with their bodies. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded, and a torrent of steam erupted forth. Under the force of the impact, the armor emitted a groan of collapse. Mechanical devices were rendered inoperable, and the armor warped. The protective gear of the 4 armored warriors was completely compromised. They paid a heavy price to keep the lizard-like monster on the surface. Steam billowed as Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang charged in from the rear. Their power devices operated at full throttle, and mechanical gears spat out countless sparks. Highly compressed, scalding steam erupted from the sword hilts. Hiss! 2 silvery lights flashed. The monster's hind limbs were severed cleanly. It let out a mournful cry and collapsed to one side. The sound of steam surged again. 2 massive swords plunged deep into the monster's body, their 1-meter-long blades fully embedded. The assault was not yet over. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang switched to holding their swords with both hands, gripping the hilts tightly as they violently rotated the blades within the creature. The sword edges sliced through its tough skin, shredding blood vessels, muscle tissue, and internal organs. Blue-green blood mixed with tissue debris gushed forth from the wound. The colossal lizard-like monster was utterly drained of strength, collapsing to the ground. Its anguished wails gradually faded. Kill level 5 Tyrannosaurus beetle, dominance value 300, kill elite unit. Achievement unlocked. It's all about the elite, dominance value 500, with the Tyrannosaurus beetle down. The stinging insects surged through the third entrance. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang were assessing their teammates' injuries. With insufficient manpower in the front line, Su Yang immediately dispatched half of the crossbowmen to reinforce the position. Although they were not fully armored, the crossbowmen's melee capabilities were commendable. With the discovery of copper mines, they could repair their armor, alleviating concerns for the soldiers' safety. Half of the armored crossbowmen drew their short bronze swords to face the insect tide. Despite being divided into 3 groups. As long as the Tyrannosaurus beetle was not a factor, the armored forces maintained the advantage. As the remaining half of the crossbowmen completed their loading and launched their bolts, the tide of battle decisively shifted. The insect assault rapidly crumbled. Kill level 4 Tyrannosaurus brainbug, dominance value 150, kill level 2 Tyrannosaurus stinger. Dominance value 30, kill level 3 Tyrannosaurus stinger, dominance value 40, kill level 3 Tyrannosaurus spitting worm, dominance value 70, as a series of kill notifications emerged. The battle drew closer to its conclusion. Due to the presence of the new insect species, the Tyrannosaurus beetle. This conflict was undoubtedly the fiercest Su Yang had faced since becoming Lord. 4 level 2 armored warriors had perished. Fortunately, although their armor was destroyed, the soldiers survived. They would merely need to return to the territory to repair their armor and rejoin the fray. With the battle concluded, Su Yang led a small team into the insect nest beneath the pasture. Chapter 35, Heroic Units. As Su Yang traversed the damp and constricted entrance of the main tunnel, he noticed that its width had doubled compared to the previous passages he had encountered. Did the structure and expanse of the nest also enlarge with the elevation of these alien insects? Descending into the tunnel, the primary chamber of the nest emerged before the group, significantly larger than any they had previously encountered. However, Su Yang's focus lay elsewhere. As he sought out a passageway along the wall leading to another cavern, the queen's lair. Upon entering the cave, a massive, heart-like fleshy tumor hung ominously overhead. Nearly 7 meters in height, beneath it, the head of the queen insect, adorned with numerous antennae, pulsated incessantly. The air was thick with a damp, decaying odor. Piled beneath the tumor were white eggs, each the size of a human head, representing the larvae recently birthed by the queen. Su Yang illuminated the cave with his torch, surveying the surroundings.
Compared to previous encounters, this queen was not only larger but also bore newly manifested dark purple patterns on her exterior. Taking a step closer, he raised the luminescent plant in his hand. The surface of the tumor was riddled with apertures of various sizes, from which some white eggs were gradually being expelled. Amidst the tumor's viscous secretions, Su Yang discerned an egg of a different size. This egg was unlike the other white ones, likely belonging to the burrowing giant worm they had just slain. Could it be that these queens, with their ascending levels, were also undergoing a transformation? This advancement would not only enable them to produce a greater number of eggs but also to cultivate new species of insects. The expansion of the nest's territory and scale seemed to follow suit. Su Yang pondered this pattern, feeling an unsettling familiarity. If the insect race could be likened to humanity, it appeared they, too, were relentlessly striving to expand their dominion. Were humans the sole participants in the trial of forbidden lands? Eliminate it, Su Chen commanded, turning to retreat from the cave amidst the queen's piercing shriek. Defeated level 6 Tyrant Queen. Dominion points 500, acquired rare E-class drop, part of the nest, can be used to accelerate technological research and construction speed, achievement unlocked, Master of Extermination, level 3. Dominion points 1500, event triggered, Gaze of the Abyss, level 3, you have thoroughly enraged the insect race, a larger and more diverse swarm will seek vengeance against you. A level 6 queen, 3 levels superior to the previous level 3 queen. It was no wonder that the other slain alien insects were also of a higher rank. Yet, a single queen had unlocked new achievements and events for him, achievements that had previously required the destruction of 2 separate nests to attain. My lord! As they exited the cave, a soldier from the Royal Armored Division approached, carrying a dark object. It was the skull of the burrowing giant worm. Su Yang reached out to touch it. Acquired rare E-class drop, giant toad bone, acquired unlockable technology, currently unavailable for research. Toad bone armor, another new technology had been obtained. Seemingly focused on defense. Reflecting on the hardness of the giant worm's skull, Su Yang surmised that this armor would offer exceptional protection. However, as it was currently unavailable for research, further upgrades to the 1000 machine tower might be necessary. After stowing the immense toad bone in his backpack, he commanded his soldiers to regroup. The sun had completely set, and they needed to return to their territory with all haste. Under Su Yang's direction, one squad forged ahead while another carried the 4 fallen Royal Armored soldiers. The remaining soldiers formed a protective circle around the most crucial objective of this battle, the flock of sheep in the pasture. These 3-eyed grotesque creatures were utterly terrified by the skirmish, huddling in a corner, refusing to budge. Only after Su Yang forcefully subdued a couple of them did the flock emerge, trembling. Due to the presence of the injured and the sheep, their return was not swift. The troops remained on high alert, acutely aware that with the Gaze of the Abyss reaching level 3, they could be ambushed by insect swarms at any moment. Even more concerning was the possibility of a larger-scale assault on their territory. More than once, Su Yang contemplated postponing the elimination of the queen until the safety of nightfall. But fortunately, his fears did not materialize. After several hours of marching, the party returned safely to their domain, fortunate to have avoided an insect onslaught that night. Only upon entering the gates of their territory did Su Yang's anxious heart finally relax. The soldiers were utterly exhausted, had they encountered further battles on their journey. The outcomes would have been dire. Upon returning, Su Yang's responsibilities began in earnest. He promptly replenished the soldiers' fuel supplies and restocked the crossbowmen's ammunition to prepare for any potential insect incursions. Next, he designated an area on the western side of the territory for the peculiar sheep. Lacking hardwood for constructing wooden barriers, Su Yang instructed his soldiers to fashion simple enclosures from luminous plants. Thankfully, these timid sheep were not inclined to wander far. On the way back, Su Yang estimated the flock size. Given the current population of the territory, he concluded that the sheep could sustain them for at least a month. With the food issue resolved, Su Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. After addressing a series of urgent matters, he opened his panel to review the spoils of this encounter. Although the battle had been fraught with peril, the outcomes were gratifying and abundant. First, regarding Dominion points, they had become an essential resource for upgrading the base and a pivotal factor in exploring rankings. Those who could amass more Dominion points would gain a competitive edge in the standings. This battle alone had yielded 3,960 points from slain enemies, in addition to 2,000 points from unlocking achievement rewards, totaling 5,960 Dominion points. While this was slightly less than the previous defense against the insect tide, it was noteworthy that the latter had involved a combined assault from all insects within the vicinity, whereas this skirmish had merely been against a single nest. Clearly, the level 6 Queen's Nest was of a significantly higher caliber than those of lower ranks. Next were the items acquired, 2 rare level artifacts. The heart of the nest was superior to a common heart, possessing an added ability to accelerate construction speed. Thus, it would not only hasten research but also expedite building upgrades and transformations. While a common heart could reduce time by a maximum of 1 day, the rare variant could shorten it by up to 2 days. Therefore, if they were to upgrade the level 3 main base in the future, they need not endure the prolonged wait. The second rare item was the toad bone dropped by the burrowing giant worm. Its ultimate purpose remained unclear, but given its rarity, it was undoubtedly valuable. Lastly, the most critical gained food. This battle had resolved the immediate food shortages. However, amidst the bounty, Su Yang uncovered a troubling vulnerability. The soldier's capacity to combat elite foes with formidable individual strength was alarmingly deficient. A single tyrant giant worm had nearly turned the tide of the battle. Although the royal armored soldiers were formidable, they struggled against such colossal adversaries. Including the crossbowman who had served as a distraction, Su Yang had expended nearly 15 soldiers to vanquish the giant worm, ultimately at the cost of 4 royal armored soldiers' combat effectiveness. What if there were 2 of those worms? Or, in the future, if other even more powerful elite alien insects emerged? Relying solely on the royal armored soldiers, combat would become exceedingly arduous. Perhaps the territory required the presence of heroic units. Chapter 36, Level 3 Main Base. The 1,000 machine towers serves as the pivotal structure for the development of the base, overseeing 5 major branches: resources, defense, troop types, technology, and heroes. The hero branch can only be unlocked upon constructing the corresponding hero buildings when the main base reaches level 3. Hero units encompass 3 primary categories: military warfare management, governance, and scientific research, each responsible for external conquest, logistical support, and research management, respectively. All hero units are renowned figures from the annals of various civilizations. Based on experiences from the previous 2 rounds in the Forbidden Lands, heroes from other civilizations are typically formidable commanders who do not participate in battles themselves. Conversely, the generals of the Qin dynasty are not merely ordinary commanders. They are warriors of considerable combat prowess. In addition to their leadership abilities, they possess exceptional individual combat skills, a norm for the Qin dynasty. Many generals rose through the ranks from soldiers, having participated in numerous wars and emerged from the chaos of battle. Historical records abound with tales of martial heroes capable of single-handedly vanquishing 10 or even 100 foes. While some accounts may be exaggerated, the combat capabilities of these illustrious generals are beyond doubt. The formidable individual combat abilities, when combined with armor, can exponentially enhance their fighting prowess. With such powerful hero units in the fray, the troops will no longer be hindered by elite-level behemoths. As the insectoid race grows stronger and expands in number, the quality of their individual soldiers will also improve. Standard soldier units are deployed to confront the massive swarms of insects, while hero units are designated to tackle the particularly powerful individuals within those swarms. Now that the Abyssal Gaze has reached level 3, it is inevitable that elite units, such as giant insects, will emerge in the forthcoming insectoid onslaught. Theoretically, the final assault of the week during the night of arrival will be more intense than any previous attacks. To withstand this ultimate offensive, it is imperative to enhance the base's defenses and summon hero-level units. The prerequisite for summoning hero-level units is elevating the main base to level 3. Su Yang opened the Lord's Mansion panel to inspect the upgrade requirements. Main base, Lord's Mansion, level 2-3, unlock level 3 resource devices, level 3 defense facilities. Level 3 armor camp. Gain hero research branch, new, upgrade requirements: coal resources, 100 units, copper ore resources, 100 units, stone ore resources, 200 units, dominion points, 4,000, time, 2 days. The requirements for upgrading to a level 3 main base are considerably more stringent than those for level 2. In addition to dominion points, various resources are also necessary.
Su Yang scrutinized the panel, quickly calculating in his mind. The coal resource requires 100 units.
With the current stock in the territory being 32 units and a production capacity of 110 units per day. If the armored soldiers refrain from activity during the day and only defend against enemies at night, the net daily yield would be 50 units of coal. By the onset of the 6th night, he would be able to amass the required 100 units of coal resources.
Unless circumstances dictate otherwise?
Su Yang resolved to refrain from sending soldiers out for the next 2 days. This decision stems not only from the need to accumulate coal resources but also from the relatively low returns from current expeditions.
Following last night's battle,
the insect swarm within the territory had suffered significant losses.
Attacking insect nests would not yield additional dominion points, rather, the abyssal gaze has reached level 3. Intensifying the night assaults. Simply defending the territory would be sufficient to garner ample dominion points.
Next, he assessed the stone ore resources, which currently stand at 132 units with a production capacity of 100 units per day.
There are no concerns regarding stone ore,
as it would be fully collected by tomorrow noon. The final critical resource is copper ore, the most scarce and strategically significant resource within the territory.
Accumulating copper ore reserves is no simple task.
Currently, the territory holds 13 units of copper ore, with a production capacity of 50 units per day. Assuming the most favorable scenario, with no consumption of copper ore in the coming days, he would still only achieve the 100-unit requirement by the 6th night.
However,
this is nearly impossible. To withstand the onslaught of insect swarms under the level 3 abyssal gaze, he must construct crossbow towers. The 4 crossbow towers require a total of 40 units of copper ore, and daily maintenance and ammunition will require an additional 2 units.
Furthermore,
if insect swarms attack over the next 2 days, he will need at least 40 units of copper ore for bowstring supplies.
Finally,
maintaining damaged facilities and armor during the assaults may also consume 10 units of copper ore. Thus, even breaking even by the 6th night would be a considerable challenge,
let alone accumulating reserves.
Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. He must upgrade the copper ore mining machine to meet the level 3 base upgrade requirements. Su Yang focused his thoughts and expended 10 of the remaining 13 units of copper ore for the mining machine upgrade.
The blueprint data surged across the mining machine,
accompanied by the sounds of gears meshing and steam hissing.
This marked the first upgraded mining machine in the territory. After a brief wait,
the full form of the level 2 steam-powered mining machine emerged. The base of the machine had doubled in size compared to level 1. And the impact hammer atop it had also grown significantly, capable of extracting more ore with each strike.
Su Yang opened the mining machine panel, noting that the original output of 50 units had directly upgraded to 75 units. From this point onward, calculating until the 7th night,
the mining machine could generate approximately 200 units of copper ore. After accounting for potential consumption over the following 2 days, the estimated surplus would be around 100 units.
Therefore, resource utilization in the coming days must be approached with caution.
Every opportunity to conserve resources must be seized.
It is essential to ensure that the level 3 mansion is upgraded before the 7th night.
As long as the upgrade can commence, time is of no concern. Su Yang possesses a rare level heart of the insect nest, which can be utilized for building upgrades and can reduce the time required by up to 2 days. The upgrade to the level 3 mansion conveniently requires 2 days, allowing him to instantly expedite the process with the insect nest heart.
Finally, there is the demand for 4,000 dominion points.
For other lords stationed within their territories, this may pose the greatest challenge.
Yet for Su Yang, this is the simplest aspect. With over 2 days remaining, accumulating 4,000 dominion points is not a concern.
By steadfastly defending against the insectoid onslaught over the next 2 days,
he can unlock hero units to survive the 7th night. This will enable him to vie for a higher rank among lords thereafter. Securing rewards will significantly enhance the territory.
Not to mention the prospect of claiming the top position and acquiring unique items from the system,
if he manages to achieve dual firsts.
Chapter 37, The Crossbow Tower, a mighty war behemoth. Only 3 days remain until the invasion of the alien tide. The Lord's Hall is now open, during designated hours.
Lords may converse within. Su Yang approached the chat interface.
The Lord's Hall was markedly less lively than usual today. The emergence of two system rankings had shifted the competition among lords from the shadows into the open.
Essentially, all lords would participate in the early ranking contest.
The first aspect is that the lord rankings serve as a form of interim system rewards, although they will persist throughout the trial.
However, in the initial stages,
due to the scarcity of resources, the rewards associated with lord rankings become exceedingly significant. For instance, achieving first place in development would grant 2 mining machines directly. Unless there is a civilization bonus, the number of mining machines across territories remains uniform, 2 for a level 1 main base, increasing by 2 upon reaching level 2.
And so forth.
In the early stages where mining machines are scarce, acquiring 2 free machines would greatly enhance resource acquisition capabilities and expedite development.
Moreover,
the special item related to exploration rankings, the decryption card, cannot be overlooked. This is an item that can only be obtained from the system, possessing a value without a market.
Additionally,
in the early phases, all nations are still in their infancy and have yet to stabilize, which greatly influences the rankings.
As development stabilizes in the mid to late stages,
weaker lords find it increasingly difficult to compete for ranks.
Thus, they will seize the opportunity in the early stages and exert all their efforts.
These two factors have fostered a fiercely competitive atmosphere for lord rankings at the outset.
Currently, most nations have yet to form alliances,
and every individual in the Lord's Hall stands as a rival. Consequently, discussions amongst them have significantly dwindled.
Spanish Lord, oh my god, I saw those insects last night. American Lord, were they the aliens from the heart of the insect nest?
Indian Lord, my dear brother.
May Buddha protect you, Anonymous, what do those monsters look like? Do you feel you have a chance? The Spanish Lord's remarks stirred ripples in the otherwise calm hall.
Information regarding the heart of the insect nest is scant, with only some system overviews available. All previous lords born in the heart of the insect nest have perished, leaving no survivors.
Thus, most lords are intensely curious about this mysterious territory. Spanish Lord, truly, they are creatures from hell.
The most ordinary among them stands at 2.5 meters, covered in brown patterns, resembling a hybrid of mantis and spider. They move with incredible speed,
rumored to be like phantoms in the dense forest. Upon hearing the Spanish Lord's account, the hall fell into silence. Su Yang smiled.
These lords likely assumed that the insect race would prevail through sheer numbers. The staggering height of 2.5 meters indeed astonished them.
Japanese Lord, 2.5 meters? What an exaggerated size.
Bear Nation Lord, with such individual prowess combined with numerical advantage. I suggest you choose a graveyard first, Spanish Lord. Thank you, I am already in the process of selecting. English Lord, gather your courage. The alien insects are most formidable in the forest, a defensive battle 1TB is challenging. The English Lord seemed well informed about the insect tide.
Su Yang closed the hall panel, realizing that no further useful news would emerge today.
For the Spanish Lord, who had never ventured beyond the novice protection zone,
surviving the onslaught of the 7th day should not pose significant difficulty. He would likely only face the most basic insect tide.
As long as he followed the English Lord's advice to fortify the walls and clear the surrounding vegetation, his relatively competent infantry should suffice for defense. The only challenge he must overcome is the fear of confronting the insect race and the specter of death. After all, once his soldiers are within reach of the insects,
their fate is sealed.
In terms of close combat capabilities, it is likely that no unit in the early stages can rival the armored infantry.
Su Yang ascended the city wall, after a night's work improving the copper mining machines.
The copper resources within the territory had surged to 42 units. He would not be confronting the lowest tier insect tide. If classified by the abyssal gaze levels, he was to contend with a tier 3 insect tide.
Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, elite tyrant worms would undoubtedly join the siege tonight.
At such a juncture, merely reinforcing the walls and felling trees would be insufficient.
Su Yang summoned the defense panel,
allocating all newly mined copper resources to the construction of the crossbow towers. With a whoosh, a tremendous steam hiss erupted, followed by the thunderous clatter of machinery in motion.
Blue data lines surged, transforming the original stone watchtowers into metallic structures.
The pointed tops of the watchtowers were removed, replaced with a flat layer.
Upon this open-air platform,
a massive mechanical crossbow, 2 meters wide and 3.5 meters long, was in the process of being constructed.
This ancient and fearsome war machine would become the centerpiece of the territory's defense for the coming nights. Before the emergence of hero-level units, the resolution of the tyrant worms must rely on the crossbows. Should he dispatch the armored infantry as in the previous skirmish, it would surely weaken defenses in other areas. Moreover, engaging the giant worms in close combat carries immense risk. Utilizing crossbows mitigates such concerns. The mechanical clamor ceased, and 4 crossbows were completed. The bow arms, crafted from exceptional materials, bent under tension. The bowstring, as thick as a finger, connected it to the massive winch at the rear, which in turn was linked to an array of mechanical transmission devices. Within the groove atop the crossbow, a colossal bolt measuring 2 meters lay poised. Merely witnessing its glimmering exterior would send shivers down one's spine. The consequences of being struck by such a bolt are all too clear. Su Yang gently caressed the crossbow, sensing the silent roar of this war behemoth. Much like the ancient city walls, every inch of this crossbow embodies the wisdom of his ancestors. With these 4 crossbows at his disposal, not to mention the tyrant beasts, Su Yang felt confident in his ability to pierce even tanks. With the construction of the crossbow tower complete, the next step was to deploy new soldiers. Given the involvement of the tyrant worms in combat, the battles would not be confined to the walls alone. Should the base be breached by wormholes, alien insects would inevitably infiltrate. If he maintained the previous troop configuration, it would be impossible to adequately defend against the insects within the base. Thus, Su Yang resolved to summon an additional batch of armored infantry for internal defense. Upon upgrading to a level 2 armored camp, the summoned Qin armored infantry would start at level 2. Furthermore, this summoning would only require 300 command points, saving 100 command points compared to summoning level 1 soldiers and then upgrading them. Command points minus 3,000, with a rumble, the armored camp operated. And 10 level 2 Qin armored infantry joined the territory. The defensive construction of the base was complete, and personnel arrangements were in place. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of nightfall. Chapter 38, Absolute Defense. In the territories of America, MacArthur was somewhat taken aback by the intelligence provided by the Spanish lord. Who could have anticipated the existence of a race that possessed both quantity and quality? Even for the American military, engaging in combat with the insectoid species within the dense jungle was an exceedingly perilous choice. Had he been born in the nest of insects? It would have taken the unlocking of armored vehicles before allowing soldiers to venture deep into the forest. It was no wonder that this was the most challenging birthplace. Even if one could defend the base, further development would remain unattainable. God bless America, MacArthur murmured to himself as he opened his backpack. The 50 units of oil from Ally Afohan were already in place. He grinned widely. From this moment forth, America would far surpass all other nations. In a desolate rocky area of the Forbidden Zone, soldiers clad in Japanese military uniforms lined up to fire at the front. The firepower of the Type 99 rifle was incredibly dense, leaving the creatures hiding behind the rock formations with no opportunity to peek out. Another squad quickly flanked the rocks, and after a round of firing, charged with bayonets. Long live the Emperor! The battle soon concluded. Behind the rocks lay a multitude of diminutive creatures wielding stone weapons, their corpses scattered across the ground. The birthplace of Japan was the fairy mine, and the fallen on the ground were members of the goblin race. In the Japanese territory, Tojo Inken opened the panel after a recent skirmish, having garnered 460 points of dominance value. The warriors of the Greater Japanese Empire, endowed with the spirit of Bushido, would not cease fighting as long as they remained uninjured. Meanwhile, the goblin race, weak in the early stages, was incapable of inflicting effective damage. This allowed the Japanese warriors to harvest dominance points without obstruction. Tojo Yinken's eyes glimmered with determination. Securing the top rank in exploration was already within his grasp. Achieving first place would yield a decoding card, establish an alliance with Afohan, and acquire essential oil resources. No one could halt the advance of the Greater Japanese Empire. As night fell in the heart of the insect nest, to conserve resources, Su Yang had not permitted his soldiers to explore during the day. All soldiers adhered to orders, taking turns to guard the walls. By conserving fuel, they also accumulated energy to confront the night's assault. Although the soldiers remained inside, 2 scouts were still engaged in exploration outside. An unceasing stream of reconnaissance intelligence returned to Su Yang. After a day of exploration,
the scouts discovered 2 mineral veins, a good quality carbon mine and a standard grade copper mine. The quality was not exceptional, but it was a discovery nonetheless. Su Yang mentally noted the locations of these 2 veins. If he could secure the top rank in development, he would receive an additional mining machine as a system reward. At that time, these newly discovered veins could be put to use.
Unlike exploration rank, which only required killing enemies and exploring territory, many factors influenced development rankings.
Despite the challenges, one must strive with all their might. After all, the first place could yield 2 mining machines and opportunities for tangible resources.
With additional mining machines,
there would be no need for such meticulous resource management.
Your Majesty, Chen Wu reported to Su Yan while patrolling the base. There's a situation underground. Is it here? Su Yang's eyes flickered. All troops on alert.
Adjust the crossbows to the southeast and southwest.
At Su Yang's command, all personnel formed ranks and entered a state of vigilance.
The 2 crossbows at the diagonal opposite of the wall were repositioned to face inward. A series of sharp insect sounds erupted from the dense forest to the north. The swarm did not charge forth as in the previous attack but chose to conceal themselves before launching a sudden assault.
Utilizing their protective coloration, they cleverly evaded detection by the crossbowmen. These insects possessed an extraordinary learning ability. Fire! Su Yang commanded,
subsequently mobilizing the forces from the southeast and southwest to support the northern wall.
The crossbow arrows unleashed a torrent upon the insect tide. In an instant, the aberrant creatures within the range were transformed into mere sludge. The battle commenced, filled with screams, roars, the whistling of sharp objects,
and the hissing of steam resonating through the skies.
A thunderous boom resounded as a tyrant giant worm burst forth from the ground, creating a massive hole in the southern territory.
It seemed to recognize that with troops dispatched to defend the north, the southern defenses would inevitably weaken.
One after another, stinging insects surged forth from beneath the giant worm. The tyrant giant worm let out a deafening roar, seemingly mocking the defenders. Unbeknownst to it, the crossbows above the walls were already aimed at it. The crossbowmen calibrated their aim.
With a final adjustment, the bolts were released with a thunderous sound.
The 2-meter-long bronze arrows shot towards the tyrant giant worm like lightning. A crisp, piercing sound echoed, abruptly silencing the creature's roar.
The arrow penetrated through the left side of its skull, impaling its entire body into the ground.
The giant worm's life extinguished in an instant,
crashing to the earth in a cloud of dust.
Kill level 5 Tyrant Burrow Giant Worm, dominance value 300, its colossal form lay over the entrance, blocking the subsequent swarm.
Chen Wu led the newly enlisted armored elite soldiers to swiftly eliminate the invading stinging insects.
The first wave of the insect tide was perfectly neutralized by Su Yang.
To the north, bolstered by the towering walls and the arrival of reinforcements, the threat posed by the insect tide diminished. The second tyrant giant worm sought to alter the situation, breaking through the earth directly beneath the northern wall. It breached the defenses between the inner and outer walls.
However,
the swarm surging from the hole still could not penetrate the defenses of the armored legion.
The second giant worm met its end under the volley of the 2 crossbows.
With the demise of both giant worms, the insect assault came to a close. Chen Wu led the armored elite soldiers out of the city to pursue the remnants of the insect race within the jungle.
Meanwhile,
Zhao Xiang led another team to dispose of the insect carcasses and fill in the gaping holes left by the giant worms.
Thanks to the newly constructed 4 crossbows, the territory had endured this onslaught with minimal damage. After expending 20 units of stone for repairs, Su Yang opened the panel. After a night of battle,
a total of 300 points of dominance value had been harvested. Coupled with the remaining points, Su Yang's current dominance value had reached an astonishing 660 points.
Such an extraordinary figure.
Even after accounting for base upgrades, over 4,000 points remained.
Possessing such a vast amount of dominance value, Su Yang resolved to further enhance the strength of his army. Chapter 39, Sonic Wave Detector, the future of Long Kingdom in this upgrade. Su Yang resolved to unlock several newly acquired technologies. One of them is the Sonic Wave Detector from the Defense Branch. Technology, Sonic Wave Detector, unlocks Sonic Wave Detector technology.
Utilizing a reception device and biological signal fragments to form a reconnaissance defense apparatus, Dominion value, 1,000 points, time, 8 hours, although the defense went smoothly last night without any errors. The territory was still breached by the giant worms. As someone with a profound sense of territorial awareness, he could not tolerate anything swimming freely beneath his base. By observing the tunnels excavated by the giant worms, Su Yang discovered that their tunnels were not particularly deep. Worms of this caliber could not penetrate the deeper rock layers. Hence they could only operate within the top 2 to 3 meters of soil. Given this depth, locating their precise position would allow the crossbow cannons to easily penetrate. The challenge lay in determining their exact location before the worms emerged from the ground. Previous attempts to detect them with the naked eye proved futile. The worms adeptly concealed changes in the soil, only revealing themselves when they broke through the surface, causing the ground to swell.
Since visual observation was ineffective, it was time to employ advanced technology. The detector, infused with rare biological tissue fragments, would enable monitoring of a vast range of insect activity. By capturing species-specific audio frequencies, it could accurately detect them regardless of whether they were above or below ground. This would not only assist the crossbow towers in preemptively targeting the giant worms but also dismantle the insectoids' ambush tactics. The oversight today was failing to anticipate that the insectoids would continuously hide from reconnaissance until they surged forth at the territory's perimeter. Su Yang suspected that although these worms hailed from different nests, they shared some form of connection, exchanging combat experiences and evolving from their failures. The intelligence of the insectoids repeatedly surpassed Su Yang's expectations. However, their ambush tactics would soon be rendered ineffective. The sonic wave detector would leave them with no place to hide. Another technology Su Yang wished to unlock was topographical surveying from the troop branch. Topographical surveying unlocks knowledge of topographical surveying technology. Topographical surveying unlocks topographical surveying technology, allowing scouts to create detailed maps of terrain, architectural structures, and biological forms. Dominion value, 1,000 points, time, 12 hours. Currently, the information relayed to Su Yang by scouts and soldiers came in narrative and written forms. Many unique circumstances,
such as the scale of insect nests, defensive configurations, and detailed terrain, could not be accurately conveyed.
After unlocking this technology, scouts would be able to return precise information through drawings combined with text.
This would significantly enhance Su Yang's control over the territory and battlefield, enabling better command.
These two technologies were essential for the territory at this juncture.
The intricate mechanical structures, acquired simultaneously, would be reserved for a later upgrade.
The intricate mechanisms would allow crossbowmen to fire in succession, greatly enhancing combat effectiveness. However, upgrading the troops would require a substantial amount of Dominion value, and the consumption of copper resources would also increase. Hence, Su Yang decided to postpone this upgrade until hero-level units became available. The Qinji Tower could only conduct one technological upgrade at a time. Su Yang prioritized the scout unit and directly consumed a nest heart to complete the upgrade. Dominion value -1,000, topographical surveying technology research in progress. Using the item nest heart. Research time shortened by 12 hours, this nest heart was obtained from the recent destruction of 2 nests. Currently, he had 2 remaining, one of ordinary quality and one of rare quality. With the technology unlocked, Su Yang opened the panel to upgrade the scout unit. Unit, Great Qin 1000-mile scout, level 1 level 2, effect, unlocks detailed mapping capability. Increases detection range, Dominion value, 600 points, he expended 1,200 Dominion value to upgrade 2 scouts simultaneously. Next was the unlocking of the sonic wave detector, which could wait until tomorrow night for completion. Dominion value -1,000, sonic wave detector research in progress. Time, 8 hours, closing the panel. The soldiers finished clearing the battlefield and returned to the territory. The battle of the night had drawn to a close. Only a single night separated them from a large-scale insect nest. What kind of battle would unfold then? The next day at dawn, the research on the sonic wave detector was complete. Su Yang expended 10 units of copper ore to construct the sonic wave detector. In the center of the base, a tower with a massive reception device rose majestically. With the advent of the sonic wave detector, a new section appeared on the defense panel. Sonic wave detection. Upon entering,
a topographical map composed of various data lines was displayed.
This represented the maximum range the detector could currently monitor. Su Yang estimated the detection range to be approximately 5 kilometers. Upon completion, the detector began its operation, currently capturing sound waves in a normal scenario.
Mechanical operation, steam conversion, plants swaying, wind rustling, animal calls.
Observing the workflow, Su Yang immediately grasped the detector's operational principle. Initially,
it would capture and record all sounds present in a safe environment, regardless of their volume, without triggering any alarms.
However,
should any audio not categorized as a safe sound enter, the detector would report it immediately. With the integration of biological tissue fragments, the detector could more precisely capture specific audio frequencies emitted by the insectoids, leaving those within the reconnaissance range with no place to hide.
With the combination of the detector and crossbow towers, even the giant worms would no longer be able to penetrate the territory.
In the high-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's military, the atmosphere was markedly different from the previous days. The faces of the officers were etched with concern. They had received the latest intelligence from the information department last night. Lord Afohen had discovered oil and was actively seeking cooperation with various nations. Oil is the bottleneck that restricts the development of modern industrial civilization. It is precisely due to this bottleneck that early-stage lords with slightly inferior technologies had the opportunity to catch up. Now, with oil discovered in the first week, modern industrial civilizations, such as the United States, had entered a state of unrestricted development. This would further widen the gap between the two sides, with powerful nations growing stronger and weaker nations becoming increasingly vulnerable.
How infuriating!
Just when we had made some progress, this happens.
One officer could not help but express his frustration vehemently. Although the other officers did not show it, they all felt a deep-seated resentment.
They had originally hoped that Su Yang could secure a position in the Lord rankings.
Now, this situation exposed the weaknesses of the Qin dynasty's technology. How could they compete with other nations in the future?
What indeed lies ahead for the future of the Dragon Kingdom?
Chapter 40, The New Elite Zerg Units. Although Afohen has commenced oil extraction, the yield will not be substantial in the short term. During this interval, we must strive to secure 1 or 2 rankings in exploration to narrow the gap.
The factors influencing development rankings are exceedingly numerous, and once oil is harvested, the United States and several other nations will undoubtedly upgrade their main bases before the tide of insects arrives. In a scenario where the main bases are of equal level, we cannot compare ourselves with other nations, especially considering that the technology of the Qin dynasty is still in the Bronze Age. While the prospect of advancing in development rankings seems bleak, there is indeed an opportunity for exploration rankings.
On the very first day, we breached the novice defenses and have been actively exploring since.
If we maintain a vigorous exploration strategy in the final days, we should be able to secure a place in the exploration rankings.
Thus, the emphasis lies in actively venturing out to explore. Indeed, given Su Yang's character,
this should not pose a challenge.
The general nodded slightly. For someone capable of dismantling novice protection on the first day, this is certainly not a formidable task.
The scene flickered as the live broadcast from the Forbidden Zone commenced.
To everyone's astonishment, Su Yang's army was currently resting within their territory. This.
The crowd was left speechless. Su Yang's actions always defied their expectations. When they thought defense was paramount, Su Yang directly breached the novice protection.
When they anticipated an offensive, he chose to keep his entire army at home to rest. Why?
Experts were perplexed. After observing for some time, they had acknowledged Su Yang's intellect, recognizing him as a strategist with the capabilities of a lord. With his abilities, he should certainly be aware that actively venturing out is essential to secure a ranking.
Yet, why was he choosing to remain at home at such a critical moment? Was he conserving his soldiers' energy for the impending nocturnal assault of the Zerg? An expert inquired. But had he not already endured several nights? He should be able to manage. Could it be that the Zerg's offensive had escalated? Was a stronger defense now required?
To escalate the offensive, one must slay the mother insect, who would dare venture deep into the Zerg tide at this early stage.
The conference room fell silent once more.
Su Yang had seemingly adopted the wrong strategy.
Everyone sensed that something was gradually slipping away. In the official live broadcast room,
news of the oil resources being extracted had yet to circulate. Thus, in contrast to the low spirits within the military, the populace remained exuberant.
They delightedly observed the newly erected defensive structures within their territory. My heavens! A new type of defense tower. It seemed to be equipped with an enormous crossbow. This contraption appeared incredibly powerful. The crossbow bolts were as thick as my arm. How terrifying! With such a defense tower in place, what is there to fear from the Zerg? That centerpiece looks incredibly sleek, resembling a reconnaissance apparatus.
One must admit, despite being in the Bronze Age, the Qin dynasty's aesthetic is astonishingly more advanced than modern technology.
Amidst the waves of jubilation from the populace, some began to notice discrepancies. With the Lord rankings nearing, why had Su Yang opted to defend instead of exploring? This does not add up. Why was the army not dispatched?
Indeed, many lords had already lifted their novice protections. This was the critical moment to seize points. Modern civilized nations accumulate dominion points at an alarming rate. Su Yang must not be complacent. At this rate, he risks losing hope in both rankings. In the Forbidden Zone, within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Yang sat quietly in his residence, awaiting the arrival of the Zerg tide.
There remained one day until the final night.
Perhaps due to the impending massive Zerg tide, the forest environment had undergone alterations. The air had grown increasingly stifling and viscous,
akin to being ensnared in a mire.
The Zerg tide, or any other type of, is formed through large-scale gatherings. Variants within a certain range will communicate and amass forces to assault territories. This range is determined by the level of animosity perceived towards you.
For Su Yang,
the magnitude of animosity corresponds to the level of abyssal gaze. The greater the animosity, the wider the range of, resulting in an increasingly fierce offensive. The distinction between the seventh days and ordinary Zerg tides lies in its scope. It will surpass the current range corresponding to your animosity level,
gathering forces from a broader area for the attack.
Thus, even if current defenses can withstand ordinary, it does not guarantee survival against the phase.
Previously, many territories perished during the Forbidden Zone trials due to their inability to resist phase.
And the most devastating losses occurred during the first week's arrival of the Night Zerg tide.
After unlocking the reconnaissance drawing ability yesterday, Su Yang received numerous reports of Zerg sightings.
Once the reconnaissance was completed, the images could be transmitted through the system, allowing them to manifest on Su Yang's panel.
The panel displayed numerous traces of Zerg movement.
The Zerg had begun to gather. They would assemble in advance to ensure a simultaneous assault on the seventh day. As Su Yang scrutinized the dense array of footprints, he roughly estimated the size of this swarm. While flipping through the images, his gaze suddenly sharpened.
What is this?
Amidst the myriad of slender, triangular footprints, a series of colossal, spiked impressions had appeared. These tracks certainly did not belong to any Zerg he was currently aware of.
This signifies a new species. Su Yang immediately recognized the implication.
Based on their movement patterns, this new species possessed 4 pairs of 8 appendages.
Additionally,
judging by the size and depth of the imprints, their weight surpassed that of the giant insects.
This is an elite-level unit.
It appears that tomorrow night's Zerg tide will not only feature a greater number but also the emergence of new elite units. The variables have increased further.
To thwart such colossal beasts, it is imperative to summon hero-level units.
Currently, the resources for stone mines, carbon mines, and dominion points are all in place, leaving only copper mine resources to be collected. One can only hope to complete the gathering before the Zerg's assault.
The need for hero-level units is imminent.
While in contemplation, the reconnaissance panel suddenly began to flash violently.
Su Yang quickly opened it. The blue panel had transformed into a red alert.
At the edges of the panel, indicating the outer limits of reconnaissance, a large swarm of white dots was slowly approaching the base. Amongst this multitude of smaller dots,
3 larger white points shimmered. Clearly, larger giant insects were advancing.
The Zerg are coming.
Chapter 41, The Eve of the Arrival Night. The hidden powerhouses. To Su Yang's astonishment, this battle concluded with remarkable swiftness.
Compared to the previous day, the scale of the insect tide had diminished significantly. Although there were still 2 leading giant insects, the numbers of stingers and brain insects had greatly reduced. The synergy between the crossbow towers and reconnaissance detectors proved unexpectedly effective.
The moment the giant insects were detected, Su Yang would synchronize information with the crossbowmen operating the towers.
The crossbowmen, utilizing the terrain maps, estimated the approximate positions of the giant insects in reality. Despite potential discrepancies in the terrain conversion, these were rendered negligible by the sheer size of the giant insects.
A target nearly 5 meters in length was virtually impossible to miss for the crossbowmen.
They fired their shots when the giant insects reached halfway within the range of the crossbow towers, ensuring both a margin for error and the potency of the bolts. The massive bronze arrows were unleashed, resulting in the immediate demise of one giant insect, while the other was firmly pinned to the ground and subsequently finished off. With the death of the giant insects, the remaining forces of the insect tribe posed no threat to the territory.
Su Yang ordered the conservation of crossbow bolts, directing the crossbowmen only to deal with the rear-line jetting worms.
The charging stingers were all dispatched to the foot of the city walls, where the armored knights would eliminate them with their swords. The battle ended swiftly, not merely due to the reduced scale of the insect horde, but also because of the effective collaboration between the sound wave detectors and crossbow towers. Being able to anticipate the direction from which the insect tribe would enter allowed Su Yang to deploy his forces in advance.
Previously,
he had hesitated to concentrate his defenses at any one point due to concerns over the insect tribe's potential for divided assaults.
Now, with the detectors in place,
even if subsequent waves of the insect tribe attempted a flanking maneuver, they could be swiftly detected, allowing for rapid redistribution of forces. The intelligence provided by a single reconnaissance device afforded Su Yang greater strategic latitude and elevated the defensive capabilities of the base to a new level.
In the aftermath of the battle, a tally revealed that this final confrontation before the arrival night yielded 800 Dominion points for the territory. The total Dominion points now stood at an impressive 860. Su Yang intended to summon the hero units before distributing the points. Aside from the Dominion points,
the battle also yielded a large toad bone, a drop from the giant insect, which remained beyond immediate study.
Su Yang did not dwell on it,
knowing it would eventually be unlocked for research. Currently, all conditions for upgrading the main base to level 3 had been met, except for the copper mine,
which would meet the requirements by tomorrow afternoon.
Now it was merely a matter of time before he could summon the hero-level units.
16 hours remain until arrival night. All new player protections for the territories will be lifted tonight. Good luck to everyone, the system announcement resonated, heralding the imminent approach of arrival night.
On the final day, the Lord's Hall was slightly busier than before, as everyone sought to alleviate their tension through conversation.
For some lords yet to lift their new player protections, tonight would mark their first battle.
Meanwhile, for those who had already shed their protections, this night would herald their most intense confrontation.
Life and death hung in the balance. The only certainty was that tomorrow, fewer than 68 would be able to enter the Lord's Hall. Anonymous, is it just my imagination, or has the surrounding environment changed? English Lord, the large-scale gathering of original creatures can indeed induce subtle environmental changes. American Lord, it's not just the alien species gathering. Special changes will also occur on the day of arrival.
Spanish Lord, oh God, those insects are already congregating outside the protected zone.
American Lord, relax, my friend. Your greatest concern right now is fear.
Spanish Lord, but this is the heart of the insect nest, who wouldn't he be terrified? Su Yang gazed at the panel, a thought emerging in his mind. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors.
And this principle holds true even in forbidden zones.
When choosing allies, the various lords typically adhered to the principle of proximity, and the same applied when considering invasions.
However,
Su Yang adhered to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them.
Apart from a few exceptions,
he bore no initial hostility toward any nation. He had researched the Spanish lord, discovering he was a soon-to-be graduate student.
Graduating students are often caught between the inadequacies of their education and the harsh realities of society. Those nearing graduation can be perceived as both naive and easily manipulable.
While recruiting a foolish ally may not yield significant benefits, it should not pose any detriment either. Given the vast expanse of the heart of the insect nest and its scarcity of resources, having an additional ally could provide valuable intelligence.
Furthermore,
Based on the intelligence he gathered, he noted that the Spanish lord had chosen the Invincible Fleet era, indicating promising developmental potential.
Su Yang opted for anonymity and began typing a message. Spanish Lord, I have no intelligence whatsoever, all I know is that they are maddeningly fast.
Anonymous, you will likely encounter the lowest tier of insect tide. The insect tribe consists only of two types.
The first type is the stinger,
which is extremely swift and attacks with its double blades. The second is the brain insect, which possesses no offensive capabilities and serves as the commander for the stingers. The insect tribe displays a high level of intelligence and organizational combat capability. If possible, prioritize eliminating the brain insects, as this will temporarily incapacitate the stingers under their command.
That should suffice, Su Yang concluded his input.
There was little more he could offer. The rest was up to fate. Upon sending his anonymous message, it felt as though a bomb had detonated within the hall.
Spanish Lord, my God. Thank you, Great One. You are my hero.
Anonymous, who is this divine being, so knowledgeable about the heart of the insect nest? Anonymous, to receive such detailed intelligence on the insect tribe at this early stage, what kind of troops do you command that you can confront the insects head-on?
Anonymous, is this information genuine? Is there really someone bold enough to break their nuclear protection within the heart of the insect nest? American Lord MacArthur looked at the chat window with surprise. Although uncertain, he leaned toward believing the message was authentic. If true,
it would imply that this individual had lifted their nuclear protection ahead of time within the heart of the insect nest.
Moreover,
their civilization possessed troops capable of engaging the insect tribe in direct combat at such an early stage.
Even he, MacArthur, could not muster such audacity. While American troops were formidable, engaging the insect tribe in the dense forest during the early stages would undoubtedly lead to heavy casualties. The opposing side not only exhibited absolute resolve but also possessed formidable combat capabilities.
In the future, this would undoubtedly pose a significant threat.
Who could it be? Which civilization was this? Chapter 42, Level 3 Main Base, Heroic Power.
In the territory of the East, Tojo Incan felt a jolt upon seeing the anonymous message.
Compared to overt rivals, these hidden adversaries are the most formidable.
When events unfold as anticipated, these individuals become the greatest variables.
If the information is indeed genuine,
then the sender likely possesses the strongest initial tier of troops. The heart of the nest presents significant challenges, yet the rewards in terms of dominion points are equally abundant. Should they possess the right methodology to eradicate the insect race, the top position in this exploration could become uncertain.
Tojo Incan's eyes glimmered, as his thoughts raced. Which nation could it be? Bear Country? The United States? Or perhaps France?
The intensity of this competition in the Forbidden Land far surpasses that of the previous two occasions.
There is no turning back until sunset. Tojo Incan intensified his exploration efforts,
as this endeavor directly influenced his ability to secure oil in the early stages.
There must be no mistakes. In the territory of England, the redcoats of the Victorian era patrolled the rudimentary walls.
At the center loomed an industrial facility, resonating with the sound of steam.
The Lord's castle was situated at the southernmost point of the domain. Elizabeth sat before a rosewood table intricately adorned with gold thread, examining the panel.
An anonymous message rippled through the air like a stone cast into water. The implications of this message extended far beyond its apparent simplicity. A civilization capable of contending with the insect race has emerged, and it does so anonymously. This would instill fear and suspicion among the great powers that are not the source of this information, potentially affecting future alliances or enmities.
Unlike other lords, Elizabeth viewed this news with optimism.
The Lord of Spain, nestled within the heart of the nest, was among those with whom she shared the closest ties. If this anonymous lord seeks to aid Spain, they are aligned on the same front.
In the future,
it would be easy to connect with this anonymous figure through the Spanish lord. This was her advantage over other great lords. Although affairs with Afohan were not progressing smoothly, she had already established her circle of allies. Cultivating friendships and expanding influence, that was her strategy in the early stages. Unfortunately, as oil extraction commenced, many of these allies would gradually be eliminated by the restrictions of the Forbidden Land. A prime example being the choice of the Bronze Age Dragon country. While other nations leverage oil for advancement, their workers might still be laboring in copper mines, with no chance of catching up.
Elizabeth's thoughts began to drift. Such a pity.
This Qin dynasty had considerable potential.
After disseminating the information, Su Yang exited the hall without a backward glance.
He was uninterested in the reactions this message might provoke. The truth of the matter lay before them, and it was up to them to judge its authenticity. What he needed to focus on now was committing wholeheartedly to the defense of his territory. Based on production capacity, he would be able to complete the construction of the Level 3 main base by evening. Following that, by summoning heroic units, the defensive capabilities and strength of his forces would ascend to an entirely new realm. Perhaps it was the growing oppressive heat that instigated his restlessness.
But Su Yang felt the hours leading to dusk stretched interminably.
Mere hours seemed to elongate beyond the span of a week. As the sun gradually descended, a chilling wind howled, reclaiming the land. Unlike previous nights, this time, alongside the howling winds came a dense, dark fog. The luminescent plants that once illuminated the forest at night now stood extinguished. Darkness enveloped the land, barely pierced by the faint moonlight.
This marked Su Yang's first true night in the Forbidden Land. Is this the day of descent? He mused inwardly. The atmosphere was undeniably palpable. As night fell,
the copper reserves within his territory finally reached 100 units.
Without hesitation, Su Yang opened the upgrade panel for his estate. To hesitate even for a second would be a disservice to the heroic units.
Main base, Lord's Estate, Level 2-3, unlocks Level 3 resource devices, Level 3 defense facilities, Level 3 armor camps, and heroic buildings. New, upgrade requirements: coal resources, 100 units, copper resources, 100 units, stone resources, 200 units, dominion points, 4,000, time, 2 days, upgrade. Su Yang swiftly allocated nearly 2/3 of his territory's resources into the estate. Coal 100 units, copper 100 units, stone 200 units, dominion points 4,000, Level 3 Lord's Estate is upgrading. Required time, 2 days, the upgrade would require 2 days. Su Yang retrieved the rare heart of the nest from his backpack. This was obtained from defeating the matriarch of the insect swarm. Not only does it possess a maximum time reduction of 2 days, but it can also be applied to building upgrades. Utilizing it here was nothing short of perfect. Using the item Heart of the Nest. Construction time reduced by 2 days, Level 3 Lord's Estate upgrade complete, instantaneous. The efficacy of rare items is remarkable. Boom! With the completion of the upgrade, a sweeping transformation commenced. The Level 3 Lord's Estate was not merely an increase in height but an expansion in area. Upon Su Yang's approval, the estate extended northward, adding a new wing. Beside Su Yang's residence, a row of new rooms emerged. Could these be for the heroic units? Su Yang speculated. Perhaps heroic units are no longer regarded as mere troops and require separate accommodations. Upon completion, a more grandiose and magnificent estate revealed itself to Su Yang. Not only did the design change, but the exterior of the estate was no longer solely composed of a dull gray-blue bronze. The newly introduced materials shimmered with a silvery luster under the moonlight. Iron. Su Yang gazed eagerly at the metal. If it is indeed iron, it signifies that his territory is on the brink of entering a new era, a transition from bronze civilization to iron civilization. While the Qin dynasty's expertise in copper is unparalleled, even the most advanced craftsmanship cannot compensate for the fundamental differences between copper and iron. Conversely, if the Qin craftsman can master copper to such an extent, what astonishing technologies might emerge with the advent of the Iron Age? Calming his excitement, Su Yang opened the newly available heroic panel. Matters of development could wait. At this stage, it was imperative to enhance his combat prowess immediately. Chapter 43, The Heroic Architecture, the General's Mansion. As I opened the hero panel, I was greeted by 3 newly unlocked buildings. These 3 structures are capable of summoning hero-level units. From left to right, they are the Forge, the Astrological Tower, and the General's Mansion. Constructing any of these buildings requires no resources, however, at present, I can only choose one of the 3. Each building possesses distinct characteristics, leading to the summoning of entirely different hero classes. I clicked through the options for each building to examine their specific summoning capabilities. Heroic architecture, forge, summoned hero class, artisan. The artisans of the Qin dynasty forge a myriad of wonders, inheriting the wisdom of the ancients. They craft the future, creating magnificent works that illuminate the ages. Building characteristics, the forge serves as the research facility for artisan units. Unlocking the forge grants access to exclusive weapon development, upgrades, and the crafting of specialized armors, among other related processes. Development strategy, national treasures, establishing workshops and factories to forge national treasures. We shall elevate the might of the Qin dynasty, illuminating the world with the brilliance of countless machines, ensuring prosperity for generations. Strategy effect, all research and construction times within the territory are reduced by 20. The artisan, summoned by the forge, can be understood as a figure akin to an ancient scientist or inventor. The forge itself is evidently a large-scale factory. Beyond summoning hero-level units, the heroic architecture also provides a development strategy known as national treasures. This strategy represents a nation's developmental approach, a crucial factor within the trials of the Forbidden Lands, intricately linked to the characteristics of the chosen civilization. The lords, in their wisdom, opted to forsake the advantages of modern technology to return to their most glorious eras, considering the developmental strategies associated with their chosen civilizations. Focusing on agricultural production, industrial advancement, amicable exchanges, or military conquests, those powerful historical dynasties often possessed a well-crafted national strategy. In the mid to late game, a solid development strategy wields immense influence. The initial effect of national treasures reduces research and construction times throughout the territory by 20. This is not a one-time reduction limited to a single unit, but a continuous buff. Furthermore, as the forge is upgraded, this buff intensifies. It is crucial to recognize that mid to late game research often begins on a daily scale, making this effect capable of saving vast amounts of time for the territory. Aside from the strategy, the forge itself offers exclusive weapon development and specialized armor crafting, among various effects. Upon seeing the term exclusive, I couldn't help but wonder if the forge could also craft a set of armor for myself. However, with formidable enemies approaching, now is not the time for such considerations. I switched options. Heroic architecture, astrological tower, summoned hero class, seer, with the mountains and rivers as their camp and the stars and moon as their formation. They gather the essence of the cosmos, mastering the great forces of heaven and earth, strategizing in secrecy, revealing the path to the future. Building characteristics, the astrological tower serves as the observation post for seer units. Unlocking the astrological tower grants access to special areas, event foresight, probability prediction, and other related encounters. Development strategy, harmony of time and abundance. The path of the stars is the foundation of national fortune, the principles of the universe. By establishing celestial officials, observing celestial phenomena, and interpreting stellar brilliance, we shall understand the rhythms of time and the fate of our nation, ensuring favorable winds and rain. Stabilizing the realm. Strategy effect, all mines, resources, and loot within the territory are elevated by one quality level. Like the forge, the astrological tower also boasts corresponding functions and hero units. While the forge enhances research capabilities, the astrological tower augments resource acquisition. Whether through obtaining special resource information or upgrading the quality of existing resources, these effects are immensely powerful. In the mid to late game, certain hidden special resources can significantly alter the course of events. The ability to foresee their existence is truly formidable. Upgrading resource quality speaks for itself, offering tangible enhancements. Accelerating resource production and improving equipment effectiveness are just a few of the benefits. If not for the pressing need for military strength, I would have found it challenging to make a selection. Reluctantly exiting the astrological panel, I opened the final option. Heroic architecture, general's mansion, summoned hero class, commander, the army that safeguards the nation, the foundation of the state, the pillar of the Qin dynasty. Clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons, they conquer the seas and lands, their might overshadowing the mountains and the sun, instilling fear across the vast cosmos. Building characteristics, the general's mansion is the summoning ground for commander units. Unlocking or upgrading the general's mansion allows for the summoning of a commander unit and the training and upgrading of commander skills. Development strategy, dominance overall. In the realm of warfare, lies the path of life and death, issuing commands to the four corners, recruiting elite soldiers, and training the army. We aim to revitalize national fortune and instill fear across the seas.
Strategy effect: all dominion points acquired through enemy kills are increased by 20.
True to the military strategy of the Qin dynasty, this effect increases the dominion points gained from defeating enemies, a straightforward yet impactful enhancement. This greatly boosts the efficiency of acquiring dominion points in the early stages. After reviewing the 3 heroic buildings, I was filled with excitement. The commander leads the charge at the front lines, the artisan provides superior combat equipment, and the seer accelerates resource acquisition, ensuring a robust logistical support system.
When these 3 elements, army, equipment, and logistics, are harmonized, the Qin dynasty shall emerge as an unyielding machine of conquest. I could scarcely imagine the grandeur of that day when everything comes to fruition. Suppressing my exhilaration, I paused at the general's mansion option. Reports from scouts had confirmed the presence of new insectoid units in the impending swarm tonight. Moreover, these were not ordinary elite units. The new entities were several times larger than the previously encountered giant insects. The artisan and seer are primarily focused on development and logistics. While their effects are formidable, choosing them would not yield immediate military strength. Only by constructing the general's mansion and summoning a commander unit can I ensure survival through tonight's swarm. Without further hesitation, my thoughts raced as I confirmed the establishment of the general's mansion. Selection completed, the general's mansion is under construction. As I set down the blueprint, a structure, second only in size to the Lord's residence, erupted into existence in the eastern part of the territory. Similar to the level 3 Lord's mansion, the general's mansion is crafted from bronze and iron. The fusion of green and black metals creates a striking contrast, complemented by unique engravings that lend the structure both grandeur and warmth. Gazing at its size, which dwarfed the armor camp by 2-fold, I could not help but anticipate the remarkable entities that would be summoned from within. I opened the panel for the general's mansion. Chapter 44, The Heroic General Li Xian of Longxi. General's Mansion Panel, Command Value, 10,860, Troop Defense, General, Li Xian, General Type, Vanguard of the Army, Required Command Value for Summoning, 10,000, General, Meng Tian, General Type, Shield of the Empire, Required Command Value for Summoning, 25,000, Level 2 General-S Mansion can perform summoning, upgrade to view more generals, Li Xian and Meng Tian. 2 renowned generals of the Qin state. The Level 1 General-S Mansion can only display current information, necessitating a higher level for future insights. However, the generals currently unlocked have already brought great satisfaction to Su Yang. Li Xian, the Marquis of Longxi, is one of the young generals most favored and trusted by the King of Qin. He has achieved remarkable military feats, having led the army to conquer Zhao and Yan, pacifying Qi and Shu, and decisively pursuing the army of Yan, ultimately claiming the head of the mastermind, Prince Dan of Yan, behind the assassination of Jing Ku. In terms of combat prowess, leadership capabilities, and the courage to venture deep into enemy territory alone, Li Xian undoubtedly deserves the title of a renowned commander. The addition of a general-level unit will surely elevate the quality of the troops. Lost in thought, Su Yang invested all his resources into the General-S Mansion. Command value -10,000, summoning General Li Xian. Boom! The upper part of the General-S Mansion suddenly sank, producing a thunderous sound. Following this, the sound of steam rushing forth filled the air as the upper section gradually lifted. The entire structure began to operate like a colossal beast of steel. Amidst the billowing steam and swirling dust, the mechanical rumble gradually subsided. The heavy iron doors of the General-S Mansion swung open, releasing a thick cloud of white steam, accompanied by the resounding noise of mechanical movement. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps ceased, replaced by the rapid whirring of gears and the piercing sounds of blades slicing through the air. Whoosh! A silver light illuminated the scene, and the dense white mist was instantly dispersed. Clad in silver armor and wielding a mechanical spear, the towering figure of Li Xian, nearly 2.5 meters tall, emerged before Su Yang. Li Xian twirled the spear in his hand, triggering a mechanical device. The components of the spear swiftly retracted towards the center. In the blink of an eye, the nearly 3-meter-long spear was reduced to a mere width of 2 palms. Li Xian affixed the compacted device to his side, removed his helmet, and bowed respectfully. "I am Li Xian, your humble servant. I pay my respects to your majesty." The roar that followed was so powerful that it seemed to pierce through the very soul, akin to the thunderous cries of ancient generals that once sent enemy forces fleeing. Before Su Yang stood Li Xin, adorned in a suit of armor, yet his armor was distinctly larger and predominantly silver. The crucial parts of this armor had been replaced with iron. Iron, being significantly harder than copper, boasts various superior properties. The defensive components such as the breastplate and greaves were entirely crafted from iron plates, with several reinforcing rods also made of iron. The introduction of iron endows the armor with enhanced defensive attributes and greater tensile strength. Beyond this upgrade, Li Xin's armor boasts superior coverage. While the armor of the Qin elite only protects vital areas, often sacrificing coverage for flexibility, Li Xin's entire body is nearly enveloped in armor, including protective gear at joint locations. This undeniably signifies a significant advancement in the armor craftsmanship of the Qin state. In addition to the protective qualities, the steam-powered mechanisms on the armor have also undergone transformation. Their material composition remains unchanged, still utilizing copper known for excellent thermal conductivity. However, their quantity and distribution have been altered. The elite soldier's armor contains merely one cylindrical steam power device on the back, whereas Li Xin is equipped with several power devices located on his back, lower back, elbows, knees, and feet. With these steam-powered enhancements, the agility and combat capabilities of the armor are poised for substantial improvement. Is this the essence of an elite unit? After admiring Li Xin's armor, Su Yang inquired. May I know your mission, General? Without hesitation, Li Xin responded, to expand territories, eliminate foreign threats, and restore the grandeur of the Qin state. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to examine Li Xin's panel. Unlike ordinary troop units, elite units possess greater intellect and self-awareness. While absorbing knowledge from the present and the ancient, they retain memories and characteristics from their previous lives. General, Li Xin, unit type, Vanguard of the Army, armor, iron steam-powered armor, armor effect, none, weapon, iron mechanical silver spear, weapon effect, none, general skill, commanding Vanguard, skill effect, increases the morale of all melee allied units within a certain range. Enhancing combat effectiveness by 20, energy consumption, 10 units of fuel day, 10 units of concentrated water day, maintenance cost, 10 units of copper ore, 10 units of iron ore. Opening Li Xin's panel revealed a cascade of information. Unlike standard troop units, general-level units possess a more intricate combat panel. According to the panel description, their combat power comprises three components: the armor worn, the weapon wielded, and the general skill. Considering the characteristics of the skilled profession, which allows for the upgrading and modification of armor and weapons, Su Yang speculated that future general-level units could individually craft and enhance their armor and weapons, thus gaining special bonuses. The upgrading and training of the general skills could be directly accomplished within the General's mansion. While the enhancements from armor and weapons lean towards individual combat strength, the general skills focus more on the collective effects of commanding troops. Having reviewed the panel, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, a general-level unit, possessing formidable individual combat prowess alongside team-enhancing skills. Li Xin's addition will undoubtedly usher in a qualitative leap for the army. In addition to the elite building, the Level 3 main base has also introduced numerous other upgrades. However, as the insect tide approaches, these upgrades will have to wait for later inspection. Closing the panel, Su Yang returned to the allocation of units. Excluding Li Xin, the territory currently boasts 50 soldier units, comprising 30 Level 2 elite warriors and 20 Qin elite crossbowmen. The general arrangement remains consistent with previous strategies, merely substituting the mobile support units with Li Xin, whose superior armor and combat capabilities render him more fit for the role of reinforcements. With the defensive arrangements complete, all that remained was to await the impending assault of the swarm. As time passed, the damp, decaying atmosphere intensified. The black mist drifting through the dense forest thickened, nearly obscuring all visibility. Chapter 45, The Arrival of the Black Mist. The final night. As the long night unfolded, a dense black mist enveloped the land. Even the skilled crossbowmen of the Great Qin found it impossible to pierce through the obscuring fog with their naked eyes to locate the enemy. Fortunately, Su Yang had erected a soundwave detection tower, allowing him to ascertain the position of the swarming insects despite the absence of visibility. From this moment onward, the soundwave reconnaissance panel would serve as his eyes. By simply relaying the location information to the crossbowmen, they could. A sudden buzzing sound erupted in his mind, interrupting his thoughts.
The swarm was approaching. He opened the reconnaissance panel and observed a multitude of white dots surging from the north, an uncountable mass.
Form ranks, Su Yang commanded, swiftly redirecting the defenders toward the northern city wall. Just as the dense white dots advanced to the midpoint of his territory,
6 large white dots suddenly appeared at the edge of the map, advancing with remarkable speed. Following closely behind these massive figures were smaller white dots, arranged in formation.
6 colossal insects. Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief.
He had not anticipated such an intensified assault on the night of arrival. Just days prior, there had been a maximum of only 2 giant insects. Now 6 emerged simultaneously. The city wall had only 2 crossbow towers capable of targeting the giant insects. Considering the loading time, they could intercept at most 4 of the colossal creatures. This indicated that at least 2 would undoubtedly breach their defenses and invade the territory. The soldiers would have to confront a 2 or even 3-front battle tonight. It now depended on whether Li Xian's prowess could swiftly eliminate the intruding giant insects. Only by quickly dispatching them could they prevent the swarm from infiltrating their territory and dispersing their forces. If all went as expected, the course of tonight's battle would hinge upon the performance of both sides' elite fighters. The night has descended, calamity unfolds, in the territory of Shibanya. The novice protection has ended, the rustling sounds echoed through the dense forest, heralding the end of novice protection and the advance of the insect swarm. Accompanied by the black mist and ominous winds, it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The Lord of Shibanya swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Yet, despite straining his eyes to their fullest, his vision remained a mere blur. The thick black mist obscured everything, serving as perfect cover for the swarm. He had not anticipated the existence of such a troublesome black fog on the night of arrival. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, pooling in his palms. Though he had prepared defenses and received early information about the insect race, the true pressure of facing these innate predators was only realized in the moment of confrontation. The damp, decaying scent seemed to carry the breath of death, while the cries of the insects echoed like a call from hell. The rustling intensified as the swarm broke through the thicket. They were coming. The Lord of Shibanya felt a tightening in his chest, as though gripped by an unseen hand. Within the black mist, countless shadows darted about like specters. He fought to suppress his inner fear, cautiously estimating the distance of the swarm. The weapons of his line infantry were flintlock guns, effective within a range of 150 to 200 meters. Beyond that distance, their lethality diminished to a pitiful degree. Moreover, the lengthy loading time of flintlock guns left little room for error. Whether he could weather the storm tonight hinged on the timing of his orders. The cries of the alien insects grew ever nearer, and he strained with all his might to discern their locations. Yet, the black mist severely impaired his vision, rendering him unable to make predictions with his eyes. Enough! Come forth! May God protect us! The Lord of Shibanya abandoned his attempts at judgment. Fire! On the ordinary stone wall, the soldiers in the front rank raised their weapons and fired. The flintlock guns erupted with white smoke as lead bullets formed a barrage directed into the black mist. Once the firing concluded, the first rank quickly retreated, allowing the second rank to step forward and shoot. Shibanya had a total of 40 soldiers, arranged in 4 ranks, taking turns to fire. This was a classic tactic of line infantry, ensuring sustained firepower. As the 4th rank finished firing, an eerie silence enveloped the black mist, leaving only the echoes in the sky. Had they vanquished them? The Lord of Shibanya widened his eyes, peering into the black mist. A piercing shriek suddenly shattered the silence. The concealed swarm surged forth from the fog, swiftly gathering at the base of the wall. The preceding barrage had inflicted damage upon them, yet none had been slain. The resilience of their exoskeletons was astonishing. The lead bullets from the flintlock guns were utterly insufficient to kill the piercing insects directly. Continue firing, the Lord commanded. The first rank of soldiers, their ammunition replenished, stepped forward to unleash another volley. However, the insect horde offered little respite. After a single round of fire, they trampled over their fallen comrades and leapt onto the wall. The 3-meter-high stone wall posed little obstacle to the piercing insects. 2 soldiers in the front rank were caught off guard and cleaved in 2 by the insect blades. Before the towering 2-meter-tall piercing insects, the ordinary soldiers were as fragile as straw.
This was the strength of the heart of the insect nest. This was the novice grave. Draw your bayonets. Hold the wall at all costs. The Lord of Shibanya shouted. In the face of crisis, fervor drowned out his fear. The sound of piercing projectiles filled the air as bronze crossbow bolts shot into the black mist. With each bolt that struck the ground, a series of kill notifications rang out. The ordinary insects fell before the might of the heavy crossbows as if made of paper. A single shot to a vital area resulted in instant death. Although the black mist obscured the archer's vision, Su Yang consistently synchronized the insect positions for them. The black mist may have concealed their sight, but it could not muffle the sounds emitted by the swarm. Thus, with the sound wave detectors in place, the black mist posed minimal hindrance to their efforts. However, the primary focus tonight was not on the piercing insects ahead, but rather on the 6 burrowing giant insects. The tide of insects gradually approached the northern city wall, and the giant insects had entered the firing range of the crossbow towers. Su Yang immediately relayed the positions of the 6 giant insects and commanded the crossbow towers to fire from the sides, targeting inward. Li Xian had been assigned to defend the northern gate, ensuring that the remaining giant insects would inevitably enter his area of defense. Fire! As the giant insects crossed into the crossbow tower's range, Su Yang issued the command. Steam surged forth, and the resounding clamor of massive mechanisms echoed. The enormous bronze crossbow bolts shot into the black mist like missiles, leaving behind 2 thick trails. The large white dots on the reconnaissance panel halted in their tracks. A direct hit. Chapter 46, The Pinnacle of Heroic Power. Load the ammunition. As the colossal mechanical winch whirred into action, 3 thick crossbow strings were reset with precision. The bull-sized bronze crossbow bolts were once again unleashed, piercing the shroud of black mist. 2 bolts struck the ground 500 meters from the city walls, creating a massive crater from the sheer force of impact, green liquid gushing forth. A flawless kill, the crossbow turret had successfully dispatched 2 colossal worms. The remaining 2 worms, however, were unimpeded, burrowing into the territory. Following them was an army of subterranean insects. The commanders received orders and formed ranks to confront the enemy. Su Yang waved his hand and shouted into the air. Buzzing, the armored crossbowmen released a volley of arrows, creating a torrential downpour of bolts in the sky. As they struck the ground, the surging tide of insects disintegrated into muck. Amidst the black mist, the jetting nematode troops took their positions, launching a counterattack. Countless insect stingers relentlessly targeted the city walls. With the protection of the battlements and their own armor, the armored soldiers withstood the onslaught, continuously slaying the stinging insects that swarmed the walls. The 6-meter-tall reinforced walls towered like mountains between the tide of insects and the soldiers. To scale the walls, the insect horde would need to stack 3 to 4 stingers. This meant that under the constraints of the walls, regardless of the sheer number of insects, only a quarter could engage in battle, the rest served merely as stepping stones. Moreover, whenever the crossbowmen completed their loading and unleashed another volley, these stepping stones would be turned into sieves. Kill notifications cascaded across Su Yang's interface. Kill level 5 Tyrant Burrow Worm. Dominance value 300, 20 bonus, kill level 3 Tyrant Stinger, dominance value 40, 20 bonus, kill level 3 Tyrant Jet Nematode. Dominance value 70, 20 bonus, kill level 4 Tyrant Brainworm, dominance value 150, 20 bonus, kill level 3 Tyrant Stinger. Dominance value 40, 20 bonus, the northern city wall resembled a massive insect grinder. Countless alien corpses lay strewn across the land. The sound of steam hissing, the machinery whirring, shouts, and roars. A myriad of sounds intertwined and swirled above the battlefield. With the fortified walls as their bastion, the Qin armored soldiers and crossbowmen needed only sufficient energy and ammunition. No matter how many troops the insects deployed, they could not breach the territory head-on. However, they possessed more than one tactic. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted as 2 colossal worms simultaneously broke through the earth, emerging onto the surface. Beneath them, the sounds of countless alien insects surged forward. If the openings were not sealed, the army of stingers would directly infiltrate the inner sanctum. At that moment, surrounded on all sides, no matter how formidable the armored forces, they would find themselves in dire straits. Could Li Xian hold his ground? Su Yang glanced towards the northern territory.
There, amidst the black mist, stood Li Xian, facing the two colossal worms head-on. His silver spear emanated a chilling gleam.
Without any warning, Li Xian sprang into action.
Steam devices embedded throughout his body, on his back, waist, elbows, and knees fired off simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of high-pressure steam.
With immense thrust, he almost instantaneously appeared before the giant worm.
A glimmer of silver flashed as he thrust his spear forward, the powerful impact driving it straight into the creature's skull. Upon penetration, he twisted the spear, causing the gears along its shaft to whir into motion.
The once slender and smooth spearhead sprouted numerous tiny cutting blades.
With a flick of his wrist, the blades began to spin around the spear's body,
transforming it into a drill. His high-pressure steam erupted from Li Xian's elbow and the spear, amplifying the force of his attack. With a thunderous roar,
the silver spear pierced through the worm's incredibly tough skull.
The creature let out a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xian withdrew his spear and redirected it towards another colossal worm attempting to burrow into the earth.
Thud, this strike hit its torso from the side,
the spear tip spinning at high velocity, reducing its insides to pulp.
The remnants of its shattered organs mixed with a torrent of dark green blood as they spilled from its body.
The last giant worm fell without a sound.
And behind it, a swarm of stingers surged forth from the burrow.
Li Xian twirled his spear and swung twice,
effortlessly dispatching the 7 encircling stingers as if they were mere chickens. He then plunged his left hand into the carcass of the giant worm and yanked back fiercely. The steam-powered devices roared to life, hoisting the massive creature above the burrow, sealing the entrance. With all 6 colossal worms eliminated, only the invading insect horde remained.
Su Yan watched in awe. The battle was nothing short of breathtaking.
If the armored soldiers had handled it, at least 10 warriors would have been required to take down a single giant worm, and even that would not guarantee they emerged unscathed. But under Li Xian's command,
2 colossal worms were dispatched in a mere 10 seconds, executed with effortless grace. Was this the might of a hero-class unit? Indeed.
It was a unit summoned with a staggering 10,000 dominance points. Its power was truly formidable.
Su Yang swiftly composed himself, redirecting his gaze to the frontline battlefield.
With the giant worms dealt with, the battle was nearing its conclusion.
Just as he pondered this, a massive white dot appeared on the reconnaissance panel, hurtling rapidly towards the territory. What could this be? Before Su Yang could contemplate further, a pale purple sphere plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the city wall. Boom! The 5-meter white sphere erupted, releasing a dark purple liquid that surged outward.
The liquid was a potent acid solution, which swiftly corroded a large pit into the city wall. The corrosive substance emitted thick white smoke and a pungent odor.
Thankfully, the armored soldiers stationed at that section of the wall reacted promptly and were not directly hit. However,
during their escape, they came into contact with a trace of the solution, resulting in the corrosion of their protective gear.
A new breed of insect.
This was the one mentioned in the reconnaissance report.
Su Yang opened the panel and saw a white, 3 times the size of the giant worm, standing far beyond the range of the crossbow turret. Could it attack from such a distance? The insect horde siege unit. Su Yang's eyes widened in alarm. The crossbow turret was the farthest reaching unit within the territory, and if it couldn't strike this target, then no other unit would stand a chance.
The introduction of this insect artillery might very well turn the tide of battle.
Chapter 47, Fearless of the Dead, Follow me to slay the enemy.
On the northern city wall, the corrosive solution had eroded the structure to a height of nearly 2 meters.
Soon, the insect horde would breach this gap and invade the territory.
The soldiers could not come into contact with the corrosive liquid, while the insects could traverse it unharmed.
If the siege units continued their assault, the breaches in the wall would multiply, intensifying the pressure on the defenders.
A specialized strike team must be established.
Su Yang gazed towards Li Xian at the center of the territory, his thoughts racing as he began to mobilize troops.
Soon, the strike team was formed.
Li Xian took the lead, with Chen Wu and Zhao Zhan commanding 6 elite armored soldiers for support.
This was the most formidable force under Su Yang's command.
Your Majesty need not worry, we shall present the enemy general's head. Li Xian declared solemnly, then gestured grandly, leading the troops towards the eastern gate.
They intended to exit the territory through the eastern gate and then advance northward through the swarm of insects to eliminate the insect artillery.
Open the city gate.
The eastern gate swung open, and Li Xian led the armored squad into the inky fog.
Boom! Another insect artillery shell plummeted like a meteor, striking the city wall. 3 soldiers were caught unawares, their armor completely obliterated.
In the cloak of darkness, the insect artillery was nearly impossible to predict. The previously struck section of the wall had already crumbled, with countless stinging insects pouring through the breach. Su Yang urgently commanded the soldiers to abandon the wall and retreat to 2 other gaps.
Simultaneously,
he concentrated the soldiers stationed on the remaining 3 walls to defend the northern front with all their might.
With the wall breached, the armored soldiers would serve as the last line of defense before Li Xian could succeed.
Amid the swirling fog, steam billowed, and silver glimmered. The strike team advanced at full speed through the dense forest, wielding their weapons to slay the approaching insects.
Li Xian forged ahead, clearing the path before them.
His silver spear danced in a circular motion, sweeping away all obstacles in their path. Under the protection of Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, the armored soldiers defended the left and right flanks, as well as the rear. Even deep within enemy territory, the team remained composed, advancing with remarkable speed. Su Yang continuously updated them with their real-time positions, guiding their direction to ensure they remained oriented within the fog. As they neared the insect artillery, the resistance they faced intensified. The surrounding hordes of alien insects surged forth like a tidal wave, evidently tasked with protecting the colossal artillery. Just as the team's speed was hindered by the swarm, Li Xian raised his arm and shouted, "Fearless of the dead, follow me to slay the enemy. Strike terror into their hearts and elevate our nation's might." At the sound of his rallying cry, the armored soldiers surrounding him increased their swordplay speed dramatically. Commander skill, Call of the Vanguard, skill effect, morale of all melee allied units within a certain range significantly increases, enhancing combat capability by 20. With this buff, the team regained their forward momentum, advancing like a battering ram. Soon, the insect artillery emerged before them, a colossal creature 3 times the size of a giant insect.
Its back encased in a massive, beetle-like black armor.
Beneath the armor, it harbored corrosive shells ready for firing. Its back contained a total of 6 shells, 3 of which had already been launched. Now, the 4th segment of armor began to slowly open, revealing the pulsating flesh within.
The 4th corrosive shell was being readied for launch.
Surrounding this monstrous beast were countless stinging insects, alongside spitting worms continuously launching their stingers. Clearly, this was a crucial strategic unit, heavily guarded by many troops. Faced with the relentless tide of enemies, the strike team showed no signs of retreat.
Li Xian,
shielded by the soldiers, charged to the front lines. He leaped high, evading the stinging attacks from behind, and aimed his spear at the creature's head.
Like a javelin,
he hurled his silver spear forth. Whoosh! With a surge of steam, the silver spear pierced the insect's head, spinning at high velocity, shredding it to pieces.
Brain matter, blood. An insect exoskeleton erupted forth. The dark purple flesh on its back turned black, devoid of life.
With a resounding crash, the insect artillery collapsed, sending dust flying. Kill level 6 Tyrannid Invader, domination points 500, a cacophony of piercing cries erupted as the surrounding insect horde descended into chaos, encircling them.
Retreat! Li Xian shouted, retrieving his spear, leading the armored squad back.
Su Yang had already issued a command for them to return to the territory.
As Li Xian's squad made their way back,
the soldiers within the territory were engaged in a fierce struggle. The northern wall had been blasted open with 3 large holes, and the insect swarm surged in. Without the wall as their first line of defense, the armored soldiers found it difficult to manage the onslaught of insects. They could only wait for the crossbowmen to finish reloading to slightly alleviate the pressure.
The disadvantageous situation was swiftly resolved with Li Xian's return.
Purge the foreign invaders.
Safeguard our land. Li Xian bellowed, activating his commander skill.
All armored soldiers in the territory received a morale boost. While a 20 increase in combat power might seem trivial for an individual, its effect on an entire unit was astonishing. Inspired by the rallying cry, the armored soldiers, who had struggled defensively, launched a counterattack. Li Xian also led his forces to support, charging towards the rear lines where the spitting worms were stationed.
He single-handedly plunged into the enemy ranks. Steam billowed as his silver spear whirled, driving the insects back relentlessly. The front lines successfully halted the insect onslaught,
and the crossbowmen completed their reloading just in time. 20 armored crossbowmen released a volley, eliminating a significant portion of the stinging insects within the territory. The insect offensive was thoroughly dismantled. Only at this moment did Su Yang feel a wave of relief wash over him.
Thankfully, he had summoned Li Xian before the night of arrival, otherwise, dealing with the Tyranid invader would have posed a considerable challenge. With Li Xian's forces reclaiming the breaches in the city wall, the battle approached its conclusion.
They stood guard at the gaps,
dismantling the final waves of the insect horde.
They then surged out of the city gates, pursuing the remnants of the disorganized swarm.
After half an hour of intense combat,
the night of arrival battle finally came to an end. The territory and its surroundings were strewn with corpses, dismembered remnants scattered everywhere. The night of arrival was indeed the battle with the highest mortality rate. The offensive was undeniably ferocious.
Moreover, Su Yang had not anticipated that the new insect species would serve as siege units.
As battles grew increasingly complex in the future, the insect horde's methods of attack would undoubtedly become more troublesome.
Time was of the essence for upgrades.
While the soldiers cleared the territory, Su Yang sat quietly,
reflecting on the issues and gains of the night. Chapter 48, Endless Command Value, Mass Upgrade.
In the territory of Zibanya, the Lord lay slumped against the city wall,
panting heavily.
Before him sprawled a vast expanse of corpses, both of his own line infantry and the carcasses of the terrifying insectoids. This battle had exacted a harrowing toll. Had it not been for the anonymous sage's counsel to prioritize the elimination of the brain bugs, he might not have survived this onslaught. Gazing at the horrifying remains of the insectoids, a wave of dread washed over the Lord of Zibanya. He pondered the identity of the figure who had disseminated the information about the insect race, wondering what kind of forces could contend with such fearsome creatures. As the black mist gradually dissipated, the Lord shook off his terror and began to tally the casualties. In this evening's clash, he had lost a total of 19 soldiers,
while vanquishing 26 insectoids and 5 brain bugs. Essentially, for every 3 insectoids slain, he had to sacrifice 2 soldiers.
The difficulty of the heart of the bug nest was evidently daunting. He could only hope that the anonymous sage could endure the night of descent. The number of various insectoids and spitting lineworms exceeded 400, not to mention the brain bugs, giant insects, and special units like the invaders. Su Yang opened his panel and discovered that he had amassed a staggering 19,650 points of command value from the kills that night. However, this was not the entirety of his gains. Thanks to the extraordinary strategy in play, these command points received an additional 20 boost.
After the enhancement, his command value surged to 23,580 points.
A single battle had yielded a total of 20,000 command points. This exemplified the efficacy of an offensive strategy combined with formidable combat prowess. As his forces grew stronger, the effects brought by this strategy would only become more terrifying.
This was the remarkable enhancement provided by the hero-level architecture to the territory. Moreover, it was not only the strategy buffs at play. There was also the formidable General Li Xian.
He had single-handedly defended against the giant insects, led his team to eliminate the tyrant invaders,
and ultimately commanded the troops to secure a counteroffensive victory.
Without Li Xian's presence, even if they had managed to survive the night, the cost would have been devastating.
Fortunately,
aside from a few soldiers whose armor had suffered corrosion, there had been no fatalities within the ranks. Had it not been for the tyrant invaders' emergence, it was entirely possible they could have emerged from the battle unscathed. Were there statistics to reflect it, the casualty ratio would undoubtedly be alarming. This ratio indicated the disparity in combat strength between the two sides. Given the current situation, even with the abyssal gaze reaching level 3, the armored forces still held a significant advantage over the insectoids.
Particularly with the addition of the General Li Xian, future skirmishes or defensive battles would possess a greater edge.
Furthermore, due to the formidable mobility and protection of the armored troops, their survival capability surpassed that of initial troops from other nations.
Since entering the Forbidden Area, Su Yang's forces had recorded 0 fatalities. This was an exceedingly exaggerated figure.
It was well understood that combat inevitably incurred losses, especially within the heart of the bug nest. Other lords in relatively safer zones would struggle to achieve 0 casualties.
Was there not even a single achievement for this? Su Yang mused silently. Just as his thoughts settled,
a notification chimed in his mind. No personnel casualties for a consecutive week, achievement unlocked, brothers, don't cut me, command value 2000, successfully repelled the aberrant tide. Survived the night of descent, achievement unlocked, rookie's first flight, command value 2000, defended against 5 waves of aberrant tides consecutively, achievement unlocked, as strong as Fort Knox. Command value 2000, event triggered, peace and prosperity, your territory is remarkably secure, and the populace is content with their labor. Resulting in a 100 production boost for all facilities, duration, 2 days, a cascade of achievement notifications flooded his mind.
Su Yang was elated.
What he had wished for had materialized, yielding a plethora of achievement rewards. Beyond the command value accrued from kills, the achievement rewards had granted him an additional 6,000 points. In total, he now possessed 29,580 points, nearing an astounding 30,000 command value.
This was a windfall.
Additionally, he had received an event incentive, boosting production facilities by 100 for 2 days. It was crucial to note that upgrading the main base and engaging in the Night of Descent had nearly depleted the resources within the territory.
Furthermore,
the subsequent upgrades post-main base enhancement demanded an even more staggering quantity of resources.
Receiving a production boost at this juncture was an exceptional boon.
This not only would swiftly replenish the resources consumed during battle but also accumulate reserves for future upgrades.
After reviewing the vast array of gains, Su Yang promptly initiated the upgrade process. First on his agenda were the troops. The most glaring shortcoming observed during the battle was the excessively prolonged loading time of the crossbowmen. While their heavy crossbows boasted considerable power, the attack intervals were excessively long. To rectify this issue, an upgrade for the crossbowmen was imperative.
Next was the matter of increasing the number of armored warriors.
Whether defending the city or embarking on expeditions, they consistently occupied the front line, restraining the enemy.
As the population of insectoids continued to swell, their numbers must similarly increase. Enhancements to the firepower of the crossbowmen and the quantity of armored warriors were both essential.
In previous instances, such extensive upgrades would have been impeded by a lack of command value.
However, presently, Su Yang possessed an abundance of command value. He first unlocked the relevant technology for upgrading the crossbowman within the 1000 Mechanisms Tower.
Technology, precision mechanism structure, improved the firing mechanism of the crossbow,
allowing crossbowmen to load 2 bolts simultaneously for continuous fire. Command value, 1,500 points, time, 12 hours, at 1,500 command points, it was exceedingly economical. Su Yang confirmed the upgrade and utilized his last bug nest heart. Command value -1,500, precision mechanism structure under research. Using the bug nest heart, research time is reduced by 12 hours. Upon completion of the research, he opened the panel for the armored camp. Unit type, Qin Armored Crossbowman, level 1-2, effect, improved heavy crossbow mechanism, allowing for rapid fire. Command value, 400 points, at 400 command points, it was still remarkably affordable. Without hesitation, Su Yang invested 8,000 command points to elevate all crossbowmen to level 2. Next, he focused on expanding the scale of the armored forces. Soldiers summoned from a level 2 armored camp would commence at level 2, thus saving the costs associated with level 1 summons. Summoning a level 2 armored warrior cost 300 points, a level 2 armored crossbowman 400 points, and a level 2 scout 600 points. This was exceedingly economical. Once again, Su Yang allocated 8,200 command points, summoning 10 armored warriors and 10 crossbowmen, along with 2 scouts. The combat strength of his forces now comprised 40 level 2 armored warriors, 30 level 2 armored crossbowmen, and 4 level 2 scouts. The numbers had significantly increased, and all had reached their maximum levels. Elevating the entire force to full capacity at once was a testament to the lavishness of command value. Following this sweeping upgrade, Su Yang still retained 11,580 command points. There was an excess that seemed inexhaustible. He perused the panel, searching for upgrades that could solely utilize command value. Regrettably, aside from troop upgrades, most enhancements within the territory required resources. Whether it was mineral machines or defensive structures like city walls, particularly the new buildings resulting from a level 3 main base, all demanded iron for construction. To swiftly locate iron ore, It was essential to research the iron ore exploration technology within the 1000 mechanisms tower. However, this technology necessitated a level 3000 mechanisms tower for research, and ironically,
upgrading to a level 3000 mechanisms tower required iron.
This meant that at this stage,
Su Yang was left with two options: either rely on luck to discover iron ore or seek to purchase it.
Su Yang had never been fond of leaving things to chance. Uncertainty made him feel out of control. The optimal choice is to make a direct purchase,
as the current dominance value is in a state of overflow.
Upon deciding to buy, Su Yang accessed the panel to relocate a copper mine back to the main base.
The level 3 main base provided two steam-powered mining machines.
One was reserved for future iron ore, while the other was designated to enhance copper ore production.
With the mine relocated, Su Yang positioned the copper mining machine.
Although the quality of this mine was merely good,
it still yielded a copper output of 45 units per day after benefiting from the enhancements of Qin technology.
With the placement of this mining machine, the production area now boasted a total of 5 machines, 1 for stone, 2 for carbon, and 2 for copper. The 5 machines, along with other production setups,
operated in thunderous harmony.
Coupled with the 100 output increase from the incentivizing event of national peace and prosperity, various resources continuously streamed into the warehouse. Chapter 49, The ranking of lords commences in the eastern land. Dong Tiaoyinjin raised his katana to the heavens. Warriors who fight for the emperor,
may your souls find peace.
As his voice faded, a soldier stepped forward to ignite the pile of corpses.
The flames roared,
and all soldiers bowed their heads in solemn tribute. The eastern land suffered the loss of 13 soldiers during the night of arrival, a lamentable cost indeed. The sudden onslaught of black mist had obscured their vision, allowing the enemy to find an opening. Yet, despite the heavy casualties, Dong Tiaoyinjin felt no sorrow.
Death is a natural part of warfare. Moreover, the gains from the night of arrival far outweighed the loss of a few soldiers.
While the soldiers mourned,
Dong Tiaoyinjin activated his panel. 6,360 points of dominance.
A single night of arrival had yielded 6,000 points of dominance, a staggering 6-fold increase.
Who, apart from his great Eastern Empire, could amass such dominance in a single battle? Dong Tiaoyinjin grinned broadly at the dominance points. Their value transcended superficial interpretation.
They would enable the eastern land to secure a firm position in the exploration rankings and obtain a decryption card. With this card, they would gain access to Afohan's oil supplies, propelling them to greatness. At that time, all nations would be beneath the heel of the Eastern Empire. In the American territory, MacArthur gazed joyfully at the newly upgraded Level 2 administrative building.
Upon receiving the oil supplies from Afohan yesterday,
he had swiftly commenced the upgrade of the main base, racing against time to complete it before the Lord rankings.
With the main base at the same level, America's technology would far surpass that of other nations.
With technology and allied points, no other nation could possibly match America's development points at present.
Tomorrow's development rankings would surely see America claim the top spot.
The first place would earn 2 additional mining machines, further accelerating resource production and widening the gap with other nations.
Warfare hinges on national strength. Early skirmishes hold little significance once the arms factory is completed.
With an endless supply of resources and unparalleled military technology, America would crush any nation daring to resist. Ah, MacArthur chuckled, sighing, so dull. In the English territory, Elizabeth was sending private messages to her allies, confirming whether they had survived the night of arrival. The bad news was that among the messages already sent, 3 lords had yet to respond.
These 3 lords had transactions with her and owed debts. Should they fall, all resources would be lost. To execute diplomatic strategies and forge alliances, Elizabeth had allocated the majority of her early production resources for trade. Apart from the Dragon Nation, other countries were, to varying degrees, in debt. A crucial aspect of the development rankings is the quality and quantity of ally relationships. The more allies one has, and the higher their quality, the more development points they provide. Elizabeth had hoped to secure a position in the rankings through this, but now it seemed precarious. It appears my allies are too weak, she lamented, gazing at the unresponded private messages with a dim expression. Dragon Nation Lord, 200 units of iron ore. How long until delivery? The Dragon Nation Lord. Elizabeth's eyes brightened. The Dragon Nation had successfully weathered the night of arrival. Although not particularly strong,
their contribution of development points was welcome, making them one of her allies.
Elizabeth felt a surge of joy at their survival. But wait. Hadn't the Dragon Nation been trading copper ore just a few days prior? Why were they now trading iron ore? Had their development accelerated so rapidly? Setting aside her confusion, Elizabeth typed a response. English Lord, give me 1 night, I will deliver by noon tomorrow. Although the territory had a substantial yield of iron,
the pre-war preparations and trades with other allies had nearly depleted the supply.
Dragon Nation Lord, understood, what about the dominance points? When the Dragon Nation inquired about the dominance points, Elizabeth was taken aback. Currently,
the market average indicated that 100 units of iron corresponded to approximately 700 to 800 points of dominance.
Thus, 200 units would yield around 1,500 points. However, for a production powerhouse like England, iron ore was not scarce.
Typically, she offered her allies a price of 500 dominance points for every 100 units of iron ore.
Yet now, due to the numerous missing allies, most of whom were in debt, the timely provision of dominance points was lacking.
This had resulted in England's dominance points being insufficient and the development progress stagnating.
Should she ask the Dragon Nation for a bit more? Elizabeth's thoughts swirled. English Lord, 1,000 dominance points. Ultimately, she refrained from requesting more, recognizing that such a move would damage ally relations. Furthermore,
the Dragon Nation was in a period of catching up with other nations, with high demands for both dominance points and resources. If she were to exploit them,
Dragon Nation Lord has completed the delivery, 1,500 dominance points.
This, they still paid the original price.
Elizabeth shook her head with a smile. Clearly, Su Yang shared her belief in the principle of mutual benefit. Elimination list announced, Cambridge, territory annihilated.
Succumb to natural disaster, flood, cataclysmic level, just fruit, territory annihilated. Succumb to natural disaster, drought, cataclysmic level, Nepal, Lord deceased. Succumb to natural disaster, earthquake, cataclysmic level, Colombia, territory annihilated. The night of arrival concludes, welcome to the second week, the Lord Hall has opened. During the designated time, lords may communicate within the hall. American Lord, to think that 13 nations were annihilated in one fell swoop, this night of arrival was truly brutal.
Anonymous, who would have thought that the first night of arrival would bring about black mist? How insidious. Eastern Lord, the variables in this forbidden land are numerous. And the dangers are immense. Koryo Lord, surprisingly, Spain is not on the list? That fellow actually survived the night of arrival.
Spain Lord, I owe a great deal to the information from the big shot. Without the information about the Zerg, I would undoubtedly be on that list.
Su Yang silently observed the ongoing chat. Unlike yesterday, the number of online participants had risen to 55.
13 territories had been annihilated the previous night, and with them, their respective nations likely perished as well. Cataclysmic natural disasters were beyond the endurance of these small nations. The trials of the Forbidden Land are thus, they are ruthlessly brutal,
offering no mercy. Su Yang was surprised to see that the Spain Lord had survived.
He had initially thought the black mist would plunge him into despair,
leading to his demise.
It was fortunate he survived, they could gradually connect later. The Zerg's nest forest is vast, perhaps there exist valuable resources near the Spain territory. As Su Yang indulged in his thoughts, the system notification chimed. The first week has concluded, the Lord rankings now commence. Chapter 50, The Wrath of the Eastern Lord. The announcement of the Forbidden Zone ignited fervent discussions within the Lord's Hall as the first week concluded and the rankings commenced. The Tianju Lord, at last, it begins. How many ranks do you suppose I can secure?
The Bear Country Lord, have you been drinking too much Ganges water and lost your senses?
The Goryeo Lord, this time. It is our valiant warriors from Goryeo who will take the stage. Su Yan, adhering to his usual practice, refrained from engaging in the discussions.
Instead,
he focused intently on the chat box, keen to gauge the status of several key competitors. Among them, the greatest threat in the exploration rankings was undoubtedly the East Japan,
whose samurai troops, thanks to their unique traits, displayed an unyielding endurance. With their almost perpetual motion characteristics, they could rapidly amass dominion points in the early stages.
Following closely were traditional military powers such as France, the United States, and Germany, each posing a certain level of risk.
However,
these threats seemed minor compared to the confidence he held in his own performance in the exploration rankings. From the moment the beginner's protection was lifted, he had been engaged in combat, continuing until the final night of descent. If someone were to surpass him under such circumstances, he would concede defeat gracefully. While the exploration ranking stirred his anticipation, it was the development ranking that truly concerned Suyang.
With the emergence of oil,
a series of technologically advanced nations led by the United States would quickly rise. Furthermore, these nations already possessed a well-established network of interests,
poised to form alliances and garner ally points.
His own allies were limited to England and Spain, the latter of which might prove to be of little utility. Given the uncertainty surrounding the current situations and alliances of various nations, predicting the development ranking was an insurmountable challenge. Having fulfilled all his duties,
he could only await the whims of fate.
The panel flickered, and a cold mechanical voice announced the results. Exploration rankings begin. The system will tally the Dominion points acquired through enemy defeats, exploration range, item acquisition, and other scoring criteria to announce the top 3. The top 3 lords will receive Dominion point rewards, with the first place receiving an additional special system item, a decryption card. As the exploration rankings were prioritized, Suyang held his breath in anticipation. The lords, eager for recognition, fell silent, leaving only those without hope to engage in anonymous discussions.
Anonymous, this ranking is hard to predict.
That Dragon Country fellow disrupted everything on the first day. Anonymous, many nations likely followed suit after him, taking advantage of the lack of announcements to secretly farm monsters.
Anonymous, such chaos is beneficial to us smaller nations, it offers us a chance.
Exploration rankings, 3rd place, Bear Country. Rewarded with 3,000 Dominion points.
Triggered incentive event, Pioneer.
Increase in Dominion points acquired from defeating enemies by 10, lasting for 3 days.
The announcement of Bear Country in 3rd place was anticipated by Suyang.
The soldiers of the Soviet era were indeed valiant, yet 3rd place felt fitting. However, the focus now shifted to the 2nd place. As long as he was not in 2nd, 1st place would be all but assured.
Who would claim the 2nd position? Suyang's gaze flickered with anticipation as he awaited the results. Meanwhile, in the territory of East Japan, T.J. Incan chuckled at the Bear Country lord's remarks.
The soldiers of the Bear were certainly fierce, but they lacked a degree of strategy, making 3rd place no disgrace.
Who would stand in 2nd?
TJ's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Whoever followed closely behind his Great Eastern Japan must possess commendable strength, warranting vigilance as a future adversary. As the panel flickered, the rankings were unveiled. Exploration rankings, 2nd place, East Japan Empire. Rewarded with 6,000 Dominion points.
Triggered incentive event, Pioneer, level 2.
Increase in Dominion points acquired from defeating enemies by 15, lasting for 3 days.
Nanny! How is this possible? Upon seeing the ranking, T.J. Incan leaped from the ground.
His forehead throbbed with veins, and his eyes blazed with rage, as if he might devour someone in his fury.
How could anyone surpass him in the exploration rankings?
The valiant warriors of East Japan had fought tirelessly for 4 days.
It was utterly inconceivable that any army could outperform them. Baka Yar!
TJ swung his sword, cleaving the table before him in 2. Without 1st place,
he could not obtain the decryption card, thus jeopardizing trade with the Fuhan for oil.
This would have a profound impact on East Japan's development.
Who dared to snatch 1st place from East Japan? TJ's eyes bulged with fury, his entire being trembling in disbelief. He could not accept such a monumental defeat. Henceforth, whoever appeared in the announcements would become East Japan's sworn enemy. 2nd place was claimed by East Japan.
The greatest rival had fallen.
Suyang felt a surge of triumph within.
He was now poised to claim 1st place for himself. He fixated on the panel, awaiting the final declaration.
In the hall, the lords fervently debated the identity of the 1st place winner.
The Tianju Lord, my heavens, 1st place is not East Japan.
There is someone who can surpass them.
Anonymous, that 1st place must be exceptional, they managed to outpace East Japan in the early stages.
Anonymous, this trial has been remarkable, surprises abound at every turn. Anonymous, who could the 1st place be? The United States or Germany?
Anonymous, it's impossible to predict. Any modern civilization has the potential to compete.
Amidst the discussions, the announcement rang out for the third time.
Exploration rankings, first place, Dragon Country.
Rewarded with 10,000 Dominion points. Triggered incentive event, Pioneer, level 3.
Increase in Dominion points acquired from defeating enemies by 20, lasting for 3 days.
Received special system item, Decryption card.
All rewards are now distributed. Lords, please check your gains.
Next, the development rankings will be announced. As the dust settled, a smile graced Suyan's lips as he opened the panel.
The 10,000 Dominion points and Pioneer buff had been credited to his account. Most importantly, the decryption card lay quietly nestled in his backpack.
This crucial early game item would have an immeasurable impact on the development of his territory.
The long-awaited rewards had finally arrived, and Suyang's joy was beyond words. A sentiment that could only be expressed through the grueling battles he had endured throughout the week, teetering on the brink of death.
Calming his exhilaration, Suyang reopened the Lord's Hall.
Now, the development rankings awaited. Securing a position would be the cherry on top.
In the Lord's Hall, the Lords, upon witnessing the announcement,
had all succumbed to a frenzy.
Chapter 51, tied for first place, seizing all. As the announcement reverberated throughout the hall, chaos ensued. Anonymous, what? 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 Are my eyes deceiving me? Anonymous, is this a mistake? It's actually Dragon Nation? Anonymous, I thought they would only make a brief appearance.
But here they are still in the game.
Lord of India, you understand our bond. The people of India will forever stand with Dragon Nation. Anonymous, this is a bronze civilization. How did they secure first place? Don't tell me they can construct mechs and cannons.
Anonymous, I truly wish to see the expressions on the faces of those great lords, ha ha ha.
In the territory of the East Sea. Upon seeing the words Dragon Nation appear on the panel, Tojo Incan's flushed face turned ashen.
His lips trembled, filled with disbelief. This first place could be awarded to any nation, even the United States, but it could not be given to Dragon Nation. This was the last scenario he wished to witness. The primary objectives of this forbidden land trial were not only to survive but also to suppress the lords of Dragon Nation, preventing them from extracting resources and causing calamities that would lead to their total collapse.
Only then could the forces of East Sea infiltrate Dragon Nation.
The worst outcome was not merely losing first place, but rather watching Dragon Nation claim it.
Now, not only had he failed to suppress them, but he had also been outmaneuvered. Just wait, Tojo Incan sneered coldly, a sinister smile spreading across his face.
He sheathed his sword, restored the table with a wave, and resumed his kneeling position. In the territory of the United States, MacArthur nearly dropped the cigar from his mouth.
Dragon Nation. Again, Dragon Nation. Each time one overlooks them, they emerge with something significant.
From breaking the novice protection to claiming first in exploration, they had seized nearly every crucial resource at each stage. One could attribute a victory to chance once or twice, but sustained success could only be achieved through strength.
Excluding the factors of early novice protection and a straightforward descent, their military prowess in the early stages undoubtedly ranks among the elite. The might of the Bronze Age could rival that of modern civilization. What kind of dynasty is Qin?
While he was still in shock, the panel flickered. Development ranking begins. The system comprehensively assesses the current positions, resources, military types, defenses, technologies,
and allied relations of each territory to determine the top 3. The top 3 lords will receive Dominion value rewards.
The first place will additionally receive 2 mining machines and the right to materialize resources. MacArthur quickly regained his composure. The identity of the first place in exploration was not of utmost importance to him. Compared to exploration, development ranking was the United States stronghold. The decoding card could only be utilized in ruins and other special locations, which are not easily discovered in the early stages.
In contrast, the reward of 2 mining machines far outweighed that of an elusive decoding card. While troop strength could be temporarily overlooked due to the early-stage technological limitations, no one could shake the United States' rightful claim to first in development. The screen flickered, and a panel popped up. Development ranking. Third place, United States, received Dominion value reward of 5,000 points, triggered incentive event,
Pioneer, Level 1, resource output within the territory increased by 10.
Lasting 3 days, what the hell?
MacArthur cursed vehemently, smashing his cigar to the ground.
Once again, the Lord's Hall erupted in commotion. Anonymous, it's all chaos. The United States is only ranked 3rd. Anonymous, who could the top 2 possibly be? This is astonishing.
Anonymous, this is undoubtedly the most unexpected Lord ranking.
The United States ranked only 3rd? Su Yang pondered over the panel. Theoretically, with the support of oil resources, the United States' development should be rapid. Moreover, its core status within various alliances should bolster its allied influence. Yet, even with all that, it could only manage 3rd place? Who, then, occupied the top 2 spots? Su Yang's gaze flickered. Could there truly be a chance? After all, he was likely the only one to have reached a level 3 main base at this juncture. Furthermore, entering the Iron Age would significantly enhance the technological score of the Qin dynasty. It appeared that there was indeed a possibility of contending with modern civilization. Not to mention, if he could secure 2nd place, that would be a monumental gain. Development ranking. 2nd place, English Empire, received Dominion value reward of 10,000 points, triggered incentive event. Pioneer, Level 2, resource output within the territory increased by 15. Lasting 3 days, received an additional resource mining machine. 2nd place went to England? This was somewhat unexpected for Su Yang, but, upon reflection, it made sense. England during the Victorian era was a pioneer of the Industrial Revolution. Its industrial level was exceptionally high in the early stages, as evidenced by the speed of resource production. Additionally, Elizabeth had consistently pursued active diplomatic strategies. The combination of technology and allied scoring made securing 2nd place reasonable. The success of allies in the rankings was beneficial, further solidifying the strength of the alliance. Now, only the final nation remained. Who could it be? If he could also claim 1st, it would mark a perfect conclusion to the first week of the trial. Su Yang took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the panel. Lord of Spain, congratulations to Queen England, it is well deserved. Lord of the United States, Miss Elizabeth has played exceptionally well, rivaling anyone. Anonymous, with England and the United States only placing 2nd and 3rd, the 1st must be extraordinarily strong. Anonymous, could it be Dragon Nation again? They always emerge when least expected. Anonymous, Dragon Nation secured 1st in exploration due to breaking protection early. Development rankings rely on hard power. Lord of Korea, it's impossible for Dragon Nation, they may have some tricks, but in a serious contest, they would falter. Anonymous, indeed. Development rankings cannot be manipulated. If Dragon Nation claims 1st, I shall eat my hat. Development ranking. 1st place, Dragon Nation, received Dominion value reward of 15,000 points, triggered incentive event. Pioneer, Level 3, resource output within the territory increased by 20. Lasting 3 days, received 2 additional resource mining machines and the right to materialize current resources. All rewards are now distributed. Please check your gains, lords. The first week of Lord rankings has concluded. May all continue to strive for survival. In an instant, as the panel's information appeared, Su Yang's eyes lit up. 1st place. He had truly secured 2 firsts. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he never imagined it would come so effortlessly. The total rewards amounted to 25,000 Dominion value points, a pioneer buff, an additional mining machine, and a decoding card for ruins. With these resources in hand, the development of his territory would undoubtedly ascend to a new realm. More importantly, the right to materialize resources would immediately alleviate the current plight of Dragon Nation, rescuing its people from peril. Chapter 52, The Manifestation of Resources and the Role of the Decryption Card. The Lord's Hall erupted in chaos. Anonymous, what? It's the Dragon Kingdom again. Anonymous, that guy can start feasting now. American Lord, is it possible to ensure territorial development while exploring? Spanish Lord, 2 lists, 6 rankings, not a single duplicate from other nations, yet the Dragon Kingdom manages to secure 2 first places. Indian Lord, Su. You understand our relationship, don't forget about us brothers when there are benefits. Japanese Lord, to achieve 2 firsts, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom is beyond doubt. Everyone should take heed. In England, Lady Elizabeth gazed contemplatively at the 10,000 points of Dominion value and the additional mining machines nestled in her backpack. Due to her failed negotiations with Abu Khan, she had not seized the opportunity for oil. Thus, she had never entertained the notion of ranking among the lords. Yet, astonishingly, she had seized the second place, surpassing the Americans. Initially incredulous, she even suspected a system error. It was only upon discovering that the first place was claimed by the Dragon Kingdom that her confusion dissipated. The Dragon Kingdom had triumphed through sheer prowess. And as their ally, she reaped the substantial rewards of ally points. It was this additional bonus that allowed her to attain the second rank in development. With old doubts resolved, new questions emerged. How had Su Yang managed to secure the first place in development using a civilization from the Bronze Age? Why had they repeatedly achieved miraculous feats? Was the Qin dynasty merely an ancient civilization of the Bronze Age? Countless uncertainties swirled in Elizabeth's mind. Alongside her joy arose a multitude of enigmas. What was the true strength of the Dragon Kingdom? She found herself increasingly unable to fathom Su Yang and the civilization that supported him. They seemed to embody something beyond the ordinary. Having secured two firsts, not only was the Lord's Hall abuzz, but Su Yang's private chat channel was also inundated with messages. Empire of Samba, I hail from the wild forest. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I hope we can collaborate. Korea and the Dragon Kingdom share a common ancestry. Your gains today are also the fruits of our forebears. How about an alliance? Indian Lord, Su Yang. My friend, do not forget our agreement by the Ganges River. The agreement by the Ganges River? That was somewhat dubious. Su Yang discarded the barrage of private messages into the recycle bin. Most consisted of trivialities, either requests for alliances or attempts to curry favor. Su Yang believed that quality outweighed quantity in alliances. A gathering of the inept could only be a rabble. Moreover, in a world driven by profit, allies forged in such circumstances would inevitably lack sincerity. They would gravitate towards you in your strength and betray you in your decline. Amid swiftly deleting the private messages, one particular message caught Su Yang's attention. Japanese Lord, to Su Yang, the ruins are difficult to locate and fraught with peril. If you currently have no intentions of exploring them, I would like to offer 8,000 points of Dominion value in exchange for a decryption card. I humbly await your favorable reply, your friend Tojo Incan. The Japanese seek to exchange for a decryption card? Had they discovered the ruins or was there another purpose? Su Yang's thoughts churned. Despite the Japanese appearing amicable, there were undoubtedly countless schemes afoot. Moreover, Tojo Incan was among the most fervent and astute of their ranks, exceedingly cunning. His original plan was surely to secure the first place in exploration to obtain the decryption card. However, he had not anticipated Su Yang's emergence to disrupt his scheme. Thus, he was forced to resort to a lesser strategy, offering Dominion value in exchange. This indicated that the decryption card was of significant importance to the Japanese. With this thought, a smirk graced Su Yang's lips. Dragon Kingdom Lord, agreed, the decryption card holds little value for me, send over the Dominion value, and I will deliver it. Japanese Lord, thank you, Su Yang. Please send the decryption card first, and I will immediately transfer the Dominion value. With a cold snort, Su Yang swiped to dismiss Tojo Incan's disingenuous message into the recycle bin. It was a pity he could not ensnare this old fox. After clearing out the private messages, Su Yang promptly closed the Lord's Hall. There were pressing matters to attend to, and he had no time for idle chatter. First and foremost was the allocation of production facilities. With the addition of the two newly acquired mining machines, he now had 3 machines at his disposal, all awaiting deployment. A thorough resource demand analysis of the territory was essential, followed by the swift allocation of production facilities. With the dual buffs of national stability and progress, every second of delay for these mining machines represented a significant loss. Next was the utilization of the new buildings and Dominion value arising from the Level 3 new base. After unlocking the Level 3 Lordess Mansion, Su Yang had only constructed 1 hero building and 1 mining machine. Numerous new constructions, technologies, and upgrades remained unexamined. Once the iron ore resources from England arrived, he would need to progressively upgrade and unlock these new sectors according to the territory's development trajectory. What technologies would the Level 3 main base unlock? What formidable new troop types would emerge from the Iron Age?
All of this filled Su Yang with anticipation. With the 25,000 points of dominion value from the Lord ranking credited, his total dominion value had soared to 34,580 points. Su Yang was confident that with such ample dominion value at his disposal, he would face no obstacles in the forthcoming upgrades.
Lastly, he needed to utilize the decryption card to obtain detailed information about the ruins. If luck were on his side, the rewards following the successful navigation of the ruins would be substantial.
However, Su Yang was not in haste for this. His territory had just endured a significant battle,
and both resources and soldier morale were not optimal.
He planned to wait until resources were adequately replenished and the soldiers upgraded and rested before venturing to the ruins to use the decryption card. Beyond these tasks,
Su Yang faced an immediate decision.
He needed the system to tally the resources produced and acquired within his territory over the past week and manifest them into reality. After the calculations, he discovered that the resources accumulated in his territory over the week could satisfy the annual needs of a city at the municipal level,
multiplied by 100-fold.
What Su Yang needed to do was select a region on the Dragon Kingdom map where the resources would manifest. He opened the map of the Dragon Kingdom and selected a city located in the southeastern disaster-stricken province.
It was, if memory served, an industrial city,
home to a thermal power plant and a series of factories.
Restoring this city would benefit the surrounding areas as well.
As thoughts raced, Su Yang made his decision.
Following that, he would consider the upgrades for his territory.
The Level 3 main base would not only introduce hero buildings but also a series of troop types and technological upgrades.
Completing these upgrades would usher his territory into an entirely new phase.
Chapter 53, The Gratitude of the People, Territory Upgrade in the high-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom.
An urgent broadcast interrupted the proceedings. Following the devastating floods in Cambodia, an unprecedented disaster exceeding a magnitude of 10 struck Nepal,
with the Himalayas experiencing over 100 kilometers of landslides.
It is estimated that 1 trillion tons of debris will inundate Nepal, and as of now,
no official response has been received from the Nepalese government, leading to speculation of a potential national catastrophe. Last night, the calamity affected as many as 13 nations, and no reports of survivors have emerged. The screen flickered with harrowing images of disaster.
Throughout the night, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom remained awake,
acutely aware of the terror that natural disasters can bring, having endured such trials twice before.
A minor misstep in the Forbidden Lands could plunge the Dragon Kingdom into peril.
Fortunately, Su Yang did not disappoint the people's hopes, and the Dragon Kingdom successfully weathered the first night of calamity. However, although they were spared from further disasters,
the repercussions of previous events still lingered.
The southeastern provinces remained mired in catastrophe, grappling with widespread power outages and a devastated transportation network,
making rescue efforts arduous for ground teams.
Daily, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom contended with mountains of disaster reports, straining every resource for relief efforts. In the midst of this chaos, an intelligence officer burst into the conference room, brandishing a document, his face a mixture of astonishment and elation.
The road networks in Jiangnan province had been cleared.
Several thermal power plants were back in operation, and a substantial influx of supplies had materialized. The officers in the conference room were momentarily stunned, as if caught in a surreal dream.
The military chief quickly grasped the implications. Resources had manifested.
Su Yang had ascended to the pinnacle of development rankings, securing the right to these resources.
At this revelation, the officer's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be true? Had Su Yang wrested the top position from the United States, which had long maintained its supremacy? Yet, aside from claiming the top rank,
there seemed to be no other avenue for resource manifestation at this stage. As thoughts raced through the military chief's mind, he endeavored to digest this information.
Though incredulous, it appeared to be the only plausible scenario.
Amidst the astonishment, the broadcast from the Forbidden Lands commenced, announcing the results of the Lord rankings. First week Lord rankings, territory development rankings, 1st, Dragon Kingdom, 2nd, English Empire, 3rd, United States, territory exploration rankings, 1st, Dragon Kingdom, 2nd, Eastern Empire, 3rd, Bear Nation. At the moment the results illuminated the screen, the crowd's eyes nearly popped from their sockets.
2 first-place rankings.
In the previous 2 rounds, the Dragon Kingdom had never made the list.
Yet today, Su Yang had achieved the remarkable feat of topping both rankings. Not only the ordinary staff but even the military officers erupted in exclamations. What a miraculous turn of events! First place in both categories, surpassing the United States and the Eastern Empire. Bravo, Su Yang! This is a moment of triumph. The military chief could no longer remain seated.
He rose from his chair. Achieving top ranks in both categories was typically a hallmark of a nation that had reached unparalleled strength in the later stages. During the early phases, due to varying strengths and developmental focuses among nations, even managing to appear on both rankings was a rare feat now. Su Yang had triumphed against formidable adversaries, claiming both first positions.
How could this not invigorate the spirits of all present? As the scene shifted, the territory of the Dragon Kingdom came into view.
The most striking feature was the Lord's residence, which had doubled in size.
The experts in attendance were taken aback by the new territory. Su Yang had completed the third-level main base before the Night of Calamity.
What lay beside the Lord's residence was breathtaking, a heroic structure, a third-level building that could only be unlocked at the third level of the main base. Observing the new military unit, clad in iron armor, they realized it was a military hero unit with upgraded armor. The new constructions all featured metallic iron materials,
signifying that the Qin dynasty had entered the Iron Age.
The awe-inspiring developments of the new territory rivaled the excitement of the dual first-place rankings.
The experts cheered and eagerly analyzed each new feature of the territory.
The military chief gazed at the screen, his eyes trembling with emotion. Not only had they achieved the Lord ranking and saved the populace, but they had also entered a new era. The gifts that Su Yang had brought forth were nothing short of astonishing.
In the official livestream,
news of the Dragon Kingdom's dominance in the Lord rankings sent the populace into a frenzy. The emergence of the new base and the heroic generals further elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo.
Su Yang is remarkable, the Qin dynasty is remarkable.
While military leaders from other nations serve as commanders, the Qin dynasty boasts martial generals. How incredibly cool is this martial general's armor?
Is it possible that the Qin dynasty is a remnant of an ancient extraterrestrial civilization?
The technology appears more advanced than modern civilization. With everyone clad in armor at this early stage, one can only imagine the formidable entities that will emerge in the future.
As the crowds cheered, the host, Xiao Shui,
interjected with an important announcement. With Su Yang's assistance, the critical roads in Jiangnan province had been cleared, and electricity was gradually being restored. A considerable number of disaster-stricken citizens were benefiting from this, prompting us to express our gratitude for Su Yang's relentless efforts in the Forbidden Lands. I am part of the rescue team. Without Su Yang's help, we would never have reached the disaster area.
Thank you, Brother Su Yang.
My grandmother and I went 3 days without food, and he saved us.
Su Yang is striving, the nation is striving, brothers and sisters, do not lose hope. The future will be bright.
In the Forbidden Lands, within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom.
Thank you for everything you have done.
On behalf of all the military and civilians of the Dragon Kingdom, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you.
After reviewing the information sent by the military, Su Yang closed the panel.
Rescuing the populace from their plight was his primary objective, as well as a duty inherent to every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Such gratitude is unnecessary, any citizen of the Dragon Kingdom would act similarly. To better uphold this responsibility, all he could do was strive to strengthen his influence, ensuring that the iron hooves of the Great Qin tread across the entire Forbidden Land. With 200 units of iron ore from England now in storage,
it is time to commence comprehensive upgrades. Su Yang could scarcely contain his excitement at the prospect of what enhancements the third-level main base would bring to the territory.
Chapter 54, Exploration of the Magnetic Field, the Iron Age.
Su Yang opened the territory panel.
Before the upgrade commenced, he needed to assess the current stock of resources and the rate of production within his domain. Upgrading required substantial resources,
and Su Yang's task was to utilize his limited assets to achieve the optimal upgrade path.
Only by calculating the precise quantities of resources could he accomplish this feat. Excluding 3 newly acquired mining machines yet to be operational, he had a total of 5 mining machines actively working in the territory. A level 1 stone mining machine produced 100 units per day, and with the dual buffs of stability and ambition, its efficiency surged by 220,
resulting in an astounding output of 220 units per day.
The combined yield of two level 1 carbon mining machines reached 110 units per day, which, after enhancements,
amounted to 242 units per day.
The joint output of one level 2 copper mining machine and one level 1 copper mining machine was initially 120 units per day,
which increased to 264 units per day post-enhancement.
Since upgrading the main base last night, nearly 12 hours had elapsed. The stockpile of stone ore in the territory had reached 363 units. Carbon ore produced a total of 168 units, which was entirely consumed after supplying the armored soldiers.
As Su Yang relentlessly upgraded his army, the consumption of resources escalated exponentially.
The energy consumption for both level 2 armored warriors and armored crossbowmen was 2 units per day. With 40 armored warriors and 30 armored crossbowmen, the daily requirement totaled 140 units of carbon ore.
The consumption for 4 scouts was 4 units per day, accumulating to 16 units daily. Lastly, Li Xin required 10 units of fuel resources per day.
This formidable armored force necessitated 166 units of carbon ore daily. Should a prolonged and large-scale battle ensue, this figure would only rise. Although the armored camp did not impose limits on the number of summoned troops,
it did not imply an endless capacity for reinforcement.
To maintain a powerful army, robust logistics were imperative, otherwise, even the largest army could falter without adequate supply lines. Despite the buffs enabling the territory to produce 242 units of carbon ore daily, these enhancements were temporary, and production would revert to 110 units once they expired. Such a figure could not sustain the army's demands over the long term. Hence, it was crucial to prioritize the enhancement of the territory's fundamental fuel production capacity.
Currently,
the options for boosting basic production were limited to upgrading mining machines or establishing new ones. Su Yang promptly employed the mining vein relocation technology to shift to a carbon mine previously marked by a scout. The carbon mine was classified as abundant, and upon establishing a mining machine, it would yield a basic output of 60 units per day. He immediately commenced the upgrade, requiring 10 units of copper ore to elevate the mining machine from level 1 to level 2.
From last night to today,
the mining machines collectively produced 186 units of copper ore, with 64 units consumed for repairing the armored units and replenishing ammunition. The territory retained 122 units of copper ore,
considered ample.
With a decisive gesture, Su Yang upgraded all level 1 mining machines. Elevating the machines to level 2 resulted in a 50 increase in production capacity. Following the completion of upgrades, the combined base output of 3 level 2 carbon mining machines surged to 255 units per day, and with buffs, it soared to 561 units per day, a remarkable doubling of capacity. With the energy issues resolved, even the addition of new troop types posed no concern. The base production of the 2 level 2 copper mining machines reached 180 units per day, enhancing to 396 units per day with buffs, marking significant improvement as well.
Now, Su Yang no longer needed to be frugal with maintenance and ammunition supplies for the armored units. In summary, life had become prosperous.
With such formidable logistics backing him,
Su Yang felt emboldened to pursue further upgrades.
The core of this series of upgrades lay in the enhancement of the 1000 machine tower and the armored camp. The 1000 machine tower governed numerous pivotal technologies, including the exploration of iron ore, while the armored camp unlocked even more powerful units. Upgrading the 1000 machine tower to level 3 required 30 units of copper ore and 50 units of iron ore, whereas the armored camp upgrade demanded 50 units of copper ore and a full 100 units of iron ore. Fortunately, the territory's production capacity and stock were substantial, otherwise,
unlocking these 2 upgrades would have been exceedingly challenging. Without hesitation, Su Yang committed the resources.
The sound of machinery resonated as both the 1000 machine tower and the armored camp initiated their upgrades. Dense white steam billowed above the territory as both structures rapidly transformed. After a flurry of changes, the 1000 machine tower and the armored camp presented themselves anew before Su Yang. The incorporation of iron into their construction significantly altered their appearance. The buildings were no longer the dull gray of bronze but had transformed into a luminous silver hue, exuding a more radiant and austere presence. Structurally, their exteriors became more intricate, adorned with a plethora of precision instruments that dazzled the eye. Notably, the 1000 machine tower evolved from a singular structure into a dual tower formation. Upon a robust base, 2 spires now rose.
What could this signify? Could it indicate the capability to research two technologies simultaneously? Su Yang pondered. Then promptly accessed the level 3000 machine tower panel. Appearance was but a superficial change, the most vital aspect lay in the enhancements brought forth by the upgrade. Upon opening the panel, the interface indeed revealed distinctions from before. The 1000 machine towers panel displayed two screens, signifying the ability to conduct two research projects concurrently. This discovery filled Su Yang with elation. Based on experiences from previous trials, all nations' research facilities, regardless of upgrades, could only engage in one research initiative at a time. Given the multitude of technologies and their lengthy durations, the dual-thread capability of the 1000 machine tower would significantly elevate the research efficiency of the territory. With joy in his heart, Su Yang swiftly navigated to the resources section. It was evident that iron would become a crucial resource in the forthcoming phase. Thus, the technology for iron ore exploration needed to be unlocked first. Technology, magnetic field research, in-depth understanding of the properties of the metal iron. Utilizing metal detection devices to accurately locate mineral veins. Dominion value, 3000 points, time, 12 hours, without hesitation, Su Yang promptly allocated 3000 Dominion points. Dominion value minus 3000 points, technology, magnetic field research in progress. The metallic spire to the left of the 1000 machine tower began its operation. Countless jets of high-temperature steam erupted alongside the mechanical roar. This marked the dawn of the Qin dynasty's entry into the Iron Age, heralding the commencement of a brand new chapter. Chapter 55, New Unit Type, the Great Qin Fireguard. Regrettably, the heart of the insect nest has been exhausted, rendering further acceleration of research impossible. In retrospect, employing the heart of the insect nest was indeed an extravagance. The ordinary heart of the insect nest could maximally reduce research time by 1 day, yet most were utilized on technologies requiring 6 hours or less. I hope that future advancements will allow for the decomposition of the heart of the insect nest, breaking down a full day's time into several shorter segments, thus preventing wastage of its acceleration potential. Despite the absence of the heart of the insect nest, the level 3 Qianji tower can support simultaneous research on two technologies. This eliminates the need to wait for the completion of the magnetic field research before selecting the next project, significantly enhancing efficiency. After completing the magnetic field exploration technology, Su Yang continued to browse the panel, and to his delight, he discovered that the level 3 main base had not only unlocked iron ore exploration but also a new vein. Technology, niter detection, art is an explosion. A deep understanding of niter properties reveals the distribution patterns of niter veins and unlocks niter mining technology, Dominion points, 3000, time, 12 hours, niter. The essential ingredient for gunpowder. A crucial substance heralding the age of firearms. It is astonishing that the Iron Age and the Gunpowder Age would concurrently arise in the Qin dynasty. With the backing of Great Qin Heavy Industries, Su Yang could scarcely fathom the forthcoming emergence of even more groundbreaking technologies. This new resource serves as the foundation for a series of upgrades, and prioritizing its enhancement is undoubtedly the wisest course. Su Yang allocated 3000 Dominion points to activate another spire of the Qianji Tower. Dominion points, 3000, technology, niter detection research in progress. Detecting prerequisite technology research, unlocking special unit, Great Qin Fireguard. As expected, a new unit was triggered, confirming that prioritizing resource unlocking is indeed the best choice. However, what type of unit is the Fireguard? Judging by its name, Su Yang could not decipher its classification. Yet, given that it was unlocked through niter-related technology and bears the word fire, it surely pertains to explosive capabilities. Eagerly, Su Yang opened the level 3 armor camp panel and scrolled to the final section. Unit, Great Qin Fireguard, Unit Type, Heavy Artillery Unit, Production Requirement, Level 3 Armor Camp, Prerequisite Technology, Niter Detection, Description, a heavy artillery unit equipped with robust armor. Capable of providing long-range artillery support, the Fireguard's artillery possesses two modes. The first can launch a multitude of small explosive stones to deliver area coverage strikes. The second can hurl massive boulders or large explosive stones, inflicting tremendous damage on defensive structures or singular targets. Summoning requirement, 2000 Dominion points, basic consumption, 5 units of fuel day, 5 units of concentrated water day, maintenance consumption, 5 units of copper instance, 5 units of iron instance, loading consumption, 3 units of coal projectile. 2 units of stone or 2 units of niter projectile, a heavy artillery unit. The Great Qin Fireguard.
Upon reviewing the Fireguard panel, Su Yang beamed with joy.
It combines area bombardment with single-target strikes.
Not only can it unleash firepower over extensive regions, but it can also concentrate fire for siege attacks. This undoubtedly enhances combat effectiveness and base defense significantly.
When assaulting insect nests or enemy strongholds,
the danger is mitigated by initially deploying the Fireguard for fire coverage or powerful artillery strikes, followed by the Armored Legion to mop up the remains,
ensuring both efficiency and minimal risk.
The base defense is even more impressive. The Fireguard's extensive artillery can deliver devastating blows to the insect tide. Summoning the Fireguard requires 2,000 Dominion points, which is not a significant burden for Su Yang. The primary concern lies in energy consumption,
with a basic daily maintenance requirement of 5 units of fuel. Remarkably,
the Fireguard's ammunition consumption is calculated per shot. Each artillery shell or heavy stone fired necessitates 3 units of fuel and 2 units of niter or stone. Such energy consumption borders on the outrageous.
While summoning a formidable army of Fireguards for fire coverage is indeed impressive, the subsequent logistical challenges are daunting.
The staggering energy demands render the Fireguard unsuitable as the mainstay of Su Yang's forces,
rather than large-scale production. A more prudent strategy would be to manufacture them in smaller batches for strategic deployment.
Although current limitations prevent the grand spectacle of artillery dominance,
Su Yang remains exhilarated by the addition of such a powerful unit.
This marks a pivotal moment in the advent of the Great Qin's firearm era. In addition to the Fireguard, the unlocking of iron ore and niter technologies also brings new upgrades to the Armored Legion. Unit, Great Qin Armored Elite, Level 2-3, Effect. The armor undergoes a comprehensive upgrade and is equipped with iron shields, enhancing overall defensive attributes. Dominion points, 600. Prerequisite technology, iron smelting process. Unit, Great Qin Armored Crossbowman, Level 2-3, Effect. The armor receives a comprehensive upgrade, acquiring 2 new types of arrows tailored for different units. Dominion points, 800. Prerequisite technology, iron smelting process. Gunpowder Research. Unit, Great Qin Scout, Level 2-3, Effect. The power apparatus receives a comprehensive upgrade, expanding exploration range and unlocking the ability to explore iron ore and niter mines. Dominion points, 1000. Prerequisite technology, magnetic field research, niter detection, provided the corresponding technologies are unlocked.
All 3 types of armored soldiers can be upgraded.
The Scout is undoubtedly the most critical unit at present.
Once these 2 technologies are completed, upgrades will be immediate. Additionally,
the upgrades for both the Armored Elite and the Armored Crossbowman appear exceedingly beneficial. Firstly, the Armored Elite not only receives a comprehensive enhancement but also gains a shield. In the face of the insect tide, the Armored Elite often assumes a defensive role, primarily tasked with holding back the swarm while the crossbowmen provide covering fire.
Previously,
they could only rely on bronze swords or armor to withstand attacks.
With the upgrade, they can directly use their shields to block incoming threats,
significantly increasing their survivability on the front lines. The Armored Crossbowman's upgrade introduces 2 new types of arrows designed for various unit types.
This will undoubtedly prove advantageous when encountering new insect species in the future. However, there is no rush for these upgrades. With Li Xian's addition, the territory will not be lacking in combat prowess for the time being.
The priority remains in summoning new units and upgrading essential technologies and structures.
Closing the armor camp, Su Yang continued to explore other panels. The forthcoming upgrades brought him even greater delight.
Chapter 56, The New Saline Alkaline Land. Following the upgrades of the Qian Machine Tower and the armored camp, attention turned to other structures. The most conventional upgrades pertained to production facilities.
All production buildings could be elevated to level 3.
Requiring a consumption of 20 units of copper ore and 40 units of iron ore, resulting in a 50 increase in productivity.
However,
due to the excessive consumption of iron and the current satisfactory resource production rate within the territory, Su Yang decided to lower the priority of this upgrade.
Next in line were the defensive structures.
A level 3 territory would yield iron walls and a new defensive structure known as the Fire Tower.
Presently,
the territory's walls were only at level 1, and Su Yang intended to prioritize their upgrade to level 2. The level 2 copper walls would increase in height and be divided into 2 layers, allowing for more shooting ports to facilitate ranged unit attacks. Each segment of the copper wall upgrade required 1 unit of copper and 1 unit of stone.
In contrast,
each segment of the iron wall demanded 1 unit of iron and 1 unit of stone, resulting in a staggering cost. Therefore, at this stage, Su Yang would only upgrade the walls to level 2, with level 3 walls to be considered later.
As for the fire tower, Su Yang would choose the timing of its construction based on the onslaught of the insect swarm.
If the swarm's assault did not pose an immediate threat,
utilizing the fire guardians for defense would suffice.
The final area available for upgrade lay within the General's Mansion panel.
In addition to summoning hero-level units,
the mansion could upgrade and learn commander skills.
Li Xian's Vanguard command could be upgraded within the mansion, enhancing its effects and allowing for the acquisition of new skills. However,
as Li Xian's commander level was currently 1, he was unable to upgrade or learn new skills.
Based on the effect of the Vanguard command, it appeared to be a range-type skill affecting the entire army. Upgrading commander skills, rather than individual enhancements, could yield significant instantaneous boosts for the team. At times, the activation of a single commander skill could turn the tide of battle.
Once the General's Mansion is upgraded in the future,
Su Yang would certainly pay close attention to it.
Thus, all known enhancements brought forth by the level 3 main base had been thoroughly examined. While awaiting the completion of research, Su Yang retrieved a special system item from his backpack, the decoding card. It was time to uncover the effects of that relic.
Would you like to use the decoding card to obtain relic information?
Yes, with a mental command, the decoding card began to shimmer with transparency.
Decoding card detected. Relic information is being decrypted. Blue Star's third round of Forbidden Land trials, Forbidden Land ID No.
517314C, Relic Name, The Abyss Remains, Relic ID, Swarm Secrets 009, Relic Quest, The Slumbering Slayer, you have intruded upon the sacred ground of the Tyrannid race. Your ignorant actions have triggered mechanisms, awakening the guardians buried beneath this land.
Quest objective, eliminate the awakened swarm and destroy the mother nest located beneath.
Quest difficulty, highest, level 3 swarm, trigger condition, the Lord must personally enter the relic to activate this quest.
Note, once the relic quest is initiated, it cannot be aborted or exited.
Quest reward, Alien Experimental Station, a special research building capable of studying alien organisms.
Currently unlockable alien technologies, biomass fuel, toad bone armor, network vision sharing.
The Alien Experimental Station, a unique research facility.
Upon seeing the quest reward, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The rewards from relic quests were not fixed. One could complete a challenging quest only to receive a lackluster reward.
Thus, unlocking relic rewards was akin to opening a treasure chest, and Su Yang had evidently struck gold.
The Alien Experimental Station, as the name suggests,
was dedicated to the study of alien species, capable of developing items that did not belong to the human technological tree.
For instance, the first technology, biomass fuel, sounded incredibly useful. If his assumptions were correct, this technology could convert the corpses of the insect race into fuel. Consequently, after defeating the insects, he would not need to worry about fuel shortages, as their bodies could be incinerated for resources. This cyclical process of consuming fuel to eliminate insects and obtaining fuel from their remains was a sustainable strategy for warfare. Moreover, the toad bone he had previously acquired but not yet utilized would likely undergo development within the Alien Experimental Station. In summary, this reward was immensely valuable and entirely worth the risk.
However, the quest's difficulty level was set at the highest, involving level 3 swarms, making a reckless advance perilous. The strength of each swarm varied, primarily depending on the level of the mother insect within the nest. The swarm could be classified into evolutionary generations based on the mother's level. For instance, a mother insect at level 1 to 2 produced a first-generation swarm, while levels 3 to 6 were categorized as second generation, and levels 7 to 10 as third generation, and so forth.
Generally,
the individual units of a swarm would not exceed or fall below their generational classification.
For example, all units of a second-generation swarm would be between levels 3 and 6, while third-generation units would range from 7 to 10.
The Tyrannid invaders that attacked during the Nightfall were level 6, indicating they were spawned by a peak second-generation mother insect. The highest third-generation mother insect in the relic quest would be at level 10, leading a formidable swarm.
Before triggering the quest, it would be prudent to conquer a third-generation nest to ascertain its true strength.
Closing the panel, Su Yang mentally organized his to-do list in sequence. Once the research at the Qian machine tower was completed, his first action would be to upgrade the scouts, enabling them to search for resources. Iron ore and nitrate were the two most critical resources at this moment, and the sooner they were harvested, the better. Subsequently, he would summon the new unit, the Fire Guardians, to test their combat methods and strength.
Following that, he would select the iron smelting technology and gunpowder research to prepare for the upgrades of the armored units.
Once resources were in place, he would gradually upgrade to level 2 walls, mining machines, and construct the fire tower. After conquering at least one third-generation nest to determine its strength, he would adjust his forces and trigger the relic quest. Su Yang relished the process of gradual planning. He appreciated this sense of control. As long as he proceeded step by step according to plan, the development of the territory would never fall behind.
As night fell,
there remained 2 hours until the unlocking of the 2 technologies at the Qian machine tower.
Since upgrades must be achieved within the territory, Su Yang summoned all 4 scouts back.
Upon their return, the scouts brought a wealth of information, including the exact locations of 2 second-generation nests and numerous mining sites. Among the crucial findings, one scout had discovered an area suspected to be saline alkaline land. Having reached the maximum boundary, further exploration would lead to a fuel shortage for their return, so he could only make a simple mark.
Hearing the term saline alkaline land, Su Yang immediately perked up. This type of land was known for its propensity to produce nitrate. Acquiring nitrate would usher the territory into the era of firearms. Chapter 57, A Direct Confrontation with the Supreme Second-Generation Swarm. Accompanying the geographical intelligence of the saline alkali region was new information about the insectoid species. Scouts had discovered a new swarm unit near the saline alkali land.
Su Yang examined the images drawn by the scouts. The depiction showcased a creature reminiscent of a stinger insect. Yet it possessed a more complex and larger bodily structure.
Its limbs were sturdier, and its offensive blades had transformed from 2 to 4, significantly larger than before.
The creature's exterior was no longer adorned with the yellow-brown patterns typical of stinger insects, but rather large swaths of grayish-brown markings. Despite this change in appearance, Su Yang quickly recognized it as a stinger insect, albeit one that had undergone evolution. Just as the forbidden species, including the insectoids, were in a constant state of evolution, so too were these creatures, transforming and adapting to their environment to produce increasingly formidable units. The previous ranks of the insectoids had indeed been rising, though not overtly apparent. This time, however, the upgrade represented a qualitative leap, with significant alterations to their physical forms. The stinger insects emerging from the saline alkali region were evidently no longer mere second-generation specimens. Su Yang's thoughts raced. The saline alkali region boasted abundant niter resources. Securing this area would directly resolve the supply issues for gunpowder. This was a strategically significant locale, necessitating the acquisition of further intelligence. Once the scouts had been upgraded, he would dispatch them to the saline alkali region for comprehensive reconnaissance of enemy positions and exploration of the niter reserves. Before that, however, he needed to address some matters closer to home. In addition to the saline alkali area, the scouts had pinpointed 2 specific locations of second-generation insect nests. Within the current range of abyssal gaze, these were likely the last 2 remaining nests. As a good neighbor, how could he not pay them a visit? Su Yang promptly summoned Li Xian, instructing him to assemble troops. Soon, 30 armored soldiers and 20 crossbowmen gathered under Li Xian's command. The troops set off towards the northeastern insect nest under the cover of night. Though it was dark, there was little concern about a swarm assault prior to the upgrade of abyssal gaze. Most of the insectoids within the current range had been depleted during the recent siege. In just a few days, even the mother insect would struggle to muster a capable force. Ascending the northern city wall, Su Yang watched as Li Xian and the armored unit departed the city. As the troops moved forward, billowing steam rose into the night sky. The fully equipped level 2 armored legion, combined with the leadership of a heroic unit, instilled a profound sense of security. Observing the troops gradually vanish into the dense forest,
Su Yang could not help but feel that he was beginning to embody the role of a lord. With Li Xin, a commanding unit by his side, he no longer needed to rush into battle personally. All he needed to do was set broad strategic objectives, leaving the specifics of execution to Li Xin's capable guidance. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from risking himself until he had acquired a set of armor. The only potential failure for his territory now lay in the unlikely event of him being ambushed by Jing Ku. Shortly after Li Xin led the troops into battle, the 1000 Machine Tower completed 2 technological research projects. With the unlocking of these prerequisite technologies, Su Yang wasted no time in upgrading the scouts from the armored camp. Command value 4,000 points. After a brief wait, for scouts emerged from the armored camp. The power rods on their legs had been upgraded from copper to iron, and 2 rectangular fuel tanks had been newly installed on either side of their steam apparatus. This enhancement allowed the scouts to carry more fuel, significantly extending their operational range. In addition to the armored upgrades, Su Yang noticed a new armored device on his left arm. Upon opening it, he discovered a sophisticated instrument with a constantly vibrating needle, likely for detecting magnetic field anomalies. Su Yang accessed the Scouts panel for further examination. Unit, Qin 1000-mile Scout. Unit type, Reconnaissance Infantry. Production requirement, Level 3 Armored Camp. Description, full upgrade of the armored unit, greatly enhancing exploration range. Acquiring skills for exploring iron and niter mines, unlocking metal detection technology will increase the Scouts' exploration knowledge. Enabling activities related to known minerals. Summoning command value required, 1000 points. Consumption, 8 units of fuel day. 8 units of concentrated water day. With fuel consumption reaching 8 units per day, it was nearly on par with Li Xin. However, considering the daily operational distance for the scouts, this was entirely reasonable. Without wasting any more time, Su Yang dispatched the upgraded scout units to the saline alkali region, aiming to gather as much information as possible about that area, including the scale of the insect swarm, possible marching routes, and specific distances. Of course, besides the saline alkali land, he also sought to locate iron mines. Having unlocked the tools for iron exploration, Su Yang was confident the scouts would soon discover iron deposits. Technology had transformed life. They were no longer in an era reliant solely on manpower and the naked eye. After dispatching the scouts, Su Yang returned to the 1000 Machine Tower to initiate research on iron smelting and gunpowder. These 2 processes were prerequisites for upgrading armored soldiers and summoning the Fire Guard. To enhance his forces, they must first be unlocked. Technology, iron smelting. Let us get tough. Acquire the process for refining raw iron ore. Unlocking a series of technologies for upgrading and modifying iron equipment. Command value, 4,000 points. Time, 16H. Technology, gunpowder research. Dancing with fire. Unlock knowledge of gunpowder. Acquiring a series of combustion and explosion technologies. Command value, 4,000 points. Time, 16H. A total of 8,000 command points were required, each taking 16 hours. Command value 8,000. Technology, gunpowder research in progress. Technology, iron smelting in progress. Having completed all these tasks, Su Yang returned to the Lord's residence. His subordinates were engaged in exploration, warfare, and defense. As their leader, it was entirely reasonable for him to catch a bit of rest. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Amidst the luminescent forest, Li Xin led the armored troops onward. Following the coordinates provided by the scouts and the planned marching route, they swiftly arrived at their target location. Unlike the previous insect nests encountered, this particular nest was not underground but rather nestled within a mountain. A menacing cave entrance loomed below the mountain, with insect squads bustling in and out, their mandibles clenching bloody chunks of flesh, seemingly to feed something. Li Xin directed his troops out of the forest, advancing straight to the mouth of the insect nest. No tactical maneuvers were necessary, there was no need for stealth. This was to be a fair and straightforward confrontation. The brain insect at the cave entrance detected the enemy and immediately emitted a sharp shriek. The swarm began to stir. Chapter 58, The Frenzied Firepower. The unbearable swarm. The sharp cries of brainworms echoed through the dense canopy above. A cacophony of rustling emerged from the cave entrance as the swarm swiftly mobilized its forces. Li Xin stood at the rear of his troops, while the armored crossbowmen and archers had already formed an effective formation. The arrangement was rather straightforward, with troops lined up in a single file and staggered to facilitate shooting. There was no tactical maneuvering to flank the enemy or to ambush them unawares. Li Xian simply had his troops stand firm, quietly awaiting the enemy's deployment.
This was not due to any underestimation of the adversary, but rather his confidence in the insignificance of the foe.
Prior to their departure,
Su Yang had briefed him on all the troop types and potential strategies possessed by the second-generation insect nest.
Additionally, detailed reconnaissance had provided him with an understanding of the swarm's scale and the surrounding terrain. In essence, he was well acquainted with the insect swarm's capabilities and possible maneuvers. The disparity in strength was so pronounced that all he needed to do was maintain formation and let the swarm meet its demise. This battle was fated to have a predetermined outcome. As anticipated, the swarm surged forth from the cave. Concurrently, two barely noticeable raised paths appeared on the ground. Li Xian signaled, and the armored crossbowmen launched their first volley of crossbow bolts. The sound of mechanisms echoed as the bolts shot forth like phantoms, their trajectories invisible to the naked eye. All that could be seen was the swarm that had just emerged from the cave collapsing en masse. The immense force of impact deformed the bolts themselves, let alone the pierced insect foes. The high-velocity bolts spun as they penetrated the bodies of the stinging insects, creating wrist-sized openings in their torsos. Green blood gushed forth from the wounds, and the stinging insects promptly fell lifeless to the ground. The first wave of stinging insects was utterly annihilated, and soon after, a second wave charged forward. Without any pause, the archers commenced their second round of fire. With the upgrade to level 2, the mechanism had been improved, allowing archers to load 2 bolts simultaneously. This meant that, with the same loading time, the firepower of the level 2 armored crossbowmen had effectively doubled. The archer units were divided into 2 lines, one line would fire before reloading, while the other would shoot. As long as the deployment was managed efficiently, the previous voids in loading time would be virtually eliminated. Under the relentless barrage of fire, wave after wave of the swarm poured from the cave, only to be reduced to heaps of debris. The frontline armored warriors had no opportunity to engage the stinging insects at all. While the archers unleashed their relentless fire, Li Xian, stationed at the back of the formation, also took action. He retrieved a cylindrical device from his lower back and pressed a button. The mechanical components whirred to life, and various gears extended outward, swiftly transforming into a long spear. Li Xian pressed another button, causing the spear's tip to spin at high speed. He raised the spear high, as the power mechanisms at the joints began to charge. Aiming at the ground, he ensured his direction before hurling it downward with great force. The spear pierced the ground, striking a burrowing giant worm. The weapon spun within the creature's body, eliciting a horrific scream. Li Xian gripped the spear and forcefully drove it deeper, subduing the giant worm before swiftly withdrawing the spear and pivoting. Behind him, another giant worm emerged from the earth, colliding with the spear. With a swift thrust, the worm was gutted, its screams fading quickly. Li Xian shook the blood from the spear as he dealt with the 2 giant worms. While the battle outside the cave had come to an end, the corpses of the stinging insects lay piled outside the cave entrance, creating a scene of utter devastation. Under the overwhelming firepower of the level 2 archers, they had not even the slightest chance to engage the enemy. This exemplified a complete dominance in combat. When the disparity in strength becomes so great, any tactical finesse becomes futile. Clearing the corpses from the cave entrance, Li Xian led a small squad into the insect nest. Inside, there were ambushes lurking in the shadows, eager to engage in urban warfare. Yet, with a force of Li Xian's caliber leading the charge, all such ambushes appeared laughable. Breaking into the chamber of the mother insect, they found a newly produced invader lying on the ground. This invader, in its larval stage, was nearly half a meter long, presenting a terrifying sight. Following Su Yang's directives, Li Xian eradicated all creatures within the nest. The second-generation insect nest, which had previously posed a challenge to Su Yang, now stood powerless against the armored forces. After dismantling the mother nest, Li Xian refrained from continuing to the next insect nest. The first reason being that the second nest lay far to the southeast, consuming precious fuel. The second reason was Su Yang's explicit instruction to use the second nest as a testing ground for new troop types. Securing the heart of the nest, Li Xian returned victorious. The following day, as Su Yang awoke, he discovered a fresh insect nest heart resting in his backpack. He opened the interface to review the battle records from the previous night.
The entire engagement had unfolded without any complications, with Li Xin's armored legion crushing the swarm.
Excellent.
Once today's assessment of the Tianhua Guard's strength was complete, the next step would be to launch an assault on the saline alkali land. The insect nest heart had been obtained. It was time to witness the power of the Qin Tianhua Guard.
After completing his morning routine, Su Yang arrived at the front of the armored camp and accessed the interface. The research on gunpowder still had 10 hours remaining, without unlocking it.
The Tianhua Guard could not be summoned. However, waiting those 10 hours would be a waste of precious development time. Su Yang hesitated no longer and decided to use the insect nest heart to reduce the research time by 20 hours. Using the item insect nest heart.
Research time reduced by 20 hours.
A reduction of 20 hours.
Su Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly checked the interface.
He discovered that both the gunpowder research and iron smelting technology had been completed. The insect nest heart accelerated the entire research speed of the Qinji Tower. Meaning that by investing the heart, all technologies within the tower would benefit from the time reduction. The upgraded Qinji Tower had this unexpected effect. A delightful surprise Su Yang had not anticipated. Initially, he had been prepared to waste half of the insect nest heart. But thanks to the mechanism of the level 3 Qinji Tower, there was hardly any waste at all. This was truly a comfort for the frugal people of Huaxia. Filled with joy, Su Yang opened the interface for the armored camp.
The Qin Tianhua Guard, the first unit of advanced weaponry for the territory. What kind of power would it wield? Dominance value -4,000, summoning Qin Tianhua Guard. Chapter 59, The Might of Great Qin Heavy Industries and the Powerful Tianwei Mecha, summoning the Great Qin Tianwei.
The commanding value was bid. And the mecha camp rumbled to life. Whether it was due to excitement or some other reason. Su Yang sensed that the commotion generated by the mecha camp this time was more profound than ever before. Instead of pure white steam, a mixture of black smoke began to billow from above the structure.
Gunpowder technology? Su Yang speculated within.
Soon, the mecha camp ceased its operations.
And the entire territory fell into silence.
The heavy metal doors slowly opened to both sides, releasing waves of black smoke.
After reaching level 3, the mecha camp underwent significant structural changes.
Most notably, the building had widened, with the front gate almost double the width of that at level 2.
Boom boom, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed.
If not for the mechanical thuds against the ground, Su Yang might have mistaken them for the walking of a colossal elephant. Accompanied by the footsteps, the Tianwei slowly emerged from the smoke. The moment Su Yang laid eyes on the Tianwei, he understood why the level 3 mecha camp had specifically widened its gates. This being was far from a typical unit. Towering nearly 3 meters high, the Tianwei exceeded even Li Xin, who donned a mecha. More crucially, its width approached 2.5 meters. Inside the Tianwei, a soldier operated it. But unlike the exoskeleton mechas that adhered to the body and relied on physical movements, this was a genuine war mecha, with the soldier merely serving as the controller. The armor was entirely constructed from iron, with tight protective plating at each joint. The mecha's body presented a grayish-white hue, exuding an overwhelming heaviness. Yet, striking orange-red patterns reminiscent of flames adorned the major protective areas, imparting the stern and majestic Tianwei with a passionate aesthetic. The most anticipated feature lay concealed behind the massive mecha, the Tianhua cannon. Measuring 2 meters in length with a half-meter diameter. This heavy artillery was intricately connected to the mecha's back. On the mecha's spherical right shoulder, a sliding rail was present. When in standby mode, the cannon pointed vertically upward, resembling a towering chimney. Upon entering combat mode, the Tianwei would grasp the handle beneath the cannon, pivoting it along the right shoulder rail towards the front. This rail allowed the cannon to rotate nearly 90 degrees, transitioning from a vertical to a parallel position with the ground. Moreover, the cannon could be locked at any angle, enabling the soldier to select the optimal shooting elevation. The cannon's rear housed a complete firing mechanism, distinct from the elastic potential energy conversion of previous crossbows and ballistae. Instead, the cannon's projectiles were propelled by explosive force, with a comprehensive ignition system at the rear. The cannon barrel was not merely a simple tube. It contained coils of copper wire for heating within. Having examined the craftsmanship of the cannon, Su Yang could only describe his feelings as awe-inspiring. The simplistic ancient artillery had undergone a transformation through Qin technology, evolving into something remarkably futuristic. The complexity of the technology rivaled that of modern rocket launchers. It was hard to fathom that this was a unit that could be summoned just after unlocking gunpowder research. Was that not a tad exaggerated? Calming his excitement, Su Yang continued his inspection. On the left rear of the mecha was an ammunition chamber comparable in caliber to the cannon but slightly shorter in length. The ammunition chamber was divided into 3 layers, each containing a massive shell. According to the Tianwei's description, these shells were referred to as explosion stones. Composed of ordinary stones, saltpeter, and a blend of various materials, these munitions could be fed through a loading tube connected to the cannon's rear. In the cannon's rear, the explosion stones would be infused with varying doses of gunpowder based on the type of launch required. For area attacks, the explosion stones would disintegrate into smaller projectiles before reaching the target, subsequently detonating. For single target attacks, the explosion stones would explode upon contact or impact without detonating. Different attack methods necessitated distinct materials. This was utterly insane. Su Yang rubbed his hands together, immediately summoning Li Xin. He instructed Li Xin to assemble a force of the same scale as yesterday's and set off towards the second insect nest. This time, he intended to witness the might of the Tianwei firsthand. Given the current level of abyssal gaze, venturing outside the base was not perilous, especially with Li Xin providing protection. Additionally, triggering the relic required the Lord's personal presence. This would serve as a simulation exercise, not contravening yesterday's statements. Yet, all this talk was merely a pretext. Su Yang simply yearned to witness the power of the Tianwei. Caliber is justice, and the cannon is truth. He simply could not bear to miss the inaugural appearance of the Tianwei. Moreover, this particular insect nest was intentionally left untouched to test the cannon. Positioned at a lower elevation to provide a clear vantage point. Observing the swarm collapsing under a rain of fire would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. Li Xion's execution was remarkably swift. Within a minute, the troops had gathered at the east gate. "Let us depart." Su Yang waved his hand, and the eastern city gate swung open. At the forefront of the formation, the mecha warriors forged ahead. Following closely were Su Yang and General Li Xian, accompanied by the crossbowmen. Bringing up the rear were 2 towering Tianwei mechas, continuously billowing black smoke. The mecha forces set forth once again, advancing majestically into the thick forest. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, host Xiao Shui commenced with fervor. Yesterday, Su Yang achieved the unprecedented feat of topping both leaderboards for the first time in history. What surprises would he unveil today? The audience in the live room buzzed with excitement, elated by Su Yang's double victory, which invigorated the entire Dragon Kingdom. Securing the dual first place was a testament to formidable strength, delivering a resounding blow to those detractors. Indeed, it was undeniable that aside from the Qin dynasty, which other nation could produce mechas? Enough said. It had been nearly a week without witnessing a single battle, and the anticipation was unbearable. Unfortunately, the insect tribes typically stirred at night, while the live broadcast occurred during the day, limiting the ability to capture combat from Su Yang's perspective. How one longed to see how the mecha forces engaged in battle, to comprehend the might that overshadowed those post-industrial nations. A whisper, Li Xian, the handsome commander, was simply captivating. One wished to see more of him on screen. Throwing caution to the wind, I, Li Daxiang, would gladly sacrifice a lifetime without a girlfriend for a glimpse of the mecha forces in action. Chapter 60, Cannons Cleansing the Ground. Suffering for all beings, the screen flickered to life, revealing not the lands of the Great Qin, but a dense forest filled with peculiar flora, a nest of insects. Within this thicket, a mechanized legion was advancing swiftly, white steam and black smoke swirling overhead. Witnessing this spectacle, the live chat erupted in excitement. Goodness! Are we on the brink of war? Could we actually witness the clash of battle? It seems inevitable, with Su Yang personally leading the troops. Something monumental is about to unfold. My heavens, this is truly our moment. Thank you, Li Daxiang, your warmth has brightened our seasons. Oh, how magnificent! Just seeing this battalion march makes my heart race and my eyes glisten. Hurry, I hope a battle commences before the stream concludes. Su Yang, rise up. The Dragon Kingdom shall prevail.
We are grateful for your efforts, Brother Chang, you are our hero. I must admit, I have a penchant for men.
In the high-level conference room of the military, upon seeing the marching troops on the large screen, a cadre of experts stood in unison. A new type of soldier has emerged. The specialists in the technology department keenly identified the newly appeared fire guardians within the ranks.
Without regard for decorum,
the experts sprinted to the screen, fervently analyzing the fire guardians displayed before them.
Fully ironclad armor, weaponry that resembles cannons.
And the expelled gas is no longer merely thick white steam, this new unit is likely a heat weapon.
They exclaimed. It is unequivocal.
The steam apparatus of the Qin dynasty would not emit black smoke, this can only be attributed to the combustion of gunpowder. Su Yang has not only ushered the Qin dynasty into the Iron Age but has also unlocked the secrets of gunpowder technology.
The cannon's bore,
measuring half a meter in diameter, is astonishing.
Historically renowned cannons like the Cord and Krupp boasted calibers of merely 20 to 30 centimeters. Moreover, such a cannon typically remains fixed to the ground, yet this mech is capable of mobility. This barrel is impressively robust, I am utterly captivated. I long to witness its prowess in action. Professor, I think I may have drooled on my shoes.
As the experts marveled, the military commanders seated at the rear shared expressions of astonishment.
As soldiers, they understood precisely what a cannon signified.
The phrase caliber is just as encapsulates their belief. With sufficient firepower, one can conquer all. However, caliber alone does not ensure victory. The short barrel of this cannon raises concerns about accuracy. Furthermore, given that they had only just unlocked gunpowder technology, the explosive power would need to be validated in combat. The officers fixated intently on the screen, their hearts aflame with fervor despite their reservations. War stirs the blood of soldiers more than anything else.
And this was the inaugural live broadcast of a war in the Forbidden Zone. With a resounding boom, Su Yang raised his hand.
And the entire battalion came to an immediate halt. Consulting the map drawn by the scouts, he confirmed that they had arrived at their target location. Perched upon a cliff with a nearly 100-meter drop below, the second insect nest lay concealed within the vast forest, as indicated by the scouts' detailed map.
Almost there.
It is time to perform, Su Yang commanded the soldiers to clear a path, allowing two fire guardians to advance to the front of the formation.
With a series of firm knocks, Su Yang activated the mech, and the heavy visor of the fire guardian lifted.
A cloud of thick steam billowed forth as he handed a detailed blueprint to one of the soldiers.
Ballistics is a highly specialized discipline.
Especially for a projectile weapon like the fire guardian's cannon, which requires not only profound theoretical knowledge but also extensive experience.
With the map delivered,
Su Yang stepped aside to await the preparations. Soon, the two fire guardians were ready, their formidable armor trembling as the entire chassis sank half a meter.
Iron rods penetrated the earth, anchoring the mechs in place.
The fire guardians then raised their mechanical arms to grip the massive cannon's handle. With a series of heavy gears grinding, the cannon's muzzle slowly rotated upward along the shoulder rail.
Steam erupted as the cannon was fixed in place.
A block of explosive stone was loaded into the cannon's breech, and all was set for the assault.
Are we prepared to engage?
A query resonated in Su Yang's mind from the fire guardian.
That was remarkably swift. He mused, surprised. Isn't estimating distance and measuring elevation a complex task? Oh. Su Yang quickly realized, the first shot is typically a test round to ascertain approximate landing points.
After adjustments, the second shot would be the true harbinger of destruction. He felt a pang of regret at the thought of wasting the first shot, yet it was an essential expenditure. Modern artillery without precision guidance necessitates such protocols.
Once ready, Su Yang turned towards the insect nest.
Let us commence with a test of its power.
Fire!
With a vigorous wave of his hand,
thunder erupted in the ears of the onlookers as the firing mechanism was triggered.
A flash of light erupted, and the explosive stone soared through the cannon's bore. The tremendous recoil jolted the fire guardian back, and the shockwave unleashed by the ignition sent ripples through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. Su Yang felt a colossal force wash over him, and soon all that remained was a deafening hum in his ears. The power of the fire guardian exceeded his wildest expectations, even the firing explosion was terrifying.
Ignoring his sensory impairment, he widened his eyes, gazing towards the point of impact.
He beheld the dark explosive stone igniting as it burned with an intense flame, descending gracefully toward the ground.
At the midpoint of its descent, the large explosive stone disintegrated, splitting into hundreds of smaller explosive fragments.
These smaller projectiles cascaded down like a meteor shower, striking the target area with great speed. Upon their arrival in the dense forest,
a brilliant flash erupted.
The explosion illuminated the surroundings, engulfing everything within a 50-meter radius of the impact point in a searing blaze.
With a thunderous roar, the explosion reverberated, unleashing a massive shockwave that rippled through the entire forest. This power.
Su Yang's eyes widened. This force undoubtedly surpassed that of most modern infantry missiles. As the ringing in his ears began to subside, the fiery glow and dust from the distant explosion gradually faded.
What remained was a landscape utterly transformed.
The ground within a 50-meter radius had been upturned, flames consuming all vegetation, reducing it to pools of charred debris. At the heart of the explosion,
an insect nest lay exposed, its entrance surrounded by the charred remains of insect carcasses, shattered and smoldering.
Chapter 61, a single shot to clear the field in the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's High Command. The moment the screen displayed the fragmentation of the explosive stone followed by its descent, the experts and officers present were rendered speechless.
After a brief silence,
a tremendous cheer erupted within the room.
The power! This extraordinary power! Is this truly something achievable with just the recently unlocked gunpowder technology? Is the center of the scorched earth indeed the hive, struck perfectly by a single shot? Almost 5 kilometers away, the precision is beyond my comprehension.
What is even more terrifying is the destructive force of this shell, annihilating an area of nearly 50 meters.
Completely turning it into a wasteland, not to mention the lethal range of the shockwave and debris. This is utterly horrifying.
The explosive yield must be on par with ton-class aerial bombs.
It cannot merely be ton-class.
Our ton-class aerial bombs create craters of around 15 meters. And accounting for soil differences, this yield must exceed 10 tons. Damn it, while the Western Jin was still dispatching workers to mine coal, the Qin dynasty had already developed ton-class artillery units.
What on earth is happening in Qin? Is it truly an extraterrestrial civilization? Cheers erupted among the officers and experts, creating a cacophony.
Only the commanding general remained composed in his seat, gazing at the screen with deep contemplation.
The nation's heavy artillery, the nation's heavy artillery.
Had such technology been available in the previous 2 rounds, we would not be in the current predicament.
If the officers' conference room was in disarray,
the live broadcast room was even more chaotic. The barrage of comments on the screen obscured the host entirely.
Aha! It's so powerful I want to scream. It's so magnificent.
It toppled the Zerg's lair. This isn't merely an explosion at the Zerg, it has detonated within my heart.
You tell me this is an ancient civilization? How does it seem like their technology has surpassed modern civilization?
I can't wait to see how other countries react. They must be utterly stunned upon witnessing this.
If this cannon were to be deployed in the territory of the Little Sun, I can hardly imagine the exhilaration.
I can't take it anymore. Fire another shot, please. Kill level 4 Tyranid Stinger, domination value 50, 40 bonus. Kill level 4 Tyranid Brainbug, domination value 150, 40 bonus. Kill level 3 Tyranid Stinger, domination value 40, 40 bonus. The panel was instantly filled with kill notifications, the explosive flames flickering in Su Yang's eyes.
Goodness, such terrifying power? Maximum precision.
A devastating strike within a 50-meter radius, and a shockwave with a lethality stretching over 100 meters.
You mean to say this is something a civilization just discovering nitrostone could produce? My ancestors, is this not an overwhelming advantage? Su Yang's expression was one of astonishment as he looked toward the heavenly fireguard with newfound respect. Shall we continue firing? Inquired a soldier. We must.
A true man cannot settle for just one shot. With a resounding thud, the massive artillery trembled as another explosive stone was loaded.
This time, Su Yang opted for a direct point detonation mode rather than fragmentation.
Happiness delivered to the doorstep, he intended to pour the explosive stone directly into the Zerg nest. The cannon's muzzle spun relentlessly until it came to a halt with a decisive clang, the second explosive stone primed and ready.
Fire! Boom! Another thunderous roar erupted. Dust swirling in the air.
This time, Su Yang learned from the previous experience, covering his ears and opening his mouth wide. It is said that this action effectively reduces the risk of eardrum injury during a loud explosion. After personal testing, he found the action effective. There was no more ringing in his ears, though he did end up with a mouthful of dust. As the explosion resounded, the blazing explosive stone fell to the ground like a fiery meteor. A single shot, precise and direct. After a fleeting moment of silence, a massive tongue of fire erupted from the entrance of the nest. The area surrounding the entrance seemed to have been ripped open, as the ground was violently propelled into the sky before crashing back down. The soil in a nearly 100-meter radius collapsed and sank, with dense smoke billowing forth from the depths. This shot caused the entire Zerg nest to cave in, entombed beneath the earth with no chance of survival. Kill level 5 Tyrannid Burrow Giant Worm, domination value 300, 40 bonus. Kill level 3 Tyrannid Spitting Worm, domination value 70, 40 bonus. Kill level 5 Tyrannid Stinger, domination value 50, 40 bonus. Kill level 5 Tyrannid Stinger, domination value 50, 40 bonus. Kill level 4 Tyrannid Brainbug, domination value 150, 40 bonus. Kill level 6 Tyrannid Matriarch, domination value 500, obtained rare A-class loot. Heart of the Hive can be used to accelerate technology research and construction speed. Achievement unlocked, Master of Extermination, level 4. Domination value 2000, achievement unlocked, all familiar faces, used artillery to annihilate 100 enemy units. Domination value 2000, event triggered, Gaze of the Abyss, level 4, you have become the #1 nemesis of the Zerg. The frenzied Tyrannid swarm will launch an infinite pursuit against you. Note, the probability of being attacked by the swarm during the day has significantly increased. With a single shot, notifications of kills and achievements flooded the screen. This blast had obliterated the entire Zerg nest. The Zerg perished without even witnessing their demise. Su Yang's eyes gleamed with astonishment, his mind filled with thoughts of how terrifying this was. Originally, he intended for this shot to eliminate the majority of the Zerg, then have Li Xin lead a team to finish the remaining tasks. He never anticipated that the Heavenly Fireguard would clear the field with a single shot. What remaining forces? Even the Matriarch was blown away. There was no need for any mop-up operations. This shot had even dug their graves, ensuring they were laid to rest. If one were to summarize the Heavenly Fireguard in a single word, it would be powerful, indisputably powerful. This super long-range strike in the era of cold weapons is unparalleled. Now, Su Yang's only desire was to swiftly acquire the nitrostone mineral resources and allow the Heavenly Fireguard to enjoy the freedom of artillery. With all known Zerg nests dealt with, the Gaze of the Abyss level had once again advanced. After testing the might of the Heavenly Fireguard, he had also achieved 2 new accolades. This journey had come to a triumphant conclusion, and now it was time to observe the strength of the reconnaissance units. He hoped they would quickly discover iron mines and explore saline alkali regions, propelling the development of their territory into a new phase. Just as his thoughts settled, a chime echoed in Su Yang's mind. Reconnaissance unit has discovered a mineral vein. Chapter 62, the easily obtained iron ore. Territorial expansion in the high-level conference room of the military department. The live broadcast had been cut off for several minutes, yet experts remained transfixed by the screen. The discussions within the room surged like waves, each voice expressing profound shock. If I am not mistaken, this artillery seems to possess 2 distinct modes. One resembles a firebomb with a wide-area explosion, while the other resembles a rocket with a singular blast. The shells fired appear to be of the same type, differing only in that the first disintegrates during descent. Is it controlled by the quantity of incendiary powder injected? Or is there some other factor? What an astonishing concept! The civilizational characteristics of the Qin dynasty are undoubtedly intertwined with technology and architecture. I am truly curious about what kind of civilization could have developed such technological traits in that era. We must shift our perspective. The Qin dynasty is far from the primitive civilization we once envisioned. Su Yang has not erred, with such technology in play. This trial will surely reverse the predicament of the Dragon Kingdom. In the official live broadcast room, although the stream had been interrupted, the barrage of comments continued unabated. It is overwhelmingly impressive, immensely powerful, long live the mighty Qin. Even though we did not witness the armored soldiers in battle, the artillery has been a thrilling spectacle. One shot cleared the field, toppling the insectoid races. What could be more exhilarating than this?
Ha ha, the insectoids, feeling a slight sense of weightlessness. While other lords are still relying on infantry, we have already acquired artillery with a range of 5,000 meters. With artillery at our disposal now, I can hardly imagine what lies ahead. Might we even see a planet-destroying battleship?
I hope Su Yang seizes this opportunity to maintain our lead. It is our turn to crush the other lords.
Reconnaissance unit has discovered a vein of ore, just as anticipated. Su Yang opened the panel. Mineral, iron ore, reserves, abundant, excellent. We have found iron ore right off the bat, and it is of the highest quality. Although iron ore is theoretically more widespread and easier to locate than copper, our swift discovery is undoubtedly attributed to our prior research in magnetic fields. With this technology, locating iron ore is almost effortless.
Now that we have identified one iron ore deposit, finding another will allow us to fully utilize our mining machines. It is foreseeable that iron ore will hold significant importance for a considerable time.
Su Yang plans to deploy all remaining mining machines for iron ore extraction.
Upon returning to the territory, he will immediately relocate the mining machines to maximize the buffs for iron ore.
With the trial concluded, Su Yang ordered a return.
Under Li Xian's command, the armored army promptly set off.
Successfully constructed steam-powered mining machine, base output value, 70 units of iron ore resources day, environmental bonus, surrounding iron ore resources are abundant.
Increasing daily output by 15 units, civilizational characteristic bonus, Qin craftsmanship enables efficient operation of mining machines, increases daily output by 15 units, output value after bonuses, 100 units of iron ore resources day, upon returning to the territory.
Su Yang's first order of business was to establish the iron ore mining machine.
Once constructed, he immediately upgraded it to level 2. With a level 2 iron ore mining machine and dual buffs, the ore production skyrocketed to 330 units per day.
This is the effect of just one mining machine. Adding another will yield even more astonishing output. After deploying the mining machine, Su Yang opened the comprehensive territory panel to review the resource inventory.
Territory panel, territory, Qin, Lord, Su Yang, affiliation, Dragon Kingdom, main base level, level 3 Lord's Mansion, territory buildings, resource type 7 level 2 steam-powered mining machines. 1 level 2 steam high-pressure water pump, 1 solid resource warehouse. 1 liquid resource warehouse, territory buildings, technology type 1 level 3 MO family 1000 machine tower, territory buildings, combat type 1 level 3 armored camp, 70 level 2 barracks. For level 3 barracks, territory buildings, defense type 200 level 1 stone walls, enhanced traits, for level 1 crossbow towers, combat units, 40 level 2 Qin armored elite. 30 level 2 Qin armored crossbowmen, for level 3 Qin long distance scouts. 2 level 1 Qin fire guardians, heroic units, 1 level 1 general Li Xian, resources, water resources, 1363 units, stone resources, 786 units, coal resources, 351 units. Copper metal, 253 units, iron metal, 50 units, territory buffs debuffs, level 1 national prosperity, remaining time, 1623, level 3 adventurer, remaining time, 4756. Level 3 pioneer, remaining time, 4753, level 4 gaze of the abyss, duration, dominance value, 21360, the level 3 lord panel is replete with information. Far more detailed than the initial simplistic panel that bore only a name. In just a week, it is astonishing how many buildings and facilities have been established. Su Yang scrolled through the panel, swiftly browsing the information. Although there was much to absorb, the most critical aspect remained the resource inventory. After a day of production, the stock of copper metal had reached 253 units. Upgrading all walls to level 2 requires 200 units of copper and 200 units of stone. However, the issue extends beyond just the wall upgrades. The territory also requires expansion. Following the upgrade to a level 3 main base, the footprint of various buildings within the territory has significantly increased. As the number of summoned soldiers continues to rise, the newly added barracks are nearly overwhelming the entire Lord's area. The production area is equally congested, as the influx of 7 mining sites has rendered the already limited production zone exceedingly cramped. Seizing the opportunity to upgrade the walls, Su Yang planned for a territorial expansion. With the detailed topographical maps drawn by the scouts, he now possesses an intimate knowledge of the surrounding environment. The territory is encircled by dense insect-infested forests, with the primary avenues of attack coming from the north and east. The south is the site of the recently dealt with insect nest. characterized by uneven terrain and steep elevation changes, which rarely sees incursions from the insect horde.
The west offers the safest route.
With a cliff rising 100 meters just a few kilometers away, or a waterfall cascades into the river below.
For this expansion, Su Yang's primary objective is to establish a dedicated area for barracks. He plans to erect new walls in the north and east, creating a division between the new and existing walls to form a designated area for all barracks. This will not only establish dual defenses on the frequently attacked fronts but also free up space in the Lord's area. The southern side will remain untouched, while the western wall will be pushed outward to enlarge the production area. With the planning completed, Su Yang promptly commenced construction.
The level of the gaze of the abyss has increased, perhaps tonight will bring the onslaught of insects. Chapter 63, The Mighty Upgrade of the Level 2 City Walls and the Imperial Armored Troops. The expansion of the territory and the relocation of structures consumed a total of 2 hours. The northern and eastern city walls extended outward by 20 meters, enclosing 2 new areas measuring 20 by 50 meters. The southern wall remained unchanged, while the western wall shifted outward by 10 meters, enlarging the production area into a vast expanse of 30 by 50 meters.
Constructing the new Level 1 city wall required 200 units of stone. Subsequently, Su Yang opted to upgrade the newly built walls on the outermost perimeter.
The total length of the outer city walls was 300 meters, and the upgrade necessitated 300 units of copper and 300 units of stone. Once the copper reserves reached 300, Su Yang invested all copper resources into the wall upgrade. Subtracting copper, 300 units, subtracting stone, 300 units, level 2 copper city wall upgrade in progress. As the upgrade commenced, the mechanical sounds resonated throughout the territory. The level 2 walls not only expanded upon the foundations of the level 1 walls but also added a protective metallic shell around the stone walls. When the sounds of renovation ceased and the upgrade was completed, a system notification echoed. Detected wall upgrade. Triggering civilization trait, Great Wall. This civilization possesses exquisite architectural skills, granting a 100 increase in wall height and defensive attributes.
The level 2 walls could indeed activate the civilization trait.
Su Yang gazed at the walls and, as expected,
all level 2 walls commenced further transformation under the civilization trait enhancement.
They rose to a height of 12 meters.
Additionally,
steam-powered elevators were installed at critical points along all walls, facilitating the swift transport of ammunition and troops. Upon completion of the renovations, the walls appeared even more majestic. Arriving at the base of the walls, Su Yang observed the copper elevators connected to the walls via metallic tracks and chains. The spacious elevator cabins could accommodate at least 6 Imperial armored warriors per trip.
Pulling down the metal lever, the doors swiftly glided open. Once inside,
he activated the internal lever, and the metal door sealed shut. The adjacent steam apparatus roared to life as the elevator surged upward with remarkable speed. Su Yang experienced a profound sense of weightlessness, the velocity far surpassed that of any scenic elevator from his previous life. Within mere breaths, the elevator reached the top, taking less than 5 seconds, a breathtaking achievement in speed. Stepping out of the elevator, he was greeted by a panoramic view, as if the entire hive-like forest lay beneath him. The distant mountains merged with the clouds, surrounded by an endless expanse of vibrant foliage, while a gentle breeze mingled with the chirping of birds.
Su Yang approached the edge of the wall and peered down.
The height of 12 meters not only provided a superior vantage point but also created an insurmountable barrier for the insects. The notion of the swarm attempting to scale the walls by stepping atop one another seemed utterly implausible.
Moreover, the metallic walls were not entirely solid.
The 12-meter structure comprised 3 layers.
Every 4 meters featured a combat level, each equipped with automatically operable firing ports.
This allowed soldiers to not only snipe from elevated positions but also to inflict penetrating damage from below. Thus, the level 2 walls not only enhanced defensive capabilities but also granted soldiers greater freedom and potency in their counterattacks.
The elevators, enhanced by the Qin civilization trait, ensured swift troop movements alongside the increased wall height. Su Yang expressed immense satisfaction with the wall upgrades.
With the walls complete, the iron mine began operations smoothly.
The next step was to upgrade the army in preparation for the assault on the 3rd-generation insect nest. Intelligence indicated that the insect units had received formidable upgrades in both defense and offense.
Consequently, the Imperial armored soldiers, who would engage in direct combat, required comprehensive upgrades. After various technological advancements and 2 rounds of combat, Su Yang's command value stood at 21,360 points. With all critical technology unlocked, this command value could be entirely allocated towards troop upgrades. The upgrade of the level 3 Imperial armored soldiers was equally crucial, promising a significant enhancement in military strength.
Su Yang accessed the Imperial Armory panel to examine the upgrade details.
Unit, Great Qin Imperial Armored Warrior, Unit Type, Melee Infantry, Production Requirement, Level 3 Imperial Armory, Description, a melee unit equipped with new iron armor and shields. Possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, unlocking prerequisite technology can enhance the attack and defense capabilities of the warriors. Increasing frontline strength, command value required for summoning, 600 points, daily consumption, 3 units of fuel, 3 units of concentrated water, maintenance cost, 3 units of iron per instance. 3 units of copper per instance. Unit, Great Qin Imperial Armored Crossbowman, Unit Type, Ranged Infantry, Production Requirement, Level 3 Imperial Armory, Description, equipped with 2 types of new arrows. Possessing significant lethality against various enemies, unlocking prerequisite technology can upgrade the crossbow, enhancing ranged attack strength, command value required for summoning, 800 points, daily consumption, 3 units of fuel. 3 units of concentrated water, maintenance cost, 3 units of iron per instance, 3 units of copper per instance, loading cost, 2 units of iron per instance. 1 unit of saltpeter per instance. With the recent upgrades to the walls, 2 additional flame guardians were incorporated, ensuring robust defensive capabilities. Therefore, the focus should shift towards engaging in combat, further enhancing encounter capabilities. In the diverse and complex nature of engagements, the versatility of the Imperial armored warriors surpassed that of the crossbowmen and flame guardians. Upgrading them would not only bolster the team's strength but also enhance their resilience against risks. After careful consideration, Su Yang decided to upgrade 20 Imperial armored warriors and 10 Imperial armored crossbowmen. Command value -20,000, upgrading to level 3 Great Qin Imperial armored warriors. Upgrading to level 3 Great Qin Imperial armored crossbowmen. The allocation of 20,000 command points was executed, and the selected soldiers entered the barracks to complete their upgrades. The upgrades concluded swiftly, and as the newly upgraded level 3 Imperial armored soldiers emerged from the barracks, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This upgrade was nothing short of formidable for the Imperial armored troops. From armor to steam devices and weaponry, almost every aspect had received an enhancement. The level 3 Imperial armored warriors were now clad in iron armor, which significantly improved their protective coverage, filling in previously uncovered areas. The silvery iron armor shimmered with a cold, radiant light, symbolizing its formidable defensive prowess. Furthermore, beyond the armor, the weapons wielded by the warriors had also undergone significant upgrades. Chapter 64, A Quantum Leap in Upgrades. It cannot possibly be an explosion. In terms of weaponry, first, the armament of the Royal Armored Warriors has undergone a comprehensive enhancement. The broad-bladed bronze sword has been upgraded to a broad-bladed iron alloy sword, resulting in a significant increase in its offensive power. The steam-powered device originally located at the tail of the bronze sword has been relocated to the guard, transforming the previously unidirectional jet propulsion apparatus into a multidirectional one. This advancement bestows the warriors with formidable steam power, augmenting their various sword techniques, including slashing, thrusting, and diagonal cuts. Following the sword, the most crucial aspect of this upgrade is the shield. Unlike the cumbersome shields of ancient soldiers that had to be held or strapped to the back, the Royal Armored Warriors possess a handheld iron shield affixed to their left arm. When not in use, the shield retracts into a rhombus-shaped device situated on the left arm. Upon activation, the iron shield expands instantly to a size slightly longer than the arm itself. The introduction of this shield undoubtedly enhances the defensive capabilities of the Royal Armored Warriors significantly. Previously, their defense relied solely on blocking with their swords or enduring blows with their armor, in the face of simultaneous assaults from both melee and ranged units. Such defensive measures left much to be desired. Now, with the shield, they can adeptly maneuver against both types of attacks when assuming a defensive stance. Su Yang was highly satisfied with this upgrade, circling around Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, admiring the enhancements with palpable enthusiasm, leaving the 2 young generals quite bashful. After examining the Royal Armored Warriors, the upgrades for the Royal Crossbowmen were equally revolutionary.
The complete enhancement of their iron armor need not be reiterated. What truly matters for the crossbowmen is their firepower. Upon reaching level 3, the original bronze crossbows and bolts have been upgraded to iron.
The modifications to the crossbows themselves are minimal, while the real transformation lies in the bolts.
Crossbowmen can now deploy 3 types of bolts depending on the situation.
One type is the standard iron bolt, which does not require gunpowder. The other 2 types necessitate gunpowder but yield different effects.
One is the armor-piercing bolt,
equipped with a miniature explosive stone at its rear. Upon being fired, the explosive stone detonates, imparting additional energy to the bolt, transforming it into a high-velocity armor-piercing projectile capable of penetrating heavily armored targets or situations requiring penetration. The other is the explosive bolt,
which has a miniature explosive stone at its tip.
Upon striking an enemy, the explosive stone detonates, causing localized explosive damage, suitable for targeting larger foes or situations requiring area damage.
These 2 specialized bolts serve distinct purposes, one for singular targets, the other for multiple foes. In future confrontations with colossal subterranean worms, the crossbowmen may very well handle them without needing Li Xian's assistance. This upgrade represents a monumental enhancement for the crossbowmen,
affirming that the level 3 main base is indeed a groundbreaking advancement. Be it hero buildings, iron mines, saltpeter, diverse technologies, or unit types, every upgrade brings with it formidable results.
Once all personnel are upgraded and the saltpeter mine is secured, what fear could the highest tier 3-tiered worm nests hold? As the upgrades concluded, twilight descended.
Under Li Xian's guidance, the soldiers ascended the newly constructed walls to stand watch. The upgradable aspects within the territory were nearly complete, and his task had reached its conclusion.
The next step was to patiently await intelligence from the saline alkali lands to launch an offensive against the swarm.
Su Yang departed from the walls and returned to the Lord's mansion, eager to peruse the Lord's hall.
Having been occupied with tasks during the day,
he had not accessed the hall, fearing he might miss crucial information. After a swift review, he found no significant news,
aside from the usual trivialities.
The only noteworthy update was the current state of affairs, which had coalesced into a tripartite balance of power. All surviving lords were gradually forming alliances around several core nations. The most powerful alliance was led by the United States, which, bolstered by its formidable military strength and the assistance of Afghanistan, had garnered nearly 2/3 of the nations.
The second largest alliance was dominated by England, including Su Yang's own faction. These nations had mostly faced difficulties early on and had received aid from England, resulting in an overall weaker strength.
The third alliance comprised Japan and Germany, reuniting old comrades, which sparked a glimmer in Su Yang's eyes. Although this alliance was small in number, its members were exceptionally powerful, and all lords within it were fervent warmongers. In the forthcoming developments, they would undoubtedly launch aggressive assaults on non-allied nations.
Currently, only Japan remained on Su Yang's hit list, however. He would not oppose the addition of other nations should they align with Japan.
Beyond the 3 major alliances,
there existed a few strong nations led by Russia that chose not to form alliances, standing as an independent faction. In truth,
Su Yang did not quite qualify as an ally, he merely engaged in trade with England. Quality trumps quantity when it comes to allies, and at this stage, having England and the neighboring nation of Spain suffices.
Speaking of Spain, the Lord's remarks had ignited a discussion within the hall. Su Yang clicked on that segment for a closer examination. Spanish Lord, is anyone experiencing issues? My radio just suddenly filled with static? Indian Lord, radio interference is quite common, isn't it?
Same frequency interference, cosmic radiation, thermal noise, even bird calls can affect it.
Spanish Lord, this isn't random.
It occurred twice at intervals, with the same form of interference.
Indian Lord, 2 consecutive instances of identical interference?
Unless you've taken something strange.
It's likely a human factor. English Lord, infrasound?
If it's a human factor, the transmission range of infrasound can be extensive. American Lord, the distance between territories starts at 100 kilometers, such a broad range of infrasound transmission could only stem from a high-yield missile explosion.
Korean Lord, that's absurd. Do we even have missiles right now? Indian Lord, speaking of which, doesn't the heart of the nest have an anonymous overlord? How do you know what ISNT them? Korean Lord, high yield, high yield. 100 kilometers is at least a ton-class missile. How could a lord capable of creating such a weapon not rank among the top, especially if it was taken by the Dragon Kingdom? Damn it! Indian Lord, I'll make you my dog, wait and see, you little rascal. Korean Lord, Little Spain, go play with your lizard. Su Yang closed the panel, noting that the timing of the Spanish lord's comments coincided precisely with his obliteration of the worm nest. The fact that an explosion was detected via radio equipment was indeed a remarkable coincidence. However, it appeared that these lords had yet to suspect him. They had implicitly accepted that the Dragon Kingdom was a simple starting point, thus unable to connect him with the anonymous overlord of the nest's heart. After all, no one would believe that a nation emerging from the Bronze Age could pursue and annihilate the Tyrannid swarm. Consequently, he could maintain dual identities within the Lord's Hall. One is the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, and the other as the Overlord of the Nest. This dual identity would undoubtedly prove advantageous for future developments. Shutting the panel. Su Yang received a report from a scout. The designated area had been fully explored and requested to return. Chapter 65, The Bizarre Swarm. The campaign begins as midnight approached. The reconnaissance team returned, bringing with them a wealth of intelligence regarding the saline alkali land. Initially, the scouts provided two feasible routes for the march. One, though lengthier, offered a smooth path, while the other was slightly shorter but fraught with rugged terrain. Considering the mobility of the Skyfire Guardians, Su Yang resolved to opt for the longer route. Regardless of the choice made, a pressing concern loomed: the soldiers' fuel reserves. The distant location of the saline alkali land would consume nearly half of their fuel just to reach it. Following the battle, most soldiers would inevitably lose their power armor's propulsion on the return journey, rendering the trek back to their territory perilous. Regrettably, there were currently no fuel supply units on the battlefield, nor transport vehicles to ferry the soldiers to the front lines. The soldiers' fuel reserves could not be infinitely replenished. And as the campaign distances increased, the logistics of transporting troops would become a significant issue. While solutions might emerge in the future, none existed at present. Su Yang had no choice but to take a risk, for the acquisition of nitrate resources was imperative. Following considerations of geography and environmental factors, the report detailed the enemy forces. The vanguard of the third-generation swarm comprised the newly evolved four-blade stingers. They exhibited greater speed and aggression compared to their lower-tier counterparts. Although the exoskeletons were uninspectable, their visual enhancements were evident. Following the stingers, the jetworms, the swarm's sole ranged unit, had also undergone upgrades. Their tails now bore 3 stingers, further amplifying their offensive capabilities. Additionally, a crimson protrusion was noted at the center of their tails, the purpose of which remained undetermined. This concluded the scouts' comprehensive report on the swarm, while the evolutionary forms of other insect types remained obscure. Beyond the units, the subsequent revelation astonished Su Yang the most: the swarm's maternal nest lay directly beneath the nitrate mine. Unlike the previous carbon mine's nest, these creatures seemed to subsist solely on nitrate. Observations indicated that they consumed nothing else, indicating an evolution towards an inorganic diet. What a peculiar evolutionary trajectory! Had they become akin to bacteria? Su Yang pondered this in astonishment. Furthermore, could their consumption of nitrate lead to the emergence of species capable of utilizing it, such as explosive insects? The thought of these fearless creatures transforming into self-detonating vehicles sent shivers down his spine. Contemplating this, Su Yang's vigilance towards the third-generation swarm reignited. It was imperative to eliminate them with the Skyfire Guardians before they approached. After absorbing the intelligence, Su Yang promptly devised a preliminary plan for the forthcoming offensive. General Li Xian would lead a contingent of 30 armored warriors, 20 crossbowmen, 2 Skyfire Guardians, and all 4 scouts. Since the nest was positioned directly above the nitrate mine, direct bombardment by the Skyfire Guardians was out of the question, as it would obliterate the entire mine. A unit would need to lure the swarm to a suitable bombardment location. Only the swiftest scouts could undertake this task. Moreover, the scouts would also be responsible for surrounding reconnaissance and maintaining real-time communication with Su Yang. This expedition was fraught with risks, both during combat and on the return journey. Thus Su Yang resolved not to participate personally. Any unforeseen incidents could waste combat strength.
The strategic direction of the on-site battle would be adjusted in real time based on the scouts' reports, while the intricate details would be entrusted to Li Xian's direct command. Once the strategy was laid out, Su Yang allowed all soldiers participating in the following day's battle to return to the barracks for rest, retaining only the guarding unit. The imminent battle was not only the first confrontation with the third-generation swarm but also a critical engagement for the acquisition of nitrate resources. It was essential for the warriors to achieve complete rest to give their utmost in the coming day. As the distance narrowed to 10 kilometers,
Su Yang affirmed the scouts' inquiry regarding entering slow march mode.
The previous night had been uneventful, with no swarm attacks, allowing the soldiers to enjoy a restful night.
At dawn, Li Xian assembled the troops and set forth towards the saline alkali land. Throughout the journey, scouts continuously relayed the troops' position and the distance to the enemy camp. The forces had just entered the 10-kilometer zone surrounding the nest.
Upon entering this area, they faced the constant risk of detection by the swarm. Thus, it was crucial to adopt a slow march mode, gradually approaching the nest. Although moving at a reduced pace, their speed was still swift compared to an ordinary person's. Before long, the unit halted 5 kilometers from the nest, now within the bombardment range of the Skyfire Guardians. In this zone, every target was fair game for the Guardians' assault.
Form up,
Li Xian commanded, dispatching 4 scouts to execute lure and reconnaissance tasks while positioning the armored soldiers in formation. The 2 Skyfire Guardians set their artillery in the center, with crossbowmen inside and armored warriors forming a circular perimeter around them. This formation prioritized the protection of the Skyfire Guardians, enabling them to counter any enemy attacks from any direction. While the Guardians possessed formidable long-range firepower, their vulnerabilities were equally apparent.
As strategic units, they boasted heavy armor protection but lacked close combat capabilities. If surrounded by the swarm, they would be nearly defenseless, akin to tanks besieged by an engineer squad. Thus, Su Yang's formation primarily focused on safeguarding the Skyfire Guardians. Only after the Guardians unleashed their full firepower would they shift their formation to engage the enemy directly. In the dense forest, the level 3 scouts advanced with remarkable speed. The steam-powered devices on their legs and backs expelled jets of energy, maintaining their momentum. As scouts, their presence within the unit was minimal, often remaining unseen. However, a low profile did not equate to insignificance. On the contrary, they were the very foundation upon which the territory's development relied, enduring the most arduous conditions. Scouts tirelessly explored new territories and sought out mineral deposits, often foregoing rest in the barracks due to the urgency of territorial advancement and Su Yang's relentless demands. All their respite occurred in the wild. Yet, for the prosperity of Daqin, they willingly bore this burden. These trials forged their formidable wilderness capabilities. With a gleam of silver, a scout brandished his metallic dagger, stealthily approaching a gray-brown stinger. With a swift leap, he burst forth from the underbrush to land at the creature's feet. The dagger struck true, piercing its thorax. The gray-brown stinger emitted a piercing shriek, its 4 blades thrashing wildly. The scout deftly evaded 2 thrusts, swiftly regaining his footing to dash forward. His mission, to attract as many of the swarm as possible and lead them to the designated location, where the Skyfire Guardians would obliterate them into oblivion. Chapter 66, Tactical Failure. Sentient new units of the Zerg. The level 3 scout darted frantically across the saline alkaline terrain, with an ever-growing swarm of Zerg trailing behind. Despite the enhanced attributes of the evolved stingers, matching the speed of the scout remained an unattainable dream. The Zerg nest in the saline alkaline region no longer resembled its former self, which had but a single entrance. Wormholes now dotted the entire area, with each crevice harboring the potential to unleash alien creatures. The shrill cries of the Zerg echoed through the sky, as more stingers surged forth from their lairs, intent on tearing apart any intruders. As the tide of Zerg began to coalesce into a menacing encirclement, the scout hastened back to lead them toward the bombing zone. A horde of stingers roared in pursuit, their 4 insect blades poised beneath their chests as they charged forward. These were born killers. When one truly faced them, the overwhelming terror became palpable. Of course, this presupposes an opportunity for confrontation. If the distance is too great, such fear may not be felt. For instance, at this moment, as the scout approached the designated bombing area, it activated its propulsion to surge forward. Target unit has entered the bombing zone, requesting artillery support. Received. 5 kilometers away, 2 fire angels had long been prepared. Firestone ready, launch. Boom!
A resounding tremor shook the ground as a projectile shot skyward, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. The stingers, oblivious to the impending disaster, continued their relentless charge, fixated solely on shredding their immediate adversary. Suddenly, an explosion erupted as countless flaming projectiles scattered across the sky,
descending like a rain of fire.
The charging stingers seemed to sense something amiss, yet they were incapable of rational thought or judgment.
In an instant,
the fiery rain struck the ground, perfectly enveloping the wave of stingers.
Boom! The deafening roar of the explosion consumed the bombing zone in flames.
A powerful shockwave lifted countless grains of sand, uprooting the last remnants of flora at the interface of the saline alkaline terrain and dense forest. The blaze soared skyward, incinerating the bodies of the stingers, which were then hurled away by the shockwave. Various debris scattered across the ground, radiating outward from the epicenter of the explosion. Kill level 7 Tyrant Stinger, Dominion value 50, 40 bonus. Kill level 7 Tyrant Stinger, Dominion value 50, 40 bonus.
Kill level 7 Tyrant Stinger.
Dominion value 50, 40 bonus. With a single bombardment, the kill notifications flooded Su Yang's interface, as nearly 50 stingers perished in the blast.
It seemed that even the evolved stinger units were utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the fire angels. Continue executing the plan.
With the first round of bombardment concluded,
another scout unit, concealed near the Zerg nest, re-entered to initiate a new wave of lure tactics. Shortly after infiltrating the nest,
it encountered a new Zerg unit, a larger version of the Stinger, towering nearly 3.5 meters high. Its 4 appendages had transformed into 2 robust legs, and its blades resembled more arm-like claws. 2 crescent-shaped antennae adorned its head, while its right claw gripped a massive bone blade. The scout, having emerged from the shadows, caught the attention of the new Zerg unit, which turned its gaze toward him. Its face bore 2 rows of 6 compound eyes, fixated on the scout with unwavering intensity. The scout dared not hesitate, cautiously approaching while swiftly documenting the creature's features, as this information was crucial for the Emperor. The new Zerg unit remained still,
its antennae and eyes quivering incessantly.
The scout moved about, drawing the Zerg swarm closer while diligently recording.
Just as the documentation concluded and the swarm gathered,
the new Zerg pointed a claw at the scout and emitted a low growl.
Boom! The scout felt a sudden weight beneath his feet, and in an instant, half of his body was engulfed by a gaping maw. Sizzle!
The lower half of his exosuit succumbed to pressure, hot steam billowing forth. A colossal creature, a giant from the evolved exit apparatus. The scout realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly transmitted information about the new Zerg to Su Yang. The giant beast, having seized him, leaped from the ground, flinging him before the new Zerg unit. The towering Zerg loomed above,
its 6 compound eyes scanning him as if appraising a plaything.
Suddenly, another scout burst forth from the jungle, darting about to divert the attention of the Zerg swarm.
Initially,
a few stingers attempted to attack him, but at the new Zerg's low growl, all Zerg units disregarded the enticing scout. The new Zerg unit, treating him like a toy, grasped the scout and turned toward the direction of the incoming artillery fire. Its antennae throbbed as if issuing commands. The giant creature dove back underground, while the stinger units dispersed in various directions, with additional waves of spitting worms surging forth from the ground. The scout, held aloft by the new Zerg,
continued transmitting the intelligence he observed. The emergence of elite new Zerg units rendered the lure tactics ineffective. The vast swarm was now advancing in disarray,
and the subterranean giant had already evolved from its exit apparatus.
Had they truly discerned the lure tactics so swiftly? Su Yang's gaze flickered.
The Tyrant Zerg were an intelligent race, capable of absorbing combat experience to facilitate evolution. It was evident that the lure tactics could not remain effective indefinitely. Yet Su Yang had not anticipated their recognition so soon after the second attempt. This newly emerged elite Zerg unit, after capturing an enemy, did not execute an immediate kill. Moreover, it discerned the lure tactics in just one round, scattering its forces to avoid the extensive bombardment of the fire angels while simultaneously commanding the entire swarm. This was evidently no ordinary Zerg, it had begun to exhibit signs of sentience. Thoughts swirled in Su Yang's mind as he continuously refined his strategy based on the current situation. With the swarm dispersed, the fire angels could inflict no significant damage. It was imperative to target the enemy's rear ranks, minimizing the presence of long-range units within the swarm.
The scout units would assist the fire angels in bombarding the enemy's backline. If feasible, they would also attempt to lure the enemy from the flanks,
reducing frontal pressure as much as possible.
Other units would maintain formation and hold their ground.
All forces, prepare to engage,
Su Yang commanded,
issuing a specific order to Li Xin to rescue the scout unit from the enemy commander.
Chapter 67, Blood Battle Against the Swarm.
Enhanced strength. Although ordinary soldiers do not possess the intense consciousness of Li Xin, they are indeed flesh and blood beings.
Given the opportunity,
Su Yang would spare no effort to save any soldier.
Boom boom boom. Under the guidance of 3 scout soldiers,
2 heavenly fire guards unleashed the remaining ammunition in the form of heavenly fire shells. Flames illuminated the entire sky, and the powerful shockwaves stirred up a tempest of sand.
Kill level 5 Tyrannid Jetworm, Dominion value 80, 40 bonus. Kill level 6 Tyrannid Jetworm, Dominion value 85, 40 bonus. Kill level 7 Tyrannid Stinger Worm,
Dominion value 70, 40 bonus. Kill level 7 Tyrannid Stinger Worm, Dominion value 70, 40 bonus. Although the swarm was scattered, the consecutive bombardments inflicted a heavy toll upon them. The swarm at the epicenter of the explosion was utterly obliterated, while those on the periphery suffered severe damage from the shockwaves.
After a round of artillery fire, Su Yan reaped nearly 70 lives of the alien insects.
Many others were left maimed by the shockwaves, rendered nearly lifeless. Despite the swarm's commendable tactics, the firepower of the heavenly fire guards was overwhelming. As the saying goes, insufficient firepower is the sole source of fear, as long as the caliber is sufficient. Even deities must endure a strike. As the thunderous explosions began to subside, the eerie cries of the remaining swarm filled the air. Though a significant number had perished, the sheer volume of the remaining insects was still staggering.
With all shells expended, the ensuing battle was left entirely in the hands of the armored troops.
As the sound of the swarm's approach grew louder, Li Xin drew his long spear from his waist and struck the ground fiercely.
The commanders received their orders: eradicate the alien menace, fighting to the last breath. The general skill commanding vanguard was activated, boosting the morale of all melee units by 20. No sooner had Li Xin spoken than a horde of level 7 stinger worms surged forth from the surrounding thickets. The furious swarm roared, eager to rend their foes to shreds. Fire the explosive arrows, Li Xin signaled, and the prepared crossbowmen unleashed their volleys.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the small explosive arrows shot forth, detonating upon impact and obliterating units within a 3-meter radius. Although the swarm charged in a disorganized fashion, their proximity to the circular formation caused their ranks to tighten. This allowed the explosive arrows to maximize their effect, each explosion claiming the lives of at least 2 stinger worms.
10 level 3 crossbowmen, firing in 2 rounds,
swiftly dismantled the initial assault of the swarm with 20 explosive arrows. As they reloaded, 10 level 2 crossbowmen stepped in to provide support.
However, when a volley of copper arrows was launched towards the enemy, a problem arose.
The once lethal copper arrows failed to penetrate the exoskeletons of the stinger worms. The evolved shells dissipated much of the copper arrows' impact, only allowing the arrows to embed superficially. The 10 level 2 crossbowmen's 2 rounds of fire inflicted minimal damage,
merely stalling the enemy's advance. Shield wall, brace for impact, Li Xin commanded, and the armored warriors stationed at the forefront swung their arms vigorously. Iron shields unfurled, guarding their right arms. Bang!
The charging stinger worms collided violently with the wall of shields, momentarily stunning them. The warriors then thrust their swords forward,
using their shields to deflect the insect blades.
With steam surging from their new power-assisted mechanisms, the alloy swords executed swift and lethal slashes. The level 3 armored warriors continued this tactic methodically, felling wave after wave of the advancing swarm.
Even the upgraded stinger worms, wielding 4 insect blades, found themselves thwarted by the iron shield defenses of the level 3 warriors.
However, the 10 level 2 armored warriors among the ranks faced a more daunting challenge.
Lacking shields,
they could only parry with bronze swords. Against the 4 blades of the stinger worms, they were overwhelmed, struggling to find opportunities for counterattack. Faced with the evolved shells of the level 7 stinger worms, their bronze swords lacked the necessary sharpness, and their fighting assistance was insufficient. Even when they occasionally found a chance to retaliate, they could not inflict meaningful damage. Fortunately, with Li Xian commanding the troops, he provided assistance whenever defensive positions faltered.
After enduring 2 waves of assault, the level 3 crossbowmen readied their next round of arrows.
This time, as the front line had drawn closer,
explosive arrows could no longer be used. All crossbowmen switched to armor-piercing arrows, and upon Li Xian's command, they were unleashed. With the acceleration of the mini-explosive stones, the iron arrows were imbued with greater force. They could penetrate at least 3 stinger worms in succession, though the rearward insects might evade critical hits. They would certainly suffer severed limbs. Buzz, 2 rounds of silvery armor-piercing arrows flew forth, and a vast expanse of the swarm fell. While the effective kills were fewer than with the explosive arrows, the area of impact was substantial. The first wave of the swarm struck directly by the armor-piercing arrows was annihilated, and subsequent waves were sent tumbling to the ground. As the clash continued, a new type of insect emerged slowly from the rear of the swarm. Towering over 3 meters, it wielded a massive bone blade in its right hand while dragging along the remains of a fallen scout soldier with its left. Li Xian furrowed his brow. This must be the new insect unit the Emperor had ordered him to deal with.
The new insect, with its 2 rows of 6 multifaceted eyes,
quickly locked onto Li Xian, and its antennae began to quiver incessantly.
Li Xian, too, gazed at the new insect, the 2 adversaries locking eyes across their respective soldiers. Li Xian found himself at a disadvantage. The enemy possessed 6 eyes, while he struggled to focus on them all. Hiss, the new insect raised the fallen scout high above its head, emitting a piercing shriek.
It appeared to be taunting him.
With a fierce twist of his right hand,
Li Xian's silver spear began to spin rapidly.
As a soldier of the Great Qin, he could not allow such vermin to act with impunity. Boom! Just as Li Xian was about to charge, 2 enormous worms erupted from the ground behind him, their gaping maws filled with menacing barbs aimed directly at him.
Chapter 68, The Unfathomable Tyrant Warrior, A Triumphant First Battle.
In the vanguard, one must draw attention, creating opportunities for ambush from the rear against the colossal insects.
The creature, serving as a scout, was indeed a decoy to attract focus.
Sensing imminent peril, Li Xian chose not to glance back, knowing 2 formidable allies stood behind him. And his foremost duty was to rescue the scout soldiers. A moment's hesitation could lead to unpredictable actions from the monster.
As 2 immense insects gaped their jaws wide,
poised to strike, the Tianhua guards surged forward, bracing their armored chests against the assault. Despite lacking melee capabilities, the armor of the Tianhua guards was undeniably robust.
Confidence in their unwavering support allowed Li Xian to focus ahead, crouching momentarily to gather strength before launching himself into the swarm of insects.
Shen Wu, Zhao Zhang. Lead the charge with me. He brandished his spear, driving back a swathe of the insect horde.
Behind him,
Shen Wu and Zhao Zhang summoned 3 level 3 armored warriors to join the breakout team. Under Li Xian's command, the escape brigade pressed forward relentlessly,
aiming directly at the new insect unit. In the heart of the fray, the massive jaws of 2 insects became ensnared against the armor of the Tianhua guards, unable to bite through or retreat.
They ultimately met their demise at the hands of the armored warriors, who struck at their vulnerable spots.
Following the elimination of the giant insects,
2 Tianhua guards hastened to the front lines to compensate for the absence of Li Xian and the armored squad. The blades of the insect swarm merely grazed the heavy iron armor, leaving only faint scratches, while the Tianhua guards could incapacitate the smaller insects with a single blow.
Leveraging their exaggerated weight and formidable machinery, the Tianhua guards transformed from crucial strategic units into frontline bulwarks. Their presence invigorated the battlefield, providing cover that alleviated the pressure on the armored soldiers.
The only casualty was Su Yang, who would later expend resources to repair the Tianhua guards' mechs.
The inclusion of the Tianhua guards rendered the already advantageous frontline overwhelmingly dominant.
As the numbers of insects dwindled, their offensive grew increasingly feeble.
Nevertheless,
to err on the side of caution, the soldiers refrained from scattering to pursue, lest they risk the horde's retreat.
Conversely, the combat at the forefront remained arduous for Li Xian and the armored squad. Upon reaching the midpoint, they encountered an onslaught of jetting line insects emerging from the dense foliage.
Following aerial bombardment by the Tianhua guards, only a few jetting line insects remained, having been strategically positioned as an ambush. It was apparent the new insect species anticipated Li Xin's emergence. The armored soldiers raised their shields to deflect the relentless barrage of insect spikes from both flanks. Compared to their pre-evolution counterparts, these spikes were more numerous and swifter. Most critically, the line insects could generate explosive projectiles akin to crossbow bolts by manipulating the red crystals at their tails. Though less potent, the resultant shockwaves hindered the team's advance. Observing Li Xin and the armored squad struggling against the onslaught, the new insect unit erupted into sinister laughter. With a menacing cackle, it crushed the scout beneath its foot, signaling the ambush line insects to cease their assault. As it extended one of its 3 claws in preparation to strike, Li Xin activated his steam-powered mobility, lunging forward with ferocity. The grotesque visage of the insect momentarily froze, its 6 multifaceted eyes betraying a flicker of panic. In its haste to adopt a defensive stance, it faltered, unable to maintain balance underfoot. In the blink of an eye, Li Xin closed the distance, thrusting his spear with precision, repelling the creature. He then deftly maneuvered forward, executing a sweeping strike reminiscent of a crescent moon. Before the insect could react, its 6 eyes blinked frantically, attempting to signal for assistance, but it was too late. Li Xin's silver spear descended, obliterating the connection between its head and torso. The grotesque head was sent flying, green ichor painting a graceful arc through the air. Defeated level 7 Tyrant Warrior, Insect Variant. Command value 740 bonus. With the fall of the Tyrant Warrior, the surrounding spiked insects and jetting line insects fell into a stupor, bewildered by the sudden demise of their once mighty commander. Li Xin wasted no time, issuing a full-scale assault command the moment he struck down the Tyrant Warrior. As the insect horde remained in confusion, the armored soldiers launched their counteroffensive. 3 armored warriors led the charge, shattering the remnants of the insect formation, while crossbowmen followed closely behind, delivering consistent firepower. The already disadvantaged insects found themselves in utter disarray. Contrary to Li Xin's expectations, the surviving insects did not retaliate but rather fled towards their nest, seemingly stripped of their will to fight. Yet, under the onslaught from Li Xin and the armored soldiers, their flight only hastened their demise. Defeated level 5 Tyrant Jetting Line Insect, command value 80/40 bonus. Defeated level 7 Tyrant Spiked Insect. Command value 70/40 bonus. Defeated level 7 Tyrant Spiked Insect, command value 70/40 bonus. Soon, the insect formation collapsed entirely, each fallen foe contributing to the command value displayed on Su Yang's interface. With the battle concluded, Li Xin led a small team towards the maternal insect within the wormhole. Following the successful kill, Li Xin reported the entirety of the conflict to Su Yang. As Su Yang reviewed the account of the battle relayed by Li Xin, he pieced together the events with the data on his panel, concluding that this first encounter with the 3rd generation of insects had culminated in victory. Despite minor setbacks, the outcome was ultimately unchanged. Though the evolved 3rd generation insects were formidable, the upgraded armored soldiers remained undaunted. The battle's principal challenge stemmed from the enemy's stronghold being situated atop a nitrostone mine. Otherwise, the Tianhua guards could have obliterated the insect nest with their firepower, simplifying the confrontation considerably. What amused Su Yang most was the insect unit known as the Tyrant Warrior. This entity was undeniably perplexing. Observing the battle, it seemed to have assumed the role of the cerebral entity within the swarm, the sole mastermind behind their actions. Thus, upon its demise, the remaining insects were left in a state akin to a computer crash. Su Yang pondered the strategic decision made by the Tyrant Warrior. Despite being at a disadvantage on the front lines, it chose to engage in a duel rather than capitalize on its lead. Where had it acquired such tactics? Defeated level 8 Tyrant Maternal Insect, command value 840 bonus. The announcement of the maternal insect's defeat signaled the definitive end of the conflict. During the subsequent assessment of spoils, the first achievement elicited laughter from Su Yang. When a Tyrant Warrior unit initiates a duel, execute a surprise attack. Achievement unlocked, Unprincipled Warfare, command value 2000, Chapter 69. The significance of shared vision and upgrades achievements emerged in a continuous stream as Su Yang scrolled down. Defeated level 8 Tyrant Mother Bug, dominance value 840 bonus. Acquired rare E-class dropped item. Swarm's Heart can be used to accelerate technological research speed. Obtained expert E-class dropped item. Swarm's brain can unlock devices such as shared vision and biological information recognition at the Alien Experiment Station. No unlockable buildings currently available. Discovered new region, saline alkaline land. Discovered new insect race, limestone tribe. Achievement unlocked. The world is so vast, I wish to see it. Dominance value 3000, when the Tyrant Warrior unit initiates a duel. Launch a surprise attack. Achievement unlocked. Unethical combat. Dominance value 2000. The number of achievements unlocked this time was modest, yet the information conveyed was substantial. The first notable acquisition was the expert-level dropped item, the Swarm's Brain, which could synthesize a series of devices, including shared vision and biological information recognition, at the Alien Experiment Station.
The concept of shared vision is self-explanatory. It is akin to a Lord's divine skill.
The Mother Bug relies on its formidable shared vision ability to command troops from great distances.
Once this capability is obtained, there will be no further need to depend on scouts for verbal reports.
Through the vision of scouts or other units, one can experience the battlefield as if personally present. This significantly enhances Su Yang's capacity for remote command and situational control. The biological recognition device evidently possesses reconnaissance capabilities.
Although its specific functions remain unclear, its potential is undoubtedly formidable.
It is no wonder that the Alien Experiment Station, an artifact of ancient ruins, possesses capabilities beyond imagination.
Su Yang's thoughts raced,
and his desire to assault that relic intensified.
Apart from the Swarm's Brain, another achievement piqued Su Yang's interest, the discovery of a new insect race, the limestone tribe.
It became apparent that the insect species was not monolithic. They seemed to evolve in different directions based on their environments or other factors, leading to racial divergence.
Whether different races would cooperate or engage in conflict remains inaccessible at present. In any case, the insect race is far more complex than it appears on the surface.
They are a group of intricate, highly intelligent beings, apart from the Tyrant Warrior.
Closing the achievement panel, Su Yang opened the kill record.
His initial battle with the third-generation swarm netted him a total of 19,630 dominance points. After applying a 40 buff, the dominance points from kills amounted to 27,482. Adding the 5,000 points from the unlocked achievement, he astonishingly accrued a total of 32,482 dominance points in one go. This was even greater than the dominance points gained from defeating a large-scale insect tide during the night of arrival. Prioritizing the unlocking of the General's Mansion is undoubtedly the wisest choice, as its strategies can provide a substantial boost to early dominance points. A significant accumulation of dominance points implies that unlocking technological upgrades for troops will become more seamless.
Furthermore,
upgrading troop types and unlocking technologies will enhance the combat power of the forces, thereby yielding even more dominance points. Such a positive feedback loop will propel the territory forward continuously. Discussing troop upgrades, this battle perfectly illustrated the importance of advancement. Su Yang had previously contemplated whether it was better to upgrade high-level units or summon more low-level ones.
One approach focused on the individual combat capabilities of soldiers,
while the other leaned towards a swarm strategy.
Until now, Su Yang was uncertain which was superior.
But today's battle provided him with a clear answer: prioritize the quality of soldiers, followed by their quantity. The comparison between upgraded level 3 soldiers and unupgraded level 2 soldiers was stark.
The level 2 crossbowman's copper arrows could not effectively injure the evolved insect race.
Even in greater numbers, they could not match the level 3 crossbowmen, who possessed a variety of offensive capabilities. The armored warriors, equipped with iron shields, were equally vital. Without the iron shields, they would be at a severe disadvantage against evolved insects with 4 blade-like appendages. Not to mention those capable of releasing explosive insect spikes, which could not be countered without iron shields. As the insect race continues to evolve, the combat capabilities of one's own soldiers must also improve accordingly. When technology reaches a sufficient level and individual combat strength is formidable, one need not fear the insect race's swarm tactics.
Once the troops return, all soldiers will undergo upgrades.
And after a period of rest, the focus will shift to seizing the relic to obtain the Alien Experiment Station.
Following that, considerations will turn to upgrading the level 4 main base and its various matters. The formidable strength offered by the Heavenly Fire Guards further illuminated Su Yang's understanding of the power of technology. Technology is indeed the primary productive force. Whether it is the powerful artillery of the Heavenly Fire Guards or the enhanced combat capabilities of the Armored Legion post-upgrade,
Both are products of upgrading the main base and unlocking technology. Thus, Su Yang's strategy now dictates that upon completing troop upgrades and the majority of combat technology upgrades at each level of the main base, he will begin contemplating the next level of the main base. Production facilities and defensive structures do not need to match the level of the main base. They simply need to suffice. This rapid advancement strategy can bestow the territory with a formidable combat strength that surpasses its current stage. While this may lead to uneven development, as long as combat power is sufficient, all will be manageable. As Su Yang completed his analysis, Li Xian finished the final tally on the battlefield. The area of saline alkaline land was not extensive, roughly the size of a small village. Within this region, there were 2 nitrate mines. One had been nearly depleted by the limestone tribe, yielding only ordinary quality, while the other remained relatively intact, achieving a good quality status. Su Yang commanded Li Xian to return while relocating the higher quality nitrate mine to the newly established production zone. With a thought, the final mining machine was erected upon the nitrate vein. Successfully constructed a steam-powered mining machine, base output of mining machine, 30 units of nitrate resources day, environmental bonus, surrounding nitrate reserves are in good condition. Increasing daily output by 5 units, civilization characteristic bonus, Qin craftsmanship enables efficient operation of the mining machine. Adding 15 units to daily output, post-bonus output of mining machine, 50 units of nitrate resources day, after the mining machine was established. Su Yang immediately upgraded it to level 2, raising the output to 75 units day. With a total nitrate output of 75 units day. Each crossbowman consumes 1 unit per reload, and each artillery shell fired by the heavenly fire guards consumes 2 units. If combat is not triggered, there will be a surplus daily, although the situation may be uncertain if combat occurs. However, as long as the heavenly fire guards do not engage in indiscriminate bombardment, it is highly likely that ammunition shortages will not arise. Although the buff of national prosperity has faded, the effects of the enterprising spirit remain. Thus, it can be said that there will be no short-term shortage of gunpowder. With logistical matters resolved, the next steps involve troop upgrades and contemplating an assault on the relic. Chapter 70, The Terrifying War Machine, Level 4. Lord S. Mansion. As night descended, Li Xian led his troops back to the territory with success. Although they encountered no attacks along the way, the scout soldiers sensed they were being followed. It was highly likely that the pursuing entity was a reconnaissance unit of the insectoid race, possessing formidable olfactory senses and counter-reconnaissance abilities, rendering the scouts capable of merely detecting traces without identifying the target. Su Yang was not particularly surprised by the evolution of reconnaissance units among the insectoids, as they had always been in a state of evolution. However, the current disparity in power between the two factions could not be bridged by a handful of scout insects. With the presence of the level 2 city walls and the upgraded Imperial Armor Legion, these insects would find their efforts futile. Deep in thought, Su Yang allocated his command points to the Imperial Armor Camp. Regardless of the insect's evolutionary advancements, the priority remained to enhance his own strength. The upgrade for the remaining 20 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters and 20 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen required a total of 28,000 command points. With a current total of 33,842 command points, he would be able to fully upgrade his forces and still summon 2 additional Skyfire Guardians. An impeccably perfect distribution. Command points minus 32,000. Level 3 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters upgrading. Level 3 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen upgrading. Summoning Skyfire Guardians. With the command points invested, the upgrades completed swiftly. There were now 40 Level 3 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters, 30 Level 3 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen, and 4 Skyfire Guardians. The Imperial Armor Legion had reached its full complement at the current level. With all units at maximum level, a profound sense of fulfillment welled up within Su Yang. With the army upgraded, the next step was to set forth towards the ruins and seize the enticing opportunity that lay before him. However, considering the current intelligence level of the insect swarm, it was essential to enhance defensive measures in advance. The Level 3 main base provided the defensive structure known as the Skyfire Tower. Unlike the crossbow towers built upon the city walls, the Skyfire Tower was an independent edifice. Constructing one required 80 units of iron ore and 30 units of copper ore. Su Yang accessed the resource panel to meticulously review the current stock and production rates of various resources within his territory. The National Peace and Prosperity buff had vanished the previous night, leaving only the 20 bonus from the Pioneer's status.
Territory resources, water resources, stock, 763 units.
Production rate, 300 units day, 20 bonus, stone resources, stock, 456 units, production rate, 180 units day, 20 bonus, coal resources, stock, 563 units. Production rate, 255 units day, 20 bonus, copper metal, stock, 269 units, production rate, 180 units day, 20 bonus, iron metal, stock, 286 units. Production rate, 150 units day, 20 bonus, nitrogen resources, stock, 21 units, production rate, 75 units day, 20 bonus, according to the panel, the resources within the territory,
both in stock and production, were well above the subsistence line.
This was a sight that delighted the Lord, strong forces ahead and ample supplies behind. With a decisive thought, Su Yang allocated 80 units of iron ore and 30 units of copper ore to establish the Skyfire Tower. Judging by the resources invested,
the Skyfire Tower was undoubtedly a formidable structure.
Iron ore -80, copper ore -30, Skyfire Tower is under construction. Boom! With the blueprint set, the sound of machinery resonated thunderously.
A metallic artillery platform rose from the ground. The foundation of the Skyfire Tower measured 5m x 5m, constructed of metal. Above, numerous cylindrical metal barrels of varying sizes nested within each other.
The uppermost barrel gradually tapered, yet the muzzle was slightly larger than the midsection. The muzzle's diameter exceeded that of the Skyfire Guardian's shoulders, nearly reaching 1.5 meters. Massive vertical barrels connected to the largest cylindrical metal base by several horizontal metallic rods. These rods allowed for the adjustment of the barrel's direction through telescoping mechanisms, while the outer side of the cylindrical base housed 4 enormous ammunition chambers. The attack method of the Skyfire Tower mirrored that of the Skyfire Guardians, both launching explosive projectiles. The types of shells were identical: area effect Skyfire shells and single-point high-explosive shells. Their only distinction lay in caliber, with the explosive stones fired by the Skyfire Tower being 3 times larger than those of the Skyfire Guardians. Each shot possessed a lethal radius exceeding twice that of the Guardians, consuming over 4 times the fuel. This was a terrifying war behemoth, equally a bottomless pit for fuel.
It was best not to engage this artillery unless absolutely necessary.
The firing range of the Skyfire cannon extended from 3,000 to 8,000 meters, with limitations on both ends. The maximum limit was defined by the range reaching its peak, while the minimum limit was due to the risk of friendly fire from explosions occurring at distances less than 3,000 meters.
Like the crossbow towers, utilizing the Skyfire Tower necessitated the presence of a trained artilleryman, meaning a Skyfire Guardian had to be present for operation.
Gazing upon the towering form of the Skyfire Tower, Su Yang could envision the spectacular scene it would create when it fired. He had initially believed the impact brought by the Skyfire Guardians was astounding. Yet he discovered that there were even more formidable entities yet to be revealed.
Su Yang sensed that this contraption was no trivial matter for merely sending the insectoids to their demise.
If necessary, he could even bring down the heavens to confront them. Having absorbed the awe of the Skyfire cannon, Su Yang once again opened the panel and switched to the options for the Lord's Mansion. With all troop types and combat technologies upgraded, it was time to prioritize the upgrade to the Level 4 main base. Main base, Lord's Mansion, Level 3-4, unlock Level 4 resource devices, Level 4 defensive facilities, Level 4 research buildings, Level 4 Imperial armor camp. Acquire new hero building, upgrade requirements, coal resources, 500 units, copper ore, 500 units, iron ore, 1,000 units, stone resources, 1,000 units, command points, 20,000, time, 4 days. The most enticing allure of the Level 4 main base for Su Yang was the new hero building. Whether it was the foundry under the command of the Celestial Craftsman or the Astrology Tower under the command of Chizao, both would significantly bolster the territory.
Particularly,
the foundry could unlock weapon development, upgrades, and exclusive modifications for the Imperial armor.
Su Yang had long coveted this effect. Once unlocked,
he could customize weapons for individual Imperial armors. In due course, he could forge a set of Imperial armor for himself, enhancing his safety and reducing reliance on other soldiers. However, the primary focus remained on upgrading Li Xin and other commander-level units.
While ordinary humans, including Li Xin, possessed limited physical capabilities,
The potential of the Imperial armor was boundless as long as technology continued to advance. Through constant modifications and upgrades of components,
it would be possible to create an absolute single-soldier combat power without limits. Chapter 71, The Insectoid Ruins, Wake-up Service to unlock new hero buildings. The initial step must be the upgrading of the Lord's Mansion.
There are precisely 4 days remaining until the arrival of the second week. Although the requirements for upgrading from a level 3 to a level 4 Lord's Mansion are more stringent, given the current resource production rate of the territory, achieving this upgrade before the arrival of the second week poses no challenge. It is possible that there might be a shortfall of 1,000 units of iron ore. But this can be easily traded with the English lords at a reasonable price, which is even somewhat cheap for Su Yang.
As for the command points in time, they are hardly an issue.
The current Imperial Armored Legion can generate tens of thousands of command points with a single sortie. Time can be managed with the aid of high-level nest hearts. With the plan in place, Su Yang ordered all non-garrison units to return to the barracks to rest, restoring their mental and physical energy for the upcoming Ruin expedition. The Ruin tasks offer only 2 outcomes, success or demise, and there is no room for error. In the early morning, as the mist in the dense forest had yet to dissipate, the Imperial Armored Legion stood in neat formation before the city gate. 30 Imperial Armored Swordsmen, 20 Imperial Armored Crossbowmen, 14,000 Mile Scouts, 3 Skyfire Mechs, and the General Li Xian were all present. The fully equipped Imperial Armored Legion was prepared to embark on their mission. After inspecting the troops, Su Yang issued the command. The heavy metal-bound city gate creaked open under the mechanical apparatus's pull. The entire army surged forth. Boom, 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 the sounds of the Imperial Armored Legion's march reverberated through the dense forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. Thick white steam mixed with the black smoke of gunpowder erupted into the sky. For scouts fanned out on the flanks and ahead to gather intelligence. Prior to the emergence of new strategic materials, their primary task was to ascertain enemy positions. Su Yang advanced steadily with the troops. The presence of the Lord was essential to trigger the ruins, otherwise, he would not choose to engage. As he traversed the path carved through the forest, Su Yang reflected on the challenges he faced upon first entering this forbidden land, accompanied only by 2 soldiers, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, making progress exceedingly difficult. Now, he commanded an entire battalion, traversing a thoroughly cleared road. The rapid development of the territory was evident from this stark contrast. However, relying solely on foot travel was somewhat inadequate. Unlocking transport vehicles would significantly reduce travel time. As the destination of their campaign drifted further from the territory, the increasing distance would pose a considerable challenge. Long distances not only consumed vast amounts of time and fuel but also drained the soldiers' energy and morale. For instance, the previous day's expedition against the 3rd generation of insect swarms consumed nearly 12 hours of travel. Without transport vehicles, future missions would only grow longer. Regrettably, Su Yang had yet to discover any means to unlock such vehicles. Currently, the most promising location appeared to be the foundry. Could this foundry, which specialized in the modification of mech weaponry, also facilitate the construction of transport vehicles? While pondering this, intelligence from the scouts arrived. They were about to enter the ruins vicinity. Dismissing the thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Yang began to keenly observe the changes around him. Upon entering the ruins domain, the vibrant flora of the dense forest gradually vanished, replaced by countless columns covered in green moss. The ground, too, was blanketed in moss, no longer the dull, brownish humus of before. This area seemed to be under some influence, isolated from the surrounding forest. As they delved deeper, the arrangement of the moss-covered columns became increasingly orderly. In the distance, Su Yang spotted a circular altar at the center, flanked by an opening. This was the remnant left by the insect swarm. Entering it would trigger the ruin task. However, suddenly, Su Yang's thoughts sparked. If he were to trigger it directly, what difference would there be between obtaining the decryption card and not? Was it merely for the task introduction? The decryption card's significance must extend beyond that. Su Yang gazed at the lush ground, suddenly recalling the decryption card's description of this ruin. You have trespassed into the sacred ground of the Tyrant insectoid, and your ignorant actions have activated a mechanism, awakening the guardians buried beneath this land. Task objective: eliminate the awakened insect swarm and destroy the subterranean mother nest.
guardians lay dormant beneath the earth.
This group of alien insects had been lurking below for some reason. The moment the Lord stepped into the ruins, the mechanism would trigger, unleashing the swarm. If he walked in and activated the mechanism, these insects would erupt from the ground and surround him, leading to disaster.
If he were surrounded,
the Skyfire Mechs would be rendered ineffective, forcing Li Xian and the Imperial armored soldiers to fight head-on. The insect swarm in the ruin was of the highest order. The third generation, with the mother insect at level 10, even more formidable than the level 8 mother insect from the saline alkali land.
Without artillery support and encircled by enemies,
the soldiers would be preoccupied with self-defense.
The outcome would indeed be uncertain. This ruin was nothing short of a trap.
As Su Yang's thoughts raced,
he pondered, since he was already aware of the insects lurking underground, why rely on the ruin's mechanism to initiate combat?
Creatures in the forbidden area do not appear from thin air. These alien insects must indeed be situated underground, as the decryption card indicated.
Stop!
Su Yang raised his hand,
halting the entire legion.
The Imperial Armored Legion gradually came to a standstill, with scouts returning in succession.
Your Majesty? Li Xian inquired, puzzled. There is an ambush.
Su Yang succinctly replied.
Immediately, Li Xian gathered the troops to retreat from the ruins' vicinity as instructed.
Upon reaching the maximum range of the Skyfire Mechs,
Su Yang ordered them to halt once more and position the artillery. Why trigger the insects using a mechanism when they had the Skyfire artillery at their disposal? Fire!
With a single command from Su Yang, the Skyfire Mechs unleashed their firepower towards the heavens.
He intended to eradicate the insect swarm before entering the ruins.
A tremendous crash resounded as a blazing explosive shell soared into the sky.
Boom! After a moment, the high explosive shell landed within the ruins, shaking the very ground. As the deafening explosion subsided, the forest returned to silence. Were they truly asleep? Or was the impact location amiss?
Su Yang gestured for the Skyfire Mechs to reload. This time, the target remained the same as before.
No turning back.
Boom! The high explosive shell ascended once more, tracing a perfect arc to land in the previously blasted crater. Boom! A powerful shockwave surged forth, accompanied by a fine buzzing sound. Su Yang's eyes gleamed. This power could awaken even the dead.
Chapter 72, The Benevolent Su Yang and the Terrifying Relic Mission. Your Majesty, there are alien insects lurking beneath the ground. The scout reported anxiously to Su Yang.
Su Yang nodded slightly. He could already discern the situation underground without the scout's input. After the two shells struck the ground, the entire subterranean realm seemed to boil over,
producing a cacophony of sounds.
As he had anticipated, the dormant insect horde lay beneath, easily awakened by other means. The creators of the relic likely never imagined that their meticulously planned ambush would soon become a one-sided massacre. Before long, reports from the scout unit flooded in. The insect swarm had emerged from the depths and surrounded the entire relic. A smile crept across Su Yang's lips as he raised his hand and commanded, "Fire!" 5 kilometers away, at the entrance of the relic, the once lush and vibrant greenery revealed its sinister visage after being struck by 2 shells. Dozens of evolved burrowing giant worms reared up from the ground, followed closely by an army of countless serrated needle insects. This horde was well prepared, ready to charge towards the relic the moment they broke through the surface. Had Su Yang recklessly led his troops into the relic at that moment,
they would have found themselves ensnared by hundreds of stinging insects, devoid of artillery support, a dire predicament indeed.
Such was the nature of forbidden zones. Such were the dense insect-infested forests, where even the mightiest could fall to a single misstep.
However, having seen through the ambush,
Su Yang transformed a seemingly hopeless situation into a favorable advantage. The relic's greenery, now teeming with alien insects, would become an ideal target for the heavenly fire artillery. Without affording the swarm much opportunity, 3 blazing heavenly fire shells were launched, evenly distributed around the entrance. The aim was to maximize the area of effect and efficiency,
rendering the insect horde completely incapacitated. As the shells reached their zenith, the first small explosion erupted.
The 3 heavenly fire shells disintegrated in mid-air, scattering countless smaller explosive rounds across the sky, igniting a fiery spectacle that engulfed the entire center of the relic. The flames eclipsed the morning light,
turning the landscape a vivid crimson.
As the rain of fiery death descended, the entire central area of the relic was instantly shrouded in flames. The simultaneous detonation of the 3 explosive rounds transformed the once verdant ground into a sea of fire. The powerful shockwave generated by the explosion sent the remains of the alien insects flying, toppling nearby pillars.
And the impact was felt even by Su Yang and the Imperial Armored Army 5 kilometers away.
Alongside the shockwave, a cascade of kill notifications appeared on Su Yang's interface. Killed level 7 Tyrant Burrowing Giant Worm, Dominion value 500, 40 bonus, killed level 8 Tyrant Needle Insect. Dominion value 80, 40 bonus, killed level 6 Tyrant Jet Worm, Dominion value 85, 40 bonus, killed level 8 Tyrant Burrowing Giant Worm. Dominion value 550, 40 bonus, killed level 8 Tyrant Needle Insect, Dominion value 80, 40 bonus. The notifications surged relentlessly, causing Su Yang's Dominion value to escalate at an astonishing rate. He felt as though he were in a game, effortlessly farming for experience. With ammunition replenished, the 2 heavenly fire artillery units prepared for another assault, guided by the scout's intel, targeting the first wave of the swarm that had yet to be struck. With a resounding explosion, another series of kill notifications flooded in. After a brief pause, allowing the swarm a moment to regroup, the 3rd round of bombardment descended. Once again, it was the heavenly fire shells, delivering a final blow to the beleaguered insects. Killed level 8 Tyrant Jet Worm. Dominion value 95, 40 bonus, killed level 7 Tyrant Jet Worm, Dominion value 90, 40 bonus, killed level 8 Tyrant Needle Insect. Dominion value 80, 40 bonus, killed level 8 Tyrant Needle Insect, Dominion value 80, 40 bonus. As the final wave of bombardment concluded, the kill notifications on Su Yang's interface showed no signs of abating. He feared that should the explosive power and range increase further in the future, the insects might survive while his interface would collapse from the overload. Once the explosive aftermath settled, Su Yang commanded his forces to advance. This time, entering the relic zone bore a stark contrast to their previous encounter. After 3 rounds of bombardment, the once vibrant greenery had turned into a charred wasteland. The surface soil lay obliterated, appearing as though it had been violently tossed in a cauldron multiple times. Thick smoke billowed from the ground, carrying the stench of destruction as the remnants of the obliterated insects scattered about. Those few insects fortunate enough to have survived were now mere half-bodies, crawling feebly on the ground in a desperate struggle for survival. Unable to bear witness to such suffering, Su Yang ordered his soldiers to grant them a swift end, sorrowfully accepting the Dominion value in the process. As he trudged across the soft, charred earth, the entrance of the relic gradually came into view. Despite the 3 rounds of bombardment, the overall structure of the entrance remained intact. This was a deliberate choice by Su Yang, who feared that destroying the relic would render the mission unattainable. The use of heavenly fire shells was intentional, as their destructive capacity was primarily concentrated at the surface, minimizing impact on the subterranean structure. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Yang instructed Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang to lead a squad of soldiers to remain above while he took the remaining troops, led by Li Xian, deeper into the relic. Within the relic, there were still some insect units that had entered before the bombardment. However, these scattered remnants posed no threat, and Li Xian's team swiftly eliminated them. Following the corridor, they arrived at a grand hall, where a stone 3-sided pillar, etched with inscriptions, stood at the center. After ensuring no dangers lurked nearby, Su Yang approached the pillar with Li Xian's protection. As he placed his hand on the pillar's surface, a mechanism was triggered. The surface of the pillar opened, revealing 3 holes. Simultaneously, a message appeared on his interface: "You have entered the insectoid relic, follow the instructions to initiate the relic mission." Following the instructions, Su Yang inserted his 3 fingers into the holes and began to rotate the central triangular piece. Click. As it locked into place, the mechanism activated, causing the entire relic to awaken as if it were alive. A heavy, resonant voice echoed, "Lord Su Yang, you have polluted the sacred ground of the insectoids, committing an unforgivable sin. The slumbering guardians shall soon awaken, feel the wrath of the swarm and perish in despair." Chapter 73, The Unawakened Swarm of Insects. Fragments of civilization, in despair, descending into oblivion, perishing in hopelessness. The mechanical whispers, reminiscent of ancient deities, echoed continuously within the hall of the ruins. The intricate mechanisms of the aged architecture shifted, soon revealing 2 passageways at the apex. 2 brain insects, adorned with plump craniums, descended into view. Their exposed antennae stood erect, and they emitted a piercing scream.
The deafening sound of their cries resonated, overwhelming Su Yang as if it would rupture his eardrums.
The shriller the sound, the more penetrating it became. Their intent appeared to be rousing the slumbering insect army buried beneath the earth.
Su Yang refrained from ordering his soldiers to retaliate,
instead enduring the world-shattering high pitch as he observed their performance.
After nearly half a minute of fervent howling, the two brain insects seemed to sense something amiss. Where were the insects? The brain insects halted their shrieks, extending their tendrils to perceive their surroundings, though their faceless forms betrayed no expressions. Su Yang could distinctly sense their bewilderment.
After a few tense moments, the brain insects, seemingly in disbelief, resumed their frantic screams. This time, their cries grew more urgent, sharper, completely devoid of their earlier composure. Suddenly, two explosive arrows struck their bulbous heads, scattering what could only be described as either brain matter or blood in all directions. The screeching ceased abruptly.
Why have you stopped calling?
Su Yang mused, casting a glance at the debris at his feet. His inquiry was earnest.
Yet the fragments offered no reply.
Once he confirmed the absence of any surviving insects, Su Yang led his team into the forward passageway.
At the end of the corridor, a colossal mother insect hung suspended in midair.
This creature dwarfed any mother insect he had previously encountered.
Countless dark purple organic tendrils extended from its body,
intertwining with the surrounding stone walls. The walls bore intricate murals, yet the figures depicted were not of the Tyranids, but rather resembled human forms.
Why would a ruin adorned with the art of another race become a sanctuary for the insect swarm? Pondering the murals for a moment, Su Yang ultimately decided to have Li Xin deliver a fatal blow to the mother insect.
With a resounding explosion, the mother insect burst apart. Defeated a level 10 Tyranid mother insect. Dominion points 1040 bonus, acquired a rare E-grade drop, Heart of the Swarm, can be used to accelerate technological research, acquired a common D-grade drop, Fragment of Mother Insect's Will, can unlock a research branch concerning the Tyranids at the Alien Research Station, Ruins mission completed, The Slumbering Slayer, mission rewards, Research Facility, Alien Experiment Station, special item,
Fragments of Lost Civilization, entered a ruin and completed the ruin mission.
Achievement unlocked, Peeling Back the Facade of the World.
Dominion points 3000, utilized artillery to annihilate 500 enemy units, achievement unlocked, medium rare. Dominion points 3000, D-grade loot.
Among the plethora of achievements,
Su Yang keenly noted this piece of information. This marked his first acquisition of D-grade loot. The appearance of D-grade loot signified that the enemy's strength had ascended to a new echelon. Su Yang clicked to view its detailed information.
Drop item, Fragment of Mother Insect's Will, quality, common, level, D-grade, information, a drop from the highest tier of mother insects.
Capable of granting Tyranid power, function, unlocks a research branch concerning Tyranids at the Alien Experiment Station, unlocking a research branch? Could there be different research avenues regarding the insect swarm?
Perhaps, akin to the Thousand Machine Tower, the Alien Experiment Station also categorizes resources, weaponry, and the like. Having confirmed the utility of the item, Su Yang proceeded to examine other information.
The Fragments of Lost Civilization, also acquired from the completion of the Ruin mission, piqued his interest once more. He opened the detailed panel.
Drop item, Fragments of Lost Civilization, quality, unrated, level, unrated, information, a piece of a lost civilization.
Deciphering it reveals parts of the world's truth, function, can be decrypted at the Historical Research Station to obtain background information on related races, fragments of civilization. The truth of the world?
In simpler terms, these were currently useless scraps incapable of transforming into effective combat power.
Su Yang swiftly tossed the fragments into his backpack.
His immediate priority was development, now was not the time for research. Moreover, without a historical research station or similar apparatus, speculation would yield no benefits. The effort expended on unattainable items is futile, what is meant to come will arrive naturally with the progression of the game.
He despised aimless conjecture devoid of clues,
viewing it as an exhausting waste of energy.
Aside from the 2 mission rewards, the next focus was the achievements that increased his Dominion points. This time, the insect nest assault alone yielded a staggering 22,360 Dominion points. With a 40 buff bonus, this surged to 31,304 points.
Coupled with an additional 6 000 points from achievements, his total Dominion points reached an impressive 37,304. Adding the remnants from earlier, his Dominion points soared to a grand total of 39,146. Gazing at the bountiful Dominion points, Su Yang felt a sense of financial security.
If currency represents a person's confidence in the real world, then within this forbidden domain, that confidence stemmed from Dominion points.
The formidable units of the Qin dynasty had rendered Su Yang nearly oblivious to the issue of Dominion points. The unlocking of the heavenly fire guards had further simplified the process of acquiring Dominion points. If this momentum continued,
the technological prowess of the Great Qin would soon become unparalleled.
Closing the panel, Su Yang surveyed his surroundings. The humanoid figures depicted in the murals and the fragments of civilization in his backpack were not merely rewards, they also harbored deep mysteries.
Fortunately,
Su Yang was not one to indulge in riddles. In his eyes, the most effective method to resolve mysteries was through artillery.
With the mission in the ruins successfully concluded,
the next step was to establish the alien experiment station and upgrade the main base.
It was time to return home.
The Lord's Hall has been opened.
Within a designated time frame, all lords may communicate in the hall.
As the Lord's Hall opened, before any lord could utter a word, an announcement appeared on the screen.
Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom successfully completed the ruin mission, unlocking the achievement, peeling back the facade of the world. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom successfully completed the ruin mission, unlocking the achievement, peeling back the facade of the world. Chapter 74, Revealing Strength? The International Championship.
The Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Yang, successfully completed the relic mission, unlocking the achievement, piercing through the facade of the world. The Lord of the Heavenly Kingdom remarked, "When the Dragon Kingdom is silent, it is often the calm before a storm." An anonymous commentator noted, as expected of the Dragon Kingdom, this must be the swiftest completion of a relic mission in the history of the Forbidden Lands.
The Lord of the Goryeo Kingdom dismissed it. What's so surprising? They acquired a decoding card last time, this relic is merely a triviality. I could have done it too. Another anonymous voice chimed in, "Indeed, who among you can rival the prowess of our universe's foremost nation?" The Lord of Goryeo retorted, "You little rascal. My Goryeo army could crush you to pieces." The Lord of the American Kingdom suggested, "Now that you have obtained the relic reward, Brother Su Yang, why not share your insights with us?" The Lord of the Eastern Kingdom added, "The Dragon Kingdom, much like our own Eastern Kingdom, values harmony. I trust that Su Yang will enlighten us." Su Yang remained silent, observing the messages from the American and Eastern lords.
Their attempts to pry information from him were as futile as a sow wearing a bra.
He had no intention of revealing his resources or capabilities.
To do so would invite scrutiny and potential countermeasures. Concealing one's strength and holding as many cards as possible was the key to survival in the Forbidden Lands.
Ignoring the chatter from other lords, Su Yang felt a twinge of surprise at the system announcement regarding the Forbidden Area.
The issuance of the notification indicated that the relic mission was indeed a significant achievement. Perhaps the historical enigmas he overlooked contained hidden treasures for the future.
While he pondered, another system notification appeared on his interface. 3 days remain until the conclusion of the second week. This week's activity concerning Lord rankings is the International Championship. From midnight on the 5th day to midnight on the 7th day, all surviving participating lords will engage in the International Championship. Each lord will lead their troops to confront otherworldly entities in regions outside their own landing zone.
Nations that successfully repel the onslaught of otherworldly entities in these regions will subsequently participate in the Lord rankings. This Lord ranking will feature a singular designation, the Championship ranking. Upon completing the International Championship, the system will analyze a series of factors including kill counts, casualty ratios, and task completion rates to derive the Territorial Championship Index, ranking the top 5 lords of the week. The top 5 lords will receive rewards in the form of Dominion points, with the first and second places receiving special rewards and the power to materialize resources.
Note, the International Championship will be broadcast live in real time for all lords and citizens of various nations.
Lords will enter the championship arena in a random order to face challenges.
The level of troops led by the lords must not exceed the threat level of the landing zone. Excess units will be suppressed, and higher-level military units will be restricted from participation. Once in the championship arena, lords will have 20 minutes to prepare before the otherworldly entities launch their assault.
All Dominion points earned in the championship zone will be doubled and added to each lord's total.
The scale of the otherworldly assault will match the highest threat level currently present in the landing zone. Death during the championship will be regarded as elimination. And the corresponding nation will suffer calamity.
Nightfall approaches, and I wish all lords the best of luck.
The International Championship.
Su Yung swiftly located relevant information in the official documents provided.
Much like the onslaught of otherworldly entities during the night of arrival, the International Championship was a recurring event at the end of each week in the Forbidden Lands.
Its objective was to withstand a wave of otherworldly entities,
albeit in a different region.
This format would significantly level the playing field for lords who initially landed in zones of varying difficulty.
Some nations had relatively easy landing zones,
allowing for a smooth start even with weaker troops. In contrast, others faced daunting challenges, where even strong early units could struggle to secure valuable resources. The International Championship would mix these lords randomly, exposing them to the strengths and weaknesses of different regions. Through scoring, it would also facilitate lord rankings,
offering those with rocky starts an opportunity to regain an advantage.
Beyond the rewards associated with lord rankings and resource acquisition, the International Championship held an additional critical function: diplomatic implications. The event would be open to live broadcast, allowing for the scrutiny and evaluation of the strength of various nations' troops, technological prowess, and the leadership and tactical skills of the lords. A civilization exhibiting formidable military capabilities and strong leadership would likely attract a flood of allies.
Conversely, revealing weaknesses could lead to neglect from other countries. Ultimately, the International Championship would serve as a significant reshuffling of the fragile alliances within the Forbidden Lands. Su Yang's mind raced with thoughts, not concerning safety but rather the implications of revealing his capabilities. The armored core could undoubtedly dominate even against the insectoid race, making them formidable in any region.
However, he was apprehensive about the exposure of his strength during the live broadcast. Deploying troops would inevitably reveal the existence of his powered exoskeleton, leading to a new understanding of the Qin dynasty's military power among other nations, prompting adversarial factions to adopt more aggressive strategies. Nevertheless, a particular rule allowed Su Yung to mitigate excessive exposure of his strength.
The level of troops he could command could not exceed the threat level of the landing zone.
This threat level indicated the hostility of the otherworldly entities toward the lords, akin to the abyssal gaze present in the heart of the insect nest.
Should anyone land in his region,
they would face an assault from the insect tide at a threat level of 4.
Based on historical data, the majority of regions during the second week would not exceed a threat level of 2. Should he land in a level 2 zone, he would only be able to deploy infantry and crossbowmen, with higher tier units like the Flame Guardians and Li Xin being ineligible for battle. Moreover, the levels of the Qin infantry and crossbowmen would also be capped at 2, ensuring a level playing field for all participants. With this rule in place, while some of his combat power would be revealed, it would not be fully exposed. As long as enemies remained unaware of his developmental progress, he would retain some hidden cards. After careful analysis, Su Yung concluded that the benefits of the International Championship outweighed the drawbacks.
Exposing a portion of his strength in exchange for ranking rewards and the consolidation of alliances was, by all accounts, a worthwhile trade. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, he thought that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, securing first place in the Lord ranking should be within reach. By maintaining a steady approach and securing each ranking, he could firmly grasp the advantage in his hands. With just over a day remaining until the championship, and knowing that operations in his territory would cease during the event, he needed to upgrade his Lord's mansion before the competition commenced.
Chapter 75, The Characteristics of Great Qin Heavy Industries Triggers, the Shinnong Creation Institute.
The discussion among the lords continued, shifting to the topic of the Dragon Kingdom. Lord of the United States, it's fortunate that they arrived early. I am eager to witness the military units of the Dragon Kingdom. Lord of Japan, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom are renowned for their bravery. I too wish to see the terrifying power possessed by Brother Su Yang's forces. Lord of India, I am well acquainted with my good brother. Their warriors are undoubtedly impressive.
Lord of Korea, what else can you do besides flatter? A bronze civilization, how formidable can they truly be?
One shot, and they would fall silent.
Lord of Spain, they currently hold the top rank in exploration.
It is not as dire as you portray.
Lord of Korea, you would meet the same fate with a single shot. Lord of the United States, the Lord of Korea seems a bit agitated. Lord of Korea, and you would too with a single shot. Lord of the United States? Lord of Korea, my apologies, I spoke too quickly, I am but a humble servant. Anonymous, I still prefer the way you were just now. Lord of Spain, do not be too arrogant, when you face the heart of the insect tide. You shall have your reckoning. Lord of Korea, if you have survived this long, what do I have to fear? Heart of the insect tide? Nonsense. Anonymous, please. Do not send me to the heart of the insect tide, no matter the level, it is unwise. Anonymous, indeed. I wish to seize this opportunity during the tournament to accumulate some dominion value. Lord of England, what is the current threat level of the heart of the insect tide? Lord of Spain, here, it remains at level 1. I cannot speak for other divisions. Lord of the United States, if the unusual sounds you detected were indeed explosions, the level there might be quite alarming. Lord of Japan, Mr. MacArthur, do you have any thoughts on attempting it? Lord of the United States, haha, age before beauty. Anonymous, even the United States and Japan dare not engage? The power in that region must be tremendous. Lord of Korea, what power? I could fell them with just 2 shots. Su Yan closed the hall panel, as the ensuing chatter was merely frivolous banter, lacking substance. Overall, the anticipation for the upcoming tournament outweighed the fear. Not only could they seize the chance to accumulate dominion value, but they could also gauge the true strength of other lords. Su Yang surmised that the lords were particularly eager to assess his power. They were undoubtedly curious about how an ancient civilization achieved critical milestones and ranked first. Given their intrigue, he decided to allow his armored soldiers to showcase their prowess. Strength could not remain hidden indefinitely, even a slight reveal would serve its purpose. Upon exiting the hall, Su Yang returned to his territory alongside his soldiers. The first order of business upon his return was to establish the Alien Species Research Station. As a unique structure acquired from the ruins, the Alien Species Research Station would provide certain technologies unattainable through conventional means. After selecting a suitable location within the Lord District, Su Yang concentrated his thoughts and laid down the blueprint for the Alien Species Research Station. The moment it was placed, a system notification resounded in his mind. Special Research Facility detected, Great Qin Heavy Industries characteristic triggered. Alien Species Research Station, Shinnong Creation Institute, in addition to the original Alien Species Research path. A new path for extraterrestrial plant studies has been unlocked. The special building could also activate the heavy industry characteristic. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. This was a surprise he had not anticipated. Shinnong, also known as the Flame Emperor, is one of the revered ancient deities alongside Fuxi and Nuwa. He personally sampled various herbs to heal the people, invented slash-and-burn agriculture, and taught the populace to cultivate the land. Later generations revered him as the Great Emperor Shinnong, also known as the God of Grains. The people of Huaxia proudly refer to themselves as descendants of Yan and Huang, with the character Yan derived from the Flame Emperor. Shinnong. This characteristic transcended Great Qin, it represented the essence of the entire Huaxia nation. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yang opened the panel for the Shinnong Creation Institute. Chapter 76, Exclusive Enhancement. Shared Visual Network. Special Technological Structure, Shinnong Creation Institute, Introduction, Special Technologies acquired through the study and analysis of extraterrestrial organisms. Note, this special research structure cannot be upgraded. All upgrade paths can only be obtained through drops. Upon opening the Creation Institute panel, there are currently 2 main branches. One is the Extraterrestrial Organism Research inherent to the Alien Species Experimental Station. Beneath this main branch lie countless sub-branches awaiting unlocking. Thus far, Su Yang has only unlocked one. The research on the Tyrannid Swarm. It is reasonable to speculate that the other sub-branches correspond to various types of alien species from other regions. In this light, future excursions to eliminate alien species may unlock relevant technologies within the Alien Species Experimental Station. Under the only currently available branch, there are 3 distinct paths: swarm intelligence, biological armor, and symbiotic weapons. Literally interpreted, these 3 represent the 3 major categories of technology, defense, and weaponry. Su Yang clicked on Swarm Intelligence.
revealing 2 technologies available for unlocking. Technology, Shared Visual Network, Your Eye is My Eye, analyzing the shared vision and command capabilities of the swarm. Learning and mimicking this ability, function, gain the vision of all units under your command within a certain range and switch between them at will. Prerequisite technology, none. This is a mysterious phenomenon that defies scientific explanation. Unlock cost, complete swarm brain 1, domination points, 10,000, time, 1 day, technology, biological information recognition technology, layer by layer, shedding your garments, a detailed study of the Tyranid race's information, activity patterns, and social structure. Systematically categorizing the swarm, function, using biological waves to scan Tyranid units, one can ascertain their type, level, social position, special mutations, and affiliated groups. Among other functionalities, prerequisite technology, radar technology, this is a highly scientific technology. Unlock cost, complete swarm brain 1, domination points, 10,000, time, 1 day, indeed.
The rewards from the relic quest are remarkable. Su Yang could hardly contain his excitement upon seeing the first technology, shared vision.
The importance of frontline information and vision to a commander on the battlefield is self-evident.
In war films from his previous life,
scenes depicting the desperate protection of communication devices or severing telephone lines were all too common.
This underscores that real-time information is paramount.
Only with such information can soldiers heed commands. The critical nature of battlefield information is significantly tied to its elusive nature.
Even in modern warfare, commanders often rely on radios or written messages to obtain frontline information.
The options are limited, with drones providing scant information from the skies.
Should the shared vision be unlocked, it would equate to acquiring the most formidable command enhancement in this world,
without the need for radios or drones. The mere act of sharing vision would yield the effect of being present on the front line, allowing the commander to receive everything that soldiers see, hear, and perceive. This would enable Su Yang to masterfully control the battlefield, gaining an unimaginable advantage. While other lords still clamor into their cumbersome radios,
Su Yang would be able to issue commands with zero delay and absolute precision.
Moreover, if he so desired, he could tailor commands to each individual soldier.
More importantly,
this is a unique feature of the swarm. Other regional lords, even if they acquire the alien species experimental station, cannot attain the shared vision.
An exclusive enhancement.
The mere thought of it is exhilarating. The second technology is biological information exploration, enabling detailed information acquisition through scanning.
Once unlocked, scouts could gather detailed attributes of new units instead of merely sketching a portrait as they do now. Both technologies are deemed immensely useful by Su Yang, however.
The second technology requires the prerequisite of radar technology, which has yet to be unlocked, thus he must temporarily set it aside.
Furthermore, there is currently only one swarm brain within his territory, allowing for the unlocking of only one technology. Without further hesitation, Su Yang invested 10,000 domination points into the shared vision research.
Consuming swarm brain 1, domination points -10,000, researching biological network shared vision. Time required, 1 day, a full 10,000 domination points, equivalent to the cost of summoning Li Xin. Makes this the most expensive technology Su Yang has researched so far.
However, he believes its value far exceeds the mere 10,000 domination points.
As the scale of future wars increases and battlefield dynamics become ever more complex, the returns from this technology will only escalate.
The research requires 1 day.
Perfectly timed to conclude before entering the championship competition. After confirming the shared vision, Su Yang explored another branch, biological armor. This branch has one technology awaiting unlocking,
while the symbiotic weapons branch remains inaccessible.
Delving into the details, technology, toad bone armor, iron-headed child, dissecting and analyzing the skeletal structure of the abyssal giant worm to repurpose its excellent mechanical properties for armor enhancement, function, modifying soldier armor structures using toad bones to increase defensive capabilities and resistance to explosive impacts and acidic corrosion, prerequisite technology.
Iron smelting techniques, this is a highly scientific technology, unlock cost, 1 piece of
toad bone every 10 modifications, domination points, 500 domination points each modification, time, 5 seconds, toad bone armor can further enhance soldiers' defenses. Unlike the upgrades for soldiers in the Armored Legion, this upgrade has no level restrictions.
Upon entering the championship, soldiers' levels and equipment will be forcibly adjusted to the threat level of the descent zone. If entering a level 2 zone, level 3 armored warriors and crossbowmen will be reduced to level 2, their iron armor and weaponry reverting to Bronze Age standards. However, toad bone armor has no level restrictions. Thus, even if they regress to the Bronze Age, the defense provided by toad bone remains intact. Domination points will likely be scarce in a level 2 zone. So to compete for Lord rankings, minimizing troop losses while pursuing high quality is essential. Toad bone armor can effectively compensate for the loss of armor value from iron shields and armor. Additionally, with its explosive and acid-resistant properties, it may even surpass iron armor in defensive capabilities. Su Yang possesses 2 pieces of toad bone in his inventory, sufficient to upgrade 20 armored warriors. With a flicker of thought, he invested his domination points. Chapter 77, Cultivating Land. The Awakening of Huaxia Genes. Consuming toad bones 2, domination value minus 10,000, upgrading armor of the elite soldiers. After selecting 20 soldiers, the transformation commenced in the barracks. Soon, the barracks opened, and the 20 modified elite soldiers emerged. It was evident that a layer of toad bone exoskeleton had enveloped the iron armor. The dark gray skeletal structure added a hint of warmth to the silvery armor, rendering the overall appearance more inviting. Naturally, its benefits extended beyond mere aesthetics. Although the bone armor was not as robust as its metallic counterparts, its natural skeletal composition provided excellent shock absorption and was more resistant to strong acids than metals. Thus, the toad bone armor significantly enhanced the overall defense of the elite soldiers. Once the toad bone upgrade was complete, Su Yang explored all upgrade options available under the branch of alien organisms. Following that, he unlocked another primary branch of the Qin's characteristics alien plant branch. It is noteworthy that plants, in theory, also belong to the biological category. The distinction here is primarily to differentiate alien organisms, which exhibit hostility and possess a social structure, from alien plants, which lack aggressive intent and social structure, primarily serving as producers within their extraterrestrial ecosystem. The alien plant branch had numerous sub-branches awaiting activation. Currently, only the fluorescent cell seed was illuminated. This was Su Yang's first encounter with the classification and nomenclature of these plants. He was somewhat astonished that someone had indeed assigned names to such entities. Much like the alien organisms, the fluorescent cell seed also had 3 sub-branches: plant science, production cultivation, and medical research, corresponding respectively to technology, production, and medicine. In stark contrast to the violent skirmishes in the neighboring section, this area appeared considerably more refined. Upon seeing the production cultivation option, Su Yang felt a jolt within him. A specific gene had awakened, one embedded in the very essence of the Huaxia people. Who would have thought that amidst the fierce and urgent trials of the Forbidden Zone, there existed such a leisurely option as farming? It truly reflected the characteristics of Huaxia, as agriculture is an endeavor deeply rooted in the bones of its people. Moreover, the peculiar sheep captured from the pasture had already consumed a significant portion of their resources. The previously estimated food supply, which was expected to last a month, would likely not endure beyond the next week due to the increasing population. He wondered what the agricultural prospects were like in the Forbidden Zone. If feasible, farming would provide far greater food stability compared to hunting. Regrettably, the relevant technologies had not yet been unlocked, and the several branches remained blank. This puzzled Su Yang, while information had been gathered from the alien organisms. Not a single piece had been collected regarding plants. A prompt appeared: to unlock the alien plant branch, a complete plant sample must be brought back. Rare plants have a higher probability of unlocking technology. Ah, so it requires a complete specimen. Su Yang realized the issue, despite having encountered many plants previously. They were typically severed without care. Had it not been for this Creation Institute, he would never have considered the utility of those plants. However, the prompt indicated that even if common plants were brought back intact, unlocking technology would still be challenging. Only rare plants could facilitate such advancements. Rare plants, indeed. Scouts would need to pay additional attention to flora in the future. Having reviewed the plant classifications, Su Yang concluded that the current exploration of the Creation Institute had reached its limits. The areas below would require revisiting later. He had anticipated that the special structures would yield numerous benefits, but he had not foreseen the vast technological system they would unveil.
The biological technology system introduced by the Creation Institute could rival that represented by the Mosey 1000 machine tower's primary technology system, and in certain aspects, it even surpassed it.
At this moment, Su Yang fully grasped the remarkable rewards bestowed by this relic exploration. The Creation Institute was truly a treasure trove.
Elated, he opened the Lord's panel. After absorbing the profound impact of biological technology, it was time to address the primary objective, upgrading the Lord's mansion to level 4.
Territory resources, water resources, stock, 793 units.
Production speed, 300 units day, 20 bonus, stone resources, stock, 582 units, production speed, 180 units day, 20 bonus, coal resources, stock, 493 units. Production speed, 255 units day, 20 bonus, copper metal, stock, 392 units, production speed, 180 units day, 20 bonus, iron metal, stock, 372 units. Production speed, 150 units day, 20 bonus, niter resources, stock, 36 units. Production speed, 75 units day, 20 bonus, domination value, 19146, upgrading the Lord's Mansion to level 4 required 500 units each of coal and copper. 1,000 units each of stone and iron, and 20,000 points of domination value.
With just a day and a half remaining until the international competition,
coal and copper reserves were on track to meet the demand. However, there would be a shortfall in iron and stone, necessitating a purchase from England. Acquiring resources required domination value, which was currently insufficient. Therefore, to upgrade the Lord's Mansion, another battle with the swarm was imperative. If there were no insect tides that night, they would have to initiate an offensive the following day. Closing the panel, Su Yang dispatched all scouts for exploration while keeping other units on standby. They were to engage the enemy immediately upon discovering the insect clan. Outside the Forbidden Zone, news of the international competition spread across all nations. Compared to the night of descent, the international competition was a far more exhilarating event. The former was exclusive to a single nation and its populace, occurring at night without live broadcasting, while the international competition encompassed all nations with continuous live coverage. Moreover, all lords exchanged territories, amplifying uncertainty and excitement. Observers could witness their own lords commanding troops in battle while also scouting the military strength of other nations. Thus, every match in the 2-day-long international competition was of paramount significance. The High Command of the Dragon Kingdom had organized 2 groups of top experts to methodically record and analyze the military capabilities of all participating nations. This data would be compiled and transmitted to Su Yang next week for reference. The impending competition left everyone feeling anxious, with a mix of anticipation and concern swirling in the hearts of the experts and officers. Su Yang's strength was not a cause for worry. The Qin army would effortlessly crush the lower-level zones. The real concern lay in prematurely revealing their strength, which could provoke a coalition of other nations against them. Chapter 78, Level 4 Threat Zone. Are the bugs on our side? In response to the concerns of the experts, the Chief General of the military expressed understanding. Revealing excessive strength too early could incite panic among those powerful nations, making them feel threatened and potentially leading to a coalition blockade. However, the current situation indicates that Su Yang would not expose too much of his power. After a moment of contemplation, the general remarked that as long as Su Yang descended into a level 2 zone or below, his capabilities would be restricted, thus minimizing exposure of his strength. In my view, demonstrating partial strength at this juncture may not be detrimental. Such a display would neither overly alarm other powerful nations nor fail to send a signal of strength to non-hostile entities, thereby solidifying alliances. Upon hearing this analysis, the experts nodded in agreement. Indeed, the perspective of military leaders differs significantly from theirs. They only perceived the drawbacks of revealing strength, overlooking its potential positive impacts. Showcasing robust power can also serve as a diplomatic strategy. Soon after, the experts submitted a speculative report regarding the threat levels of various territories. This was based on intelligence gathered over time and preliminary assessments of each nation's combat capabilities. According to the speculation, there are currently 55 lords across 55 territories. There remain 10 level 1 threat zones, 38 level 2 zones, 6 level 3 zones, and 1 level 4 zone. While the number of other zones may fluctuate, the overall proportions are unlikely to change significantly. The probability of landing in level 1 or level 2 zone stands at 87.28, indicating a high likelihood of only partially revealing our strength. Even if we land in a level 3 zone, as long as Su Yang does not bring all types of troops, he can still achieve the objective of showcasing partial strength. Although this competition may not yield substantial rewards, it will be beneficial for diplomatic relations. The experts were quite exhilarated upon reviewing the data report, realizing the situation was significantly better than anticipated. It became evident that we seemed to have achieved a remarkable lead. Indeed, our threat level is nearing level 4, while the first-tier powerful nations remain at level 3. Nearly an entire tier behind. If a lord were to land in our territory, it would signify a level 4 threat from the insect tide, which would pose a formidable challenge for Su Yang, especially without artillery units, let alone for other nations. While lower-level zones restrict troop levels, higher-level zones do not elevate them. Thus, lords landing here would likely have to confront level 4 insect tides with level 2 troops. For them, landing here would almost be tantamount to a death sentence. The chief general silently nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The insect-infested forests that once instilled great fear in them are now destined to become a nightmare for other lords. In the official live broadcast, the public's emotions starkly contrasted with those of the high-ranking officials. They awaited the World Tournament with excitement and anticipation, harboring no worries whatsoever. Wow! The World Tournament is arriving so soon. How thrilling! After witnessing the artillery's dominance last time, I couldn't help but wonder what expressions other lords and citizens would have upon witnessing our strength. I can't believe it's happening so quickly. We might be subjected to a suppression of levels, but even without artillery, our armored army will suffice to give them a run for their money. Ha ha ha. Let the Na'vi foreigners see the true power of the Dragon Kingdom. Armored army. Armored army. Who would have thought that we have mastered exoskeleton technology, which is still elusive to modern science? Hurry up. I can barely contain my excitement, just thinking about it makes me want to launch into action. Don't get too ahead of yourselves. While you revel in excitement, I've already begun mourning for the lords entering the Qin territory. Indeed. We are facing a level 4 threat from the insect tide. How on earth are we supposed to combat that? Su Yang is solely focused on leveling up, disregarding the plight of other lords. Dogeface, hopefully, little days will descend upon us and lead to the annihilation of their nations. For some reason, I feel as though I am standing alongside the insect swarm. Indeed, let the tyrant bugs not bring us shame, let them gnaw at their tails fiercely. Having endured the rain ourselves, we must tear apart their umbrellas and drench them anew. Go, Su Yang. Go, little bugs. I shall forego sleep for the next few days. On the 5th morning, as night receded and the glow faded, another night passed without an insect tide assault. Su Yang sensed that after reaching level 4, the intelligence of the swarm seemed to have significantly improved. In the second week, the previously reckless death charges for dominance had ceased. According to scouts' reconnaissance from yesterday, there are indeed enemies lurking outside the territory, with signs of the swarm's presence detected. An organized and disciplined swarm is currently eyeing the territory. As for their reasons for not attacking, Su Yang was yet to ascertain. However, based on the scouts' reports, it was confirmed that this was a swarm led by tyrant warriors. Only those possessing consciousness and the ability to control the swarm could instill such discipline in creatures driven by instinct. Their lack of aggression is inconsequential, as Su Yang can take the initiative to strike. Following the reconnaissance from yesterday, scouts discovered a small insect ranch. Therefore, Su Yang promptly dispatched Li Xin and his team that very morning. This time, he reduced the expeditionary force and retained more soldiers for defense within the territory, to guard against potential attacks from the nearby swarm. As the troops embarked on their expedition, Su Yang initiated a private chat to propose a trade with the Lord of England. Dragon Kingdom Lord, 200 units of stone, 400 units of iron, how much dominion value? Lord of England, 4,000 dominion value for iron, stone is free, no additional dominion value required. Not only did he offer stone for free, but he also declined any additional dominion value. It appeared that the Lord of England was a rather assertive character. Su Yang, with a flicker of thought, inputted 4,000 dominion value. Initially, he had no intention of overpaying Dominion value this time. In the early stages, he had overpaid to forge alliances while his strength was still being established. Now, with the Dragon Kingdom's power widely recognized, mere reputation suffices to attract allies. Future allies are likely to offer benefits willingly. Dragon Kingdom Lord has completed payment, 4,000 Dominion value. Lord of England has completed payment, 500 units of iron. 300 units of stone. To Su Yang's surprise, the Lord of England had reciprocated with additional resources. Lord of England, securing second place in the previous Lord ranking, was greatly aided by the ally points provided by the Dragon Kingdom. This is a token of appreciation. I am quite curious about the early stage troops of the Qin dynasty and look forward to your performance in the tournament. Chapter 79, The Commencement of the Global Conquest. The Savage Mountains. After acquiring the resources provided by the Lord of England, all materials required for upgrading the level 4 main base have been gathered. The next step is to await Li Xian's return with the swarm pasture, thereby meeting the required Dominion value. Not long after, around noon, kill notifications began to appear on the panel. This pasture was guarded by a small squad, lacking a mother bug commander. Following the skirmish, a total of 320 Dominion points were obtained, which after accumulation reached 584 points. The buffs from the Pathfinder and Entrepreneur have faded, leaving only the 20 bonus from the strategy. With these 584 points, the Dominion value of the territory is now sufficient. All resources are in place, and Su Yang accesses the upgrade panel. Main base, Lord's Mansion, level 3-4, unlocks level 4 resource devices, level 4 defensive facilities, level 4 research buildings, level 4 armored camps, and grants a new hero building. Upgrade requirements: coal 500 units, copper 500 units, iron 1000 units, stone 1000 units, Dominion value 20,000 points. Time 4 days. The level 4 Lord's Mansion signifies the onset of a new phase. With a flicker of thought, Su Yang invested all resources. Coal 500 units, copper 500 units, stone 1000 units, iron 1000 units, Dominion value 20,000. Level 4 Lord's Mansion is upgrading. Required time 4 days. The upgrade will take a total of 4 days. During the global conquest, operations are not permitted, thus Su Yang intends to let time pass naturally. After the competition concludes, he can use a rare level bug nest heart to instantaneously complete the remaining time. As the blueprint is placed and the upgrade commences, anticipation rises within Su Yang. What new technologies and troop types will the level 4 main base unveil? What practical applications will the foundry possess? Are there additional new buildings yet to be discovered? Despite his many uncertainties, Su Yang refrained from the urge to instantaneously complete the upgrade with 2 bug nest hearts. A man must learn restraint. In the evening, Li Xian returned to the territory with enough food to sustain them for another week. Although the battle was brief, the journey consumed a considerable amount of time, nearly 10 hours for the round trip. Su Yang hurriedly directed all soldiers to the barracks to recuperate their strength, preparing for the impending global conquest. As night fell, the research on vision sharing was completed, and the event for the global conquest commenced punctually. The global conquest has begun. Now entering the preparation phase, all lords are requested to return to their territories and ensure their troops are within the territory. After the preparation phase concludes, a barrier will rise around the territory, preventing units outside from entering. With the commencement of the conquest, the lords in the Hall of Lords became animated. Anonymous, it has begun. It feels even more exhilarating than the night of arrival. Anonymous, the randomness is so great that no one can be entirely certain. Lord of Tianzhu, I wonder where we will land. Please, not on a bug nest heart, my bra. Lord of Goryeo, TCH, it's just a matter of 2 shots. Lord of Spain, God bless. Let me land in a good place. It need not be extravagant, just like the Dragon Kingdom. Su Yang glanced at the Lord of Spain's comment with exasperation. Such wishes should not be made lightly, my friend. Fortunately, the spawning point for Spain is also a bug nest heart, ensuring it cannot appear in his vicinity. Preparation phase concluded, allocation phase has begun, allocating landing zones randomly. A rotating waiting indicator appeared on the panel. Soon, the allocation results were displayed on the large screen. Your landing zone is the Savage Mountains, area threat level 2. All technologies and troop types produced by level 2 main bases and above will be disabled. There are no restrictions on team size. A brutal and savage orc race resides in this mountainous region, reveling in slaughter and gaining various bonuses in different environments. Arm yourselves.
Summon your soldiers and experience the savage call amidst waves of relentless attacks, the Savage Mountains? Su Yang's eyes widened slightly. He was quite familiar with this instance.
This was the first forbidden land of the Dragon Kingdom, chosen as a spawning point during the late Qing period. It appeared that the late Qing was overwhelmed by the orcs within a month. The combat strength of orc units in the early stages tends to be moderately high, primarily due to their superior individual attributes. Their strength is derived from various environmental bonuses, such as werewolves gaining strength at night. The orc unit's potency will persist into the mid-stages, but they will lose their advantage as human technology advances in the later stages. Facing these melee units, which rely solely on brute force and lack significant intelligence, Su Yang felt no pressure at all. No one could rival the armored elite in close combat capabilities. The good news is that although it is a level 2 area, the dominion value gained from the orc onslaught is not too low. As long as casualties are minimized, there remains an opportunity to compete for the Lord rankings. After reviewing the information about the landing zone, new subtitles appeared on the panel.
Allocation phase concluded.
Preparing for the second phase, all lords must select their participating troops within the time limit. The armored camp panel opened automatically, with all soldiers' levels reduced to level 2. While the option for the flame guard was grayed out. Without hesitation, Su Yang deployed his entire armored army. Today's objective is to achieve a swift victory without losses. Troop selection completed. Level 2 Qin Armored Elite 40, Level 2 Qin Armored Crossbowmen 30, Level 2 Qin Armored Scouts 4. Participating troop selection finalized. Level 2 Main Base Corresponding Technology and Building Modules loaded. Civilization Corresponding Characteristic Modules loaded. Preparation for the second phase concluded.
Entering the Global Conquest Arena.
Territory Protection Barrier activated. Real-time broadcast of the Forbidden Land initiated. Global live broadcast commenced. Order of participation selection in progress.
After selections were made, a purple-black barrier descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire territory.
Immediately afterward, the entire world dissolved into nothingness. And Su Yang felt himself becoming ethereal. He seemed to transform into a wisp of consciousness drifting skyward. Soon, a destination emerged.
Against a backdrop of boundless cosmic expanse, a three-dimensional scene appeared ahead.
Countless ethereal figures surged from all directions, gradually surrounding the real-time scene in a circular formation.
The feeling of unreality dissipated,
and Su Yang's vision became clearer. He saw 54 other lords, suspended in a similar manner amidst a space reminiscent of outer space. Beneath them lay the arena for the global conquest, where the lords present would sequentially enter to complete their challenges.
"Hello, Mr. Su, I am the Lord of England, Elizabeth." A female voice resonated in his ears. Chapter 80, The Ever-Changing Landscape, Alliance Rankings. The violet-black barrier descended,
causing the entire territory to vanish instantaneously within the dense forest, leaving behind only a vast expanse of cleared ground.
Shortly after the territory's disappearance, a subtle rustling sound echoed through the woods.
Though no figures were visible, the crystalline spores along the path swayed incessantly.
Subsequently,
several indistinct silhouettes materialized before the last row of spores.
As they emerged from the forest and stepped onto the open ground surrounding the territory, these hazy forms gradually came into focus. Their vibrant colors, akin to those of the spores, swiftly faded, revealing a dark brown exoskeleton beneath. At the forefront stood a Tyran warrior, towering at nearly 3.5 meters. It possessed a hammer-shaped head, with its usual antennae for commanding and communicating replaced by data-like cables. These thick cables pulsated with light, cascading like hair behind its head. A row of shark-like teeth, uneven and stained with blood, adorned its maw. With a hiss, it extended a massive serrated bone blade towards the empty territory, then let out a low growl as it turned to face those behind it. Following in its wake was a group of spider-like insectoids, each no taller than half a meter, their bodies also adorned with data cables. They echoed the low growl of their Tyran leader in response. "In the grand arena of nations, greetings, Mr. Su. I am Elizabeth, the Lord of England." Upon hearing the voice, Su Yang turned to see a girl floating beside him. With golden hair and dressed in a gown, she extended her hand towards him. This was the Lord of England? She appeared even younger than in her photographs.
It was hard to fathom that the mature and composed speeches in the Lord's Hall emanated from such a girl.
"Hello, Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Yang."
Su Yang shook her hand, their palms brushing past one another. It seemed that these forms were not physical but rather projections of some kind of spirit or consciousness.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Elizabeth, Su Yang composed his expression, beginning to discreetly survey his surroundings.
Although he felt a sense of curiosity upon entering this space for the first time, he now represented the Dragon Kingdom.
As a lord of a nation,
it was imperative to exude an air of control and strategic foresight, especially in such a grand setting where even the slightest misstep could tarnish the nation's image.
"My God! How spectacular! I must take a picture to send to my grandmother," exclaimed the flamboyant Lord of Spain, floating to Su Yang's right,
his exuberance starkly contrasting with the solemnity of the occasion. Thanks to him, all the lords turned their gazes in this direction. After casting disdainful looks at the Spanish lord, their attention naturally shifted to Su Yang.
In an instant, dozens of eyes were upon him.
Su Yang felt a surge of irritation towards the man beside him, who had disrupted his intent to observe quietly. Now he had to endure the pressure of scrutiny. With a slight lift of his head, Su Yang methodically scanned the area,
not overlooking anyone nor lingering on any particular individual.
This conveyed that in his eyes, they were all indistinguishable. After surveying the surroundings, he gleaned a general understanding of the situation. The arrangement of individuals was reflective of their current alliances. Directly opposite him, with a cigar in mouth,
sat General MacArthur of the United States.
Beside him was the coalition led by him. On the left side stood an elderly man clad in samurai attire and a middle-aged man in military uniform sporting a small mustache,
representing the alliance of the East in Germany. To the right were independent nations that had yet to join any alliance.
The robust figure at the center was unmistakably a traditional Russian. "Good evening, esteemed lords," MacArthur greeted, his voice resonating clearly despite the distance. "I did not expect that Lady Elizabeth and Mr. Su would be so youthful."
MacArthur waved to them, and Elizabeth responded with a courteous nod.
"Youth is the time of vigor, unlike us old fellows who have completely lost our drive," remarked Tojo, the leader of the East, with a grin that belied his sinister nature. Though he appeared as a kindly old man, Su Yang remained wary, knowing that beneath the facade of amiability lay a heart twisted by malice. Without affording the lords much opportunity for further pleasantries,
a prompt from the Forbidden Zone emerged once more.
Rules of the international competition: each round, lords are randomly selected to enter the arena,
where they must fend off the onslaught of foreign entities and complete tasks. During combat, other lords may provide reinforcements at any time,
which will follow the orders of the combatant lord. Note, each unit may only be used once, if you provide reinforcements to another lord.
Those units cannot be deployed for your own battles. Similarly, if your units have already participated, they cannot be utilized as reinforcements.
The commanding value of soldiers provided as reinforcements belongs to their respective lords. If they perish while reinforcing, they will be counted as dead. When a lord is eliminated, their alliance will incur a deduction in points. Lords without alliances are considered as a single coalition. At the conclusion of the competition, in addition to ranking the lords, the rankings of the alliances will also be calculated.
The last two alliances with surviving lords will suffer a persistent debuff for 1 week.
Upon reading the new information, Su Yang's mind began to whirl with thoughts. It was not merely a battle of individuals, but rather a team contest. In team battles, each participant carries equal weight, making it challenging to influence the outcome.
The prospect of enduring a week-long debuff was certainly daunting.
As he pondered, he suddenly turned to Elizabeth, exchanging a knowing glance.
They both understood that the alliance rankings posed a significant disadvantage to them.
Firstly, their alliance boasted the largest number of members, and in a team battle,
quantity offered no advantage.
All alliances began with equal points, and the point deduction for each fallen lord was the same. This implied that the likelihood of errors was greater for larger alliances. If one were to consider a test graded out of 100, missing one question would result in a 10-point deduction. A smaller alliance could end up with 0 points by getting all 10 questions wrong, while their alliance, facing 20 questions,
could plummet to -100. Moreover, their alliance's overall strength was the weakest among the four.
Elizabeth's indiscriminate diplomatic strategy in the early stages had led many currently weaker nations to band together under their banner for support. These two factors combined placed their alliance at a slight disadvantage.
However, Su Yang believed that these challenges could still be surmounted.
The armored legion trouncing the orcs would allow for some of their forces to support their allies. His only true concern lay in one insurmountable obstacle, the formidable Heart of the Nest, a level 4 threat that he had nurtured. If anyone from their side encountered a level 4 nest, it would spell disaster.
"Do we have any lords who have drawn the Heart of the Nest?" Elizabeth inquired, turning to the other lords in the alliance.
One by one, they shook their heads, some even checking their panels again for confirmation.
Su Yang also checked his panel and subsequently shook his head. Receiving the replies, Elizabeth nodded slightly. Thus far, the only good news was that their alliance had no lucky individuals. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Descending there was indeed unfeasible.
After Elizabeth conducted her examination, the pressure shifted to the other three alliances.
Tojo, Jean,
and the German lord exchanged glances within the alliance, while on the side of the Bear Nation, the independent states were utterly devoid of communication. Those who dared to stand alone possessed confidence in their own strength, and they harbored no fear of any descent zone. MacArthur, with an air of leisure, puffed on his cigar while chuckling. "If given the opportunity, I would genuinely like to visit the Heart of the Nest. Unfortunately, our numbers are limited. And the odds of drawing the Heart of the Nest are exceedingly low, thus it must be relinquished to that.
I am the Heart of the Nest."
Suddenly, a voice drifted in, causing MacArthur's smile to freeze. He turned abruptly to see the Lord of Goryeo listlessly raising his hand,
his face ashen. Chapter 81, Despairing Korea, the defenseless American lord are you?
MacArthur glanced at the Lord of Korea, his half-smoked cigar twitching slightly.
The Korean lord nodded, wearing an expression of utter desolation and detachment from life. "Where's your gun, mate? Shoot it."
The Lord of India, embroiled in conflict with Korea,
exclaimed directly. The other lords in the alliance, witnessing the arrogant Korean lord's demeanor, could not suppress their amusement. However,
out of respect for the lords and the formidable presence of the United States, they refrained from vocalizing their thoughts like the Indian lord did. Su Yang felt a heavy weight in his heart, struggling to suppress the sorrow tugging at his lips. He was grateful that his comrades remained as composed as he was, refraining from mocking the beleaguered Korean lord.
"Ha! Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Just a moment ago, you were boasting with 2 guns. And now you can only whimper like a child?" Before Su Yang could react, the Spanish lord beside him launched a merciless taunt at the Korean lord. Su Yang stifled a chuckle, lowering his head to conceal his amusement. That was close, he nearly lost control of his emotions. The way this fellow insulted others with such rhyme was quite something. Elizabeth, sitting nearby, turned to him with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong with you?" Without lifting his gaze, Su Yang waved his hand dismissively, feeling a bit melancholic. Elizabeth quickly understood, recognizing the deep-rooted friendship between Longwei and Korea,
and promptly gestured to the Spanish lord to cease his mockery. Across the room, the American lord soon regained his composure. As the foremost power in the world and a 2-time champion of the Forbidden Zone, he could not afford to lose his poise. The Heart of the Nest may be formidable, but it is merely a common arrival zone. Since others can survive there, what is there for us to fear? Judging by your demeanor, it seems you are not in the same league as that Spanish lord. What level are you? He waved his hand, signaling the Korean lord to relax, his expression calm and unperturbed. The Heart of the Nest, a zone of the utmost difficulty in the early stages, should not be overlooked. By now, most lords had upgraded to level 2 bases, with some even having completed their technological advancements. Thus, they had long surpassed the early stage, and the difficulty of the Heart of the Nest had diminished. A level 1 zone posed no concern, and they could manage a level 2. Even in the worst-case scenario of a level 3 zone, the Americans could still triumph. The increased difficulty posed by the Heart of the Nest was not a significant issue for their alliance. As the alliance with the fewest members but the highest quality, their advantages in this round were undeniable. Level 4, the Korean lord replied. MacArthur's eyes flickered with confusion. "I'm a bit hard of hearing, could you repeat that?" Level 4. After a brief silence, MacArthur burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I request that Korea be expelled from the alliance.
Ah, what?
The Korean lord was left dumbfounded.
Request denied. Current alliance members cannot be changed. The World Domination Tournament is ready, and the live broadcast is commencing. First challenger, the Empire of Argentina, Mayu. Arrival zone, Wailing Manor. What the hell? Did you not hear me?
The American lord shouted at the sky.
How can we face a level 4 nest?
It is impossible to have a level 4 nest. I request a re-evaluation of the threat level.
Request denied. I protest. How can there be a level 4 zone? I protest invalid.
American Lord MacArthur has been silenced.
Participating lords, please prepare yourselves.
Before MacArthur could continue his ruckus, the Forbidden Zone promptly initiated the World Domination Tournament. Su Yung patted his frozen face, his expression gradually turning serious. In the high-level military conference room. At midnight, the live broadcast of the Forbidden Zone began as scheduled. The screen displayed all the lords' information along with their randomly assigned arrival zones.
The officers and experts immediately searched for Su Yang's arrival zone. The Wild Mountains. Isn't that the location where we began in the first round of the Forbidden Zone? That's the one. I can never forget those damned werewolves.
This is fantastic. Su Yung must avenge us this time.
Upon seeing the Wild Mountains, the atmosphere in the conference room erupted with indignation. A month after the first trial, the Blood Moon incident triggered, granting all werewolves a tremendous boost. Their initial assault completely obliterated the Qing dynasty's territory, subjecting Longwei to its first calamity.
At the time of our devastation, we were at a level 2 threat. The 8 Banners soldiers struggled immensely. I wonder how the Qing dynasty's elite fared. The 8 Banners soldiers were ineffective, unable to strike from afar or withstand close combat. The Qing dynasty's elite, protected by their armor, surely had no issues in melee encounters. The orcs thrived on environmental buffs, and as long as they weren't enhanced, the elite soldiers should fare well. The military general nodded in agreement with the expert's analysis. Although they had only seen artillery and never witnessed the armored soldiers in battle, they had confidence in this army capable of contending with the insectoids.
Wow! Korea has hit the jackpot.
Suddenly, someone exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to the information displayed for Korea.
Lord, Park Das of Korea, arrival zone, heart of the nest, threat level, level 4, Happiness has arrived too swiftly, like a tornado. The experts exchanged glances,
their expressions rich with unspoken words.
As citizens of Longwa, their joy was palpable. However, out of humanitarian concerns,
they felt it was inappropriate to revel in a situation that could lead to national catastrophe.
The atmosphere in the conference room turned eerily silent. All eyes shifting towards the military general.
He shook his head helplessly. If you wish to laugh, then laugh freely. Humanitarianism does not apply to this rabble. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted in cheers.
Damn those Koreans.
The first time we suffered, they hypocritically sent us condolences.
The second time,
they probably thought we were doomed, so they didn't even pretend to care, celebrating for 3 days and nights.
Moreover, they even sent an invitation to the general. This is simply inhumane. These are the dark cockroaches that have been scheming behind our backs for years. Even if it's not the Japanese who get struck, dealing with this lot is still satisfying.
Fortunately, Su Yung raised the threat level of the insectoids, otherwise, with the Americans intervening, it would have been uncertain whether we could deliver a decisive blow to them.
How delightful.
A level 4 threat, unless the entire alliance unites, Korea cannot escape its doom. Chapter 82, the first match of the championship, the most terrifying faction. After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, the general's demeanor shifted, compelling everyone to reassess the current situation with meticulous scrutiny. Not only was there an individual competition at stake, but also a team contest encompassing the entire alliance.
Presently, the alliance to which Su Yang belonged was perceived as the weakest.
This necessitated the allocation of troops to support several nations of lesser strength.
Decisions regarding which factions to assist, the type of troops to deploy, and the timing of such assistance required careful consideration.
The order of entry into the challenges was entirely random, thus, Su Yang had to determine whether to send troops before his own challenge commenced.
The limits on troop deployment that would not influence his challenge had to be established.
The general promptly instructed the experts to compile all relevant information regarding the threats posed by the barbarian mountains.
This week, Su Yang's only communication was a concrete response regarding his resources, which did not consume his communication opportunities.
The higher-ups in Longhua had one more chance to converse with Su Yang, during which they would relay all prepared data to him. Su Yang needed to assess the approximate strength of the barbarian mountains through this information before calculating how many troops he could allocate for support. In the official Longhua Live broadcast room, as the global livestream commenced, ecstatic citizens filled the screen with barrage comments. The atmosphere exploded when they witnessed Goryo draw the level 4 nest heart. The excitement was palpable. Finally, they had the opportunity to confront these adversaries. The thrill of witnessing the Goryo faction's misfortune was immense, and viewers eagerly anticipated the Daqin Legion avenging them. Su Yang must judiciously allocate his forces, as the detrimental effects of the alliance ranking could not be underestimated. Encouragement flowed from the crowd: believe in them, Su Yang, and let Daqin thrive. In the Forbidden Zone, within the arena of the Global Championship, the countdown concluded, and the Argentine Lord, Mayu, began to fade into a spectral form. As he vanished, a force pulled him directly into the arena beneath the feet of the assembled audience. The scenery within the arena swiftly transformed from an ordinary forest into a wintry expanse. The ethereal figure of Mayu materialized within the championship grounds. The Argentine Lord has successfully descended. Descent area, Howling Manor, threat level 2. As the first match of the championship commenced, Su Yang calmed himself, observing every potentially valuable detail. Upon entering the arena, the Argentine Lord promptly began constructing walls upon receiving his mission. Simultaneously, he dispatched troops to expand the field of vision and maintain vigilance. The unique creatures of Howling Manor, known as snow servants, were diminutive beings adept at camouflage. They lay concealed beneath the heavy snowfall, ambushing passing units. Although the strength of the snow servants was not formidable, they operated akin to a stealthy faction, primarily utilizing the element of surprise against soldiers venturing into the snow. However, in a siege battle such as this, their efficacy would be severely limited. As anticipated by Su Yang, after erecting a 6-meter-tall copper wall of level 2, the Argentine Lord retreated behind his defenses, awaiting the assault. When the countdown in the Forbidden Zone concluded, the snow servants launched their offensive against the territory. These creatures, barely half a meter tall, hurled icy projectiles upward at the walls. For Su Yang, who had endured the onslaught of a swarm of insects, this attack felt trivial. "This is too easy. Do you know what kind of assault I faced at the Nest Heart?" the Spanish Lord remarked to Su Yang, gesturing animatedly. During the last descent, the insect tide was nearly an ocean. Each one towered at 2 meters, and my level 1 wall was but a mere obstacle for them. Were it not for the esteemed strategy and my exceptional command, I doubt I would be standing here today. A look of trepidation crossed the Spanish Lord's face, indicating how profoundly the insect tide had impacted him. "I can comprehend your plight," Su Yang responded with a smile. The Spanish Lord shook his head. "Those born in prosperous lands can never fathom the terror of the insect tide. You will witness it at the Nest Heart. You shall see what truly embodies the most fearsome creatures of this Forbidden Zone. The wave of unique creatures has ended. Please eliminate all unique creatures within the current area." The announcement drew Su Yang's focus back to the championship. Not only must we defend against the unique creatures, but we must also eradicate all enemies within the region? Su Yang quickly recalled the rules of the championship in his mind. Each round randomly selects lords to enter the global championship arena. They must withstand the unique creature wave and fulfill a task. This time, he discerned a crucial detail in the rules: after repelling the unique creatures, a task must be completed. This implied that every lord was obliged to withstand the unique wave, followed by an undefined task to achieve victory. Indeed, the Forbidden Zone revealed its mysteries only through the unfolding events. Throughout the defensive phase, the Argentine soldiers sustained minimal damage. However, upon exiting the territory, they entered the domain of the snow servants. These creatures lay motionless in the snow, poised to leap and strike at the soldiers. Devoid of reconnaissance equipment, the Argentine soldiers resorted to firing blindly into the snow. Unfortunately, their chances of hitting were dismally low, leading many soldiers to stumble upon the snow servants and face immediate demise. Fortunately, the remaining snow servants were few. And the Argentine soldiers succeeded in eliminating the last of them, albeit at the cost of many lives. Witnessing this, the Spanish lord sighed and shook his head again. With this level of threat, do you know what we face at the Nest Heart? The Stingers move like phantoms through the dense forest. They are not only swift but can take down several soldiers with a single life. Amidst the Spanish lord's reflections, the first round of the championship concluded. The Argentine lord managed to secure victory, albeit with the loss of half his forces. Damn it, we must fight outside the city. Mayu, now a spectral form, returned to the skies above the arena, cursing under his breath as the surrounding lords from the American camp offered him reassurance. Subsequently, several lords from various factions took their turns. Their descent zones were rated at level 1 or 2, presenting little challenge. No casualties occurred, nor did anyone send reinforcements. Soon, the next round of challenges commenced, and the information regarding the challenge lord appeared on the screen. Lord, Elizabeth VI of England, Descent Area, Goblin Mine, Threat Level 3, Chapter 83, The Crisis in England, Level 3 Threat, Goblin Mine. In the Level 3 zone. The Goblin Mine? How could the Lord of England remain utterly silent upon encountering a Level 3 descent zone? The aberrant beings inhabiting the Goblin Mine are unmistakably the Goblin race. Initially, this species is remarkably feeble, easily overpowered by nearly anyone. Although individually weak, their intellect ranks among the foremost in the Forbidden Lands. As the threat level escalates, they swiftly acquire proficiency in various weaponry and even technological advancements. The level 3 threshold marks a pivotal transformation in their strength from weakness to power. Upon reaching a level 3 threat, the Goblin race will experience significant technological progress and a substantial enhancement in their capabilities. Previous lords born in the Goblin Mine have met their demise at this juncture. England has chosen the Victorian era, and the firepower of the Redcoats is comparable to that of the Spanish troops. Moreover, Elizabeth's early strategy revolves around exchanging resources for allies, undoubtedly leaving her military strength lacking. This battle will undoubtedly pose a tremendous challenge for her. Upon viewing Elizabeth's panel information, numerous members of the alliance voiced their lamentations. They all comprehended the implications of a level 3 Goblin Mine, which stands as a formidable presence, second only to the level 4 Hive Heart. Alas! How could England be home to a level 3 Goblin Mine? What shall we do now? If England falls, our alliance will inevitably disband. The Spanish lord, unable to contain his distress, began to wail openly. Observing this, the Lord of Dongtiaoyinjin exchanged a knowing glance with the mustached man beside him. The Goblin Mine is his birthplace, and he is acutely aware of the Goblin race's current capabilities. They have already invented heavy siege weaponry, possessing formidable combat power in both sieges and field battles. The military of England during Elizabeth's reign will be utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. And any support from those weaker nations is not to be considered. Those nations can barely defend themselves, let alone assist others, and even if they could, their feeble troops would be of little help. At this critical juncture, the question remains whether Su Yang will intervene. However, even should he choose to act, the Goblin's combat strength is not easily subdued. Eliminating England would not only dismantle this weak alliance but also disrupt the development of the Dragon Kingdom. It is a pity for Elizabeth, she is quite charming. With a smile on his face, Dong Tiaoyinjin coldly regarded the members of the English alliance. Everyone. As the lamentations echoed, the Lord of England spoke. This battle will be arduous, but my brave English warriors shall not retreat. Should any lords be able to provide reinforcements, England will forever remember your support. However, before sending reinforcements, please ensure you assess your own forces and the intensity of the descent zone to guarantee your success. Lastly, if I should falter in this endeavor, I implore you all not to abandon the alliance. The alliance president shall be transferred to the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. In the face of other great powers, only unity can be our salvation. As Elizabeth's form began to fade, she gracefully floated toward the arena of nations. The lords of the alliance stood in collective astonishment. At that moment, Elizabeth seemed less like a mere 16-year-old girl and more like the true queen of the empire upon which the sun never sets. She is only 16. How can she remain so composed? I nearly soiled myself with fear last time. What shall I do? I cannot provide any support, my troops can only fight for themselves.
Amidst the Spanish lord's ramblings, Su Yang focused his thoughts.
Losing an ally, especially one as significant as England, would greatly impact him. Although he does not require support in battle, he is in dire need of resources. It can be said that his current lead owes much to England.
For instance,
without trading with England recently, he would not have been able to upgrade to a level 4 main base before entering the arena.
England is currently his most valuable ally.
If the battle takes a turn for the worse, he must dispatch troops for support.
But how many troops should he send?
Su Yang's mind raced as he endeavored to recall the information on orc strength. Only by gauging the orc's capabilities could he allocate his forces wisely.
The distribution of troops is of utmost importance.
Improper allocation could lead to waste, or worse, the annihilation of his forces. Ding! A system notification echoed in Su Yang's mind.
Why would there be a message at this time?
He opened the panel to find a message from the higher-ups. A page filled with various information appeared before him. And at the very top was detailed data regarding the orc race at a level 2 threat. It was as if they were privy to his thoughts,
understanding precisely what he needed.
Su Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. This information arrived at the perfect moment.
As Elizabeth entered, the arena of nations began to transform rapidly. The entire venue morphed into a rugged mountainous terrain adorned with bizarre rocks.
Like all lords, Elizabeth commanded her soldiers to form ranks and immediately commenced the construction of city walls. All resources for construction were readily available, requiring no extraction. In this level 3 threat zone, Elizabeth erected 9-meter-tall iron walls.
8 muzzle-loading cannons were mounted atop the walls. These cannons, standard before the mid-19th century, could fire solid projectiles or canister shots.
A common drawback of such artillery is their limited range, weak firepower, and poor accuracy.
Aside from the cannons,
there were the iconic redcoats of England. Unlike the line infantry of the Spanish with their flintlock rifles, they appeared to have upgraded their weaponry to percussion rifles. These firearms boasted enhanced accuracy and firepower, with a noticeably increased rate of fire.
Upon witnessing the emergence of the English forces, Su Yang felt a slight sense of relief.
It was not too dismal, at least their troops had been upgraded. Soon, the construction of the walls was complete, and all soldiers took their positions to defend the territory.
Elizabeth stood atop the main city, awaiting the onslaught of the aberrant tide.
As the countdown concluded, the assault of the level 3 goblin race commenced. The opening act did not involve a tidal wave of attacks or artillery bombardments, but rather a line of wooden barrels hurled from afar. Approximately 20 wooden barrels spun through the air towards the walls.
Fire!
At Elizabeth's command, the soldiers opened fire.
Boom! The moment the barrels were struck by bullets, they exploded, unleashing a torrent of ignited yellow liquid that engulfed the entire wall in flames.
Several soldiers valiantly rescued the soot-covered Elizabeth from the inferno before turning to combat the fire. Before the flames could be extinguished, another line of barrels hurtled toward them. This time, the soldiers refrained from firing, allowing the barrels to crash against the walls. Bang! The barrels shattered upon impact, and instead of yellow liquid, a horde of fully armed, shrieking goblins poured forth.
Chapter 84: The Redshirts Rising Against Death. Reinforcements on the way.
A wooden barrel, filled with a certain shock-absorbing substance and goblins, burst open.
Each barrel contained 3 goblins,
with more than half rendered unconscious or dead due to the impact of their fall. The surviving goblins shrieked as they emerged from the barrels, engaging in battle against the redshirts on the city walls. These gray green-skinned creatures donned a type of thick leather armor that significantly mitigated bullet damage. Armed with an array of weapons, daggers, spikes, and maces, they moved with agility and struck fiercely.
The redshirts, still reliant on single-shot firearms,
faced imminent demise if they failed to eliminate their foes swiftly, as the goblins were quick to close the distance.
Moreover, the goblins exhibited remarkable heat resistance,
navigating the fiery battleground with ease. In contrast, the redshirt soldiers found their long-range advantage diminished, hampered by the flames. Over 100 soldiers retreated under the relentless assault of the flames and the goblins. Observing from the stands above the battleground, the lords from various nations were taken aback by the goblins' ferocious onslaught.
What a hardcore airdrop! 1,000 enemies slain, yet 800 self-inflicted wounds.
This goblin race has truly evolved, launching a fiery assault while sacrificing themselves in the fray.
Is this the power of a level 3 threat zone?
The difficulty seems insurmountable. Level 3 is a transformative juncture for the goblins, where they become increasingly humanoid, mastering a wealth of technology and tactics.
Alas, this diminutive horde possesses such formidable combat prowess. Should we send reinforcements?
The Lord of Hispania shouted in despair. The other lords within the alliance shared similar anxious expressions, none having anticipated such chaos from the onset. The defenders, fortified by the walls, should have held an initial advantage. Only with a sustained increase in offensive forces could the tide begin to turn. It is rare to witness a defense so swiftly breached, with formations thrown into disarray. In this scenario, the outcome of the battle seemed almost predetermined. Amidst the collective anxiety, Su Yang observed the battlefield with calm determination. The battle had merely begun, though the situation appeared chaotic. England had yet to falter.
The redshirts numbered around 400. With 100 stationed on each wall.
The loss was presently localized, and with their numerical superiority, they could soon regain the upper hand. The most significant disparity at this moment lay not in raw strength but in tactical acumen. Any commander facing goblins for the first time would falter under such an assault.
The priority now was to swiftly adapt and identify the key to turning the tide.
In the face of the unexpected onslaught, Elizabeth remained composed. She swiftly commanded the soldiers on the southern wall to retreat, distancing themselves from the flames and the goblins. Following her directive, the soldiers abandoned their skirmishes, quickly withdrawing to the flanks of the wall. Reinforcements from either side formed a barrier, firing upon the pursuing goblins. The soldiers successfully evacuated the southern wall.
Yet the goblins chose not to pursue.
Suddenly, 2 more rows of barrels were dropped from the sky, unleashing a torrent of flaming oil,
engulfing the entire wall in an inferno.
Amidst the roaring flames, the soldiers witnessed 4 cannons and burning goblins plummeting from the battlements.
With the cannons' fall, a clarion call rang out. An overwhelming swarm of goblins surged into the stone forest. The goblin forces launched their full-scale assault.
Within the vast horde, alongside the diminutive goblins,
stood other troops of varying heights wielding diverse weaponry. Among them were 2 colossal siege ladders, pushed forth by a cadre of towering goblins, each standing at an impressive height of 1.5 meters.
Upon witnessing this scene, Elizabeth grasped the goblins' true intention. Their objective was not merely to breach the walls but to destroy the 4 cannons atop them, the only weapons capable of dismantling the siege ladders. The critical element now lay with the ladders. The goblins' current armaments were ineffective against the level 3 iron walls. They could only ascend via the ladders. If the ladders were destroyed, the walls would hold firm against this assault. A fierce determination flickered in Elizabeth's gaze as she swiftly assembled 200-strong contingents. She instructed her soldiers to launch an offensive against the 2 siege ladders from the eastern and western walls.
Simply holding the walls would merely delay the inevitable. Proactive engagement was essential for survival.
For the glory of the British Empire. Over 100 redshirt soldiers formed ranks and charged forth from the walls, advancing against the monstrous horde. In the stands, the lords gasped at Elizabeth's decision to send troops beyond the walls.
Sending soldiers out.
If they could not hold the walls,
how could they fare without them? Wouldn't a few hundred suffice to guard the pass? Why risk sending men to their doom?
A large-scale defense of the walls was vulnerable to the fiery barrels, and once breached in close combat, they would lose their long-range advantage. The only solution was to dismantle the ladders. The strategy of the English lord was sound. MacArthur, in the stands, smirked, relighting his cigar.
Should England fall, their alliance would secure the bottom position in the rankings. Next, they could target the disunited coalition of independent nations, securing their own safe zone.
Even the demise of a single Korean nation would pose little consequence. On the opposite side, Tojo Kin grinned coldly. His thoughts mirrored MacArthur's. If the English lord fell,
their alliance would gain entry into the safety zone. Moreover, he was even more certain that England's 200 soldiers were doomed. The goblins' tactics extended beyond siege warfare. Their prowess in the field was equally terrifying.
Such strength was beyond what the single-shot redshirts could contend with.
Tojo Kin cast a glance at the distant, expressionless Su Yang. What a serious demeanor. What thoughts occupy that lovely mind? Is he afraid? Should he dispatch reinforcements? What could a civilization from the Bronze Age possibly contribute? Today, he would witness that the warriors of the East are the true champions, while they are mere thieves fortunate enough to snatch the first position. The moment approached. 1 minute, 20 glances. Do you harbor a secret affection for me? Su Yang feigned indifference, though his eyes meticulously tracked all movements on the battlefield. The distance between the two forces dwindled. The English army was on the verge of direct confrontation with the goblin horde. Inwardly, Su Yang felt a twinge of anxiety for Elizabeth. This was a perilous gamble with no retreat. Once they dashed beyond the walls, the 200 soldiers would confront the goblin army without the protection of the fortifications. If they could withstand the pressure to dismantle the ladders, the remaining English soldiers could hold the walls. However, should they fail and be annihilated, the surviving English troops would be left to await their slaughter within the city. Success or demise, the iron will of England's Iron Lady's lineage was evident. Su Yang focused intently on the unfolding scene. The outcome of the first clash would determine the fate of the battle and whether he would send reinforcements. Chapter 85. The elite of the Great Qin arrive for reinforcement. Disperse. With a thunderous crash, yet another row of wooden barrels fell into the ranks of the red-shirt army, causing liquid to spout forth. The soldiers coated in grease needed to retreat immediately, prohibited from firing their weapons. Should they pull the trigger, the sparks would ignite them. Although these soldiers did not perish, they were rendered utterly powerless. Each barrel that struck claimed a swath of red-shirt warriors. Elizabeth gazed somberly at the battlefield from a distance, her heart heavy. Even before the battle had commenced, a quarter of her 200-strong force had been lost. Moreover, these goblins were not the mindless charging type. The moment they spotted the red shirts exiting the city, they halted their advance, opting instead to deplete their foes with barrels. They understood their advantage and felt no urgency. A resonant horn echoed, signaling the enemy's impending action. Form ranks to confront the enemy. Elizabeth bellowed, her eyes trembling as she clenched her fists. This was the final showdown. Deep within the stone forest, the soldiers of the red-shirt army finally laid eyes on the goblin front lines. They promptly arranged themselves into formations, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the enemy. Hundreds of firearms discharged simultaneously, creating a net of bullets that sealed off the entire stone forest, forcing the goblin ranks to take refuge behind the stone columns. The red-shirt soldiers maintained their formation, advancing steadily, their concentrated firepower rendering the goblins unable to retaliate. Yet, just as the soldiers pressed forward, the earth trembled violently. Dust cascaded from the stone pillars, and loose stones danced upon the ground. It felt as if the entire world was quaking. The goblins, hidden behind the stone columns, began to scream frantically, as if welcoming an impending arrival. A thunderous roar reverberated from deep within the stone forest, and a colossal figure, towering 5 meters high, burst forth. It possessed a single eye and was cloaked in olive green, tough skin. Grasping a massive spiked club in one hand and a shield of equal size clad in iron around the edges in the other, it was the goblin elite, a troll. Concentrate fire. All red-shirt soldiers directed their firepower toward the monstrous creature. The troll charged forward, raising its colossal shield. This shield was a solid oak half a meter thick, encased in iron. The bullets from the red shirts either ricocheted off the iron or were absorbed by the dense wood. Even with all their fire concentrated, they could not impede the troll's relentless advance. On the city walls, Elizabeth's gaze dimmed, the light in her eyes fading. She had forgotten that the threat level would unlock elite units. The moment the troll appeared, all hope was extinguished. In the viewing platform, a lord gasped. My goodness, a troll! How can we possibly win without machine guns? It's over, the disparity is insurmountable. The English lord has done all he could. These goblins are terrifying. More formidable than a hive of insects. With the English doomed, so too would their alliance. No need to watch further, prepare the next lord. As the troll emerged, the lords in the viewing platform condemned the English to death. All the lords within the alliance were pale-faced, abandoning any thoughts of providing support. Sending troops to engage the goblins was one thing, but facing such an elite monster was tantamount to suicide. The Spanish lord fidgeted anxiously. What should we do? I can't bear to see her perish, someone save her. On the other side, MacArthur and Tojo struggled to contain their amusement. The tide of battle had been decided. England would forever vanish from their list of threats.
The greatest error she committed was aligning herself with a collection of weak nations. A group of weaklings huddling together would never become strong, only a greater burden. Weakness could never survive in forbidden lands.
Suddenly, Su Yang's voice resonated through the viewing platform. The Dragon Kingdom requests reinforcements.
The room fell silent, for this was the first time a lord sought to bolster their ranks.
Request approved, reinforcement units and types determined. 6 Qin armored elites and 6 Qin armored crossbowmen. All the lords widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing Su Yang's choice of reinforcements.
Their faces a mask of incredulity.
Single-digit reinforcements? Had they misheard? Was this a jest, sending a few soldiers to accompany her to the grave?
They had expected something grand.
But this was the extent of the Dragon Kingdom's might?
Absurd!
12 soldiers would hardly suffice to fill the troll's teeth. 12 infantrymen? Was this the ally that England had secured with sincerity? The Dragon Kingdom was ruthless, undoubtedly extracting the lifeblood of England to achieve dual supremacy.
All the other lords gazed at Su Yang with incredulity, their expressions laced with disdain.
What are you thinking? The Spanish lord was equally baffled. Reinforcements confirmed. Soldiers are being teleported, select landing point.
Su Yang disregarded the scrutinizing gazes and swiftly chose the landing point per the system's instructions.
Landing point selection complete, confirm landing? Confirmed. Su Yang's response was resolute. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped Su Yang.
Simultaneously, dozens of luminous beams descended from the heavens.
Landing in the heart of the battlefield. MacArthur and Tojo furrowed their brows in unison. What was happening? They could not fathom why Su Yang would undertake such a seemingly futile action. Why, then, had only a handful of soldiers been dispatched? Did he believe he could turn the tide of battle with such scant numbers? That was impossible.
The troll's roar echoed throughout the stone forest.
No amount of ammunition could halt its advance. The frontline red-shirt soldiers continued to fire relentlessly, even though their efforts yielded no results. They could not retreat.
They understood their role as the last line of defense for their queen, and retreat was not an option.
On the city walls, Elizabeth's face turned pale as the hope for a turnaround vanished entirely.
No longer anxious, she straightened her posture atop the walls. She would die with dignity, resolutely. She had already betrayed the trust of the English people and could not further tarnish the glory of the English Empire. Suddenly, without any warning, 12 beams of light descended from the sky. They landed between the troll and the ranks of the red-shirt army.
Reinforcements?
Elizabeth's mouth fell agape, her mind momentarily blank. She could not comprehend the scene unfolding before her. As the light dissipated, a dense white mist enveloped the battlefield. A voice resonated in her mind.
I am Chun Wu. Sent by the Emperor's decree to provide reinforcements. Chapter 86, Is this what you call the Bronze Age? From where does this smoke emanate? Is it steam? What is this? I don't recall reinforcements having any special effects upon their arrival.
As the lords observed the steam rising above the battlefield, confusion swept over them.
Yet,
the steam soon dissipated, revealing 12 soldiers clad in bronze exoskeleton armor from the Great Qin Dynasty.
The sound of steam hissing filled the air.
And the 6 soldiers at the forefront surged forward, charging directly at the troll. Their speed was astonishing, akin to 6 bolts of lightning. All the lords were left in a state of disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes.
By the mother of Sheba, what was that rushing past? What in the world is this? My God, are those exoskeleton mechs? Can bronze construct exoskeleton mechs? Steam propulsion, exoskeleton mechs.
And you dare tell me this is the Bronze Age? These Qin soldiers are absolutely magnificent.
They are practically superhumans. Reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom?
Upon hearing Chen Wu's words, Elizabeth finally came to her senses.
But why are there only 12 of them? And where did the steam come from?
Before she could ponder further, the steam cleared, and the 6 soldiers charged forth like a flash.
What? Elizabeth's eyes widened in shock.
With the hissing of steam,
Chen Wu led the charge. The group split into 2, flanking the troll. Just as they were about to reach the troll, 6 crossbowmen at the rear pulled their triggers. The tension of the crossbow strings and steam propelled the arrows through the air. Buzzing, the bronze crossbow bolt struck first, aimed at the troll's exposed feet beneath its shield. Thud! The spinning arrowhead pierced through the tough skin, directly impaling both feet. Roar! The troll emitted a pained howl, its shield slipping, revealing part of its body. Buzzing, seizing the fleeting opportunity, the crossbowman unleashed a second volley. The exposed areas of the troll's body were instantly riddled with bolts. 2 arrows struck its left knee, shattering the kneecap and tearing through the tough exterior. Roar! The troll's legs could no longer support its massive frame. It let out a desperate wail as it collapsed to the ground. Boom! The immense body crashing down stirred up clouds of dust. Before the dust could settle, Chen Wu and his team surged forward. The nape, the heart, the spine. 6 soldiers, 6 powered bronze swords, aimed at all the vital points on the troll's back. With a hiss, the steam propelled their strikes deep, twisting the sword handles. There was no pause, every movement flowed seamlessly. The cries ceased abruptly. This 5-meter-tall elite monster from the 3rd level of the Goblin Mines, a behemoth that had bested hundreds of soldiers, was brought down in less than 10 seconds by the exoskeleton squad. Thud! The soldiers withdrew their bronze swords and charged into the depths of the stone forest. The goblins, hiding behind the stone pillars, stared wide-eyed. They glanced at the vanishing figures of the exoskeleton soldiers and then at the slumbering troll on the ground. Eek! Eek! The stone forest echoed with the goblins' frantic cries once more. But this time, it was not shouts of excitement but screams of terror. On the city walls, Elizabeth stood in stunned silence, her expression utterly uncontrolled. Having been raised with noble etiquette, she had never displayed such a loss of composure. This was simply astonishing, overwhelmingly shocking. Su Yang had sent merely 12 soldiers to resolve a situation that had left her utterly helpless. What manner of soldiers are these? What civilization is the Qin dynasty to wield such advanced exoskeleton technology in the Bronze Age? Is this a miracle? In the viewing area, the lords were left dumbfounded after witnessing the exoskeleton soldiers annihilate the troll. This was not a challenge against a foreign species. This was a survival challenge for the foreign species. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Is this unit a bit overpowered? Wait, you call this the Bronze Age? Whose bronze swords are equipped with steam propulsion? No wonder they only deployed 12, if they sent more, they might not even be able to contain the dungeon. Invincible in close combat, with ranged power comparable to a sniper rifle, is this the team that has achieved the top rank in exploration? Su Yang. I was just joking with you earlier, our friendship still stands. Su Yang, can you lend a hand when I make my move later? While the minor lords could still smile and marvel at the Qin soldiers, the major lords could no longer find any humor in the situation. The combat prowess of these 12 soldiers had entirely showcased the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone could sense that the greatest threat had emerged in this round of Forbidden Land trials. After witnessing the battle of the Qin elite soldiers, MacArthur loosened his collar slightly. For some reason, he felt a bit hot and was sweating profusely. Beside him, Dong Tiao's expression grew grave, devoid of his previous smirking demeanor. As a lord born in the Goblin Caves, no one understood the troll's strength better than he did. When the elite creature appeared, he had used 2 machine gun squads to deal with it successfully. The machine gun squad was already his strongest force, while the soldiers sent by Su Yang seemed to be mere basic units. No wonder he had fought day and night for 4 consecutive days yet still lost the exploration ranking. How could one win against such monstrous forces? What in the world has this damned Qin dynasty been researching? Wait, buddy? The Lord of Spain looked at Su Yang with an expression of extreme complexity. How did tossing out a dozen soldiers turn the tide? He hadn't seen such a scene since he watched cartoons in the 3rd grade. The Lord of Spain's mind was overloaded, his language abilities completely failing him. Su Yang finally gained a brief moment of tranquility. The Red Shirt Army, under the guidance of the crossbowmen, was regrouping and steadily advancing. Meanwhile, the exoskeleton soldiers circled around the Goblin Army, bypassing the ladders to penetrate the depths of the stone forest. Having battled against the insect race all day, the exoskeleton soldiers faced these diminutive goblins with ease, effectively conducting a dimensional strike. Groups of goblins surged forth, attempting to encircle the exoskeleton squad. Yet,
Their speed paled in comparison to the charges of the exoskeleton soldiers.
If six-legged creatures could not keep pace, how could these tiny two-footed goblins? The goblin troops' once cherished speed and close combat prowess were rendered utterly futile before the exoskeleton soldiers. They could not catch up, and if they did, it would likely cost them their lives. The 6 exoskeleton soldiers moved through the goblin ranks as if traversing an uninhabited realm, racing directly into the rear of the goblin forces. There lay the goblins' headquarters, where they launched various types of wooden barrels. Chapter 87, The Unstoppable Armored Legion. Su Yang emerges. As long as the red shirt army soldiers formed a line and maintained their distance, they could suppress the goblin army. The only issue lay in the rear where oil barrels were being hurled. These barrels could easily shatter the ranks of the red shirt army, preventing them from establishing an effective fire network. Thus, when Su Yang assigned tasks to Chun Wu, the primary objective was to neutralize the trolls, followed closely by the rear siege forces. 6 elite armored warriors charged into the goblin catapult unit, targeting those goblin soldiers equipped with goggles who were directing the throws. Much like the Heavenly Fire Guard, the operation of the catapults required specialized troops. Eliminating them would effectively dismantle the stronghold. Soon, the goblin experts manning the catapults were completely annihilated by the armored warriors. As the frontline goblin forces retreated, they were left only with a field strewn with severed limbs. At this point, the outcome was sealed, and all means of counterattack from the goblin forces had been obliterated. Elizabeth summoned an additional 100 units of red shirt soldiers from her territory to join the fray. With the red shirt army as the vanguard and the armored legion as support, this combined force advanced steadily, nearly decimating the goblin army without sustaining any casualties. The English lords successfully completed the challenge. In the viewing platform, the assembled lords were profoundly impressed, captivated by the formidable might of the armored warriors. They traversed the battlefield head-on, eschewing conventional tactics. The speed and melee prowess displayed were reminiscent of elite special forces. Which nation's special forces could achieve such feats? This was an extraordinary unit from the Dragon Kingdom, undoubtedly not a basic troop. Amidst the dazzling display, the scene within the arena began to shift, and Elizabeth returned to the viewing seats. Upon witnessing her successful return, the faces of the allied lords regained their color. Simultaneously, their perception of the Dragon Kingdom's strength was reshaped. Previously, due to the Dragon Kingdom's lackluster performance in the initial rounds and the legacy of ancient civilizations, even with Su Yang topping the duel rankings, they had not recognized the true might of the Dragon Kingdom. Today, witnessing the combat prowess of the armored warriors, they finally understood. The Dragon Kingdom's ascension to the top was no mere coincidence, it was the inevitable result of its formidable strength. Thank you. England shall forever remember this day. Elizabeth solemnly bestowed a noble salute upon Su Yang, an act befitting allies. Su Yang nodded in response, shifting his focus to the other alliances. The expressions on the faces of the lords were nothing short of spectacular. Despite their efforts to conceal their emotions, MacArthur and Tojo, among others, could still be perceived as anxious. England's smooth passage would undoubtedly disrupt their expectations. The contest continued. What actions would these lords take next? In the high-level conference room, the officers and experts were invigorated by the strength of the armored legion. Remarkable. A single squad has turned the tide of battle. The combat effectiveness of the armored soldiers is simply terrifying. Their physical capabilities have been enhanced by over threefold. The efficacy of this exoskeleton is astonishing. Who would have thought that in an era dominated by firearms, melee units could wield such immense power? Su Yang's responses were equally commendable. From the quantity of support troops to the timing of their deployment and the prioritization of targets, every decision was impeccable. The chief of the military nodded in appreciation. Su Yang's choice to support England was astute. If England fell, the entire alliance would be significantly affected. Furthermore, the displayed combat strength was perfectly calibrated. While the armored squad easily handled the Goblin force's strategic units, the principal combat power remained with the Red Shirt army. This created an illusion among the other lords of a refined yet limited Qin dynasty army, instilling a sense of threat without fully erasing the barriers that prevented a united front against them. Indeed, they could never anticipate that what we showcased was merely our foundational units. We have navigated through the most formidable challenges, now, we await the responses from the other alliances.
In the international live broadcast room, the audience was astonished.
WTF. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are simply terrifying. So impressive and strong. Thank goodness we are allied with the Dragon Kingdom. Is this not Iron Man? Is Su Yang's English name Tony Stark?
We are grateful for the assistance of the Dragon Kingdom's Lord. The people of England will forever remember this. Dear neighbors, please message Su Yang to provide us with support.
The citizens of Goryeo will also remember this. In the official live broadcast room, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were in an uproar upon witnessing the armored soldiers in action. The prowess of these armored warriors far exceeded their expectations. So impressive. True men engage in melee combat. Oh no, our goblin army is utterly humiliated. Fiery Goblin requests to engage, please trample me mercilessly. When will Su Yang take the stage? I long to see the armored legion cleanse the orcs. What is there to see in a rout? I want to see the Goryeo lords wetting their pants in fear of the swarm. The contest continued, and the selected lords entered the arena in succession. Su Yang engaged again after England, delivering yet another display of overwhelming force with a similarly small troop count. Whenever Su Yang stepped in, everyone knew the battle was over. Moreover, the most significant aspect was not merely the victories, but the fact that they were achieved without sustaining injuries. Since Su Yang's initial support, other alliances began to mobilize their own reinforcements. However, the troops they deployed could only enhance firepower and could not accomplish strategic objectives like the armored squad did. Furthermore, their supporting troops, akin to ordinary soldiers, were prone to casualties. In stark contrast, Su Yang's armored squad had never suffered losses or even injuries since their deployment. The remarkable aspect was not merely the absence of casualties, but the consistent achievement of this feat. This signified that their strength was vastly superior to the current level of engagement. Another lord completed the challenge and returned to the viewing platform. Thus far, only the Eastern Alliance had lost a lord, while the other three alliances had incurred no losses. Surprisingly, the Alliance of Independent States, which had always fought alone without support, had managed to reach this point without a single casualty, successfully clearing 2 areas of level 3 threat. As the screen flickered, a new challenger emerged. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom, Arrival Area, Wild Mountains, Threat Level, Level 2, Chapter 88, The Wild Mountains, Speedrun Performance at last, it was my turn. Su Yang stretched his neck. Although this body was merely a projection of consciousness, a day of suspension still brought about fatigue. The moment the screen displayed the land of dragons, he felt dozens of gazes piercing through him. These stares were no longer filled with doubt or disdain, but rather a blend of anticipation and hostility. Good luck, Elizabeth said. Brother Su Yang, I have faith in you. The Lord of the Spanish Theater shouted. Ever since witnessing the prowess of the armored warriors, his address had transformed from buddy to brother. Su Yang nodded slightly, his mind swiftly selecting 16 armored warriors and 12 armored crossbowmen. This meticulous selection was the result of careful analysis based on high-level data. In the Level 2 Wild Mountains, the only 2 aberrations were the pigmen and werewolves, with their numbers ranging from 30 to 50. This configuration was incomparable to the 150 units achievable in a Level 2 insect nest. Given the fortifications of the walls, Su Yang felt that deploying such a large force was somewhat excessive. However, considering it was his own battle, he prioritized caution. As brilliance illuminated the scene, Su Yang witnessed his form transform into an apparition, followed by a powerful suction that drew him into the arena. The surroundings rapidly shifted, soon revealing a vast grassland dotted with towering mountains in the distance and unmistakable plateau terrain. Upon seeing the familiar greenery, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. After facing those bizarre crystal spores daily, he had nearly forgotten what normal flora looked like. Upon landing, he wasted no time, summoning his soldiers and commencing the construction of the walls. Although the enemy was not formidable, he understood the importance of diligence in forbidden territories. With a resounding rumble, a 12-meter-tall, 3-tiered copper wall erupted from the ground. At each corner stood a colossal crossbow, with a sonic detector positioned at the center. The armored troops swiftly ascended the walls via steam-powered lifts and took their positions. Rather than joining the soldiers atop the walls, Su Yang leisurely stood beside the Lord's residence, activating his shared vision.
He selected a crossbowman, and as the sharing commenced, a vast and crystal-clear panorama unfolded before him. The crossbowman's exceptional eyesight rivaled that of a sniper scope, allowing him to discern small stones on the ground several hundred meters away.
Without needing to move, he could switch perspectives to acquire detailed information from any direction.
This ability was nothing short of miraculous.
The lords spectating the contest began to question their own existence. If memory serves, the walls should be standardized? This height is nearly double that of my own walls, why is no one addressing this? The craftsmanship of these walls is exceedingly advanced, with battlements, firing ports, and watchtowers all impeccably integrated. Their soldiers can even utilize steam lifts.
I feel as if I am still in the Bronze Age.
Utilizing primitive materials yet producing high-tech creations, was this Qin dynasty truly an innovation?
As Qin's technological marvels unfolded, MacArthur and Tojo's expressions grew increasingly grave.
How could such formidable technology and combat prowess emerge from primitive materials and methods? What, precisely, was the essence of the Qin civilization?
With a deafening roar, the pigmen's assault commenced. Standing at around 2 meters tall and enveloped in thick layers of fat, a larger pigman leader bellowed from a hilltop. Its roar granted all pigmen an acceleration buff as they charged towards the base. The Orcish combat style relied on overwhelming physicality and various buffs to crush their foes. They eschewed tactics, opting instead for sheer brute force. The pigman leader, its body flushed with rage, believed that despite the wall's height, a loud enough roar could topple anything.
Pigmen. Never enslaved.
It cried out, ready to unleash its skills, only to catch a flash of darkness in the distance. With a thunderous crash, a massive crossbow bolt flew forth, obliterating the very hill upon which the pigman leader stood.
Earth and grass flew in all directions, the shockwave sending nearby pigmen tumbling.
A single strike, devastating.
The lords in the viewing area widened their eyes in astonishment. This is a crossbow? I would have thought it a missile. The pigman leader, renowned for its toughness, had been instantaneously dispatched.
I recall this creature having a berserk skill when at low health, yet Su Yang didn't even allow it that opportunity.
As the dust settled,
the surrounding pigmen, previously sent sprawling, stood bewildered, scratching their heads in confusion before resuming their charge.
Had that pigman been speaking moments ago?
Su Yang observed the moment of the pigman leader's demise through the crossbowman's perspective. These creatures were alarmingly foolish, devoid of strategy or tactics. A handful of pigmen charged forward, emitting strange cries, mindlessly assaulting the walls with bare hands. Their only advantage lay in their robust constitution, requiring an average of 5 bolts to bring them down.
However,
brute strength could not compensate for a lack of intellect. The crossbowmen swiftly dispatched them after a few rounds of fire.
Following the collapse of the pigman offensive, Su Yang led a sortie to eradicate the werewolf forces lurking in the forest.
The werewolves were marginally more intelligent than the pigmen, exhibiting a semblance of teamwork and decent melee capabilities.
However, since it was not nighttime, they lacked any bonuses.
Their attacks were indeed sharp, with individual combat prowess surpassing that of the stinging bugs. Yet, their strikes against the armored warriors clad in toad bone copper armor proved largely ineffective.
Ultimately,
the werewolf forces were eliminated with even greater speed by the armored warriors.
The challenge concluded. From selection to completion,
Su Yang took merely 15 minutes, nearly 3 times faster than his peers. Such swift and efficient slaughter left all other lords feeling embarrassed.
As Su Yang exited the arena, the gazes of many minor lords turned to him with a newfound reverence. Was this a speedrun performance of the second round? 15 minutes, was level 2 Wild Mountains truly this pathetic?
It was a crushingly one-sided battle. Engaging those soldiers in melee would be tantamount to certain death.
Did they truly believe they were on a path to develop super soldiers capable of obliterating tanks with a single strike?
If one were to adhere to logic,
could they truly believe in myth?
This level of individual prowess had reached its zenith.
Chapter 89, The Final Battle.
Threat Level 4, the insect nest. Su Yang returned to the observation seats with an air of ease, as if he had expended little effort. With his successful challenge, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom was fully revealed, showcasing at least what a level 2 main base could achieve.
The enigmatic veil was finally lifted, granting the onlookers a clearer understanding of the Qin dynasty's military prowess. The leaders of the United States, Eastern Japan, and other major powers appeared calm.
Yet their minds were tumultuous. Initially, the Dragon Kingdom's forces had left a profound impression, but upon reflection, numerous flaws became evident. Firstly, the size of the army was a critical metric. Considering the number of troops Su Yang deployed today, it was, at best, just under 100. Such a meager force would hardly suffice in the eyes of modern nations. Secondly, the combat strategy observed was largely characterized by direct charges. This approach might work against mindless abominations, but when faced with the gun emplacements of humanity, it would lead only to annihilation. Modern machine guns had already rendered cavalry charges obsolete, let alone infantry armed with blades. Ultimately, it could be concluded that at this stage, the Qin dynasty's individual capabilities were indeed lacking. However, as other nations gradually unlocked modern technologies such as aircraft, tanks, and artillery, the Qin dynasty would pay the price for its misguided technological trajectory. Following Su Yang's return, the competition continued with a new round of challenges. In the high-level meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, the atmosphere was one of mixed feelings. This victory was too effortless. Have we perhaps revealed too much of our strength? One remarked. Indeed, I believe constructing the crossbow towers was somewhat excessive, another concurred. They could not fault Su Yang, his overwhelming power had merely outshone their expectations. The chief of the military spoke up. In truth, this is quite advantageous. While our armored soldiers exhibit formidable strength, several issues have also come to light. Firstly, our numbers are significantly fewer than those of other armies. Secondly, our combat style and tactics are fundamentally rooted in ancient infantry charges. Other lords will undoubtedly notice these deficiencies, leading to misjudgments about our capabilities. The experts nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while they had showcased their strength, they had also revealed vulnerabilities, which was the most optimal outcome. In the official livestream, the audience was captivated. This is astonishing. The first round with the Qing dynasty's 8 banners against the pigmen was nothing like this. One viewer recalled the night the gates were breached, with the pigmen's leader braving a barrage of flintlock shots. It's incredible, during the 8 banners fight, the pigmen seemed like devils, but now after the Imperial Knight's victory, they appear more pig-like. The enjoyment was palpable, especially when arrows pierced through the pigmen, causing their fat to splatter. Isn't that a bit too gruesome? But it's so exhilarating. I've barely slept for this. The competition proceeded systematically. Since Su Yang's bout, the subsequent battles had not posed significant challenges. The creatures in the level 2 threat zones had not undergone substantial transformations, and modern nations had been able to navigate these challenges with ease. Even the Spanish lord had successfully conquered a level 2 area. Upon returning, he was nearly in tears, having initially believed the insect nest would be difficult, only to discover that other level 2 zones were far worse. Su Yang empathized, recalling how his soldiers had wreaked havoc in other level 2 areas, while the insect nest proved far more daunting. Turning his gaze to the scoreboard in the sky, Su Yang noted that it was already the 7th night, with the competition nearing its conclusion. Nations like the United States and Eastern Japan had successfully completed their challenges. Notably, due to their unlocked machine guns, both nations exhibited overwhelming dominance in their battles. It was particularly worth mentioning that the area secured by Tojo was the heart of the insect nest, a level 1 threat zone previously held by the Spanish. During his challenge, his machine gun units displayed absolute suppression over the insect tide, sustaining nearly no casualties during the defense. However, some soldiers were lost during the subsequent cleanup of the remaining insects in the dense forest. Aside from the United States and Eastern Japan, nations such as Russia, Germany, and France also triumphed effortlessly, though not a single one could approach their own records. Even the fastest, Eastern Japan, took over 20 minutes to complete their challenges. After a day of combat, the situation on the field remained unchanged. Only the Eastern Japan alliance experienced the loss of a single lord, while other alliances suffered no casualties. Only 3 lords remained in the observation seats, and they would determine the final outcome. Among them, the most crucial was the Korean nation, which had drawn the level 4 threat insect nest. If Korea fell, the United States alliance would be plunged into peril. Conversely, if Korea succeeded, they could still strive for a favorable damage ratio. The once dispensable Korean nation had now become an object of necessity for rescue. Su Yang gazed curiously at MacArthur. Would they attempt a rescue?
As the panel flickered, the third-to-last challenger appeared. Lord Park Das of Korea, arrival zone, heart of the insect nest, threat level 4, finally. The decisive battle that would dictate the final alliance rankings had arrived. Su Yang's eyes glinted as he witnessed the panel illuminate.
The Korean lord trembled slightly, exhaling deeply. He exchanged a glance with MacArthur, and together they transformed into beams of light, entering the competition arena. MacArthur surveyed the surroundings, smirking as he lit a cigar. He was well aware of what the others were thinking. They were simply waiting for the insect swarm to obliterate Korea and drag the United States down with them. Initially, he too had thought it hopeless, but the battle between Eastern Japan and the insect horde had rekindled his hope. The heavy machine guns of Eastern Japan had exerted perfect control over the insect tide, with the defense suffering almost no damage. This realization led him to understand that even though the insect swarm posed terrifying power initially, once heavy firepower was unlocked, no matter the threat level or scale of the swarm, it would merely serve as a means to accumulate dominion points. Though lacking specific data, the notion that the insect swarm could undergo mutations at certain levels, akin to goblins, seemed implausible. Goblins, despite their grotesqueness, were still viviparous mammals, possessing some degree of intelligence and learning ability. In contrast, the insects were merely instinctual predators, devoid of any cognitive faculties. Thus, he deduced that the heart of the insect nest had reached such a high level due to its lack of significant upgrades and its mid-stage fatigue. The singular offensive strategy allowed the lord of that zone to forego tactical considerations. Enhancing firepower would effortlessly reap the insect tide, rapidly increasing the threat level. Consequently, he had deliberately retained 2 heavy machine gun squads and a mortar team, ready to demonstrate to the insects what the power of technology truly entailed. Chapter 90, The Special Insectoid Squad, A Sudden Assault. In the dead of night, Park Do-si arrived at the battlefield, greeted by the radiant glow of the brilliant crystal fungi. He recognized these peculiar plants from the arrival of the Eastern Lord, though they did not emit light during the day. The landing site was enveloped by luminescent flora on 3 sides, illuminating the area even brighter than daylight. The opposite side, devoid of glowing plants, appeared to be a salt-alkali wasteland, with dense forests on 3 sides and an open area on one. This spawn point was far superior to those in the east during the day. Based on the Eastern Force's daytime skirmishes, the insect swarm displayed combat efficacy solely within the forested areas. They dared not launch assaults from the open ground, as lacking the cover of the woods would render them sitting ducks. Thus, the insectoid horde could only initiate attacks from the 3 forested fronts, granting him the advantage of defending only 3 sides compared to the eastern commander, Jean. Realizing the significant advantage, Park Do-si wasted no time and immediately began erecting a defensive wall. Simultaneously, he dispatched soldiers to clear the surrounding luminescent plants, which were massive and could draw considerable firepower from the swarming insects. Given the infinite ammunition during the championship's defense round, soldiers could replenish supplies by returning to the barracks, prompting Park Do-si to order the use of grenades. The shrapnel grenades had a lethal radius of approximately 10 meters, however. Due to the powerful cushioning effect of the liquid within the crystal fungi, this range was reduced to 3 meters. Each soldier was equipped with 3 individual grenades, and about a quarter of the nearly 200 South Korean soldiers were armed with them. Their strategy involved using shrapnel grenades first, followed by soldiers without grenades employing tactical daggers for thorough clearing. This method proved efficient, even surpassing the clearing rate of the Eastern forces. Bang bang bang, the sounds of shrapnel grenades echoed throughout the dense forest, their explosions resonating starkly in the stillness of the night. As each grenade detonated, large swaths of crystal fungi collapsed. The soldiers had cleared nearly 10 meters of the fungi, and Park Do-si was on the verge of completing the wall. Gazing at the towering 6-meter wall, a swell of pride filled his heart. The Eastern forces, focusing on offense rather than defense, had only constructed a 3-meter level 1 wall. Yet, with their level 1 wall, they had managed to decimate the insect swarm. Surely, his level 2 wall would be an impregnable fortress. Feeling a sense of triumph, Park Do-si recalled that he had hastily upgraded the wall before entering the championship, intending to bolster territorial defenses. Little did he know, this upgrade was fortuitously timely, almost saving his life. With only 1 segment of the wall remaining, he was about to allow the soldiers to return. Bang bang ah!
Just as Park Do-si lowered the final segment of the wall, he suddenly heard a scream. What was happening? All squad leaders, account for your members. He shouted into the communicator while sprinting towards his territory.
Panic surged within him. This was no time for complications.
First squad, all present. Third squad, all accounted for. Fourth squad. Put. Sizzle. Hisses. What is that sound?
Park Do-si's face turned pale with terror. He nearly dropped the communicator.
Something was wrong. He couldn't remain outside. Grabbing the communicator, he shouted, "All personnel, retreat to the territory. Everyone fall back."
Bang, bang, he had barely finished speaking when chaotic gunfire erupted from the forest.
How could this be? The Forbidden Zone had yet to issue a warning. How had the insectoids arrived so swiftly? All units, stay alert. All units, prepare for defense. The searchlights atop the wall blazed to life.
And all soldiers armed with submachine guns assumed defensive postures. Park Do-si rushed to the wall, peering into the direction of the gunfire.
Suddenly, he witnessed a soldier emerging from the forest's edge, unceremoniously cleaved in half. Blood sprayed into the air, halted mid-flight by some indistinguishable entity. What is that?
A sense of dread washed over him as the sounds of gunfire and screams reverberated through the forest. No soldiers escaped the onslaught.
Abruptly, a chill coursed from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, an overwhelming despair and coldness enveloping him. That thing. It seemed to have locked eyes with him. In the spectator S-box, all the lords widened their eyes in disbelief, unsure of what had transpired. The area once thought secure for wall construction had been besieged? Moreover, they had not even glimpsed the assailants. What creature initiated this attack? Had anyone seen it? The mission had not yet been announced, so how could the assault have commenced? This was no ordinary wave of attacks. They appeared to have encountered a wild aberration. Yet, what was this aberration? Before they could even discern its form, the Goryeo forces had already suffered losses of over a dozen soldiers. The final soldier's blood splattered upon something. What was happening? MacArthur furrowed his brow. To have lost over a dozen men without even engaging in combat, and still remain ignorant of the assailant's identity. Jin's expression grew grave. He sensed something amiss. This level 4 threat nest was an entirely different entity from what he had faced during the day. On the other side of the spectator stand, Su Yang also frowned. This sensation felt eerily familiar. While not as fearful as Park Do-si, he too had experienced that feeling, being targeted by something. It was the insectoid squad at the entrance of the territory. Although the Forbidden Zone would only trigger the aberration wave after the countdown concluded. The rules had never stated that constructing walls was a safe period. Park Do-si had inadvertently drawn the insectoid squad in by hastily using grenades to clear a path. Given the current situation, Su Yang finally understood why the scouts had failed to detect that squad. That group must possess some form of camouflage or technology allowing them to remain entirely concealed within the forest. Park Do-si had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. This was a special insectoid squad he had never encountered before. In the official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom, the sudden assault ignited a flurry of comments. What the heck? They didn't even see the enemy before the killing began. What type of insectoid is this? Look at Park Do-si, his face has gone completely pale, he is truly terrified. This is exhilarating, no one warned me there would be a horror film tonight. While other regions are battling hordes, our level 4 nest has turned into a horror show. It's genuinely terrifying. I can't imagine the terrifying creatures Su Yang faces daily. You see him fighting like this, how could our Qin warriors even retaliate? If you put yourself in their shoes, of course it's frightening. We are from the Qin, with Li Xin and the Heavenly Fire Guard, why should we fear? Yet, I'm so eager to see what unfolds next. They have been thrown into disarray before the attack wave even begins. The upcoming attack wave will surely be spectacular. This is the most anticipated episode. Let us quickly send those Goryeo warriors home. Chapter 91, The Terrifying Swarm Offensive. M1917 heavy machine gun. The relentless pursuit of the unknown insectoid menace halted at the edge of the dense forest, prompting all soldiers of the Goryeo kingdom to retreat to their territory. Park Do-si exhaled deeply, gradually shedding the grip of fear. The return of his troops restored his sense of security.
Regardless of the insectoid type, maintaining a safe distance allowed for effective firepower suppression. The recent casualties comprised merely a handful of low-tier units wielding the Garand M1.
The elite infantry, equipped with grenades and submachine guns, returned unscathed. Moreover,
his barracks were situated at the foot of the city walls, enabling rapid access to ammunition resupply, thereby ensuring an almost limitless barrage of fire. With such formidable strength, as long as they avoided ambushes, even the highest-tier insectoids stood little chance. Countdown complete, the swarm offensive commences. At the instant the countdown concluded, something was hurled from the thicket, crashing down at the city gate. Park Dosey's countenance darkened. It was a severed corpse of a Goryeo soldier.
How dare these vile insectoids provoke him? Come on, you filthy bastards, bring it on. Park Dosey seized an M3 submachine gun, unleashing a volley into the forest. The sound of gunfire echoed as his fury reached its zenith. The sudden attack exposed his terrified visage to the world, transforming the humiliation into an inferno of rage that poured forth with each bullet. As his ammunition dwindled, Park Dosey was abruptly alerted by a faint, rustling sound. The swarm was approaching. The footsteps echoed ominously, heralding doom. He beheld a vast, unending sea of gray-brown creatures surging toward him from the depths of the forest. Park Dosey swallowed hard, the initial fury dissipating in the face of this overwhelming scale, far surpassing the earlier encounter with the Eastern Empire. Before he could react, another section of the city wall encountered the enemy first. Park Dosey swiftly redirected his gaze, witnessing throngs of aberrant insects pouring forth from the foliage. His heart plummeted. These were larger gray-brown creatures, boasting 4 razor-sharp blades on their chests, their exoskeletons impossibly tough. Unlike the previous encounter, this new wave of insects did not scatter under gunfire. The barrage merely slowed their advance, it could not halt their relentless push. Unless a critical hit was achieved, bullets would merely embed within their shells, inflicting negligible damage. As the swarms emerged from 3 directions, the soldiers atop the walls began firing. The insect tide united, launching a coordinated assault from multiple fronts. Grenades! Park Dosey bellowed, issuing commands. Rows of grenades were hurled into the mass of insects, detonating with thunderous blasts. For the dense swarm, explosive area damage was the optimal strategy. The grenades finally suppressed the advancing tide. Yet, this reprieve was fleeting, the relentless swarm offered no respite. Soon, the grenades were exhausted, and the insects pressed forward once more. Suddenly, Park Dosey realized a critical error. Although theoretically equipped with infinite ammunition, resupply required time. At this moment, he could not allow his soldiers to descend from the walls for reloading. Should the firepower diminish, the aberrant insects would breach their defenses in no time. With the grenades depleted and the swarm closing in, it was only a matter of time before the territory fell. Despair washed over Park Dosey as he gazed skyward. The viewing platform. Is this the level 4 swarm? Merely observing sends chills down the spine. Such repulsive creatures, not only formidable individually but overwhelmingly numerous. How could anyone have escalated such beings to level 4? What kind of troops could possibly contend with this? Su Yang observed the progression of the battle, his mind racing. The 3rd-generation insectoid exoskeleton had indeed undergone significant evolution, impervious even to standard bullets. The Qin archers, lacking access to armor-piercing and explosive arrows, would likely struggle to inflict meaningful damage. However, the primary disparity between these soldiers and the armored legion lay not in their ranged firepower, but rather in their lack of frontline warriors capable of both defense and offense like the armored warriors. The soldiers faced the swarm with little margin for error, necessitating distance. The armored legion, conversely, remained undeterred by the insects encroaching upon them. Only when the warriors and archers launched their assault simultaneously did the legion demonstrate its full might. Su Yang glanced at MacArthur. If the United States did not provide support, the battle would soon conclude. The 6-meter city wall was but a minor incline for the 3rd-generation insect swarm. Once they breached the base of the wall, the Goryeo kingdom would stand no chance of resistance. United States requests reinforcements. MacArthur's voice resonated from the viewing platform. Request approved. Reinforcement units and types determined, 2 squads of Browning M1917 heavy machine guns. Upon hearing of the American reinforcements, the assembled lords could not help but widen their eyes.
The United States had already deployed 4 light machine guns during their initial engagement. At that time, the Lords found this excessive, as even the Eastern Empire, capable of contending with the United States, had only utilized 2 light machine guns. The United States, however, had deployed 4, exemplifying their status as a military powerhouse, consistently equipped with superior weaponry. Yet, none anticipated that this was not the extent of American capabilities. They still possessed 2 heavy machine guns. During the day, the Eastern Empire had overwhelmed the insect swarm with light machine guns, let alone now with heavy machine guns. The Browning M1917. Su Yang recalled information from his past life. An American heavy machine gun from World War I and the Pacific War, utilizing 7.62mm ammunition with a water-cooled barrel. Its theoretical rate of fire ranged from 400 to 600 rounds per minute, with a muzzle velocity of 854 meters per second and a maximum range of 3,000 meters. A palm-sized bullet, firing at an astonishing 600 rounds per minute, a true super weapon. Su Yang was astonished that the United States had committed such resources, deploying 2 heavy machine gun squads. Should they falter, it would mean the loss of 2 heavy machine guns, a significant resource even for the United States at this time. A radiant light descended, illuminating the arena with numerous beams. The 2 American heavy machine gun squads took position at the most intensely contested section of the city wall. Su Yang's eyes gleamed. This battle would reveal the outcome of normal development against the insectoid threat. The 3rd-generation exoskeleton would struggle against heavy firepower, and the machine gun squads would undoubtedly disrupt the swarm's offensive. However, the 3rd-generation insect swarm had strategies beyond mere tactics of overwhelming numbers. Chapter 92, Full Throttle. The 2 American Browning M1917 heavy machine gun teams were fully deployed. A standard machine gun team comprises 10 individuals, a reconnaissance observer for command and fire control, the primary gunner responsible for firing, an assistant gunner tasked with loading ammunition and cooling the barrel, an ammunition bearer, 2 cover personnel, and a number of reserves. These soldiers ensured that the heavy machine guns could unleash a relentless torrent of fire under any circumstances. Upon witnessing the deployment of the 2 machine gun teams, Park Do-si's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. This was a heavy machine gun, the M1917, capable of piercing light armored vehicles. The swarm before it was but a collection of paper toys. Eliminate those wretches. With a click, the belt of ammunition was chambered, and the gunner squeezed the trigger, unleashing a cascade of bullets. The heavy machine gun, a formidable weapon of its time and the ultimate instrument that had rendered cavalry obsolete. A harbinger of death crafted by human hands. The echo of gunfire reverberated through the dense forest, the cold machine gun transforming into a merciless beast, its bullets streaking through the air in a linear formation. The palm-sized projectiles effortlessly shattered the exoskeletons of the insects, and the rate of fire, exceeding 100 rounds per minute, reduced targets to mere pulp. Wherever the gun's muzzle pointed, the tide of insects disintegrated in an instant. By the gods! Park Do-si roared with fervor. Nothing delighted him more than witnessing the vile swarm turn to mush. With the machine guns positioned on 2 walls, the insect onslaught rapidly retreated. Park Do-si redirected most of his forces to the 3rd wall for a full defense. Thus, 3 lines of defense were established, and humanity's firepower achieved comprehensive suppression of the swarm. Come on! More, bring it on! Park Do-si shouted relentlessly. Bring it on, you fiends! Bang bang, as Park Do-si shouted. An object struck the wall, exploding and sending him flying. Bang bang bang, rows of red, spiked projectiles shot from the depths of the forest, causing a series of explosions upon the walls. The soldiers were taken by surprise. Many, like Park Do-si, were thrown back, while some managed to take cover behind the walls. Struggling to rise from the ground, Park Do-si felt a torrent of blood flow from his left arm, as something had pierced his shoulder blade. He observed the continuous explosions on the wall, forcing the soldiers to huddle behind for safety. One machine gun team had ceased firing under attack, and another, having just resumed, was struck again by another explosion. The insect race possessed long-range units. How could these creatures, which thrived in swarms, have such precise ranged capabilities? Did this tribe possess any weaknesses? In the viewing platform, spectators were astonished. They had thought victory was at hand, only to discover the enemy still had long-range units.
Even level 3 goblins only had melee units. This insect swarm was truly beyond comprehension. How could they counter this?
All attacks originated from the depths of the forest, making it impossible for the machine guns to engage effectively.
Requesting reinforcements. A chorus of alarm rang out as MacArthur bellowed with rage.
His expression bore a grim determination.
Reinforcement unit, M2 mortar team. The announcement sent waves of astonishment among the lords. Who would have expected that, despite the dire circumstances, America still had a trump card to play? Su Yong too was taken aback. It seemed America's ability to secure 2 consecutive victories in the Forbidden Grounds was no mere fluke. Their civilization's capabilities were indeed formidable, allowing them to produce such a variety of equipment in such a short time. Even without significant early advantages, unlocking mortars at this juncture was a testament to exceptional foresight. Mortars, with their curved trajectory, were perfectly suited for engaging targets behind cover, making them an ideal response to the current situation. Request approved, M2 mortar team deploying. In the arena, a despondent Park Dosi watched as another beam of light descended from the sky. What is this?
As the light touched down, a mortar team carrying 2 60mm M2 mortars materialized in the center of the territory. Immediately, they established communication with the machine gun team as observer to gather bombardment coordinates.
After acquiring the necessary information, they swiftly began deploying and adjusting the mortars.
Setting firing parameters, azimuth 03-00, angle 06-08, fire. With a whoosh, 2 shells ascended into the sky. And Park Dosi momentarily forgot his pain. MacArthur's father had indeed unlocked the mortar. The 60mm mortar. It would obliterate those insects into oblivion. By the gods! I curse your very existence. Just as Park Dosi prepared to cheer towards the heavens, he was abruptly struck silent. He saw a red object, resembling a meteor,
hurtling down from above. Boom, like a meteor ablaze, the shell landed at the center of the territory, unleashing a deafening explosion. Flames erupted skyward, and torrents of black oil gushed from the epicenter, transforming the entire area into a sea of fire.
The powerful shockwave hurled nearby soldiers against the walls, interrupting their fire.
The long-awaited swarm of stingers surged forward. The 6-meter walls were rendered utterly ineffective.
The insect blades mercilessly shredded the soldiers, blood and entrails spraying forth,
limbs and flesh flying in all directions.
In mere moments, the territory morphed into a bloody slaughterhouse, a hellish nightmare of human suffering. The anguished screams of despair echoed relentlessly. In the viewing platform, all the lords gaped in silence, at a loss for words to describe the horrifying scene before them. MacArthur's gaze dimmed as he stared blankly at the screen, likely on the verge of collapse if not for his ethereal state.
Elizabeth turned away, unable to bear the hellish imagery any longer. Tojo and other prominent lords furrowed their brows, lost in their thoughts.
Even the Spanish lord ceased his incessant chatter, and the entire viewing area fell into a profound silence.
Even Su Yan was taken aback by the insect race's final strike.
That was the shell of a raider, but it had evolved from the prior asset to become an explosive projectile. This was clearly the result of evolution following combat with the celestial fire guardians. The swarm's capacity for adaptation surpassed his expectations.
In the arena, the charred Park Dosi lay twitching at the foot of the wall, clinging to his last breath.
Through a haze of blood, a massive insect slowly emerged.
Chapter 93, Level 4 Main Base Unlocked, a more potent force.
Before them stood a Tyran warrior,
towering at an impressive height of 3.5 meters, wielding a colossal bone blade.
Blood trickled down its serrated, shark-like fangs. It stood quietly before Park Daos,
its eyes betraying a sense of confusion.
After scrutinizing Park Daos, it slowly advanced and lifted him off the ground, bringing him closer to its own eyes.
Park Daos emitted a hoarse wail, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth.
The lords in the viewing gallery exchanged glances of terror. This was indeed the Zerg. Their artillery seemed to rival the modern missile technology.
Could it be that one of our lords was truly battling against them? How could victory possibly be achieved?
The heart of the nest was aptly named the most difficult zone to conquer. The Zerg possessed nearly maxed out capabilities in all aspects.
Was Park Daos the Zerg that initiated the attack? They even had cloaking abilities? What was it doing? Why not engage directly? Was it to toy with the Lord of Goryo? The thought was quite terrifying. As the lords debated, the tyrant warrior abruptly tore Park Das in half. Blood gushed forth, and a piercing scream erupted, only to vanish in an instant. After dismembering Park Das, the tyrant warrior crushed his skull, raising the shattered remains high, allowing the bright red brain fluid to flow into its mandibles. At that moment, as it consumed the brain fluid, the tyrant warrior lifted its gaze, piercing through the cosmos to stare directly at the viewing gallery. It let out a furious roar, its rows of serrated teeth trembling. The scene shifted in the arena, and a notification appeared. The Goryeo Lord has died, challenge failed. The next round of challenges will commence in 5 minutes. With the final scene fading away, chaos erupted among the lords. My God, was it just looking at us? Surely, it must have been a coincidence. Can the intelligence of the Zerg truly be so high? What was that last scene about? It felt utterly chilling. Can these Zerg be defeated by mere mortals? They seem to possess intelligence surpassing my own. Witnessing the last scene, Su Yang furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with thoughts. Though he was uncertain of what had just transpired, he sensed that the tyrant warrior had somehow locked onto him. Its previous actions were a declaration of war. It seemed that being labeled the Zerg's arch-nemesis in the Level 4 Abyss Stare was no mere embellishment. Even if he transformed into a projection of consciousness, he could still be targeted by them. This was indeed outrageous. What would happen if he were discovered? Would he face a swarm of Zerg upon returning to his territory? Su Yang pondered. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Park Das and MacArthur. Had they not held out for so long, he would not have gained such clarity regarding the Zerg's assault strategies. If he were to confront this swarm in the future, he would be better prepared with countermeasures. The fall of Goryeo would place the American alliance in a perilous position, akin to that of the Japanese alliance. The upcoming 2 battles held no suspense. They would not alter the overarching situation, unless unforeseen events occurred. Both the Japanese and American alliances would suffer a week of detrimental effects. This outcome was unexpectedly remarkable. The 2 alliances, boasting the highest paper strength, had both met with defeat. It could only be said that within the Forbidden Grounds, nothing is ever certain. After 2 more rounds, the Lord rankings for the week would be determined, marking the conclusion of this competition. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's High Command, even in their own arrival zone, and after enduring prolonged encounters with the Zerg, the officers and experts found themselves somewhat shaken. My heavens! It is hard to believe that Su Yang survives daily battles with these creatures. Today's swarm was formidable. They seemed capable of matching our forces. The Zerg's evolutionary capabilities were particularly terrifying. They grew stronger in the face of adversity. This current state of theirs was likely honed through their confrontations with Su Yang. It meant they absorbed experience from being thoroughly beaten by him, only to then overpower the Goryeo Lord. The Goryeo Lord had indeed found himself in a dire situation. There was no escaping this fate. This assault not only struck at Goryeo but would undoubtedly have significant repercussions for the Americans as well. Indeed, Goryeo had nearly fallen. But the Americans had committed 2 heavy machine gun squads and a mortar team, which would greatly impact their developmental pace. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast, the excitement was palpable. Wow! Absolutely magnificent. The Tyrant Zerg truly lived up to its reputation. Their methods of attack are exceedingly diverse and rich. It is nearly impossible to defend against them. Other aberrations simply cannot be compared to the Zerg. The artillery is terrifying. They are almost on par with the Celestial Fireguard. Our neighbors are pitiful, enduring a catastrophe that should leave them unscathed, just a few minor scrapes, akin to being erased from the map. These fellows are utterly inhumane. I believe Su Yang should quickly return home to cultivate after securing the Lord rankings. There can be no respite in the heart of the nest. Indeed, the rate of Zerg evolution is somewhat exaggerated. If we pause our own development, we might risk falling behind. We must persevere and trust in Su Yang and the warriors of the Qin dynasty. The international competition has concluded. System rankings now commence. Alliance rankings: 1st, Independent Alliance; 2nd, England Alliance; 3rd, American Alliance; 4th, Japanese Alliance. The last 2 are the American Alliance and the Japanese Alliance. Affiliated nations trigger detrimental events, turbulent times. All resource outputs within territories reduced by 15, lasting 1 week.
Competition rankings: 1st, Dragon Kingdom; 2nd, America; 3rd, France; 4th, Japan; 5th, Bear Nation. First place receives a reward of 20,000 dominance points. Event incentive: Military Superpower, Level 3, Resource Manifestation Authority. Second and third places receive a reward of 15,000 dominance points. Event incentive: Military Superpower, Level 2. Resource Manifestation Authority. Fourth and fifth places receive a reward of 10,000 dominance points. Event incentive: Military Superpower, Level 1. With the rankings concluded, the international competition arena dissipated, and Su Yang's consciousness returned to his territory. The moment he arrived, he instructed Li Xin to muster the troops, preparing all to ascend the walls and enter a defensive posture. The swarm that had just battled Goryeo was not to be underestimated. Vigilance was essential. While Li Xin led the troops to the walls, Su Yang opened the panel of his lord's residence, which was still undergoing upgrades. There could be no delay. The combat power of the swarm had caught up. His territory needed a stronger force. Chapter 94, Steel and Oil. The true power of Great Qin Heavy Industry. Su Yang opened the panel of the Lord's Mansion. Level 4 Lord's Mansion is upgrading. Remaining time, 1D. 23H, with nearly 2 days left. It was the perfect opportunity to utilize a rare nest heart. With a flicker of thought, he inserted the nest heart. Using item nest heart, construction time reduced by 2D, level 4 Lord's Mansion upgrade completed. As the upgrade notification appeared, a cacophony of mechanical parts clashing filled the air. The level 3 Lord's Mansion began its transformation according to the blueprint. With a thunderous roar, the reconstruction of the level 4 Lord's Mansion was complete. Although the area and height remained unchanged, its appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. The once extensive iron structure was now replaced by a sleeker metallic exterior. Steel? Su Yang quickly deduced the nature of the metal. The upgrade from iron to steel marked a significant advancement in material quality for the level 4 main base. Steel, the backbone of modern industry, shares its essence with iron, yet boasts greater strength, lightweight properties, and superior tensile capabilities. Furthermore, steel exhibits enhanced resistance to corrosion and high temperatures, along with greater flexibility, allowing for the adaptation of various components. Unlocking industrial steelmaking technology signifies the commencement of the territory's journey into modernity. Although not as revolutionary as the transition from copper to iron, the leap provided by steel is by no means insignificant. As is customary, technology serves as the foundation for all upgrades. The first order of business following the upgrade of the main base was, of course, to upgrade the 1000 machine tower. Unlike iron ore, which could be acquired without unlocking relevant exploration technologies, steel cannot be obtained without the appropriate technology. Fortunately, this time, upgrading the 1000 machine tower required no steel, only 100 units of iron ore and 50 units of copper ore. Su Yang was relieved that the system had finally shown some intelligence, avoiding the pitfalls encountered previously with iron ore exploration. After investing the necessary resources, the level 4000 machine tower was swiftly upgraded. Much like the Lord's Mansion, its exterior transformed into a more polished and radiant steel material. Without hesitation, Su Yang accessed the 1000 machine tower panel to explore the new technologies made available by this upgrade. The first and foremost concern was, of course, resources, as they are the bedrock of all upgrades. This time, 2 resource technologies were unlocked. The first was the anticipated steel. The second, however, took him by surprise: a resource of epical significance: oil. Steel and oil form the bedrock and lifeblood of modern industry. Unlocking these technologies is akin to opening the gates to modern industrialization. While bronze and steam were powerful in their own right, they did not harness the true capabilities of Great Qin Heavy Industry. With the advent of steel and oil, the might of Great Qin Heavy Industry would be further realized. The era belonging to Great Qin was only just beginning. Su Yang eagerly selected the steel technology. Technology: steel casting. Pure man, acquire modern smelting and casting techniques. Unlock the construction of steel mills, and a series of technology upgrades for steel equipment. Dominion points, 8000, time, 24H, as a newly unlocked material. Steel would undoubtedly be a prerequisite for many upgrades in the level 4 main base. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed his selection.
Dominion points -8,000, technology, steel casting and research. The 1,000 machine tower now supported simultaneous research on 2 technologies, so after selecting steel, Su Yang shifted his focus to another crucial technology. Technology, petroleum industry, a treat on me, acquire oil extraction and a series of processing technologies. Unlock the construction of refineries, and a series of technologies utilizing oil as power and raw material. Dominion points, 8,000, time, 24H, oil, the lifeblood of modern industry. Whether utilized directly as fuel in internal combustion engines or processed into rubber, plastics, and other vital resources, it represents an essential facet of modern technological advancement. Without hesitation, Su Yang included it in his research panel. Dominion points -8,000, technology, petroleum industry and research. After selecting these 2 core technologies, Su Yang promptly utilized his last rare nest heart. Using item nest heart. Research time reduced by 48H, the rare nest heart can shorten research time by up to 2 days, making it perfectly suited for this purpose. As the research reached completion, the system prompted him. Detected prerequisite technology research, unlocking special unit Qin Fire Dragon Guard, a new unit had arrived. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since experiencing the explosive combat efficiency provided by the Skyfire Guard, he had high hopes for subsequent new units. With anticipation, he accessed the armored camp panel and scrolled to the final entry. Unit, Qin Fire Dragon Guard, Unit Type, Heavy Infantry, Production Requirement, Level 4 Armored Camp, Prerequisite Technologies, Steel Casting. Petroleum Industry, Description, a special infantry unit equipped with heavy armor, capable of wide-area flame attacks. The Fire Dragon Guard is equipped with heavy flamethrowers, capable of unleashing searing flames that devastate enemies within range. Summoning Dominion points required, 3,000, base consumption, 5 units of fuel day. 5 units of concentrated water day, maintenance consumption, 5 units of copper instance. 5 units of steel instance, reload consumption, 3 units of oil fuel instance, a heavy infantry unit equipped with flamethrowers. Su Yang's eyes shone brightly. Ever since witnessing the insect type for the first time, he had envisioned the thrill of unleashing flamethrowers upon such a massive swarm. Now, the Fire Dragon Guard perfectly fulfilled that vision. Unlike the Skyfire Guard, which conducted remote precision bombardments, the Fire Dragon Guard could perform wide-area attacks at close range. Moreover, as an infantry unit, its attack methods were more versatile with broader target options. Imagining unleashing a flamethrower at a densely packed swarm of insects sent shivers of excitement down his spine. Should he be able to deploy the Fire Dragon Guard in future legions, even the largest insect tide would be reduced to mere ash. The combat prowess of the Fire Dragon Guard is indisputable, yet the current challenge lies with the oil resources. The unlocked technology pertains to the petroleum industry, not oil exploration. This implies that Qin's technological tree likely does not encompass this vital technology. Furthermore, there is another significant issue: oil is typically found in deserts, bays, and similar regions. It is challenging to ascertain the presence of oil in tropical areas like the insect nest forests. Even if oil exists in such regions, its reserves are unlikely to be abundant. The scarcity of oil resources poses a formidable challenge. Chapter 95, the Triad Triggering Feature, a powerful new structure. How to resolve the issue of oil scarcity. Su Yang crossed his arms, thoughts swirling in his mind. The heart of the hive may not contain oil resources. And even if reserves exist, they are certainly not abundant. Achieving self-sufficiency akin to coal or iron ore seems unlikely. In the future, acquiring oil will solely rely on trade with other lords. Presently, the only stable trading partner is England. However, England has yet to extract oil, and even if they do, their output would merely suffice for their own needs. Aside from Afghanistan and a handful of Middle Eastern nations, other countries' oil production barely meets domestic demands. It is common knowledge that the Middle Eastern alliance is firmly under America's control. Bluntly put, they are America's oil depot. Securing oil resources from them would undoubtedly come at a steep price. Unlike England, obtaining oil from this group would expose one's vulnerabilities. In the future, they could manipulate oil prices to influence one's actions. How I wish to bring this group down. The rules of the Forbidden Zone impose no restrictions on battles between lords. Upon defeating a nation and seizing its territory, one can acquire all its production facilities and resources. Su Yang began to understand a certain dictator's ideology. When resources in the economy are constrained, warfare appears to be the only viable option.
Given his current strength, without considering American support, he could easily overwhelm these countries. The challenge lies in their locations. Even if he knew where they were, transporting troops would be problematic. The distribution of the Forbidden Zone dictates that the distance between adjacent territories starts at a minimum of 100 kilometers.
Presently,
he has yet to discover even the neighboring territory of Spain, let alone other nations.
Would the Level 4 main base unlock transportation tools? This sudden question interrupted Su Yang's thoughts.
As the exploration range expands, the importance of transportation tools becomes increasingly apparent. At present, not only is attacking other countries a challenge,
but even clearing the hive takes a full day. If transportation tools are not unlocked soon, distance will significantly impact territorial development. With this in mind, Su Yang ceased pondering how to procure oil. This issue cannot be resolved merely by standing idle.
The primary task now is to review all upgrades for the Level 4 main base. Finally, he will summarize the issues that have arisen, the resources required,
and determine the next developmental direction. The two highest priority technologies have been unlocked. The next steps involve upgrading and constructing buildings.
The Level 4 main base, as before, offers 2 new mining machines, which Su Yang plans to build according to demand.
In addition to production facilities, a new Level 4 structure reignited Su Yang's excitement, the vehicle factory. The name clearly suggests the unlocking of factories for armored vehicles and tanks. With enthusiasm, Su Yang opened the factory panel, and suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind.
Detected vehicle factory structure. Triggering the Great Qin Heavy Industry feature, Vehicle Factory, Gongshu Heavy Machinery Camp, all produced machinery will undergo mechanized modifications.
Possessing enhanced performance and comprehensive functionality, the feature upgrade was triggered.
Su Yang's eyes sparkled. The mechanisms of the MO family, walking on wood and stone, the bronze opening.
Inquiring about Gongshu.
Gongshu Ban, also known as Lu Ban, was a master of machinery during the spring and autumn period, alongside Mozi.
Unlike Mozi,
who advocated for universal love and non-aggression and excelled in defense, Lu Ban specialized in offense, having created many renowned siege engines. The name Gongshu suggests the remarkable creations that will emerge from this heavy machinery camp. Suppressing his anticipation, Su Yang accessed the heavy machinery camp panel. Production building, Gongshu Heavy Machinery Camp. Description: unlocks the construction of a series of transport and combat machinery in a large factory. Construction cost: 100 units of steel, 50 units of copper ore. Upon seeing the functional description, Su Yang felt a sense of stability. Once the heavy machinery camp is constructed, transportation issues will be swiftly resolved. The Great Qin technology tree never fails to meet expectations. Building the heavy machinery camp requires 100 units of steel and 50 units of copper ore.
To obtain steel,
he must smelt it himself. Su Yang promptly navigated to the last 2 sections of the construction panel.
These are the new buildings necessary for unlocking steel production and the oil industry, the steel mill and the oil refinery.
Both structures require 100 units of iron and 50 units of copper ore for construction.
Fortunately, resources within the territory are currently abundant. During the global competition,
all consumed resources were provided by the system. With no depletion, the territory has amassed a significant stockpile of resources over the past 2 days.
Without hesitation, Su Yang allocated the resources and simultaneously constructed the steel mill and the oil refinery. As construction commenced, a prompt resonated in his mind.
Detection of steel mill construction.
Triggering the Great Qin Heavy Industry feature.
Steel mill, Great Qin Smelting Center, unlocks a series of metal casting technologies. Enhancing the effects of metal materials, detection of oil refinery construction, triggering the Great Qin Heavy Industry feature.
Oil refinery, Great Qin Chemical Center, unlocks the underlying principles of refining.
Enabling the processing of any type of oil, a double trigger of features.
3 consecutive feature triggers. Which other nation has such frequent feature activations? Su Yang's eyes glimmered with joy.
Indeed, the more technological advancements there are, the more pronounced the effects of the Great Qin Heavy Industry feature become.
Moreover, this feature is nearly omnipotent. Any building related to technology and construction will receive upgrades.
This is truly formidable. As the sounds of machinery ceased, 2 colossal structures arose from the ground.
Su Yang accessed the panels of both buildings to examine their specific functionalities.
Resource building, Great Qin Smelting Center, building feature, a place for smelting various advanced metals and forging metal castings, currently smeltable metals, refined steel, output, every 2 units of iron ore can be smelted into 1 unit of refined steel, consumption, each unit of refined steel produced consumes 1 unit of fuel resource, production capacity, 200 units of refined steel day,
maximum, resource building, Great Qin Chemical Center, building feature, refines
various crude oils to produce petroleum fuel and various byproducts, current territory crude oil, none, output, none, consumption, none, production capacity, none, various crude oils.
Is petroleum not a necessary resource? Su Yang's attention was immediately captured by the description of the chemical center. Chapter 96, A Method to Escape the Oil Dilemma? The heroic forge various types of crude oil? Su Yang's mind raced. Literally.
The crude oil suitable for refining into fuel is not limited to petroleum.
What else can be transformed into combustible liquid fuel? Su Yang crossed his arms in contemplation.
As memories related to this flashed rapidly through his mind. Liquid fuel, combustion, alien creatures.
Suddenly, a thought flickered through,
linking all the images together to reach a conclusion. Within the Forbidden Zone, resources like petroleum are neither unique nor scarce.
At least not for him. Who possesses the Divine Farmer's creation tower?
During the battle with the Lord of England, the goblins utilized a flying barrel that contained a certain yellow liquid fuel. It was not merely a blend of golden dragonfish oil, but rather an exceptional fuel with combustion properties comparable to petroleum. Another vivid memory surfaced. During the confrontation with the Lord of Goryeo, the evolved Eradicator concluded the match with a cannon shot. Unlike the scorched earth left by the Heaven's Fire Cannon, the explosion from the Eradicator's shell was relatively smaller.
However, it splattered a certain black liquid fuel that incinerated the entire Goryeo territory.
These two recollections serve as powerful evidence that other fuels with excellent combustion properties exist within the Forbidden Zone.
So where do these fuels originate? As Su Yang pondered,
a glimpse of the system's introduction to the alien experimental station flashed through his mind, which mentioned biomass fuel.
Utilizing biological refining. At this moment, Su Yang's train of thought opened up.
Soybeans, peanuts, and golden dragonfish can all yield oil, why can't the insect race?
If his hypothesis holds true, then the seemingly insurmountable oil problem would cease to exist. While petroleum resources are exceedingly scarce, the insect race has an inexhaustible supply.
If it is indeed possible to refine oil from the insect race, the Middle Eastern Alliance would have to refer to themselves as the Oil Princes.
To validate this conjecture, he must first unlock biomass fuel.
The technological tree of the Divine Farmer's creation is neither linear nor predictable, everything is triggered by chance.
It is highly likely that the key to unlocking biomass fuel lies with the Eradicator who launched the incendiary shells. With that thought, Su Yang activated the sonic detector panel,
hoping to find traces of the insect race.
Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him. Previously concerned about the impending attack from the swarm, Su Yang now eagerly anticipated their arrival.
Perhaps he could toss a couple of grenades?
A humorous thought crossed his mind, reminiscent of Park Do-sie's tactics. Although amusing, it certainly taught him a lesson. First,